In the enchanting tale of heroism and serendipity, we find Sue Chun, a 20-year-old who, for the third time, faced the gauntlet of college entrance examinations. At long last, he secured admission to his dream university. The moment he received his acceptance letter filled him with exuberance, prompting him to celebrate with a few close friends over drinks. After several rounds of indulgence, he bid farewell to his companions and, humming a merry tune, began to meander homeward. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from around the corner. "Help! Help! Ha! My dear lady, in this pitch darkness, with not a soul in sight, who would come to your aid?" jeered one of the ruffians. "Indeed, you would be better off surrendering to us too, brothers. Just look at that face, that slender waist TSK. What disgrace!" In the dead of night, these scoundrels were up to no good. Fueled by liquor and bravado, Su Chun boldly charged forward. "Cease at once, or you shall not find me merciful." Perhaps feeling the weight of their guilt, the two black-clad men, upon hearing Su Chen's voice, cursed under their breath and hastily retreated. As Su Chun approached, he discerned the sound of a woman weeping. "Are you all right, miss?" he inquired cautiously. Before him appeared a tear-streaked visage adorned with high cheekbones and large, expressive eyes, glistening with fear and a solitary tear. Su Chen's heart melted. "Please do not cry. Perhaps I could escort you home?" As he spoke, he burped, swaying precariously and nearly losing his balance. The woman quickly steadied him, and upon seeing his face, a flicker of recognition flashed in her eyes. "It's you? Ah, do we know each other?" At that moment, Su Chan could hardly maintain his footing. Just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, he noticed the woman biting her lip, as if making a momentous decision. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a hotel room, surrounded by an elusive warmth imbued with a delicate fragrance. Realization struck him, and he bolted upright in bed. "Goodness, what have I done? Did I?" He smacked his face in disbelief. Hadn't he promised to take her home? How had he ended up in a hotel? Faintly, he recalled the woman uttering something, yet the details eluded him. Good grief, Su Chun, you've truly lost your way. But what of the woman? Had she simply vanished? Confusion washed over him. A year later, at Ningzhou University, not long after the start of his sophomore year, Su Chun was awakened early by his roommate's raucous chatter. The legendary campus beauty, Wen Chi-Chi, has returned to school. Let's hurry and catch a glimpse. Who? Wen Chi-Chi? Su Chen's eyes sprang open. Was this the same Wen Chi-Chi who, after a year's hiatus, still reigned supreme as the university's belle? I must see her. With a sudden burst of energy, he leapt from his bed, coming to. But alas, his roommates had already departed. Those scoundrels, he muttered, hastily dressing and rushing downstairs. Determined to catch a glimpse of the enchanting beauty, Su Chun resolved to take a shortcut through the small grove on campus, a path mostly deserted during the day, frequented only by couples under the cover of night. Today, Su Chun discovered two women standing in the pavilion at the center of the path. One appeared to be older, likely in her 40s, while the other, clad in a white shirt and jeans with a high ponytail, seemed to be in her early 20s. However, her profile was undeniably striking and somewhat familiar. As Su Chun pondered this, he was suddenly startled by the sound of a baby crying. It was then he noticed 4 strollers beside the 2 women. One of the infants in a stroller was flailing its little arms, crying with fervor. "What should we do?" The younger woman anxiously looked at the baby, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. "Miss Wen, you must hurry to your class. It will be too late if you delay any longer." "But the babies?" Driven by curiosity, Su Chun decided to approach and uncover the situation. Upon seeing the young woman's face, he was taken aback. Wasn't she the woman he had saved a year ago, and with whom he had shared an intimate moment? Did these 4 children belong to her? Could they possibly be his as well? No way. Startled, Su Chun called out to her before she could leave. "Beautiful sister?" When Chi-Chi, who was about to depart, turned around and was met with Su Chen's gaze, her mouth fell open in surprise, and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. "Su!" Before she could complete his name, she silenced herself. No, she couldn't let him know about the existence of these 4 babies. To her shock, Su Chun had also been admitted to Ningzhou University, though he should only be a sophomore this year. A year ago, upon discovering her pregnancy, she had made the difficult decision to give birth to the children. If Su Chun were to find out that these 4 kids were his, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed, jeopardizing his studies and future. She could not allow this to happen. Without waiting for Su-chun to approach, when Chi-Chi turned to leave, Aunt Lee, it'll trouble you with the kids, Su-chun. Did he appear that intimidating? Hey, wait, don't run off. Why are you fleeing? Su-chun quickened his pace to catch up. As he passed by the children, their cries intensified. Unable to resist, Su-chun halted. Why is she crying so fiercely? Aunt Lee had already picked up the baby, yet nothing seemed to soothe her. Do you need my assistance? Aunt Lee was also flustered, although the baby generally was a handful. She had never cried so vehemently. All right, then could you help me with the other three? Before Aunt Lee could finish her sentence, Su-chun instinctively took the baby from her arms. After cradling the child, he found himself momentarily bewildered. In his 22 years of life, he had faced the formidable challenge of college entrance examinations thrice. Yet this was his first experience holding a baby. Su-chun turned to Aunt Lee for guidance. How do you soothe the child? He truly did not know. Just as Aunt Lee was about to respond, the baby suddenly ceased crying. Not crying anymore? Su-chun was equally astonished. It seemed so. Once in his embrace, the child opened her eyes wide, staring at him intently. Thus, they engaged in a silent exchange. The baby squinted her eyes and smiled. Oh my goodness, she is so tiny and adorable. How can there be such a delightful baby in this world? Su-chun felt utterly enchanted. At that moment, Aunt Lee also noticed Su-chun's anxiety and cheerfully reminded him. It seems that the little one really likes you, young man. Just relax, take it easy. Hold her gently, yes, just like that. Su-chun had completely cast aside the thought of meeting a beautiful woman. His mind was solely occupied with the child. This little infant, with her rosy cheeks and a hint of milk fragrance, made one irresistibly want to kiss her. Su-chun desperately suppressed that impulse and glanced at the three other children in the stroller. This single glance was overwhelming. He was beside himself. The trio of little ones was also joyfully waving and smiling at him. How utterly adorable. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Su-chun felt an overwhelming surge of paternal affection. Aren't they just too precious? Seeing Su-chun's goofy grin, Aunt Lee couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, quadruplets, they are all adorable. Truly quadruplets. That beautiful lady is remarkable. Recalling that enchanting figure, Su-chun tentatively inquired, Aunt Lee, what about the baby's father? Chapter 2. Binding the super dad system when the subject of the child's father arose. Aunt Lee's smile gradually faded. Humph. Who knows where that irresponsible father has gone? It is truly outrageous. How could he abandon such a wonderful woman, Miss One, and such a splendid child? Su-chun felt that if the child's father were present at that moment, Aunt Lee would undoubtedly unleash her fury upon him. He could only let out a dry chuckle, suggesting that perhaps the child's father was unaware of the child's existence. If the father truly were him, then he would be unjustly accused. He hoped that was not the case. Aunt Lee's glare was almost lethal. Just as Su-chun was about to clarify, he suddenly heard a mechanical voice resonate in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for binding the super dad system. What on earth? A dad system? Has he, Su-chun, awakened a system just like the protagonists in various novels? System? What is your purpose? Host, this system is the super dad system. As long as you diligently raise the children, you will receive corresponding rewards. Raise children? Indeed. The 4 children before you. Are they truly mine? Yes. They are your children with Chi-Chi. With whom? The system offered no response. Yet, Su-chun no longer required an answer. He had heard the woman's name, Chi-Chi. A moment later, Su-chun exclaimed in dismay. Damn it, this is serious. No wonder the beautiful sister was so stunning. It turns out she is the campus belle. Chi-Chi. Su-chun was certain that the doorway of Chi-Chi's classroom was currently crowded with men, just like his roommates. Eager to catch a glimpse of the campus beauty, they all harbored the same desire, to forge an epic romance with Chi-Chi, hoping to win the goddess's heart and bask in glory before others. They could never imagine that Su-chun had not only gotten there first, but had also fathered 4 children. What a fantastical world. Ding. Task activated. Host. Please accompany Aunt Lee in caring for the children until Chi-Chi arrives. Upon completion of the task, you will receive corresponding rewards. All right, I like this task. Knowing the children were his, Su-chun felt a bit dazed. Instead of seeking Chi-Chi for confirmation, it seemed wiser to wait for her return here. Noticing Su-chun's stillness, Aunt Lee looked at him curiously. Young man, what's wrong? Nothing. Suchin couldn't help but smile. I'll stay here with you to care for the children until their mother returns. Seeing Aunt Lee's reluctance, Suchin added, I have no classes today. After some contemplation, Aunt Lee ultimately agreed. Today, the 4 little ones were somewhat restless, and managing them alone was indeed tiring. What a good young man he is. Suchin smiled, playing with the children while engaging in casual conversation with Aunt Lee. As they chatted, he gleaned some insights. It turned out that when Chi-Chi began her senior year, she discovered she was already pregnant and had to take a leave of absence. Eventually, she gave birth to these 4 babies. Now that the babies had just turned 6 months old, she had decided to return to campus, but taking care of the children had become a significant challenge. When Chi-Chi's parents were not in Ningzhou, yet, when Chi-Chi dared not disclose the fact that she had given birth to 4 children to her parents, Aunt Lee, the nanny employed by Wen Chi-Chi, had been assisting her in caring for the children since their birth. Reflecting on this, Aunt Lee could not suppress a sigh. Miss Wen was once a person of privilege, but now, in her quest to raise her children, she endures great hardship. Relying on that meager living allowance is utterly insufficient. She was compelled to move into a dilapidated house, juggling odd jobs while caring for her little ones, living a life of struggle. And now, she must also attend school. What can be done about that? Originally, Aunt Lee was meant to care for the babies today, but their cries were too fierce, prompting Chi-Chi to bring both her children and Aunt Lee along to school. What will happen if those students discover that when Chi-Chi has 4 children? Aunt Lee lamented, growing increasingly sorrowful. Suchin, listening intently, felt a deep sense of remorse. How could he have acted so recklessly? Half an hour later, when Chi-Chi, who should have been in class, hurriedly returned and happened upon Su Chun, who was holding the quadruplets beside Aunt Lee. Her footsteps faltered, and she hesitated to approach. Why was Su Chun still here? This was disastrous. She needed to devise a plan to urge him to leave promptly. Gritting her teeth, when Chi-Chi feigned an air of indifference and stepped forward, Aunt Lee, she called out. Upon hearing her voice, Su Chun turned his head. His heart surged with warmth as he beheld Wen Chi-Chi. This was indeed his future wife. The gentle breeze tousled her bangs, rendering her adorably charming, akin to the children. Just as he stood to greet her, he noticed Wen Chi-Chi's pallor and her averted gaze as she passed him by, approaching Aunt Lee. Only when she saw the children quiet and not crying did she finally feel relieved. She turned to Su Chun and asked, Classmate, what are you doing here? Su Chun's enthusiasm was abruptly doused by her cold demeanor. Do you not recognize me? He inquired, bewildered. When Chi-Chi, her fingers trembling with anxiety, struggled to maintain her composure. Should I know you? Her frigid tone left him perplexed. On the night after the college entrance examination, she had not seemed this way. Was she perhaps trying to conceal the existence of her children from him? Why? Never mind that for now. He decided to press on. I wanted to ask you, what about? When Chi-Chi interjected, stepping forward to snatch the quadruplets from his arms without waiting for his response. The babies erupted into loud cries. Aunt Lee wished to explain but dared not utter a word upon witnessing Wen Chi-Chi's demeanor. The cries intensified, leaving Suchin hesitant to approach, cautiously suggesting, Chi-Chi, I mean. Senior Wen, the babies are crying too fiercely. May I help soothe them? He intended to call her wife directly, but feared it might startle her. No need. Really. You can rest assured, I won't do anything. I just believe the children are too young to be crying so much. The wind outside is a bit chilly, and they might catch a cold. At that moment, when Chi-Chi felt a surge of anxiety, she wanted nothing more than for Su Chun to leave swiftly. Yet, the more she wished to send Su Chun away, the more anxious she became, utterly incapable of soothing Sibao. Aunt Lee was equally concerned. Miss Wen, perhaps you should allow this young man a chance. It seems Sibao has taken a liking to him. When Chi-Chi remained silent, Sibao cried so intensely that she struggled to catch her breath. Her face flushed crimson. Her wails prompted the other little ones to whimper in unison. When Chi-Chi felt tears welling up in her eyes from the mounting distress. Sibao, please don't cry. Mama is here. Su Chun, unable to resist, stepped forward cautiously. His voice remarkably gentle. Senior Wen, allow me to hold the babies just once. If I cannot pacify Sibao, I shall leave immediately. When Chi-Chi, unwilling for her child to suffer further, refrained from intervening this time. At last, Su Chun took Si Bao into his arms. When Chi crouched down to comfort the other 3 infants. The moment Si Bao settled into Su Chen's embrace, she ceased her crying. "Oh my, look at that. Miss One, how extraordinary. Could it be that Si Bao is starting to recognize people?" Aunt Lee exclaimed. "Yet, that couldn't be right. Shouldn't Si Bao first recognize her mother?" When Chi was equally astonished. Si Bao was the most difficult child to soothe, now half a year old, and still a source of great concern for Wen Chi. Could this truly be the power of blood ties? Observing Su Chun cradling the child with utmost care, gently soothing her, a pang of guilt rose within Wen Chi. It seemed she had been a bit too harsh in her previous rebukes towards him. However, Su Chun ought to prioritize his studies now. She did not wish to become a burden to him. After successfully calming Si Bao, Su Chun carefully returned her to Wen Chi. "Senior, Si Bao has stopped crying. Please hold her." At the moment when Chi took the child from Su Chen's arms, she felt as if he had transformed into a father figure. Fearing further rebuttal from Wen Chi, Su Chen chose not to speak any further and turned to leave. He had a task to accomplish, one that would render it impossible for Wen Chi to send him away again. When Chi gazed at his retreating figure, her words caught in her throat. Finally, she turned and departed. "Let us go home." "But Chi, the class bell has just rung. I have taken a leave of absence." She was deeply concerned about the children. Aunt Lee had no objections and accompanied Wen Chi as they took a shortcut home. Su Chun hurried back to the dormitory, carefully retrieving the strands of hair that had fallen on him while holding Si Bao. Then, he dashed out the door, heading straight to the hospital. Although the system had already provided confirmation, he still needed to conduct a paternity test. Once he had the results, he would have sufficient justification to remain by Wen Chi's side. The thought of Wen Chi putting her education on hold for him, of her giving birth to quadruplets, and the possibility that she might face criticism because of him caused him immense heartache. Meanwhile, he had spent a year leading a carefree university life. How infuriating! Su Chen silently vowed to take good care of Wen Chi and the children from now on. The individual presenting the report was Su Chen's distant cousin, Li Dong. When Li Dong handed the test results to Su Chun, his expression was grave. It indeed confirms a familial relationship. "What is going on here, Su Chun? Who have you attested?" In Li Dong's eyes, Su Chun had yet to graduate, and thus, he should not have children. Upon hearing the news, Su Chun felt as if he were floating. Indeed, it was true. They were all his children. "My own." "Huh? Your children?" "Yes. You rascal, instead of focusing on your studies, have fathered a child with someone else?" No. Just as Li Dong had begun to breathe a sigh of relief, Su Chun continued, "Not 1, but 4. Li Dong? What?" Li Dong was on the verge of losing his sanity. "No way. It couldn't possibly be what I'm thinking, right? Just as you suspect. I have 4 children now." Were it not for the number of children, Su Chun would have rushed forward to embrace Li Dong. "Damn," Li Dong cursed. "I am 5 years older than you, and I don't even have a girlfriend, yet you have 4 children?" Li Dong expressed his envy, coupled with a sense of melancholy. Su Chun waved his hand nonchalantly. "No need to envy. You will have your own." "What nonsense. Do you think everyone can just have children? Do you have to take responsibility?" "Indeed, I must," Su Chun insisted. "I cannot let Wen Chi raise the children alone. For children is quite a burden." Su Chun turned to leave but suddenly spun around. "Brother Dong, please don't tell my parents about this just yet. I fear they might not take it well. I'll tell them when I'm ready." It wasn't he that Su Chun wished to flaunt. He simply could not contain the joy swelling within him. However, upon reflection, he realized it was rather rash to expect his parents to accept the fact that he had 4 children. This was not fair to Wen Chi either. She deserved a perfect proposal and a wedding that would make others envious. These were the things he needed to strive for on her behalf. "All right, but how do you intend to support the children?" "I will figure it out myself," Su Chun replied with a mysterious smile as he departed. Earlier that morning, while chatting with Aunt Lee, he had already inquired about Wen Chi's residence. Now, he was headed to find her. On the way, Su Chun took advantage of the solitude and asked, "System?" "Yes. What about the rewards?" "Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of accompanying Aunt Lee while waiting for Wen Chi. You have received a cash reward of 20,000 yuan. Ding. The cash has been credited. Please check, host. Direct cash reward. Su Chen smiled slightly as he heard the notification from his bank card. The amount of 20,000 yuan had been deposited, leaving him with a balance of 20,100 yuan. Gazing at that figure, Su Chen fell into contemplation. Previously, he had lived paycheck to paycheck, receiving a monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan. After just 3 days of classes, he was down to a mere 100. It seemed he could no longer afford to waste money. Nevertheless, for now, he would go see his children. 20,000 yuan should last for a while. Chi-Chi. Wait for me. Chapter 4. Farewell to Wen Chi-Chi. Upon returning home, Wen Chi-Chi and Aunt Li busied themselves preparing formula for the babies. Aunt Li noticed that Wen Chi-Chi seemed somewhat distracted and sighed, inquiring, Chi-Chi, that young man today, does he have something to do with you? Huh, no. When Chi-Chi's face flushed with nervousness, Aunt Li perceived this and began to understand. Ah, are you afraid he will take the children away? Not at all. When Chi-Chi's response halted abruptly, she lowered her head once more, adding warm water to one of the baby bottles. He is still so little. Aunt Li shook her head in resignation. I, however, believe he quite adores children. You are too exhausted. Why not grant him a chance? The little ones seem to be quite fond of him. When Xianqian paused momentarily, only to resume her busy tasks as if the earlier melancholy had dissipated. After a flurry of activity, the fourth baby suddenly began to cry. In a hurry, when Xianqian handed the bottle to Aunt Li to hold the fourth baby. But this time the commotion was so great that the other 3 babies began to cry in unison. When Xianqian felt a bead of sweat form in her palm. Aunt Li, it seems the eldest has soiled his diaper. The second baby is crying from hunger. Even after having 4 babies for 6 months, when Xianqian still found herself flustered. All right, I'm coming. Just as Aunt Li was about to enter, a knock echoed from outside the door. She quickly opened it, and when Xianqian's voice drifted from within, "Who is it?" Before Su Chen even stepped inside, he was greeted by the sound of the baby's cries. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to Wen Xianqian's side, anxiously asking, "What's wrong with the fourth baby?" As he spoke, he reached out to hold the fourth baby. When Xianqian was momentarily taken aback, "What are you doing here?" Su Chen, without time to respond, cradled the fourth baby in his arms. When Xianqian asked again, "How did you know this is the fourth baby?" Considering they were quadruplets, it was easy for anyone to confuse them when dressed alike, and this was Su Chen's first encounter with the children. Su Chen chuckled while gently patting the fourth baby. "Did you forget? I held her today. I recognized her instantly." When Xianqian was slightly startled, he truly cared for the children, just as Aunt Li had said. Yet why are you here? Realizing her reaction, she instinctively wanted to send him away. Su Chen had anticipated this, holding the baby with one arm while presenting the paternity test report to Wen Xianqian with the other. "They are all my children. How could I not come?" Upon seeing the report, Wen Xianqian felt a wave of dizziness. "First, let's calm the baby, and we can discuss this later." Su Chen's words brought her back to reality. Yes, calming the baby was paramount. The moment the fourth baby was nestled in Su Chen's embrace, she seemed to recognize him and ceased her cries. Su Chen felt warmth in his heart. "What a good girl you are." Aunt Li handed over the baby bottle, which Su Chen carefully placed to the fourth baby's lips. She opened her tiny mouth, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes as she smiled, a single tear lingering at the corner of her eye, making her irresistibly adorable. Su Chen felt he might be overwhelmed with emotion. "Good girl, drink your milk now." The fourth baby latched onto the bottle and began to drink eagerly. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to assist with the other 3 children, he noticed that Aunt Li and Wen Xianqian had already pacified them. All 3 little ones were contentedly sipping from their bottles, yet they occasionally glanced over at Su Chen as if to say, "I want to be held too." Meanwhile, when Xianqian's forehead glistened with sweat, Su Chen felt a pang of sympathy. Just for a single feeding, she appeared so worn out. How had she managed all this time? When Chi-Chi felt a sense of guilt under Su Chen's gaze, awkwardly explaining, "Due to insufficient breast milk, I had to give them formula. It feels like I'm justifying my inability to care for the children." Su Chen shook his head reassuringly. "It's all right, my dear. You have done remarkably well." From now on, I will assist you. When Chi-Chi abruptly lifted her head, her face reddening at a visible pace, "Who is your dear?" Aunt Lee had also seen the paternity test results. Initially intending to voice her complaints, she recalled Su Chin's demeanor and sensed a misunderstanding between the two. "Chi-Chi, why don't you have a good talk with the children's father? They will need to sleep soon. I can take care of them." When Chi-Chi nodded, then turned to head to the living room. Su Chin handed the quadruplets to Aunt Lee and followed her out. Observing when Chi-Chi's silence, Su Chin cautiously called out, "Dear." "Do not call me dear," she retorted. "Yet we share children. That does not make me your dear. Do not say such things." When Chi-Chi's face had turned a shade, so red it seemed it could bleed, she dared not look up at Su Chin, fearing he might utter something scandalous again. Anxiously, she exclaimed, "If you call me dear again, you must leave." "All right, I want to say it again. How about I call you Chi-Chi? If you don't allow me to call you Chi-Chi, then I shall call you dear." When Chi-Chi felt helpless, despite being 2 years his senior, why did she feel like a child around him? Noticing her concession, Su Chin chuckled softly. "Now, tell me, Chi-Chi, why keep this from me?" Seeing when Chi-Chi's shy demeanor made him want to laugh. His wife was truly adorable. Even as a mother, she remained bashful. When Chi-Chi gritted her teeth, deciding to confess. "Actually, this matter does not concern you. You need not help. I can manage on my own." Before she could finish, Su Chin interrupted, "You see, there you go again with foolishness. How can you manage these 4 adorable babies by yourself?" When Chi-Chi struggled to find words, Su Chin continued, "You cannot do it alone. Can you? It requires our joint effort, so caring for the children is not solely your responsibility. I share that duty with you. Are you afraid that I would feel overwhelmed and hinder my future, which is why you hesitated to tell me?" Having her thoughts accurately guessed, when Chi-Chi lowered her head. "I knew it. But Chi-Chi, I am already 22. I am a man. With such a beautiful wife and these lovely children, how could I perceive it as a burden? Isn't this a source of joy?" When Chi-Chi abruptly raised her head, her nose tinged with emotion. "Do you truly think that way?" "Absolutely." Seizing the moment of her vulnerability, Su Chin stepped closer, gently taking her hand. "So, do not think of pushing me away. I will not leave. As long as you and the children are here, I shall remain." When Chi-Chi was almost moved to tears. She had always believed that raising these 4 children was solely her responsibility. She hesitated to reveal to Su Chin another significant reason. She feared he might not acknowledge it. Most young people today approach relationships with a casual attitude, and she dreaded the possibility that if Su Chin rejected her, she would be the one left heartbroken. Little did she anticipate that Su Chin would actually feel joy. All her previous anxieties dissipated, and when Jiajie grew bolder, taking a deep breath, she resolved to confess the truth. "Su Chin, they are indeed our children." Upon receiving this acknowledgement, Su Chin was elated. "Then why didn't you tell me a year ago?" "I was terrified and kept thinking about terminating the pregnancy, but when I went to the hospital for a checkup and the doctor informed me there were 4 babies, I couldn't bear to do it." Su Chin held her soft hands, feeling an overwhelming urge to embrace when Jiajie. "Jiajie, it's all right now. I will be here for you from now on." "But what exactly happened that night? Did you say anything to me?" When Jiajie nervously squeezed her hands. Upon hearing Su Chin's question, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. "No, I didn't say anything. I was drunk at the time. So he didn't remember. Perhaps it was better that way. If he had, it would have been quite embarrassing." "You truly didn't say anything?" "I really didn't." When Jiajie pulled her hand away from Su Chin's grasp. "If you ask again, I will get angry." All right, I won't ask anymore." Su Chin chuckled, bemused. Despite still being a child herself, she was already a mother of 4. Since when Jiajie was unwilling to speak further, he decided to hold off on his inquiries. He believed that one day, she would confide in him. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Su Chin's expression darkened as she approached to open it. "Who is it? How rude. There are 4 babies sleeping inside." Just as she pondered this, the system's voice rang out. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a new task. Please open the door and resolve the trouble outside. Upon completion, you will receive corresponding rewards." Su Chin frowned. "Trouble, indeed." She stepped toward the door. When Jiajie grasped her arm. "No, let me handle it." When the door opened, a stout woman and a man stood outside. The woman's expression was far from pleasant. The man forced a smile. Zhai, I'm sorry, but about the money I lent you. The woman immediately erupted in anger. What do you mean sorry? You're here to demand money back, and you're still apologizing? What? Are those who borrow money now lords? Zhai, right? I never expected you to be so shameless. When Zhai's expression changed at the accusation. I didn't tea. Just as the woman was about to unleash another tirade, Su Chen quickly intervened, blocking Wen Zhai. What is going on? When Zhai pointed at the man. This is my senior, Brother Wang. A while ago, I didn't have money to buy diapers for the babies, and Brother Wang kindly lent me 10,000 yuan. As she spoke, her voice grew softer. It was just a loan. Brother Wang thought the babies were pitiful, and I intend to repay him as soon as I have the funds. Upon hearing this, the stout woman grew even angrier. You say it's just a loan? A woman, burdened with the care of a child, flits about, enticing men. Her actions draw an awkward response from a man known as Brother Wang. Initially, he acted out of kindness, yet he finds himself under the thumb of his wife, who, in a fit of anger, demands money. Helpless, he can only look apologetically at Wen Qizhao and say, Qizhao, please don't take it to heart. My sister-in-law didn't mean it that way. I meant exactly that. The stout woman interjects, her gaze alighting upon Su Chen. Instantly, her interest piqued. She muses, oh, has she ensnared yet another pretty boy? Su Chen, his expression grim, retorts, is it 10,000? I shall repay it. Activating the WeChat payment code, he asserts, however, I must clarify that I am no mere pretty boy. I am Wen Qizhao's partner and the father of her child. With that declaration, he pulls Wen Qizhao into his embrace. I am grateful to you, Brother Wang, but let me advise you to mind your words. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to respond unfavorably. With that, Su Chen produces his phone. The woman, suspicious, extends her phone. Do you have the funds? Su Chen offers a subtle smile, unceremoniously transferring 10,000 yuan. The sight of the money leaves her momentarily stunned before she drags Brother Wang away in defeat. Su Chen promptly shuts the door, realizing he must earn more swiftly. 2,000 yuan is indeed easily spent. When Qizhao awkwardly extricates herself from Su Chen's embrace, her eyes filled with concern as she gazes at him. Su Chen, thank you. I promise to repay you. What are you saying? You are the mother of my child. What is mine is yours, no repayment needed. His commanding yet warm tone causes Wen Qizhao's cheeks to flush. But we aren't married. That is inconsequential. One day, I shall see your name on our household registration. Chapter 6. Shall we go get our marriage certificate now? Wen Qizhao's face reddens further. When did Su Chen become so assertive? At a loss for words, she feels his arm resting on her shoulder and subtly shifts away. Su Chen senses an emptiness in his embrace, yet his heart swells with sweetness. Shall we go get our marriage certificate now? When Qizhao is taken aback, her eyes wide with shock as she exclaims, Are you out of your mind? I am quite sane and utterly serious. Su Chen replies earnestly, Qizhao, I am 22 this year, and you have reached the legal age for marriage. Given that university allows for such unions, why not obtain our marriage certificate? When Qizhao lowers her gaze, her fingers nervously intertwining, she has contemplated the idea of marrying Su Chen, but it remained a mere fantasy. How could a young man, newly embarked on his university journey, so readily step into the realm of matrimony? Yet, as Su Chen articulates these thoughts, her heart races with anxiety. Noticing her silence, Su Chen takes her hand once more, asking, What do you say? Shall we? The warmth of his hand jolts Wen Qizhao back to reality. She quickly withdraws, gritting her teeth to conceal her nervousness. No, I am not even your girlfriend yet, despite having given birth. It seemed that when Chi and Su Chen did not share a romantic relationship, she did not wish for Su Chen to be with her solely because of the child. After being rejected once more, Su Chen had gained considerable clarity. Their encounters, including that fateful night a year prior, amounted to merely 3 meetings. He had nearly forgotten about this matter, swept away by the joy of seeing his child. Yet, he understood that it would require time. He longed for Wen Qi to willingly marry him, not merely due to their offspring. I apologize for my impulsiveness, Qi. I have resolved to pursue you from this day forth. When Qi had anticipated that Su Chen would be disheartened after her rejection, perhaps even turning away. However, to her surprise, he appeared quite pleased. This time, it was when Chi-Chi who felt awkward. She promptly retreated to the inner room, declaring, "I'm going to see the baby." Was this an unspoken consent for him to court her? Suchin joyfully followed her. The four little ones were peacefully slumbering, while Aunt Lee had stepped away to wash the bottles. As when Chi-Chi gazed at her children, a smile finally graced her face. Suchin approached her, standing by her side, his heart brimming with happiness. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have acquired the skill of photographic memory. Would you like to activate it immediately?" Without hesitation, Suchin responded, "Yes. Activated. A skill of photographic memory." This was an unparalleled advantage, signifying that he would henceforth possess an extraordinary edge. Upon activation, Suchin felt a surge of clarity in his mind, and the expressions of the babies became more vivid. The four infants lay in a row, each sleeping soundly, with the eldest and second child even drooling. Suchin chuckled helplessly. Even drool could not diminish their cuteness. "By the way, Chi-Chi, what are their names?" I haven't named them yet," she admitted. "What?" Suchin was taken aback. "They're already 6 months old, and you haven't named them? Were you waiting for their father, me, to name them?" His casual remark struck a chord with Chi-Chi's hidden feelings. She dared not meet his gaze and retorted stubbornly, "No, I just forgot. Since you're here, why don't you name them?" She would never reveal to Suchin that she had harbored a flicker of hope regarding him. The thought of possibly encountering him again as the father of her child made her wish for Su-chan's involvement in their lives. Su-chan could easily discern that when Chi-Chi was not being truthful. To his surprise, his playful guess had landed accurately. He felt a surge of delight. His wife was simply too endearing. His affection for her intensified. Instead of exposing her lie, he earnestly suggested, "Well, since we have 2 boys and 2 girls, let us choose names that convey peace and joy. The boy shall be named Zin and Zikong, while the girls shall be called Shi-11 and Lulu. Thus, the eldest will be Su Zian, the second will be Su Shi-11, followed by Su Zikong, and finally Su Lulu." When Chi-Chi silently repeated the names, Su Shi-11 seemed rather charming. Realizing this, Su-chun had a sudden inspiration. "Then let us name the second one Su Xiao, which also conveys joy. What do you think?" When Chi-Chi's face brightened as she nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, let us go with that name. Babies, you now have names." Su-chan gazed at the slumbering infants, feeling a warm surge of affection within him, particularly after witnessing the joyous expression on Chi-Chi's face. He became even more resolute in his intention to cherish her. He had not suggested that the children should bear the surname Su, as he wished to honor Chi-Chi's wishes. However, he was taken aback to discover that she had never contemplated having the children share her surname. It seemed that he held considerable significance in her heart. Realizing this made Suchin exceedingly happy. At that moment, Aunt Lee approached, appearing troubled, and said, "Chi-Chi." When Chi-Chi turned and gently inquired, "Aunt Lee, what is it?" "I have something I wish to discuss with you." Chapter 7. Allow me to care for the children. The 3 of them tiptoed into the living room, where Aunt Lee expressed her concerns. "I have been caring for you and the babies for over half a year, but recently, an elder in my family has fallen ill, and I must return home to care for them." So when Chi-Chi opened her mouth, wanting to persuade Aunt Lee to stay, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Aunt Lee had provided her with substantial assistance during this past half year. "Then, Aunt Lee, please wait a moment. I will settle this month's payment for you in a few days." Aunt Lee sighed and waved her hand, saying, "There's no need, no need. I understand you don't have much money right now. You should buy formula for the babies first. I am not in a hurry. That won't do. With your family member ill, you certainly need funds. I will find a way." Aunt Lee ceased her refusal. She indeed required the money. Su-chan observed the awkwardness between them, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Chi-Chi, how much do you intend to give Aunt Lee?" 6,000. When Chi-Chi felt a bit awkward. She had never anticipated that 6,000 yuan could pose such a challenge. "I will cover it." Su-chan took out his phone, prepared to transfer the funds to Aunt Lee. "Aunt Lee, what is your WeChat?" Aunt Lee was taken aback that Su-chan would offer money. Earlier, when he assisted with the repayment at the door, she had been preoccupied with the babies and hadn't seen it. "Young man, aren't you still in school?" "It's quite all right. It's the least I can do." Aunt Lee pondered for a moment and then retrieved her phone. Suchin directly transferred 8,000 yuan to Aunt Lee. This is too much. It should only be 6,000, not 8. Suchin smiled and replied, Aunt Lee, though I am unaware of the current rates, caring for a child must cost at least 6,000 now, right? Moreover, you are caring for 4. You have assisted Chi-Chi immensely during this past half year. It is only proper. Take it. Buy some supplements for your family. Aunt Lee hesitated briefly, but ultimately accepted the money. What a good man. Chi-Chi, with such a man supporting you, I feel at ease. When Chi-Chi's eyes glistened with tears. Throughout the day, the overwhelming kindness Suchin had shown her left her somewhat in disbelief. When she looked at him again, she no longer viewed him as merely a child, but as a truly remarkable man. Feeling praised, Suchin was in particularly high spirits. He had expected Aunt Lee to reprimand him upon realizing his true identity. Aunt Lee, with a worried expression, asked, But what will happen to the babies when I leave? You are still in school. It would be difficult for you to manage alone. This posed a significant dilemma. When Chi-Chi was equally troubled. Finding someone capable of caring for 4 infants while being budget-conscious was nearly impossible. No need to search. Suchin stepped forward with determination. I will do it. Huh? You? Both Aunt Lee and when Chi-Chi were taken aback. You mean you will care for the babies? Yes, I will. Suchin nodded earnestly and remarked. Isn't the trend of being a stay-at-home dad all the rage now? I believe I can manage it. And I am genuinely eager to partake in the growth of the little ones. This presents a splendid opportunity. However, a wave of concern washed over when Chi-Chi as she gazed at Suchin. He paused, suddenly realizing a grave issue. He truly lacked the skills to care for a child. The thought of calling his parents to announce that he had 4 children and asking for their assistance filled him with dread. He was certain he would face dire consequences. Never mind, I'll learn on my own, he decided, relieved by the recent awakening of his photographic memory. Aunt Lee, would you mind teaching me a few things over these next few days? You wish to learn? Aunt Lee inquired with skepticism. Suchin nodded confidently. Yes, I am certain I can master it, rest assured. However, when Chi-Chi was troubled by another concern. But what about your studies? She had been hesitant to approach Suchin, fearing she might hinder his academic pursuits, yet it seemed she had unwittingly done so. That's easily resolved. I have a plan. I'll have my roommates record the lectures for me, and I'll seek permission from my advisor, he explained. Is that feasible? Won't you fall behind in your classes? Not at all. Trust me, your husband is quite capable, Suchin declared proudly, touching his nose. Feeling flustered by Aunt Lee's presence and Suchin's teasing, when Chi-Chi averted her gaze and said, I won't concern myself with you. With that, she retreated to her room. Suchin stood there, grinning at her departing figure. Young man, what are you daydreaming about? Since you wish to learn, come with me when the babies wake up, Aunt Lee instructed. Of course, Suchin readily agreed, embodying the role of an eager student. Aunt Lee's impression of him improved significantly. Taking advantage of the children's slumber, Suchin hurried to a corner and called his roommate, Li Wenhao. The moment the call connected, Li Wenhao's disgruntled voice echoed, Son, where have you been? You promised to meet the campus beauty. Hey, Howsy, have you met the campus beauty? Absolutely. You have no idea how stunning one is. That slim waist, those long legs, that delicate oval face. She is truly the woman of my dreams. Suchin thought to himself. How long is this guy going to rave? If he were to learn that when Chi-Chi had borne him 4 children, he might very well lose his mind. All right. Howsy, I have something serious to discuss. What is it? Speak. Dad will consider it. With his usual banter with his roommates, Suchin felt slightly awkward transitioning to a serious tone, so he decided to be straightforward. I've been quite busy lately and can't return to school. Could you record some lectures for me while you're in class? Alternatively, obtaining the professor's course materials would also suffice. After all, he possessed a photographic memory that would allow him to learn from just the materials. What the heck? Suchin, what has happened to you? Li Wenhao's tone shifted from playful to concerned. Suchin felt a surge of gratitude. Despite their usual lightheartedness, his friends were genuinely reliable during critical times. He sighed, suppressing a smile, and said, Oh, it's nothing much, just that I have a child now, and I need to take care of the little one. What? What do you mean? Li Wenhao's voice transformed into a gasp. A child. My own child. Good brother, have you gone mad? You can't possibly be saying you're a father now. Get lost. You're the one who is a father. Are you serious? Absolutely. Li Wenhao fell silent for a moment before abruptly ending the call. Moments later, a video call request appeared in their dormitory WeChat group. Startled, Suchin was about to hang up, fearing it might disturb the children, when Chi-Chi's voice rang out from within the house. Answer it, it's fine. She didn't want to add undue pressure on Suchin because of her. Moved, Suchin accepted the call. Instantly, 3 excited faces filled the screen. Wow, Suchin. Where's the baby? Where's your wife? Where's your wife? Damn it, Suchin, you little rascal. If you're deceiving us, just wait for your doom. Hurry. Show us, and we'll help you with your classes. Otherwise, just prepare for the instructor to hunt you down. Suchin realized that Li Wenhao was refusing to assist him, but was instead reporting back to their friends. Judging by their nature, they were surely concocting some scheme together. With a sigh of resignation, Suchin turned the camera to the rear. The lens immediately captured Chi-Chi's silhouette as she prepared to enter the kitchen. Clad in casual jeans, her legs appeared long and elegant. Despite having given birth to 4 children, her figure had rebounded splendidly, boasting a perfect hourglass shape. Wow, goddess! A gasp erupted from the phone. Suchin quickly adjusted the camera again. Now was not the time for them to discover that Chi-Chi was the mother of his children, as it would only burden her with more pressure. What are you doing, grandson? We want to see the goddess. That figure is simply astounding. Suchin resolutely denied them. No. Hey, grandson, you're becoming increasingly disobedient. Li Wenhao was the first to react. Suchin, don't tell me that goddess-like silhouette we just saw is your wife? At that moment, when Chi-Chi, who had just entered the kitchen, leaned against the doorframe. Upon hearing this, she tightened her grip on the utensils. And Li noticed when Chi-Chi's clenched jaw and shook her head helplessly, whispering, "What's wrong? Are you still not ready to accept him?" When Chi-Chi lowered her head, remaining silent, she wasn't prepared yet. In the living room, Suchin's heart was overflowing with joy. Yes, she is my wife. No way. You little rascal. Are you pulling our leg again? Children have been born. What do you think? At this moment, his 3 roommates were practically itching to pounce through the phone. We don't believe it. Where's the baby? Talk is cheap. Suchin felt exasperated. He looked up at Chi-Chi, and upon receiving her affirming nod, he took the phone and walked towards the bedroom. Keep it down. Don't wake the babies. They're sleeping. Babies? Plural? Yes. Twin? No, quadruplets. Suchin, are you dreaming? The 3 of them exchanged glances filled with skepticism. However, when Suchin directed the camera towards the 4 babies on the bed, their mouths gaped wide open in astonishment. One of them nearly cried out in shock, but fortunately, Li Wenhao swiftly covered his mouth and gestured for silence with a finger to his lips, preventing any sound from escaping. Suchin exited the room, closing the door gently behind him. The video erupted with excitement. 4? Indeed, there were 4 babies. Suchin, what on earth have you done to deserve such fortune? And they are all so adorable, with those round little faces. I just want to pinch them. Oh no, I can't believe I'm a tough guy. I truly wish to buy them little dresses. After several roommates expressed their astonishment in turn, they turned to Suchin with serious expressions under Li Wenhao's guidance. Are they really all your children? Absolutely genuine. Suchin was quite pleased with their reactions. Therefore, I will take care of the babies, and I entrust this to you. When it came to the matter at hand, the 3 did not hesitate. All right. But you must agree to one condition. After some deliberation, they decided to have a serious discussion with Suchin. What condition? Suchin felt an unsettling premonition. Naturally, it's to let us see the babies. A video every day, without exception, or else we won't record your classes. Furthermore, if you bring the children to school, we must be the first to know. Oh, I want to hold them. Upon hearing this, Suchin couldn't help but chuckle. Fine, that's easy. I promise one every day. With adorable babies in hand, it seems I can accomplish anything. I'm smitten. All right, Suchin, hurry and tend to the children. Remember the videos. After exchanging pleasantries with his roommates, Suchin ended the call. When Chi-Chi emerged with a meal, signaling for Suchin to eat. Did you come to an agreement? Yes, I did. It's all good. How will you ask the instructor for leave? I excelled in my freshman year, topping my department. Don't worry, I will persuade the instructor to agree. You can attend your classes without concern. Your senior thesis and graduation project are crucial and cannot be delayed any further. Although Su-chin often skipped classes in college, perhaps due to having taken the college entrance examination 3 times, he had mastered effective study methods, and his academic performance remained impeccable, even earning a scholarship in his first year. When Chi-Chi nodded, conflicted, suddenly, a loud cry from a child echoed through the room. Oh no, the babies have awakened. Chapter 9. I told you to go out, hurry and go out. Su-chin sprang to his feet in a panic, rushing into the room with Aunt Lee. When Chi-Chi hurried over as well, eager to hold the baby. Don't move. Su-chin stopped her. I will handle this. This time, Su-chun was serious. He was determined to learn how to care for the children properly. When Chi-Chi refrained from moving, wanting to see if Su-chun could indeed manage the responsibility, the babies on the bed flailed their arms and legs, grasping at nothing in particular, their cries overlapping in a cacophony. Standing before the bed, Su-chin suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do. Having just vowed to take charge, he awkwardly turned to Wen Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi puffed. Wen Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Didn't you just tell me not to move? Su-chin smiled awkwardly. When Chi-Chi stepped forward, cradling the 4th baby in her arms, and addressed Su-chun, the eldest is quite sensible and rarely cries. The second one wakes up needing milk immediately, while the 3rd cries the loudest, but only for a moment. The 4th also tends to weep and is particularly sensitive, if left unattended. He might choke on his own sobs. Therefore, I usually tend to the 4th one first. After securing the 4th baby, when Chi-Chi comforted him and said, Su-chin, why don't you go with Aunt Lee to prepare the formula? I will take care of the 4th baby. Su-chin nodded and followed Aunt Lee outside. Upon receiving the bottle, he was momentarily taken aback. It appeared he did not even know how to prepare the formula. For the first time, he found himself in a fluster over something seemingly simple. He looked to Aunt Lee for assistance. Aunt Lee, how much should I add? Aunt Lee chuckled at his earnestness. It was her first time witnessing a man take such matters so seriously. Usually, the men in other households would return home engrossed in their phones, as if the children were not their concern at all. All right, let me show you. The bottle has measurements. The 4 babies are around 6 months old. So you should add 100 milliliters of warm water at about 45 degrees Celsius. For the eldest and the 3rd, who are boys, you need to add a bit more. Here, just to this line. Aunt Lee pointed to a measurement. Su-chin approached, studying it intently, committing it to memory. How do I gauge the water temperature? He inquired. Just go by feel. Come, try it out. Su-chun walked over to test the temperature of the bottle. Aunt Lee handed him the remaining 2 bottles. Thanks to his remarkable memory, he made no mistakes in the order or quantity. However, he felt particularly anxious, as it was his first time, and he feared he might not do it right. Once he finished, Aunt Lee nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect it, young man. You possess quite the talent. Hee. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Aunt Lee. This child, Chi-Chi, appears aloof, but is actually quite soft-hearted. Keep it up. There was an underlying message in Aunt Lee's words, and Su-chun discerned that she was subtly supporting him. Thank you, Aunt Lee. I will treat you to a wedding banquet when the time comes. All right, Aunt Lee will be waiting for that day, carrying 3 bottles. Su-chin approached the door to the room. Go out, came when Chi-Chi's startled exclamation from within. Su-chun instinctively turned, witnessing her awkwardly positioned while cradling the 4th baby. The baby was clearly enjoying his milk, with his little feet peeking out from Chi-Chi's waist. Did I not tell you to leave? Hurry up. When Chi-Chi, blushing like a ripe apple, wished she could vanish into the ground. Yet, the 4th baby was not yet satisfied. If she interrupted him, he would continue to cry, and she couldn't bear that. As she flushed with embarrassment, Su-chun, slightly touching his nose, said, I didn't mean to intrude. I will step out now. He stifled the urge to gaze at Chi-Chi and quickly turned, handing the bottle to Aunt Lee before exiting. Oh, it's not as if I haven't seen it before, he muttered to himself. It seems the road to winning her heart is quite long. Inside, Aunt Lee chuckled. One would think you two are young lovers just starting out. Aren't we just that? Su-chin silently pondered. After standing in the living room for quite a while, the door finally swung open again. All right, come in, when Chi-Chi's voice was stiff and cold, as if she were deliberately evading something. Suchin couldn't help but cast a glance at Wenqiqi, smiling as he stepped inside. What are you staring at? Nothing, nothing. I'm here to take care of the baby. Chi-Chi, don't be troublesome. Suchin spoke with utmost seriousness, leaving Wenqiqi with little room to respond. Dabao drank swiftly, the bottle soon emptied, and he gazed at Su Chun with his large eyes. Su Chun, feeling a bit flustered under the boy's stare, thought, "You little rascal, your mother is mine. What's the matter? Do you have any objections?" Auntie Li smiled and gestured to Su Chun. "Come, change Dabao's diaper." "Oh, so that's what I'm here for." At that moment, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, you have activated a new task." A task had arrived, and it seemed that money would follow. Su Chun was already troubled by the mere 2,000 yuan he had left. "Please personally change the diapers for the babies. Upon completion, rewards will be granted." Chapter 10. You will soon have little brothers and sisters. So, it was simply changing diapers. How easy. Su Chun took the diaper and walked over. When Shichi looked at him with concern, feeling it was rather inappropriate for a grown man to undertake such a task. However, Su Chun appeared entirely unbothered. Auntie Li demonstrated while instructing him, explaining the essential details. Su Chun quickly grasped it. Then, with deft hands, he changed the diapers for Air Bao and San Bao. When it was time for Si Bao, when Shichi anxiously exclaimed, "Wait." But Su Chun had already scooped Si Bao into his arms. Wait for what? When Shichi looked at Su Chun in astonishment, then at Si Bao, her expression filled with confusion. Ultimately, she shook her head. "It's nothing." Auntie Li murmured from the side, "How curious. Si Bao used to cry if anyone touched him after drinking milk, yet he is so well behaved in Su Chen's arms." "Really?" Su Chen looked down to see Si Bao curiously gazing at him, and he smiled knowingly. "Perhaps Si Bao knows I'm his father?" With that, Su Chen swiftly changed Si Bao's diaper. Remarkably, despite being moved around by Su Chun, Si Bao did not cry at all and even giggled in delight. Auntie Li marveled. "It seems Su Chun can truly care for the babies. Chi-Chi, you can rest assured and go to school." When Chi-Chi was equally astonished. Su Chun, She opened her mouth, yet ultimately said nothing, her eyes betraying a subtle glimmer of a smile. "By the way, Chi-Chi, why is Si Bao so special? He requires special feeding, cries often, and has many little quirks." Su Chen did not believe this was mere coincidence. At this point, when Shichi's mood darkened, she was the last to be born and the smallest. The doctor said it was because she couldn't compete with her siblings while in the womb. When Shichi sniffled, her heart heavy with emotion. "So, is this your little favor to Si Bao?" Thinking Su Chun was blaming her, she hurriedly replied, "I treat the other babies well too. It's just that Si Bao was too small at the time, and every time I see her, my heart aches. That wasn't my intention." Su Chen carefully placed the 4 treasures aside and approached Wenqiqi, gently caressing her hair. "I know you care deeply for the little ones. From now on, I shall treat them with the same affection." Wenqiqi did not shy away. Su Chen's warm palm bestowed upon her a unique comfort. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the diaper-changing task. You have been awarded a Spirit Spring Space. Would you like to activate it?" Spirit Spring Space? Goodness, what is this? He had no desire to pursue immortality. A simple, unremarkable life was more than sufficient. Wait a moment. Su Chen stiffened, questioning in his mind. "What is the purpose of this space? Please experience it for yourself, host." "All right then. Where is this space located?" "It resides within the system. The host can enter it at any time." "Oh, that's a relief." Activate it. He had feared he would have to manifest the space before Wenqiqi, which would surely startle her. Before long, Su Chun discovered a space unfolding in his mind. The area was filled with the melodious sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, featuring a vast expanse of vacant spiritual fields alongside a crystal-clear spring. So, this is a farming space with a spirit spring? The host may interpret it as such. What shall I plant? The host may choose freely. This system is solely responsible for dispensing rewards. Oh, Su Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. When Chi-Chi, who had been quietly savoring the warmth Su Chen provided, noticed his sudden stillness and the vivid expressions playing across his face, one moment filled with surprise, the next with dismay. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. Nothing at all. Chi-Chi, is there anything you desire to eat?" since he was uncertain about what to plant. Perhaps he could simply indulge his wife instead? No, I don't want anything. Su Chun's gaze was intensely passionate, causing Wen Qiqi's cheeks to flush once more. At that moment, Aunt Li chimed in with a cheerful smile. Babies, you might soon have little brothers or sisters, haha. Su Chun remarked, Aunt Li. You are quite the gossip. Wen Qiqi replied, Aunt Li. All right, enough teasing. If you wish to be affectionate, do so later. Su Chun. The children are 6 months old now. It's time to introduce solid food, or else the formula will lack sufficient nutrition. Su Chun was taken aback. What should they eat? I can plant it. Aunt Li cast a curious glance at him. Su Chun chuckled. I meant I would go buy it, haha. After purchasing, I can use the spirit spring water to grow it. It must be more nutritious that way. This space was truly splendid for pampering his wife and nurturing their children. 4 6-month-old babies, they could start with some rice cereal, followed by mashed potatoes, fish puree, and vegetable juices. Today, I'll teach you how to make some mashed potatoes. Please go buy a few potatoes. All right, I'll go right away. With that, Su Chun stepped out the door. Upon arriving at the vegetable market at the community entrance, he discovered that the potatoes were far from fresh. They were all wilted, some even sprouting. How can I feed these to the babies? Su Chun picked 2 at random and sought a secluded spot to enter the space. He decided to test the power of the spirit spring. Once inside, he pondered for a moment and, drawing from years of reading novels, buried the potatoes in the soil and began to water them with the spirit spring water. Soon, the potatoes began to sprout, grow, and blossom, ultimately transforming into lush potato vines. Astonishing, isn't it? Let us hasten to observe the splendid appearance of the potatoes. Su Chun eagerly dug into the soil, revealing potatoes that were significantly larger and rounder than the original ones, with each potato vine yielding no less than a dozen tubers. What a fortune! Chapter 11. Feeding the babies together, Su Chun collected 6 potatoes and placed them into a bag. While the remaining tubers were cut into pieces and replanted in the earth, generously watered with spring water before he exited the space. Upon returning home, he presented the potatoes to Aunt Li. Upon seeing them, Aunt Li's jaw dropped in astonishment. Wow, Su Chun, are these potatoes you bought today really this pristine? Not a single blemish. Indeed, Aunt Li, what do you think? Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Come, let me show you. Su Chun promptly followed her into the kitchen. The potatoes needed peeling as they were intended for the children. Thus, the skin was removed a bit thicker, then sliced into thin pieces and placed into a pot to cook. Next, the cooked potatoes were extracted and mashed vigorously with a small spoon. Like this, see? Aunt Li demonstrated while mashing the potato. Understanding the task, Su Chun took the spoon and began to follow her method. Since it was for the children, meticulousness was paramount. If the consistency was not smooth enough, a splash of warm water could be added until it transformed into a fine puree. Once accustomed to the taste, a hint of banana puree or vegetable juice could be incorporated. A few minutes later, Su Chun carried 2 servings of the prepared potato puree to find Wen Qiqi. This was the task entrusted to him by Aunt Li, intended to deepen his bond with Wen Qiqi. Naturally, Su Chun did not decline. Wen Qiqi was busy playing with the children, and upon seeing Su Chun, her smile dimmed slightly. Su Chun felt a tinge of helplessness. Qiqi, you should smile more. You look truly beautiful when you do. Wen Qiqi blushed at the compliment. Is there something you need? Remembering that Su Chun had witnessed her nursing moments ago, her heart raced uncontrollably. I made potato puree for the children. Wen Qiqi took the puree, examining it with astonishment. You made this? Yes. Aunt Li had merely instructed him on the steps. Every action was executed by Su Chun himself, making it indeed his creation. When Qiqi tasted a small spoonful, her eyes widening in disbelief. Did you really make this? It's far superior to anything I've ever tasted. The puree melted in her mouth, boasting a delightful texture and sweetness. Qiqi, do you like it? From now on, I will prepare a portion for you each time. Su Chun had also sampled the puree and found it delightful. The spring water space had not betrayed him. No, it's unnecessary. Let us start feeding the babies. Several infants gazed at Su Chun with wide, curious eyes, while the 2nd and 4th babies giggled joyfully. Su Chun could hardly resist the sweet smiles of the little ones. Effortlessly lifting the 2nd baby, and placing her in the baby carriage. Following suit, he placed the eldest, third, and fourth babies in as well. Once they were all settled, he circled the baby carriage and said to Wen-Chi, "Shall we feed the babies together?" Together? Wen-Chi was somewhat astonished. Previously, they had always fed the babies one by one. So why was it different with Su-chun? Indeed, look how convenient this is. Each little one can have a bite. And they won't cry anymore, will they? How come she hadn't thought of this? Feeding the babies had always felt like a battle. Su-chun was truly clever. Wen-Chi smiled as he held 2 servings of mashed potatoes, handing one to Su-chun and keeping one for herself. Su-chun was responsible for the third and fourth babies, while she took care of the first and second. The moment the little ones saw food, their eyes lit up, and they waved their arms excitedly towards them. Su-chun couldn't help but chuckle. "Babies, don't snatch. Otherwise, Daddy and Mommy will get upset. If we get upset, we want to feed you." He spoke with a playful pout, mimicking the children's tone. When Chi-Chi laughed, "What are you saying to them? They can't understand." "Who says they can't understand? Look." When Chi-Chi focused her gaze and noticed that the third and fourth babies had indeed stopped crying. The 2 little ones were staring at Su-chun with their mouths wide open, their faces filled with anticipation, as if they were saying, "Daddy, I want to eat. We're being good." When Chi-Chi felt her heart melt. Seizing the moment while when Chi-Chi was in a daze, Su-chun turned to the first and second babies. "Did you hear, Daddy? No throwing tantrums at Mommy now. You are Mommy's little treasures. But Mommy is also my little treasure. If you upset Mommy, Daddy will spank." The second baby, who was about to cry, suddenly held back his tears. The expression was comically amusing, which made Wen-Chi laugh. Su-chun turned back and ruffled Wen-Chi's hair, finally smiling. Realizing that Wen-Chi hadn't rejected him, Su-chun felt a surge of joy and casually remarked, "Actually, just now." But before he could finish, Wen-Chi's tone turned cold. "Feed the children." Su-chun replied, I wanted to compliment my wife on her figure. What a missed opportunity." Fortunately, the babies were adorable, quickly distracting Su-chun from his thoughts. After they had eaten their fill, Aunt Lee briefed them on some important matters before leaving. Su-chun noticed Wen-Chi sitting on the sofa, lost in thought while holding her phone, and asked, "What's wrong?" "The babies need formula, but..." Wen-Chi glanced at her bank card balance, her brow furrowing tightly. She hadn't even realized that the matter she had previously been reluctant to mention had become so unreserved in front of Su-chun within just a day. She had subtly begun to see Su-chun as a source of support. Speaking of this, Su-chun also found himself in a quandary. System, oh system, hurry up and issue a task. Unfortunately, the system did not always offer rewards on demand. Su-chun scratched his scalp, suddenly remembering a possibility. "I have a solution." "What?" "Let us sell potatoes." Chapter 12. Can you bear to let your future husband sleep on the streets? When Chi-Chi was taken aback. "Su-chun, what are you talking about?" Su-chun had already prepared his words in advance. Recently, out of boredom, he had used his pocket money to lease a piece of land. With nothing else to occupy his time, he delved into the study of potatoes and cultivated some of his own. It was now time for harvest. And perhaps he could earn a tidy sum. Really? Indeed. Just look at the poor quality of potatoes at the market. Mine might just be in demand. When Chi-Chi clenched her teeth in determination. All right. After reaching an agreement with Wen-Chi, Su-chun faced a dilemma. Where could he procure a piece of land without arousing her suspicions? That evening, Su-chun called Li Dong. As soon as the phone rang, Li Dong, sounding worried, said, "Xiao-chun, I knew you would call. I don't have much, but I've prepared 20,000 for you to tide you over." After learning that Su-chun had welcomed quadruplets, Li Dong had felt a sense of urgency and specifically set aside some money for him. A warm current flowed through Su-chun's heart. "Thank you, Dong-go, but I don't need the money. Could you help me rent a small truck?" "What do you need a truck for?" "I have my reasons. Don't worry, the rental will be worth it. It needs to leave by 5 tomorrow morning." He aimed to get everything sorted before when Chi-Chi awoke. "All right, I'll find one for you. You can drive it tomorrow morning." After hanging up, Su-chun turned to head back to his room. "What are you doing?" When Chi-Chi asked. "Going to sleep, and also to take care of the baby." "You're sleeping here?" When Chi-Chi's face displayed confusion. The place she rented was a one-bedroom apartment, a bit spacious, but only enough for her and the 4 cribs. If Suchin moved in, it would mean cohabitation. No way. When Chi-Chi quickly rejected the idea, seeing her reaction, Su-chun felt a chuckle rising within him. But what about the baby crying at night? I have my methods. You're as stubborn as a mule. Su-chun sighed in resignation. Finally, feigning a pitiful demeanor, he glanced at the time and then out the window. Look, it's already past 10. If I return to the dormitory now, the doors will surely be locked. Would you really let your future husband sleep on the streets? When Chi-Chi fell into a state of indecision, it was indeed quite late, and considering the lower rent, her place was somewhat far away. She felt guilty about sending Su-chun back at such an hour. Sensing her hesitation, Su-chun knew he had a chance. Rather than pressuring her, he decided to take a gentler approach. How about I sleep on the sofa? You can lock the door. I want to come in. When Chi-Chi finally relented, fine, but this is a one-time exception. All right, I understand, my dear. Su-chun teased, causing her cheeks to flush. Unable to meet his gaze, she hurried back to her room and shut the door with a thud. Su-chun looked at the closed door, feeling his spirits lift. That night, as he prepared to sleep, Su-chun slipped into his space. Inside, a vast expanse of lush potato vines greeted him, and he was overjoyed. System. How can I harvest all these potatoes in one night? Is there a special ability? Ding. Host. Within the space, you only need to use your will, and the potatoes will automatically go to wherever you wish to store them. Excellent. That's incredibly convenient. The next morning at 4 o'clock, Su-chun rose early and took a taxi to Li Dong's residence. Li Dong was waiting downstairs, cigarette in mouth, and upon seeing Su-chun, he was momentarily taken aback. Xiao-chun, you truly arrived this early? Su-chun replied, indeed, raising a child leaves one with no choice. Li Dong chuckled, haha, quite impressive. You've grown up. Here, take the car keys. How much is it per day? I'll pay you for a week's rental. Su-chun insisted, no, you use it first. Pay me when you have the means. Li Dong shook his head, that won't do. Let's settle it this way. At the market rate, it's 200 a day. I'll give you 1,400 up front. If you refuse, I simply cannot drive. With no other option, Li Dong accepted the money. Having obtained his driver's license right after high school, Su-chun had no trouble maneuvering the small truck. He drove it to a secluded spot, and with a mere thought, an entire truckload of plump, round potatoes materialized within. Buoyant with excitement, Su-chun headed towards the vegetable market. Arriving at the market just as the clock struck 6, he noticed an elderly vendor by the roadside. Su-chun offered the man a cigarette, saying, Uncle, could you watch my truck for a moment? I'll be right back. The vendor accepted the cigarette and nodded in agreement. Su-chun fetched a handful of potatoes to prepare mashed potatoes at home before making his way back downstairs. At that moment, when Chi-Chi had just woken up, spotting Su-chun, she inquired, shall I take the babies along with me? Su-chun replied, no need. I can manage on my own. When Chi-Chi insisted, I'm free today, it's the weekend. Without waiting for Su-chun's response, she gathered the babies, 2 per stroller, and descended the stairs. Upon seeing Su-chun carrying a thermal container and mashed potatoes, she curiously asked, what are you up to? I'm offering samples, that way people will be inclined to buy, he explained. The weather was still warm, and all 4 babies, clad in identical outfits, were bubbling with excitement, their laughter ringing out in pure delight. As they strolled through the community, they quickly became a striking spectacle. When they approached the vendor, he was utterly astonished. Young man, what is going on here? Why are you bringing 4 babies along? Su-chun proudly introduced, these are all my babies. My wife insisted on bringing them to help me with my business. Chapter 13. The adorable babies, each worth 2. The vendor's eyes widened in disbelief. All of them are yours. For babies? Su-chun confirmed, yes, quadruplets. When Chi-Chi, observing Su-chun's pride, couldn't help but smile. The vendor, still in shock, remarked, impressive. Young man, and this must be your wife? Noticing when Chi-Chi did not refute the claim, Su-chun nodded, yes, she is my wife. As he spoke, he handed the stroller to Wen Chi-Chi and proceeded to unveil the black cloth covering the potatoes in the truck. The vendor, still reeling from the revelations, remarked, your wife is truly beautiful. You are indeed fortunate. Upon seeing the potatoes, he was once again astounded. Where did you source these potatoes? I grew them myself. What is the issue, uncle? Su-chun replied. You grew these? So excellently? Su-chan nodded affirmatively. The vendor realized Su-chan spoke the truth and expressed his envy. Remarkable. Young man, this year's soil and climate have not favored potato growth, and the ones we have are small and shriveled. I never expected you to cultivate such fine potatoes. You must be able to sell them at a good price. No wonder the potatoes at the market are not fresh. I hope for the best. A few people have been busy for a while, and it is nearly 7 o'clock. Many Annies have come out to buy vegetables in the morning. Su-chan does not have a stall. He sells from his vehicle, with 4 adorable babies by his side. He quickly attracts a crowd of onlookers. Oh, those babies are so cute. They resemble 4 little dolls. I adore them. Have you seen the woman next to the babies? And that man, are they the baby's parents? He is so handsome, and she is incredibly beautiful. Wow, I want to have children with a man like that. As they spoke, a few of them approached. The young girls gazed at Su-chan with hearts in their eyes, while the older women were captivated by the babies. One of the older women, upon noticing the babies, then spotted Su-chan's vehicle and asked, "Are these potatoes yours?" "Yes, madam. Would you like to buy some?" Su-chan inquired politely. The woman was taken aback upon seeing the pile of potatoes. "Wow, these potatoes look fantastic, large and round. Young man, how much are they per pound?" This question had occupied Su-chan's thoughts all night. He smiled as he handed her a spoonful of mashed potatoes from his thermos, which he had purchased on his way back that morning. "Madam, please try some first. If you like it, you can buy more." "Really? I can sample it?" She laughed heartily. "I made this mashed potato without any seasoning." At that moment, the 4 babies in the stroller seemed to catch a whiff of the delicious aroma and turned to look at the lady. Especially when they saw the spoon in her hand, they began to wave their arms and babble, even though they could not yet speak. Their intentions were almost palpable to those around them. 2 of them even drooled in anticipation. Well, well, well. Ba 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 ba. Woo woo. The children's antics elicited laughter from the lady. Haha. They are so adorable. Do they want to eat mashed potatoes? Su-chan, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I made them some yesterday. They probably remember the taste." Haha. All children love it, so it must be truly delicious. Let me have a taste. Upon tasting the mashed potatoes, the lady's eyes lit up. Delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite mashed potatoes in my life. How much are they per pound? I want to buy some. Su-chan smiled and said, "Madam, these potatoes are a fresh variety that I have specially cultivated. No matter how you prepare them at home, they will taste great. They are 10 yuan per pound. What do you think?" "Oh, it's a new variety. Wonderful. My youngest son loves mashed potatoes, and my eldest enjoys potatoes with meat stew. I'll take 10 pounds. All right, I'll pack them up for you." After filling a bag with 10 pounds of potatoes, he added an extra one, and after receiving 100 yuan, he cheerfully said, "Madam, please come again." "Yes, certainly." The lady affectionately patted the chubby cheek of the eldest baby and enviously glanced at the other 3 little ones before reluctantly departing. As soon as she made her purchase, the crowd erupted in excitement. "I want some too. I want 10 pounds. I want 20 pounds. Young man, will you be selling again tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? It is not certain yet. I have not made up my mind. He has yet to plant the potatoes. I will need 30 pounds as a backup." When Chi-Chi gazed in astonishment at Su-chan selling potatoes, her heart brimming with shock. A university student, Su-chan, was able to mingle effortlessly with these homemakers, and on his very first venture, he sold the potatoes so well. Her man is truly remarkable. Realizing her thoughts, when Chi-Chi quickly shook her head, urging herself to regain her composure. By 8:30, Su-chan had sold out his entire load of potatoes. Upon checking his WeChat payments, he was astonished to find he had made 8,000 yuan. 8,000 in just one morning. Quite impressive. Elated, Su-chan turned around, joyfully showing his phone to Wen Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, we have money now. We can finally buy baby formula." Chapter 14. Encountering an acquaintance while purchasing baby formula, Su-chan tidied up before taking Wen Chi-Chi and the 4 little ones to the mall. En route, his phone rang. It was his instructor calling. It turned out that a few of his roommates had informed the instructor about Su-chan's situation. After a brief explanation, the instructor, recognizing Su-chan as a scholarship recipient, quickly expressed his support. After ending the call, Su-chan felt a surge of happiness. "Su-chan," a woman's voice called from behind. Is that really you? The woman, dressed in a revealing low-cut blouse that accentuated her slender waist and long legs, possessed an attractive figure. However, upon encountering Wenqiqi, Su-chun found it impossible to regard any other woman. Is there something you need? He inquired. It's Wang Qian. Don't you remember me? The woman approached Su-chun, her eyes roaming over him in disbelief. We were desk mates in middle school. You used to have a crush on me. Really? Su-chun recalled that time when he had just begun to experience the stirrings of young love, finding his desk mate quite beautiful. Ah, so it is you. Feeling a menacing gaze from a distance, Su-chun sensed his future wife's scrutiny. Yes, it's me. I never imagined you would grow so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend now? Wang Qian feigned shyness, lowering her head, but with her provocative attire, it struck Su-chun as increasingly peculiar. Just as he was about to refuse her advances, when Chi-Chi's icy voice cut through the air, Su-chun, what are you doing? The jealousy was palpable. Su-chun playfully moved to Wenqiqi's side, lifting the little one who had outstretched arms seeking a hug, causing the other 3 children to pout in dismay. He quickly comforted them. Noticing Su-chun's disregard for her, Wang Qian felt a twinge of displeasure. Who are you? She could not believe that such an attractive former desk mate could possibly be taken. Wenqiqi remained silent. In truth, she was unsure how to respond. What exactly was her relationship with Su-chun? She could not articulate it. Yet, witnessing Su-chun being approached by another woman made her uneasy. As if something precious was about to be snatched away. I am the mother of his children, Su-chun interjected while holding the child, hastily responding. He even winked at Wenqiqi, leaving her momentarily taken aback. Su-chun offered her a reassuring smile and continued, Wang Qian. We need to go buy baby formula for the kids. You should attend to your own matters. Having concluded his words, he pushed the stroller away. You have children now? Indeed, quadruplets. Look at them. Aren't they adorable? Su-chun was nearly transformed into a doting parent. At the sight of the children, Wang Qian's eyes sparkled. Did you give birth to all of them? They are simply too cute. I wish I could pinch their cheeks. They were born to both Chi-Chi and me. Noticing that when Chi-Chi remained motionless, he deliberately turned back to call her. Chi-Chi, let us go. Wang Qian, still immersed in the astonishment of the quadruplets, stomped her foot in frustration once Su-chun had walked far away. Really, Wang Qian, you should have accepted Su-chun back then. Had I known he would turn out this handsome, I would never have rejected him. Perhaps now, it would be me giving birth to quadruplets. A hint of regret washed over Wang Qian. Soon after, Su-chun and Wenqiqi arrived at the formula shop, where the staff, upon seeing the babies, were filled with delight. Look who's here, our little treasures. Come, let Ani hold you. Such good babies. Su-chun was perplexed. Wenqiqi explained, I used to frequent this shop, and since they are quadruplets, they offer a 10% discount. After the staff had held each baby, they finally looked up and paused at the sight of Su-chun. Oh, and you are? I am the father of the children. The staff immediately smiled, their eyes narrowing in joy. Ah, so you were the father. Miss Wen, you finally found the father of your children. Congratulations. Such a handsome dad. It's no wonder you have such adorable babies. Miss Wen, you are truly fortunate. The little ones seemed to understand the compliments, cooing and giggling in response. Wenqiqi, feeling bashful, lowered her head as she led Su-chun outside, feeling both troubled and enchanted. Thank you, Su-chun. Shall we choose some formula? Certainly. Su-chun pushed the stroller forward. Before long, Wenqiqi halted at a section displaying baby formula. Upon glancing at the price, Su-chun was taken aback. One can of formula cost an astonishing $700. The staff followed behind, inquiring, Miss Wen, are we still going with this brand today? How many boxes would you like? Previously, Wenqiqi always purchased this brand for her children. Although it was a bit pricey, it was trustworthy. Today, however, she hesitated. Perhaps we should explore other options? She had no money left, and Su-chun's $8,000 likely needed to cover his living expenses as well. No need to look further. We'll take this one. Let us start with 10 cans. Su-chun still had over $8,000. And with 10 cans priced at $7,000, the discounted total would be $6,300. He was left with just over $1,000 for emergencies, which was sufficient. However, Wenqiqi felt a twinge of anxiety. Before she could express her concerns, Su-chan instructed the staff, "Trust me, let us get 10 cans. No matter the financial strain, the children must not suffer." "All right, I'll prepare them." The staff remarked, "Miss Wan, your man truly dotes on you." From Su-chan's attire, it was evident that despite his good looks, he was not wealthy, yet he didn't even consider opting for the most expensive option. Her envy deepened. When Chi-Chi smiled softly, her heart feeling as if it had been sweetened with honey. After Su-chan completed the payment, he turned around to find Wen Chi-Chi staring at him, lost in thought. Unable to resist teasing her, he asked, "What's wrong? Have you realized just how handsome your husband is? Are you smitten?" Chapter 15. The couple's set meal should be enjoyed this way when Chi-Chi shot Su-chan a glance, anxious that he might perceive her nervousness, and hastened her pace. "Not at all," she replied with a playful tone. Even the staff couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, handsome. You're quite impressive. In the 6 months I've known Miss Wan, I've never seen her blush. Many gentlemen come here asking for her contact information, including quite a few distinguished young talents. Yet she dismisses them all. Is that so?" Su-chan mused, observing Wen Chi-Chi's retreating figure. Perhaps her refusal to share her contact details was an indication she was awaiting him. After purchasing the baby formula, the 6 of them proceeded to lunch together. When Chi-Chi stood at the entrance of the Western restaurant, peering inside, before ultimately turning toward a noodle shop. "Shall we have noodles?" Su-chan smiled gently, grasping Wen Chi-Chi's hand and leading her back. "Su-chan, what are you doing?" It wasn't until they reached the entrance of the Western restaurant that Su-chan spoke. "I want to eat steak." He had noticed Wen Chi-Chi's subtle gestures. Despite her desire for steak, she had restrained herself for the sake of their child and finances. How considerate she was. The thought that Wen Chi-Chi originally came from a wealthy family tugged at Su-chan's heartstrings. Wen Chi-Chi maintained a stern expression. Although she had earned 8,000 in the morning, their funds were nearly depleted after buying the formula. "Su-chan, we still need to care for the babies." I know. I can provide for them. Do you trust me?" Upon seeing the determination in Su-chan's eyes, Wen Chi-Chi paused momentarily. For reasons unknown, she nodded vigorously. "I believe you. Then it's settled. Let's go enjoy steak. If the money runs out, I can earn more. Chi-Chi, you needn't worry about saving for me." When Chi-Chi felt a surge of gratitude, the two entered the Western restaurant with their 4 little ones, instantly stirring a wave of exclamations. "Wow, look at those beautiful babies. Are they quadruplets? Amazing. Their father is so handsome. I'm in love. And look, that must be their mother. This man is incredibly charming. Having such a young lady bear his children." The enthusiastic waiter approached Su-chan and Wen Chi-Chi. "May I ask if you two would like the couple's set meal?" "Yes." "No." Su-chan and Wen Chi-Chi responded in unison. Hearing his firm yes, Wen Chi-Chi's face flushed instantly. Her casual no got caught in her throat. The waiter, witnessing this scene, felt as though they were engulfed in an overwhelming display of affection. They were obviously flirting in public. She tolerated it, for they were indeed a striking couple, a delight to behold. "Just so you know, handsome, the manager specifically informed me that if you dine here, the couple's set meal is half price." "Really?" "Yes, indeed. Because you are accompanied by quadruplets, our manager is quite fond of children and has offered you this special discount." Su-chan chuckled. He had anticipated the babies would serve such a purpose. "Chi-Chi, what do you think? If you don't want it, we can order something else. Let us eat." When Chi-Chi considered for a moment before nodding, her voice growing softer. "Then let us have it. Miss Waiter, please lead the way." The server, beaming with joy, asked, "May I hold your adorable baby? It must be such a delight." "Of course," they replied. Their baby was cherished, and in turn, they were filled with happiness. The server nearly leaped with excitement and promptly embraced the eldest child. The other servers, who were previously attending to other patrons, looked on with envy. "Excuse me, miss, may I also hold one?" "I want to hold one too." The recent actions of Su-chan suggested that the household was led by a woman, and they didn't even bother to consult him. When Chi-Chi nodded in agreement, in the blink of an eye, the stroller was empty. The servers, each cradling a baby, joyfully escorted them to their seats. Ultimately, they found Su-chan and Wen Chi-Chi a secluded table, even adjusting the furniture to ensure their comfort. "Dear handsome and beautiful, enjoy your meal. We will take care of the babies." "Oh, this feels like such an inconvenience," Su-chin replied, slightly embarrassed. The servers burst into a chorus of reassurances. Not at all. We are more than happy to assist. The babies are so adorable. I wish I could have a little one just like them. With such enthusiasm, Su-chin felt compelled to accept their help. With the servers tending to the babies, he no longer worried about their safety. Relishing the rare moment of intimacy with Wenqiqi, which stirred excitement within him. Wenqiqi kept her head down, unable to meet Su-chin's gaze. When the children were around, she could distract herself with them. Now, as the babies played nearby, she felt increasingly aware of the intensity of Su-chin's gaze, which seemed to melt her once frigid heart. What are you staring at? She asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice, noticing that Su-chin's focus remained unwavering. You are simply captivating, he replied smoothly. Wenqiqi found herself at a loss for where to place her hands. Fortunately, their couple's meal arrived just then. 2 steaks, 2 portions of fruit, 2 drinks, and a small appetizer. In her nervousness, Wenqiqi grabbed a drink and took a sip without thinking. Upon tasting it, she gasped softly. Ah! Su-chin, alarmed, asked, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Chapter 16. Does this count as an indirect kiss? As Su-chin's hand brushed against the drink, he immediately understood. You can't drink anything cold, can you? The serving staff, startled, exclaimed, oh dear, I'm so sorry. I forgot to mention that this drink is cold. The other one is warm. They had specifically instructed the kitchen staff that one drink was for the baby's mother and should be warm. However, the mistake still occurred. Shall I fetch you a new drink? The server offered cautiously, though she felt a pang of worry as such errors were subject to penalties in their establishment. No need for a replacement. Su-chin waved his hand dismissively. I'll take this one. Chi-chi, you can have the warm drink. Saying this, Su-chin handed Wenqiqi the warm beverage from his side, then took the cold drink in front of her and took a sip. Upon hearing that she needn't worry about the mistake, the server nodded gratefully. Thank you so much. You are both so kind. Wenqiqi's thoughts were entirely absent from the service staff. She was utterly astonished by Su-chin's actions. He actually took a sip of the beverage she had consumed? Was he not at all concerned? After all, Wenqiqi felt a sudden warmth flooding her cheeks. Seeing her flustered, Su-chin chuckled. Chi-chi. Wenqiqi averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, and feigned indifference as she replied, what's the matter? Su-chin took another sip of the cold drink, looked up, and laughed lightly. Tell me, does this count as an indirect kiss? He realized he was increasingly enjoying teasing Wenqiqi. Initially, when he first encountered her, he felt a mix of emotion and responsibility. Now, he truly found himself enamored with her. Wenqiqi's face was nearly crimson. Her hands, gripping the knife and fork, began to tremble slightly. What nonsense are you talking about? How could this possibly count? Let us eat. She was at a loss for how to handle the situation if it continued. Fortunately, Su-chin did not wish to linger on the matter any longer. He set the drink aside and casually took the steak from in front of Wenqiqi. She was momentarily taken aback. Su-chin picked up the knife and fork, beginning to cut the steak. Once he had sliced it into small pieces, he handed it back to Wenqiqi. This is how a couple's meal is properly enjoyed. Here, eat up. A sweet sensation enveloped Wenqiqi's heart. Just moments ago, she had thought Su-chin was about to pull another prank. To her surprise, he was simply cutting her steak. Although Wenqiqi was quite attractive, her parents had insisted that she should not date during her school years. Thus, aside from that one night with Su-chin, she had never been in a relationship. Wenqiqi had always believed she could manage everything on her own. However, her perspective had shifted. Having Su-chin around was truly delightful. She picked up the knife and fork, bowed her head, and took a bite of the steak he had cut for her, smiling sweetly. Thank you. You should eat quickly too. Su-chin nodded. At that moment, the patrons in the restaurant had already gone wild. Were those two flaunting their affection? Wow. I wish someone would feed me too, darling. At a nearby table, a woman gazed expectantly at the man before her, who was too engrossed in his meal to notice her longing. Impatiently, he remarked, What are you doing? Hurry up and eat so we can leave. Stop acting coy. The woman replied, I'm not eating anymore. With that, she stood up and walked away. The crowd erupted in laughter. People can indeed be infuriating. That couple's display of affection is far more appetizing. And as for the other table, Their delightful presence was a stunning sight. Sigh, this is the life they yearned for. After finishing their meal, the waiter presented Su Chun and Wen Chi with a plethora of discount cards, clearly expressing a desire for their return. With the addition of the 4 little ones, the restaurant's foot traffic had nearly doubled that afternoon. They were practically living advertisements. It was only after when Chi agreed to return that they reluctantly bid farewell to the 4 children. In the evening, Su Chun, as usual, stayed in the living room. Reflecting on the fact that he had over 1,000 yuan remaining, Su Chun sighed. He entered the space and observed that the potatoes had grown another batch. Thus, early the next morning, he set out to sell the potatoes once more. This time, he sold over 10,000. Su Chun calculated that this amount was far from sufficient for purchasing a house. It seemed he had to devise alternative solutions. Just as he was preparing to close up, a rotund man in uniform called out to him, "Brother, don't rush off just yet." "What is it?" Su Chun, noticing the man still wielded a baton, became instantly wary. The man approached Su Chun and then realized he might have appeared too intimidating. He sheathed the baton and said, "No. It's just that our boss wishes to see you." "Boss? Who is that? Do I know him?" Su Chun felt uncertain, as he did not believe he was acquainted with any boss. "You'll know once you meet him." Su Chun, perplexed, followed the man to an office where he encountered a middle-aged gentleman. The man smiled and gestured for Su Chun to take a seat. "Are you the Su boss selling potatoes at the market entrance?" Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. "I do share the surname Su, but I am not a boss. I've merely set up a small stall. That title feels rather grand." The man, seeing Su Chun's humility, extended his hand with satisfaction. "Greetings, I am Hu, the proprietor of all the vegetable markets along these streets." Chapter 17. Are you really a college student? Su Chun gazed at Hu in astonishment and reciprocated the handshake. "Boss, what brings you to me?" Hu produced 2 potatoes and inquired, "Are these potatoes grown by you?" The potatoes in his hand were large, round, and devoid of blemishes, unmistakably Su Chun's produce. Su Chun smiled and replied, "Indeed, they are." "That's splendid. Here's the matter. Su boss, do you have a substantial quantity of such potatoes? I wish to collaborate with you. Just call me Su Chun." "What kind of collaboration do you have in mind?" "Well, brother Su Chun, as you know, the potato market has been sluggish this year. I wish to source my supplies from you for all the markets under my management. Rest assured, the prices will be absolutely fair. You can't sell too much yourself daily, but I can help you sell more, with greater clientele and higher profits. Ultimately, we can split the earnings, with a distribution of 70 for you and 30 for me." Who had been observing Su Chun for 2 days. His potatoes were indeed fresh, far superior to those available in the market, though they were slightly pricier. Customers were still willing to purchase them, and there were quite a few buyers. Who also noted that Su Chun was accompanied by 4 children, making daily sales quite inconvenient. He believed the potential profits were considerable and anticipated that Su Chun would agree. Confidently, Who awaited Su Chun's response. After contemplating, Su Chun realized that having several storefronts would indeed allow for quicker sales, alongside sufficient time to care for his children. "How about an 80-20 split? Brother Su Chun, the profit I'm offering you is already quite generous. Others would not receive such a rate from me." Who felt displeased, sensing that Su Chun was being overly ambitious. Indeed, he was still quite young and lacked composure. Who began to regret approaching Su Chun for this discussion. Su Chun shook his head and said, "Boss Qian, you must have seen my potatoes since you called me here. I can assure you that the quality of the potatoes will remain consistently high every day, just as it has been over the past 2 days. Moreover, having sold them for 2 days has already established a reputation. In a few days, more customers will come, so your business will thrive. Additionally, aside from potatoes, I plan to cultivate other varieties of vegetables in the near future. If possible, we might consider a long-term partnership." Su Chun's calm demeanor left Who astonished. "Did you cultivate all these yourself?" "Indeed. If you don't believe me, feel free to inquire where else you can find such potatoes. The items provided by the system are undoubtedly the finest." Who pondered for a moment, pressing his lips together. He had sent people to investigate over the past 2 days, but had not found any sources, which was why he personally sought out Su Chun, a mere youth. He had initially thought he would be easier to deceive, but was taken aback by Su Chen's prowess. That such exceptional potatoes were cultivated by him was truly impressive. Chen, who could not help but regard Su Chen with newfound respect. If that is indeed the case, that would be splendid. From now on, all collaborations will be divided as 2 for me and 8 for you. Agreed. Su Chen nodded in affirmation. By the way, Boss Chen, there's one more thing. You will need to arrange for someone to pick up the goods. As for the pickup address, I will prepare it and send it to you in a couple of days. Understood. The prospect of Su Chen potentially having other vegetables made Chen Hu exceedingly agreeable. After signing the contract, he directly handed Su Chen a deposit of 50,000 yuan. Pleasure doing business. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Chen took his leave. As he reached the door, he heard Chen Hu's voice call from behind. Are you really still a university student? Your demeanor does not resemble that of a typical college student. Indeed, is there a problem? Su Chen replied. Chen Hu did not respond. On his way home, Su Chen began to contact Li Dong for assistance in renting land. He had contemplated this during his negotiation with Chen Hu. It was imperative that Chen Hu remain oblivious to the matter of the spiritual spring, so to facilitate their collaboration, he needed to lease a piece of land, preferably one with an accompanying warehouse. Over the past few days, he had secretly tested the potatoes watered with spiritual spring water in the community garden, achieving results akin to those grown in the space. Li Dong, upon hearing of Su Chen's intention to rent land, was taken aback. Xiao Chen, what are you planning to do? Brother Dong, I am merely trying to support myself. Besides studying, I need to engage in a side venture. Rest assured, I will not neglect my studies, Su Chen reassured him earnestly. Are you sure we don't need to inform uncle and aunt? No, my mother is unwell, and I fear she would worry. Li Dong sighed, feeling deeply for Su Chen's struggles. All right, I happen to have a friend with plenty of vacant land on the outskirts of the city. It's been idle for a while. I will ask him. Thank you. Brother Dong. After hanging up, Su Chen sent Li Dong a red envelope of 500 yuan in gratitude for his continuous support. Li Dong declined the gesture. Upon returning home, Su Chen noticed when Chi-Chi running around, drenched in sweat. What is going on, Chi-Chi? When Chi-Chi peeked out from the kitchen, still holding half a cucumber in her hand. Today, Aunt Li is delayed due to some matters and cannot arrive early. I need to prepare breakfast, but I can't cook, she lamented. However, this was her first meal for Su Chen, and when Chi-Chi wished to present it well, yet the more she tried, the more chaotic it became. Su Chen observed her, clad in an adorable apron adorned with a giant rubber duck, her hair disheveled from her flustered state, and her eyes reflecting both reluctance and helplessness as she spoke. The sight was simply irresistibly charming. Looking around the kitchen, it was a complete mess. Cucumber peels scattered everywhere and condiments placed haphazardly, clearly indicating the extent of when Chi-Chi's panic. Suppressing a chuckle, Su Chen approached her and picked up a packet of chicken essence. What are you trying to make? Pickled cucumbers, she replied. Then why aren't you slicing the cucumber? Isn't it said that smashing it makes it taste better? Su Chen glanced at the remaining half of the cucumber, which had already been reduced to a mushy pulp. Uffed. Su Chen could no longer contain his laughter. When Chi-Chi's face flushed. Are you mocking me? No, I truly am not. I swear. Frustrated, she tossed the half cucumber onto the table. Su Chen reached out to stop her. Did you hear something? My porridge. When Chi-Chi quickly leaped to the stove, where the pot of porridge was bubbling over, the flame nearly extinguished. Ah, so even the seemingly omnipotent school belle has her shortcomings, Su Chen mused. Yet he found her adorably endearing. As when Chi-Chi was about to lift the pot, Su Chen's pupils dilated in alarm. Chi-Chi, no. Ah. When Chi-Chi cried out as she nearly touched the pot's edge, tears welling up in her eyes. Su Chen swiftly grasped her hand and blew gently on it. His face etched with concern. How is it, Chi-Chi? Does it still hurt? A warmth spread through in Chi-Chi's heart, and she unconsciously halted her instinct to withdraw her hand. Look at you. Leave such matters to me from now on, all right? Su Chen's tone bore a hint of reproach, yet it wrapped when Chi-Chi in an unusual warmth. How long had it been since someone cared for her so? Unable to hold back her tears any longer, they streamed down her face. The pain had subsided, but she whimsically pouted, it hurts. Su Chen's heart softened. He turned off the stove with one hand, while holding Wenqiqi's slightly reddened hand to his lips. A gentle blow will ease the pain. As he blew, Suchin noticed that Wenqiqi had fallen silent. He looked up to find her eyes brimming with tears. Alarmed, he feared he had been too harsh with her. "Qiqi, what's wrong?" Regaining her composure, Wenqiqi quickly withdrew her hand from his grasp, turning her face away to stifle her tears. "It's nothing. I'll go check on the babies. You handle this." Watching her retreating figure, Suchin couldn't help but chuckle. Was Qiqi moved by his concern? It seemed there was hope for him after all. Lowering his gaze to his hands, Suchin reminisced about that warm little hand before turning to prepare a meal. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated a new task. Please personally cook for Wenqiqi. Upon completion, you will receive a cookbook of culinary skills." A cookbook of culinary skills? What a splendid treasure. Suchin glanced outside. The children were still asleep, and Wenqiqi was lost in thought in the living room. He promptly set about simmering porridge and, while Wenqiqi was distracted, retrieved a large potato from the spiritual spring space to prepare shredded potatoes. He also utilized the remaining cucumber that Wenqiqi had smashed to whip up a cucumber salad. Once everything was ready, he called Wenqiqi to come and dine. Simultaneously, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task, and the cookbook has been placed in your space." Suchan was momentarily taken aback. How does one utilize this? As long as the host writes the name of the dish they wish to prepare in the cookbook, they will immediately acquire the method of making that dish. So simple. This is absolutely fantastic. Suchan was instantly elated when Wenqiqi beheld the two dishes. She was astonished. "You made all this?" Indeed. Wenqiqi had just spoken in jest, never expecting that Suchin, still a student, could whip up anything substantial, and was already prepared to order takeout. To her surprise, she was greeted by this scene. The cucumbers on the table were smashed to uniform sizes, far superior to the remnants of the cucumbers Wenqiqi had prepared. The shredded potatoes were also cut with remarkable precision, showcasing exceptional knife skills. "You are quite impressive." Receiving such praise, Suchin felt a wave of joy. After serving the porridge to Wenqiqi, he gazed at her with a smile. "Did you just realize how capable I am? Have you fallen for me?" "Wenqiqi, since when did Suchin become so cheeky?" She chose silence. She lifted her spoon to sip a small mouthful of porridge, then tasted the cucumber, which was tangy and crisp. Undoubtedly the most delectable cucumber she had ever encountered. She sampled the shredded potatoes next, the slight spiciness perfectly balanced. Wenqiqi's perception of Suchin underwent a transformation. Initially, she intended to commend him, but recalling his recent self-satisfied expression, she refrained from speaking. "Qiqi, are you perhaps wanting to praise me?" Noticing her hesitance, Suchin playfully teased. "Ha! Your husband is just that exceptional." Wenqiqi's cheeks flushed, and she could no longer meet his gaze. "Let us eat." After finishing their meal, "You should head to school. I will take care of the children." Wenqiqi hesitated. It was Monday, and she had classes that she could not miss. "Can you manage alone?" "Of course. Worry not. Your husband is capable of anything." After the meal, Wenqiqi was nearly ushered out the door by Suchin. Just before leaving, he made a silly face. "Trust me, I'll have Aunt Lee come as early as possible. I'm afraid I won't make it back for lunch in the 2-hour break, but I'll return as soon as my class ends at 6. "All right." Once Wenqiqi departed, Suchin began to ponder. The school was quite far, with the bus taking over an hour. Wenqiqi had chosen to rent here for affordability, but commuting to class was indeed quite inconvenient. This further solidified Suchin's resolve to purchase a home. Suddenly, as if on cue, a chorus of cries erupted from within the room. One by one, the little ones began to wail, their voices filling the air. Chapter 19. The joy of caring for babies. Suchin, not daring to waste a moment, rushed into the room. Aside from the eldest, the other 3 infants had their eyes tightly shut, flailing their limbs and crying in disarray. He quickly began to soothe them while preparing milk formula. "Do not cry, little ones. Daddy is here. The milk will be ready soon, and you will have it in no time." Perhaps hearing his voice, the eldest and the third turned to look at him. The third, upon seeing Suchin, ceased crying, staring at him with an adorably dazed expression. However, the second and fourth continued to cry loudly. As he prepared the milk, Su-chin mentally recited when Chi-Chi's instructions. The eldest does not cry much, yet should not be overlooked. The second, upon waking, would need milk to settle down. The third is quite obedient and requires only a little coaxing. The fourth, on the other hand, demands a bit more patience. Following Aunt Lee's teachings, he swiftly prepared the milk. He approached the crib and gently lifted the fourth, who had been crying fervently, suddenly quieting as he held her. It wasn't too difficult after all. As he embraced her, a single tear glistened on her cheek before she broke into a smile. "Ah, little fourth, do you like Daddy?" It seemed she understood, for she clutched his face and began to nibble playfully. Su-chin, though covered in drool, felt no aversion. All right, little fourth. Sit in the car seat while Daddy brings your siblings out." The fourth obediently gazed at him with wide eyes. One by one, he gathered the third and the second as well, leaving only the eldest. The second continued to cry, and Su-chin felt a twinge of helplessness. He offered the bottle to the second and chuckled. "Are you feeling hungry? Here's your milk." Upon sighting the bottle, the second instantly stopped crying. Su-chin proceeded to distribute the remaining bottles to the other three. The fourth's bottle contained the milk that when Chi-Chi had prepared in advance. Having completed his tasks, Su-chin was perspiring heavily, yet he felt no weariness. He looked on contentedly as the four babies eagerly drank their milk, occasionally glancing at him with their charming expressions. Indeed, a strong man should care for babies. A knock sounded at the door. Su-chin stepped out to answer it, the baby's eyes still following him. He turned back, playfully engaging them as he walked. Aunt Lee hurriedly entered, breathless. "Su-chin, I apologize for being late. Chi-Chi just told me she had to attend class, and I rushed over as quickly as I could." Mid-sentence, Aunt Lee paused, bewildered. "Wait, why is it so quiet?" On her way, she had anticipated a scene of chaos upon entering. Instead, she found the babies, each holding their bottles, seated in their high chairs, drinking merrily. The eldest, having finished, smiled at Aunt Lee. Aunt Lee was astonished. Why are they so well behaved? Were they not like this before? It is not uncommon for them to create a ruckus for an hour after just waking up, leaving me and Chi-Chi utterly exhausted. Haha. As Su-chin reminisced about that scene, he could not help but chuckle heartily. Perhaps it is because I am their father? Aunt Lee let out a long sigh of relief, sitting down to praise Su-chin. No, it's certainly because you have found the right approach. The babies adore you. You are quite remarkable, young man. It seems I need not worry any longer. Su-chin, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the compliments, asked, "Aunt Lee, do you know anyone who sells babysitting arrangements?" This inquiry had been on Su-chin's mind for some time. "I wish to purchase a 4-seat arrangement for the babies. Otherwise, when Chi-Chi goes to class, I cannot manage to take them downstairs alone. Do you still intend to bring them downstairs?" Aunt Lee asked incredulously, for babies are quite a handful. Only when she visits does Chi-Chi manage to take the children downstairs. Otherwise, it is simply unfeasible. Indeed, the babies need to experience the outside world. They cannot remain cooped up indoors forever. Aunt Lee nodded, growing increasingly fond of Su-chin. After all, you are a father, always considering the needs of your children. I know a shop that sells such items, but they are rare and thus quite expensive, costing around 20 to 30,000. Aunt Lee expressed her concern, considering that neither when Chi-Chi nor Su-chin had that kind of disposable income. 20 to 30,000? That is manageable. Do you have the contact information? Su-chin resolved to call immediately to place an order, requesting prompt delivery. Once the babies finished their formula, Su-chin, insisting on managing alone, changed all 4 of their diapers. The babies' eyes were fixated on Su-chin, never straying even for a moment. By the time lunch was finished, Su-chin prepared solid food for the 4 babies, who finally drifted into a deep slumber. Aunt Lee savored the rare tranquility. Chi-Chi is truly fortunate to have a husband like you. Su-chin replied with a smile. Thank you. Aunt Lee, the babies are asleep now, and if you don't mind, I have a small matter to attend to outside. I will be back shortly, and I appreciate your help for a little longer. Very well, go ahead. Aunt Lee waved her hand, wishing her own son were equally capable. Upon stepping outside, Su-chin called Lee Dong. Brother Dong, have you made any progress with the land rental? Yes, I'll send you the address shortly. You can come to take a look. Great, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Su-chin took a taxi to the outskirts of the city. Lee Dong was already waiting for him. Accompanied by a man in a suit, sporting sunglasses and thinning hair. The man approached Suchin and shook his hand. Dongzi, is this the father of quadruplets you mentioned? Li Dong nodded with a smile. Yes, my cousin. Boss Zhang, what brings you here? You see, my wife and I have long yearned for a child, but alas. At 35, we have yet to conceive. Upon hearing that someone has welcomed several at once, I must admit, I am envious. As he spoke, Zhang Weiqiang grasped Suchin's hands. Brother Suchin, could you share your secret? I too wish to have quadruplets. Suchin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Realizing that Li Dong had no intention of providing an explanation, Suchin came to the conclusion that this boss Zhang was indeed a commendable individual. In truth, Suchin himself was unaware of any particular secret, as he had succeeded on his first attempt. However, witnessing Zhang Weiqiang's earnest demeanor, he felt compelled to speak and casually fabricated a response. It's nothing special, just go with the flow. Go with the flow? Zhang Weiqiang pondered for a moment before experiencing an epiphany. No wonder, since he and his wife began their preparations for conception, they had been excessively consuming medication and consulting various specialists, burdened with considerable mental weight, which had hindered their ability to conceive. Meeting Suchin today was indeed a revelation. Brother Suchin, thank you. I understand now. Suchin was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Weiqiang's sudden enthusiasm. Boss Zhang, what have you come to understand? Is there a misunderstanding? Ha ha ha. I understand everything. Come. I have 10 acres of land that I will lease to you. Noticing Suchin still in a state of bewilderment, Zhang Weiqiang clapped him on the shoulder. A bargain at 5,000 a year, what do you say? Suchin was overjoyed, recognizing it as quite a reasonable offer. He had anticipated a price of 1,000 or 2,000. However, Zhang Weiqiang assumed Suchin still considered it expensive and promptly added, let me give you a discount, 3,000 then? Ha ha. Unable to contain his laughter, Suchin replied, Boss Zhang, you are straightforward. Let us meet in the middle at 4,000. Agreed. Zhang Weiqiang swiftly finalized the deal with Suchin. Originally, Suchin intended to inquire about the location of a warehouse to rent, but to his surprise, there was a warehouse right beside Zhang Weiqiang's land, and it belonged to Zhang Weiqiang himself. Before Suchin could bring it up, Zhang Weiqiang stated, the warehouse is yours. I don't need it anyway. Suchin was left in a state of utter disbelief, looking at Li Dong in confusion. Li Dong chuckled and said, it's all right, Suchin. You wanted to plant potatoes, right? Why not just send some of your own potatoes to Boss Zhang? Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiqiang waved his hands in amusement. No need for that. I simply find Brother Suchin quite agreeable. Feel free to use them. Speaking of potatoes, let me tell you, our housekeeper recently discovered a young man selling potatoes near Furong community for 10 yuan a pound. She noticed many people buying and brought back two to cook, and they were simply delicious. My wife said she should buy potatoes from there in the future. No need to bring me any, ha ha ha. As Zhang Weiqiang spoke, he laughed heartily, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Suchin couldn't help but chuckle as well. The young man selling potatoes at Furong community, was it not he? What a remarkable coincidence. However, Suchin had no intention of confessing just yet. Are they really that delicious? Indeed, they are, without a doubt. The best potatoes I have ever tasted in my 30 years of life. I will buy some next time and bring you a couple. Haha. Suchin joined in the laughter. How about this? Zhang, you give me an address, and when my potatoes are ready, I will send you some. If they are good, you can enjoy them. If not, no worries. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Zhang Weiqiang, feeling somewhat embarrassed to refuse, eagerly anticipated sharing his newfound wisdom on conception with his wife. Thus, he agreed to Suchin's offer. All right, I'll take my leave now. Dongzi, are you coming along? As the day unfolded, I found myself preparing to return to work. Suchin, what about you? I asked. I shall remain for a while to investigate these matters. I will head back later, he replied. After Li Dong and Zhang Weiqiang departed, Suchin swiftly sought refuge in a greenhouse, discreetly entering the space to retrieve a multitude of potatoes. He then buried them within the soil of the greenhouse and, utilizing a bucket of spiritual spring water he had previously stored in the space, diligently irrigated the potatoes. Finally, he left, breathless, hailing a cab. On his way back, Suchin made a detour to the market, informing Boss Qian that he would commence supply on the third day. Having prepared everything, he turned to leave. At the market, he pondered the recipes and purchased beef, tomatoes, green peppers, eggs, and pork belly. Upon returning home, Aunt Lee was taken aback upon seeing Su-Chen. "Why are you still grocery shopping? Planning to cook?" she inquired. "You can cook?" she added, realizing that Su-Chen exuded the qualities of a good man each day. Chapter 21. Yet you claim he is not your man when Chi-Chi spent the entire day in a state of unease. Since giving birth, she had not been away from her children for such an extended period. During the last class of the afternoon, her dear friend Shin Mengyao leaned in closer. "Chi-Chi, why are you so distracted?" Shin Mengyao was when Chi-Chi's confidant from high school. After repeating a year, she was one grade below when Chi-Chi, yet shared the same major. When Chi-Chi took a leave of absence, it allowed them to attend classes together. She was the only one aware that when Chi-Chi had paused her studies to give birth. "No, nothing's wrong," when Chi-Chi replied, somewhat flustered. Shin Mengyao sighed sympathetically. "Chi-Chi, you cannot continue like this. Why not find another father for the child?" Without a moment's hesitation, when Chi-Chi shook her head, she had never intended to seek one. And now that Su-Chun had returned, her resolve was even firmer. "Why not? Just look at the stir you've caused upon returning to school. There are men who wouldn't mind that you have a child." When Chi-Chi scarcely registered Shin Mengyao's words, her thoughts drifting to Su-Chun, causing her cheeks to flush inexplicably. Shin Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise. "Chi-Chi, could it be that you have a man?" In a fluster. When Chi-Chi shook her head vehemently, "No, that's impossible." "Then why the blush?" "No, after class, I must accompany you home." "That's unnecessary. I haven't even introduced you to the child yet," when Chi-Chi replied. "Chi-Chi, the baby is already 6 months old. Surely, you cannot deny me the chance to meet?" Seeing when Chi-Chi's hesitation, Shin Mengyao interjected, "Unless, of course, you are indeed hiding a man." With no other choice, when Chi-Chi acquiesced to Shin Mengyao's insistence. After class, Shin Mengyao purchased a small toy and boarded the bus with Wen Chi-Chi. On the way, when Chi-Chi deliberated and finally decided to offer a heads-up to Shin Mengyao, "Mengyao, when you arrive at my home, do not be astonished by what you see." Haha. Understood. However, Chi-Chi, could you tell me who possesses such charm that you willingly chose to bear a child? You mysteriously took a leave of absence, only to later announce your pregnancy. I am quite curious about the man so fortunate. He is not my man. When Chi-Chi blushed and declined. Realizing what she had just said, she hurriedly shook her head. "Mengyao, it's not just that. There's something else I haven't told you." "What is it?" When Chi-Chi stammered for a long time but couldn't articulate it. She had only confided in Shin Mengyao about her pregnancy, but she had never revealed that she was expecting quadruplets. She had refrained from mentioning it since, as she couldn't bear to imagine Shin Mengyao's reaction upon seeing 4 children. "Never mind, you'll find out when you go." Shin Mengyao pouted, so mysterious. Before long, the two arrived at the doorstep. A delicious aroma wafted from inside the house, making Shin Mengyao salivate. "The aunt you invited cooks so well. It seems I am in for a treat." She promptly knocked on the door. Aunt Lee was attending to the babies, while Su-Chen, donned in an apron, was busy cooking. Upon hearing the knock, Su-Chen set down his spoon and rushed to open the door. "Chi-Chi, you're back?" Shin Mengyao was startled by the sound of a man's voice. "Chi-Chi, you were hiding a man in your house." Then she caught sight of Su-Chen. Standing at 6 feet tall, he was handsome and muscular, especially with that tender smile that reached his eyes. Boom. Shin Mengyao's heart skipped a beat, particularly when she noticed the apron that seemed so incongruous with his demeanor. She was utterly captivated. It is said that a man who can cook is quite handsome, and indeed, this was true. However, he appeared quite young, probably in his early 20s. Chi-Chi wouldn't have chosen someone this young, would she? No way. Shin Mengyao shook her head. "He can't be your man, can he? Your brother? A distant relative?" At Shin Mengyao's questioning, when Chi-Chi opened her mouth, but was at a loss for how to introduce Su-Chen, Shin Mengyao assumed she had guessed correctly and cheerfully said, "It really is, isn't it? Chi-Chi, does this handsome guy have a girlfriend?" Her eyes had turned into heart shapes. When Chi-Chi was taken aback, a hint of jealousy flickering in her gaze as she glanced at Su-Chen with dissatisfaction. "It's all your fault, Su-Chen, for being so handsome." Feeling somewhat reprimanded, Su-Chen shrugged. "Isn't she just a friend of my future wife?" It's amusing that my future wife is even jealous of her friend's affections. He then opened the door wider, chuckling softly. I'm not Chi-Chi's brother. I am her man. At this bold declaration, Shen Mingyao's heart sank momentarily. However, after a brief moment of disappointment, her spirits lifted again. Chi-Chi, your man is incredibly handsome. Though I cannot have him, at least my best friend does. Shen Mingyao remained elated. Behind her, when Chi-Chi's expression gradually brightened, but a hint of suspicious red crept onto her cheeks. I already said he is not my man. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chen's hand gently brushed her head. Stay still. When Chi-Chi dared not move, her eyes fixed on Su Chen as he leaned closer. Moments later, he plucked a leaf from her hair. You had something in your hair. When Chi-Chi was momentarily stunned, Su Chen was becoming increasingly charming, even with an outsider present. Shen Mingyao, enviously laughing, chimed in, wow? And you still say he is not your man. Chi-Chi, your face is flushed. How envious I am. Handsome. Do you have any equally charming brothers to introduce to me? Chapter 22. Su Chen, you are truly remarkable. Su Chen helplessly shook his head. So, it turns out you are a love-struck fool. I'll introduce you another day. His roommates seem quite decent. That would be wonderful. As Shen Mingyao envisioned having a boyfriend as handsome as Su Chen, her heart felt sweetened like honey. By the way, Chi-Chi, you mentioned there was something you hadn't told me. Is it something more shocking than you having a man? When Chi-Chi took a deep breath, just about to speak, when Shen Mingyao spotted the baby in Aunt Li's arms. Wow, so adorable. Unable to wait for when Chi-Chi to respond, she hurried to Aunt Li's side and took the baby in her arms. Then, she planted a deep kiss on the baby's cheek. This little human is too cute. I can't take it anymore. I want a baby like this too. The one being kissed is Daba, who is already well behaved and now even more so under Shen Mingyao's affection. Shen Mingyao is indeed a beauty, with a splendid figure and lovely looks. Though she is slightly less striking than when Chi-Chi, belonging to the cheerful type of girl. Daba seemed to be infected by her joy, giggling incessantly. He seems to like me. Come here, sister has brought you a toy. Su Chen chuckled at Shen Mingyao's antics. Shouldn't it be auntie? I don't care. If I say sister, then it's sister. Su Chen sighed in resignation. At that moment, a series of baby sounds echoed from inside the house. Shen Mingyao, holding Daba, stiffened. Huh? Is there another baby sound? Am I imagining things? Su Chen was equally astonished. Could it be that Shen Mingyao is unaware that when Chi-Chi has 4 babies? Seeing when Chi-Chi's hesitant expression, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. My dear wife is about to give her friend a surprise. He chuckled softly and said, It seems that Bao has made a mess. I'll be right back. Bao? Shen Mingyao noticed Su Chen leaving, and then saw when Chi-Chi following him, looking puzzled while holding Daba. When Chi-Chi felt a bit anxious. How do you know it's Bao? After spending a few days with the babies, of course, I can tell. Just by the sound, I could guess it was this little one. When Chi-Chi felt a wave of emotion wash over her, having spent so much time with the babies, often in a chaotic state, Su Chen could distinguish them in just a day. Shen Mingyao, overhearing their conversation, was momentarily stunned when she saw Su Chen holding another baby. Her mouth fell open in disbelief. Then, she spotted Sanbao and Sibao, 3 equally adorable babies, just like Daba, curiously gazed at her, seemingly asking, Who is this beautiful sister? Mama? Shen Mingyao sniffled. After a while, she finally reacted from her shock. Chi-Chi, what is going on? Her voice trembled slightly when Chi-Chi forced a laugh. Feeling a sudden nervousness, unsure of how to explain. You wouldn't tell me that all of these are your babies, would you? A hint of anxiety crept into when Chi-Chi. Shen Mingyao must have realized the truth. She would surely think that she had overstepped her bounds, awaiting the relentless ridicule. When Chi-Chi heard Su Chen, who was adeptly changing Bao's diaper, proclaim, Indeed, these are our children. Aren't they adorable? His tone brimmed with pride. At that moment, when Chi-Chi suddenly found her courage, these were her little ones. Even though she was still attending school and had yet to marry, this was an unalterable truth. She adored her babies, and despite the mockery she faced, her affection for them remained unwavering. Just like Su Chen, who, despite being a sophomore, had never once feared that his life would be adversely affected since he laid eyes on the babies. He even shared videos of them with his roommates. She could do the same. Her children were her pride. Yes, Ming Yao. I have yet to tell you, these are all my babies. This is Dabao. Su Chun is holding air Bao. That one is San Bao, and the one with slightly longer hair is Si Bao. When Chi-Chi earnestly introduced her children, Su Chun gazed at her with a hint of astonishment. Had she finally ceased to fear the discovery of her motherhood? After listening, Shin Ming Yao rushed into the room with Dabao in her arms, the unpleasant odor of air Bao failing to deter her. After placing Dabao on the bed, she brought San Bao and Si Bao over to join him, laughing joyfully at the sight of the three. Wow, this is incredible. Hurry, bring me air Bao as well. I'm now the sister of 4 babies, and I'm so happy. How can they be so adorable, inheriting the excellent genes from both of you? Amazing. Su Chun, you are so impressive, and Chi-Chi, you are remarkable too. You actually have 4 babies. How envious. I want some too, sob. Su Chun, why don't you introduce me to your boyfriend right now? I also want to have babies. Just then, Aunt Lee happened to pass by and lightly interjected. Not everyone can give birth to quadruplets. Shin Ming Yao pondered for a moment. Can't she? Sob. I adore children so much. I don't want to go home today. Chi-Chi, I've decided to stay over tonight. Chapter 23. Have you already started living together? Shin Ming Yao's remark left both Su Chun and Wen Chi-Chi in a state of shock. Su Chun smiled at Wen Chi-Chi. If Shin Ming Yao stayed, he would have to leave, and he was quite curious about how Wen Chi-Chi would respond. Wen Chi-Chi had not anticipated such a request from Shin Ming Yao. She wished to explain, yet the words faltered on her lips. Although she had told Su Chun that it would be an exception that day, he had remained there for 2 more days without her objections, which evidently had become a habit. When Chi-Chi felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of Su Chun leaving, Shin Ming Yao, who was delighting in playing with the babies, noticed the lack of attention and asked, Chi-Chi, it's fine if I share a bed with you. I want to enjoy the joy of having babies too. When Chi-Chi pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to decline, I'm afraid that won't work. After saying that, her gaze fell on Su Chun, a faint blush crossing her face. Shin Ming Yao curiously turned her head. What's wrong? Didn't I used to live with you all the time? The before Shin Ming Yao referred to was prior to when Chi-Chi's hiatus from school. In the past is behind us. How on earth is she supposed to explain why Su Chun is residing here? Su Chun has remained silent, and Wen Zizhao is on the verge of desperation. Upon hearing Wen Zizhao's exclamation of disbelief, Su Chun's lips curved into a subtle smile. Following her lead, he echoed, Indeed, it is not feasible. Shin Ming Yao, now an adult, finally grasped the gravity of the situation, her mouth agape in astonishment. You two haven't already moved in together, have you? Wen Zizhao, her head bowed in embarrassment, was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Shin Ming Yao didn't require further elucidation. After all, considering they have children together, cohabitation seems quite natural. With a hint of disappointment, she lamented, Alas, my dear little ones, I can no longer accompany you. It was only when Aunt Lee set the table and called them to dinner that Shin Ming Yao snapped out of her melancholy. Yes, there is a meal to be had. I am absolutely famished. Approaching the dining table, her eyes sparkled at the sight of 4 dishes and a soup. Su Chun, do tell me that you prepared all of this? Shin Ming Yao recalled entering to find Su Chun clad in an apron while Aunt Lee tended to the children. The feast included braised pork, beef brisket with potatoes, stir-fried potato strips, scrambled eggs with green peppers, and a cucumber and century egg soup. Shin Ming Yao couldn't help but swallow hard. When Zizhao noticed that since entering, Shin Ming Yao had been lavishing praise upon Su Chun. Shin Ming Yao had always held high standards. Throughout the years, numerous suitors had pursued her, yet none had captured her interest. However, now, were it not for Su Chun being the father of her child, she would have pursued him without hesitation. A sense of inexplicable pride welled up within Wen Zizhao. Yes, all of this was prepared by Su Chun. I must taste it. After her first bite of the potato strips, Shin Ming Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. The second mouthful of scrambled eggs sent her into a culinary reverie. With the third bite of beef brisket, she disregarded all decorum, seizing her bowl of rice. The final taste of braised pork nearly prompted her to exclaim in ecstasy. What divine flavor is this? Observing Shin Ming Yao's expression of pure enjoyment, Wen Zizhao inquired curiously, What's the matter? Is it delicious? Aunt Lee, equally intrigued, remarked. I must try it too. Soon, Aunt Li joined them at the table. Mere seconds later, like Shen Mingyao, Aunt Li fell silent, savoring the meal. When Zizhao, puzzled by the two women's reactions, eventually took a seat as well. Su Chun, having calmed the children, emerged to find Shen Mingyao indulging heartily while Aunt Li was equally engrossed in her meal. When Zizhao, though slower in her pace, did not linger either. Was it truly that delectable? He hadn't had a chance to sample his own cooking yet. Su Chun sat down, and after tasting a bite, he was utterly astonished. The flavor was indeed remarkable. The system had not deceived him. The entire meal was consumed in silence until only the last spoonful of soup remained. At last, Shen Mingyao raised her head, letting out a satisfied burp as she queried Wen Zizhao, "Did Su Chun truly make all of this?" Wen Zizhao nodded, a glimmer of joy illuminating her eyes. She had known Su Chun was a good cook from the morning, but those were merely 2 vegetarian dishes. She hadn't anticipated his prowess to be so exceptional. The braised pork and beef brisket truly tested one's culinary skills, and to her surprise, Su Chun had executed them beautifully. Aunt Li nodded in agreement, remarking on the delightful flavors. Shen Mingyao leapt to her feet, exclaiming, "Not just delightful, it's simply exquisite. I've dined on countless lavish meals, yet nothing compares to this. The eggs are cooked to perfection, the stewed beef brisket is tender, and the braised pork is utterly indulgent, melting in the mouth." Turning to Chi, she inquired, "Pray tell, where did you find such a treasure of a man?" Before Wen Chi could respond, she glanced back at Su Chun and teasingly added, "I want one too." When Chi chuckled, "You shall have one in due time." Shen Mingyao laughed, "I believe I will as well. Now, I must go play with the little ones." After her departure, Wen Chi and Su Chun exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The night had grown late, and the little ones were nearly ready for bed. Chapter 24, or should I sleep on the bed? Ultimately, Shen Mingyao was coaxed away by Aunt Li, reluctant to leave and murmuring her goodbyes. Once they departed, only Wen Chi and Su Chun remained in the room. Wen Chi picked up a plate to wash, but Su Chun gently halted her, saying, "You go tend to the children, I will handle the dishes. You haven't seen them all day, I'm sure you miss them." Without pausing in his task, Su Chun continued toward the kitchen. "The little ones miss you as well. For Bao cried upon seeing your picture today. Isn't for Bao always crying?" When Chi refrained from calling him out, as she too felt an overwhelming longing for the babies. Especially since for Bao usually nursed but was on formula today, she worried about how he was faring. Upon entering the room, the 4 little ones turned to look at her in unison. For Bao pouted and began to cry. The eldest, second, and third all followed suit, their noses twitching adorably, evoking both affection and sympathy. When Chi hurried over, unsure of whom to embrace first. In her flustered state, Su Chun peeked in from the kitchen, holding a plate. "Little ones, let Daddy perform a magic trick. Shall we stop the tears?" Hearing Su Chun's voice, the babies turned their curious gazes toward him, their tears poised but not yet fallen. Even For Bao ceased his crying. When Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back at Su Chun, she noticed him greeting the little ones with hands adorned in a frothy layer of dish soap. Then, playfully, he touched the tip of his nose, leaving a comical blob of foam. The babies erupted in giggles. When Chi couldn't help but laugh as well. She grabbed a tissue and handed it to Su Chun, signaling for him to wipe his nose. Suddenly, Su Chun reached out. "What are you doing?" When Chi retreated slightly, but Su Chun's long arms reached her, and despite her efforts, he tapped her nose, leaving a delightful smudge of white foam. "You!" When Chi exclaimed, exasperated. Normally reserved and not one for playful banter, her encounters with Su Chun seemed to transform her entirely, and strangely enough, she found herself unbothered by it. What was happening? Had she truly come to accept Su Chun completely? The little ones, witnessing their parents' playful antics, laughed even more joyfully. As when Chi was about to wipe her nose, Su Chun stopped her, saying, "Don't move, look how happy the babies are." When Chi paused, reluctant to wipe her nose. Usually, the babies were either crying or fussing, and she seldom enjoyed such tranquil moments. With a chuckle, Su Chun noticed that when Chi had indeed ceased her movements. Realizing she had been tricked, when Chi felt a surge of annoyance. "Su Chun, you Su-chun dashed away with remarkable speed, shutting the kitchen door behind him. Through the glass, he blew a playful kiss to Wenqiqi. Seeing his mischievous expression, she suddenly felt the weight of the day lift from her shoulders. At that moment, she felt remarkably light, her spirits soaring. Su-chun was rather charming, indeed. Perhaps it was time to consider Aunt Lee's advice and gradually accept him. As night fell, it was time for bed. After lulling the children to sleep, Wenqiqi urged Su-chun to the living room. Su-chun, with a hint of resignation, suggested, "Chi-chi, why don't you leave the door open?" Startled, Wenqiqi asked, "What do you want to do?" Could it be that Su-chun intended to come in and sleep? Her heart raced, leaving her in a dilemma of whether to accept or refuse. Tension coursed through her, her expression growing more serious, while inside, her heart threatened to leap from her chest. Initially, Su-chun had intended to tease her, but upon seeing her reaction, he couldn't bring himself to do so. "I merely wanted to ask if you were tired. If you are too exhausted, don't close the door. If the babies wake up, I'll take care of them." Over the past few days, Su-chun had noticed how frequently the babies woke up at night. Each time, he could hear Wenqiqi bustling about in the bedroom. Wenqiqi was taken aback. Was that all he meant? Yet, recalling how he had just teased her, her anger flared. "I'm not tired," she exclaimed, slamming the door shut. "Humph, you think you can come in?" "Not a chance." Su-chun rubbed his nose and sighed to himself. There it was again. He had ruined the pleasant atmosphere. Yet, he believed that one day, this door would open for him. Reclining on the sofa, Su-chun shared the videos of the babies he had recorded during the day with his roommates, eliciting a wave of envy from them. After boasting for a while, he opened the course videos his roommates had sent him earlier that day. As he had been caring for the babies, he was unable to attend classes at the same time as his friends, so they had recorded the lessons for him. He watched until the early hours of the morning before finally drifting into a deep slumber. The next day, Su-chun rose early to prepare breakfast for Wenqiqi. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Sleepy-eyed, Wenqiqi opened the door to find a smiling face peering in. Startled, she quickly shut the door. The knocking continued from outside. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Su and Miss Wen? We are staff from Bebe Maternity Store. Did you order a baby stroller yesterday?" "A baby stroller? When have they ordered a stroller?" Yes, it was us." "Chi-chi, hurry and open the door. I didn't expect them to be so quick." Chapter 25. The luxurious stroller. When Chi-chi was momentarily taken aback, Su-chun swiftly approached and opened the door. Outside stood a plump woman beaming with a broad smile. "Mr. Su-chun, it's me. Hello, I am the manager of Bebe Maternity Store. The 4-row infant chair you ordered has arrived. Please sign for it." "All right, come in." Even after the manager and 2 staff members entered the room, when Chi-chi remained in a daze. The manager placed the chair in the living room and began to unfold it slowly. This particular infant chair was foldable, offering great convenience. To use it, one simply needed to open it from this side. The manager pointed to the chair's mechanism and demonstrated it to Su-chun. Once the buckle was unfastened, the manager fully opened the chair, revealing the 4-row seating before Wenqiqi. It finally dawned on Wenqiqi. What is this for? It's a customized stroller for the babies, making outings much easier. The manager noticed that Su-chun had secretly arranged this for the woman before him and chuckled heartily. "Miss, it's clear your man is a good man. This infant chair is incredibly convenient for families with multiple children. Your husband must be planning a surprise for you." When Chi-chi was aware of Su-chun's intention to surprise her, she had contemplated purchasing such a chair before, yet the cost was exorbitant, each one costing several tens of thousands. Su-chun had already spent a significant amount on the children in recent days, and when Chi-chi didn't wish for him to overspend further. What about his tuition fees? Where did you get the money? Return it. We don't need it. The manager appeared troubled. "Well, Sir," Su-chun waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. I've purchased it, and I will transfer the money to you shortly." Su-chun. When Chi-chi's face reflected urgency. This was indeed excessive. He was still very much a child at heart. Su-chun understood that when Chi-chi was reluctant to let him spend money. As he rotated the chair, he spoke gently. "Chi-chi, our 4 little ones should have the opportunity to experience the world outside, just like any other child. If we allow them to remain cooped up at home due to our inconveniences, they will surely become timid when venturing out in the future. I have considered this. As their father, I love them just as much as you do, and I wish to do more for them. Seeing that when Chi-Chi was finally swayed by his words, Suchin handed the chair to her for her to feel. Don't worry, your husband is financially capable. The abundance of affection between them was palpable, to the extent that the manager felt as though she could forego her lunch. Given how affectionate you both are, and considering that our stock of this chair is limited, I will offer you a discount. That would be wonderful. When Chi-Chi finally smiled, let us go for an 80 discount. Originally priced at 30,000. It will now be 24,000. We want to profit from this sale, but I do have one request. When Chi-Chi frowned, what is it? If it was an unreasonable demand, she would have to reconsider. The manager clasped her hands together, her eyes narrowing with delight. May I see your babies? Please don't misunderstand. My curiosity is purely innocent. I have yet to meet quadruplets, and with such beautiful parents, I can only imagine how adorable your children must be. I simply wish to take a glimpse. Upon witnessing the store manager's eager expression, Suchin began to suspect that she had long prepared for a discount, and the elaborate detour was merely a ploy to secure their agreement to visit the babies. Very well, let us proceed. It brought Suchin joy to be liked by others. The little ones had already awakened and were seated in their high chairs, playing with the toys that Shin Mingyao had gifted them the day prior. As soon as the store manager entered the room, she was utterly captivated by the babies. Oh my, how adorable they are. Goodness, one of them is smiling at me. The store manager hurried over to the second baby, her hands trembling as she yearned to embrace him but hesitated. Cautiously, she touched the second baby's face, then beamed as she caressed the first, followed by the third and fourth. Today, the 4 babies were particularly cooperative. Every time the manager's hand brushed against one of them, they erupted into cheerful laughter. The manager's heart swelled with delight. They are simply too precious. I must ask, may I come visit the babies more often? Su Chun raised an eyebrow, perplexed by such an unusual request. Rest assured, I shall not intrude upon you. How about this? I will reduce the price by 4,000, making it 20,000. And you can take the chairs. Su Chun was taken aback, wondering at the hastiness of the proposal. He exchanged glances with Wen Chi-Chi, who nodded in agreement. Before responding, all right, I will bring the babies to your store more frequently. Excellent. With 4 such charming babies, they will serve as living advertisements. Our business will surely flourish. The store manager joyfully accepted the 20,000 and departed. As Su Chun settled down, he heard Wen Chi-Chi inquire, Su Chun, where did you acquire the money? Although she had agreed to let Su Chun keep the baby chairs, this matter required clarification. Otherwise, Wen Chi-Chi would remain unsettled. After all, Su Chun was not the child of a wealthy family. Even though he had sold potatoes for over 10,000 in just 2 days, the price of one chair was 2,000, not to mention the expenses for formula. She could not fathom how he could possess such funds. Anticipating this moment, Su Chun had already prepared his explanation. Chi-Chi, truth be told, I sold potatoes for 2 days and found a partner. What kind of partner? The owner of the vegetable market. He provided me with a deposit of 50,000, intending for us to collaborate in the future. Su Chun straightforwardly recounted the events. Although he could not divulge the details regarding the system, he was confident that Money Tiger was trustworthy. When Chi-Chi remained skeptical, just how many potatoes did you cultivate? Chapter 26. Outing with the babies alone. Faced with Wen Chi-Chi's scrutiny, Su Chun responded with a smile. I will take you and the babies to see them another day. Very well. Receiving her affirmative response, Wen Chi-Chi imparted a few additional precautions before bidding farewell to the babies and heading off to school. Su Chun gathered his belongings and prepared to leave. He packed a thermos, formula, diapers, and bottles into a large bag, then placed the 4 babies into a quadruple stroller. Upon realizing they were going out, the babies could hardly contain their excitement, with the 4th baby clinging to Su Chun and playfully nibbling at him, reluctant to let go. Little one, release your hold. Only then can we go outside. The 4th baby blinked his large eyes, staring motionlessly at Su Chun for a few seconds before suddenly loosening his grip. Su Chun noticed that, over the past few days, the baby seemed to understand his words increasingly well. This was indeed a source of great joy. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Su Chun encountered a perplexing dilemma. how to reach the fields. With 4 toddlers and an adult in tow, hailing a taxi was not an option. It appeared that not only was acquiring a home necessary, but a vehicle was also imperative. The burden was indeed substantial. After a moment of contemplation, Su-chan was suddenly greeted by a familiar voice. Su-chan? Zhao Fatty. He was pleasantly surprised to respond. Zhao Fatty, whose real name was Zhao Dashing, was a high school classmate of Su-chan's. After graduating, Zhao Dashing had not pursued further studies, while Su-chan had repeated 2 years. Thus, it had been 3 years since Zhao Dashing entered the workforce. At present, he held a cigarette between his fingers, his face bearing the marks of life's trials. Upon seeing Su-chan accompanied by 4 little ones, Zhao Dashing paused momentarily. Are these your children? Su-chan nodded affirmatively. For toddlers? He asked again. To which Su-chan nodded once more. Zhao Dashing promptly extinguished his cigarette, a hint of awkwardness crossing his features. My apologies. It's an old habit from my days after graduation. I find it hard to shake off. Not a problem, Su-chan reassured him, noticing a 7-seater van nearby. What are you up to? Zhao Dashing shrugged. I was transporting goods for someone, but they canceled on me today. What a wasted trip. Canceled? Is that permissible? Don't you demand compensation? There's little I can do. With my lack of education, having any means of livelihood is a blessing. I can't afford to offend them. If they decide to dismiss us on a whim, what would we do? By the way, Su-chan, what brings you here? Oh, I need to head to the suburbs. With 4 toddlers in tow? That must be quite inconvenient. Indeed, Su-chan lamented. Why not let me give you a ride? My van may be a bit worn, but it can seat 7. Zhao Dashing glanced at the 4 impeccably dressed children, tilting their heads curiously at him. If you wouldn't mind, of course. Mind? Not at all. I would be immensely grateful, Su-chan replied, relieved to have a solution for his transportation woes. As they traveled, Zhao Dashing occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror at the children. They are so well-behaved and beautiful. Your wife must be stunning as well. Su-chan, playfully engaging with the 3rd child, smiled. Yes, she is quite lovely. Zhao Dashing hesitated before speaking. Su-chan, please don't take this the wrong way. But aren't you still in school? At this, Su-chan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Yes, I am still studying. Then how do you manage children? Nowadays, students are allowed to have children. It seems I have a special connection with these little ones. Zhao Dashing's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that so? Haha, Su-chan. You've truly outdone yourself. You were so industrious in high school. While many of us still lack girlfriends, you already have children. I envy you. But he shifted the conversation. Caring for 4 toddlers as a student must be quite a challenge. Indeed, it was no small feat since the arrival of the children. Su-chan felt a renewed sense of purpose in life. Although daily responsibilities kept him busy, he found fulfillment and joy in his new role. Compared to his previous existence of idleness, life had markedly improved. Yet, he refrained from sharing these sentiments with Zhao Dashing, simply responding, you too. Zhao Dashing sighed. Upon reaching their destination, Zhao Dashing beheld vast fields, each adorned with interconnected greenhouses. These vegetable greenhouses were present when Zhang Weiqiang leased the land to Su-chan, who cleverly repurposed them. At this moment, Zhao Dashing stared in astonishment, his mouth agape. Is all this your land? Indeed. What are you planting? Potatoes. Potatoes? The harvest this year isn't looking too promising. No worries, mine are thriving. Oh, that is good to hear. As Su-chan pushed the children towards one of the greenhouses, Zhao Dashing's expression darkened. Su-chan brought the little ones to the edge of the greenhouse, gently patting their tiny heads, noticing their curious gazes wandering around. His spirits lifted as he said, Little ones, Daddy is going to earn some money to provide for you. Just watch quietly and don't make a fuss. The children blinked in response. Su-chan turned to dig up potatoes. The only downside of farming outdoors was the necessity of doing the digging himself. Alone, he found that he could hardly unearth much in a day. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he remembered that Zhao Dashing was currently unemployed. Perhaps he would be willing to assist. As Su-chan opened his phone to message Zhao Dashing, he noticed a transfer notification from him. Transfer of 500 yuan. Message, Su-chan, my brother. I'm a bit strapped for cash lately, but seeing the children brings me joy. Please use this to buy them something to eat. Consider it a gift from their uncle. Chapter 27. Helping Zhao Dashing settle his debts. That rotund Zhao. Suchin shook his head and called Zhao Dashing. When the call connected, the voice on the other end was unclear and hesitant. Suchin faintly heard someone shouting angrily, "Where's the money? Zhao Dashing, if you don't pay up today, we'll take your car. Please, my money went to my mother's hospital bills. I genuinely have nothing left. Can you give me a few more days? That car is my means of making a living. That's your problem. We're all in a tough spot, but you must pay us today." Zhao Dashing's voice trembled as he pleaded, "Brothers, we've been through thick and thin together. Who is your brother? Don't you know that brothers keep clear accounts?" Su Chun furrowed his brow. Was Zhao Dashing being pressured for debts? Remembering the 500 yuan he had just sent, Su Chun felt a pang of discomfort. Without the system and with 4 little ones to care for, would his life have spiraled into such turmoil? "Fatty, Zhao Fatty." Su Chun raised his voice. It seemed Zhao Dashing had just realized the call was connected, and he responded in a flustered tone. "Su Chun, I'm sorry, I'm dealing with some matters here. What's wrong? Do you need me to pick you up? I'll come right away." Su Chun felt a surge of gratitude. Zhao Dashing remained as loyal as he had been in school. Back then, whenever Su Chun was short on funds, Zhao Dashing would scrape together his allowance to share instant noodles with him. "How much do you owe them?" Zhao Dashing paused briefly, then replied, "I'll figure this out myself. Su Chun, you have your burdens." "How much?" Su Chun pressed. With a sigh, Zhao Dashing realized that continuing to pretend everything was fine would not convince Su Chun. Accidentally brushing against his phone, Su Chun had likely overheard. 10,000. "All right. I'll transfer it to you." "Su Chun, do not be overly sentimental. As brothers, you should heed my words." "All right. I will certainly repay you promptly." Without further ado, Zhao Dashing hung up the phone, and soon after, Su Chun's transfer arrived. After reimbursing several individuals, Zhao Dashing immediately drove to pick up Su Chun. He vowed to himself that he would stand by Su Chun, and from that moment on, Su Chun's child would be like his own, deserving of his utmost care. Upon meeting Su Chun, Zhao Dashing noticed him covered in dirt, while the 4 children nearby giggled cheerfully, showing no signs of disdain. A sudden wave of envy washed over Zhao Dashing. "Thank you so much, brother Su Chun," he said. Su Chun, cradling the little one who had just soiled himself, wiped the child's bottom while asking, "What on earth happened? Your mother is hospitalized?" Sighing, Zhao Dashing recalled the 500 he had just transferred to Su Chun, which Su Chun had declined, only to later return him 10,000, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. "My mother has been in the hospital for a week, costing over 10,000. The ones who just asked for money are my brothers. They were helping me with transporting goods before. They come from families that struggle, so I can't really blame them. It's tough for them too." "Transporting goods?" Su Chun inquired. "Yes, sometimes when I'm overwhelmed, I enlist a few people for assistance." "Is that so? Do you still have anyone helping you now?" Su Chun grimaced at the thought of managing all those potatoes. Zhao Dashing looked at him with curiosity. "Fatty, would you like to earn money alongside Brother Chin?" Zhao Dapeng handed Su Chun a diaper, asking, "How do we earn?" Su Chun pointed to the large greenhouse ahead with his chin. "There's work here that no one is doing, and I need someone to help me manage it. As you can see, I'm quite busy taking care of the children. Are you in?" A monthly salary of 10,000. Su Chun had thought this through carefully. The matter of the system must remain confidential. Hence, hiring help became inevitable. "How much?" Zhao Dashing thought he had misheard. Based on his understanding of Su Chun, their families were of similar means during school. "If you think it's too little, I can not at all." "Not at all." Zhao Dashing was apprehensive that Su Chun might raise the price again. "That's too much. I usually earn around 5,000 to 6,000 a month. How about we settle on 6,000? Zhao Dashing had a nagging feeling that Su Chun was no longer the same as before. Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. "I want you here to help me manage this place. The pressure is considerable, and there's a lot of work to do." I said 10,000. "And that is final. But I have one condition." Zhao Dashing paused momentarily before asking, "What is it?" "You must not enter the greenhouses that I haven't assigned to you. I will designate the greenhouse locations for you daily." Su Chun resolved to take the time over the next few days to fill these greenhouses, to avoid any revelations. After all, the land rented from Zhang Weiqiang had an abundance of greenhouses. Given his potato yield, it would last for quite some time. Realizing that Su Chun was not jesting, Zhao Dashing slapped his thigh and immediately agreed. All right, I'll work with you. Just tell me what you need. I, Zhao Dashing, may lack other skills, but I possess plenty of strength. Su Chun chuckled at Zhao Dashing's enthusiasm. First, help me dig up the potatoes in this greenhouse. We'll send them to the warehouse over there. After that, this place will be in your capable hands. Zhao Dashing nodded vigorously. While working, he unearthed a potato and exclaimed in astonishment, Su Chun, is this potato yours? Indeed, what is the matter? Su Chun replied, I heard that a young man near the vegetable market was selling exceptionally good potatoes, but unfortunately, he hasn't set up his stall these past few days. Is that you? Zhao Dashing was taken aback. He had heard that the potato seller earned nearly 10,000 yuan a day. It's me. Since Su Chun intended to involve Zhao Dashing, he had no intention of concealing the truth. I later spoke with the owner of the market and decided to supply them for sale, so they needed manpower, didn't they? So that is how it is. Zhao Dashing's gaze towards Su Chun transformed into one of admiration. When he noticed that every potato unearthed was nearly uniform in size and the yield was substantial, Zhao Dashing could no longer suppress his curiosity. Su Chun, why do these potatoes differ from the usual ones? Chapter 28. A new admirer with a premeditated response. Su Chun smiled. These are a new variety of potato, exclusive to us. You won't find them elsewhere, so there is no need to worry about my business. Just follow me with confidence. Even if there were new varieties elsewhere, Su Chun believed the system would swiftly adjust the quality of the potatoes. After all, the system was invincible. Rest assured, Brother Chen, I will work diligently. Unbeknownst to Zhao Dashing, he had latched onto a lucrative opportunity, and this prospect invigorated him greatly. The two spent most of the day transporting all the potatoes. In the meantime, Su Chun fed the little ones twice with formula. As he prepared to leave, he noticed Air Bao and Sea Bao gazing intently at the edge of the field. He turned to look and discovered the roadside was adorned with blooming flowers. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have activated a new task. Please personally weave flower crowns for the little ones and place them upon their heads. Completing this task will reward the host with a 7-seater vehicle. A 7-seater? How considerate of the system. However, the task of weaving crowns seemed challenging for his clumsy hands. Su Chun plucked a flower and inhaled its fragrance. Air Bao and Sea Bao's eyes followed his hand. Zhao Dashing pointed at Air Bao and Sea Bao. These two are girls, right? How did you know? Su Chun couldn't recall having mentioned it to Zhao Dashing. They really adore flowers. Look how they're watching you. Zhao Dashing displayed remarkable attention to detail. Do you know how to weave crowns? I do. I've made them for my sister, he replied. Teach me, please. Zhao Dashing chuckled at the sight of a grown man holding a small flower, seeking instruction. However, this demonstrated Su Chun's genuine affection for his children. Shall I do it? No, I must do it myself. Otherwise, how will I obtain it? He desperately needed a means of transportation. Reluctantly, Zhao Dashing began to instruct Su Chun. Utilizing his photographic memory, Su Chun learned swiftly, and before long, he had crafted 4 flower crowns. He approached the little ones with the crowns. Da Bao and San Bao, being boys, tilted their heads in curiosity. The second and fourth treasures were laughing so heartily that drool trickled down their chins. Each reached out eagerly, and if they could have walked, they would have rushed to snatch the flowers from Su Chun's hands. Su Chun held 2 flower crowns, adorning the heads of both the second and fourth treasures. The 2 little ones, already as delicate as jade, appeared even more endearing, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch their cheeks. The eldest and third treasures, realizing the fun, tentatively reached out, though they seemed less interested. However, their reluctance was no longer permitted. Su Chun placed the remaining flower crowns upon their heads. Originally, the eldest and third treasures had been given shaved heads by Wen Chi, and upon leaving the house, Su Chun had adorned them with hats. Now, with the addition of the flower crowns, they looked utterly comical. Ha! Zhao Dashing could not help but burst into laughter. These 2 are boys, right? Boys aren't supposed to like flowers and plants. Ha! Su Chun joined in the laughter, and with his mirth, the eldest and third treasures also beamed with joy. The entire scene radiated harmony, making it hard for Su Chun to tear himself away. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The seven-seater is now parked unobtrusively downstairs, and the keys are in your pocket. Please retrieve it at your convenience. How prompt. Suchin reached into his pocket and indeed found a set of car keys. Let us go home. With the new car ready, today was the day to pick up when Chi-Chi. Zhao Dashing played the role of the driver, escorting Su-chun and the little ones back home. Before departing, Su-chun handed Zhao Dashing a large sack of potatoes and provided him with an address, requesting that he deliver the potatoes early the next morning. Zhao Dashing had become a devoted admirer of Su-chun, obediently following his instructions without question. Upon returning, Su-chun wheeled the little ones downstairs to take a look. The area below was crowded with people. Goodness, whose car is that? It looks so dashing. It must be worth a fortune. When did our neighborhood acquire such affluent residents? I have never seen anything so luxurious. Among the crowd was Wang Jie. When Chi-Chi's landlord, who was bellowing, that car parked downstairs must belong to our building, right? I heard that a neighbor from upstairs returned from abroad this morning. The man from that neighbor's house is my cousin. Perhaps he drove it back. Is he that impressive? Wang Jie, is your cousin married? You must introduce him to me. Ha ha, he is still single, but if you want me to make an introduction, you must understand my intentions, Wang Jie replied, twiddling her fingers. The others quickly caught on. Don't worry, Wang Jie, the red envelope will be substantial, if it all works out. I plan to give you a generous one. Wang Jie took out her phone, ready to scan for her red envelope. Just then, someone approached from the crowd. That person was pushing the 4 adorable babies, each adorned with flower crowns, smiling as they walked over. Make way, make way. Upon seeing Su-chin, Wang Jie displayed a dismissive attitude. As when Chi-Chi's landlord, she recognized Su-chun as her tenant's partner. Over the past year, when Chi-Chi had frequently delayed her rent payments, in her eyes, this man must be as impoverished as when Shan. Oh, isn't he my tenant? Come and take a look at this car. Isn't it handsome? I bet you will never be able to afford such a vehicle in your lifetime. This car is worth over $1 million. Sister Wang could hardly believe that someone like Su-chin could afford it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be renting a place to live. Su-chin smiled helplessly and pressed the car key, causing the vehicle to respond suddenly. Chapter 29. Picking up when Shan from school, Sister Wang's face stiffened. How could this car belong to Su-chin, when Shan was someone who often struggled to pay her rent? Sister Wang, who was it you just claimed couldn't afford this car? The expressions of the older ladies nearby, who were about to send Sister Wang a red envelope on WeChat, changed instantly. They hurriedly tucked their phones away and shot Sister Wang a cold glare. Turns out he's a fraud. Thankfully, I haven't sent my red envelope yet. Sister Wang, at your age, do you still have any dignity left? One of them spotted the babies and exclaimed excitedly, wow, what adorable little ones. Aren't they the quadruplets from that young man selling potatoes at the market? The speaker took a closer look at Su-chun. It really is you. Sister Wang hadn't ventured out in days and was oblivious to the significant changes at the market. She stared in astonishment. What are you all talking about? Don't you know? Those potatoes are delicious. I bought a lot. I never used to eat potatoes, but I devoured 3 meals worth yesterday. My family loves them so much they asked me to buy more today. That young man can sell thousands of yuan worth of potatoes in a single day? And you dare to say he has no money? Sister Wang, age may be catching up with you, but your eyesight seems to have diminished as well. Sister Wang, flustered, replied, you all, young man, if you have the ability, then stop renting my place. Su-chin raised an eyebrow. Sister Wang, you have indeed collected my rent. Are you intending to evict me before the lease is up? If so, then I expect my penalty fee. They had only recently paid the rent. At this point, the crowd had been completely won over by the babies and Su-chin's good looks, beginning to speak in his defense. Exactly. You signed a contract. Evicting him would cost you 3 times the amount. Young man, if she won't let you stay, you can come live with me. I won't charge you rent. Just bring me some potatoes daily. Who would have thought selling potatoes could garner such a following of Andes? This feeling was rather delightful. Sure, I'll come by later. The speaker was Sister Wang's rival in the neighborhood, and Sister Wang could hardly tolerate such an affront. Dream on. You won't be moving out before the rent is due. With that, she stormed away in a huff. Su-chan watched her retreating figure with a wry smile. The aunties had now encircled the babies, pinching and kissing them. Young man, why aren't you selling potatoes today? Yes, I'm waiting to buy some. If you don't come, my grandson will be in tears. I have some matters to attend to today, but I'll be selling tomorrow. By the way, I've entrusted the potatoes to a nearby market, so you can buy them there without having to wait for me. Suchin explained. Really? That's wonderful. You are such a good person. No wonder you have such adorable babies. Suchin smiled, realizing that if this continued, he would be late to pick up when Shanshan. Suchun held the little ones close and said, Ladies, I must go pick up my wife. I shall show you the babies another day. Indeed, indeed. A true gentleman. A master of childcare, they responded. I will have my son learn from you. After much effort, Suchin finally squeezed through the crowd, placing each child gently into the car. The system had thoughtfully installed 4 safety seats inside, alleviating any worries he might have had regarding their safety. Once inside, Suchun messaged Qianhu, instructing him to retrieve potatoes from the warehouse the next day, and then he headed straight for Ning University. At Ningzhou University, when Chi-Chi was in high spirits today, despite Shin Mingyao incessantly nagging her to introduce her to a boyfriend. School had just let out, and students trickled out of the campus in small groups. Shin Mingyao persistently followed when Chi-Chi, glaring at any male classmates who approached to greet her. Humph, as if they could ever aspire to be with my beautiful best friend. Only someone like Suchun deserves Chi-Chi, she thought. Throughout the day, when Chi-Chi had heard Suchin's name mentioned by Mingyao dozens of times. Mingyao, she said, What is it? I will have Suchin introduce you to someone soon. That would be splendid. Mingyao exclaimed. I must catch my ride. You should hurry back to the dorm. However, a frown creased Shin Mingyao's brow as she awkwardly replied, I would like to go back with you for dinner. Missing such delicious food would be a shame. When Chi-Chi sighed, It's over an hour by bus. Aren't you concerned about the distance? With 4 babies and such delectable food, I wouldn't mind traveling even longer. Shin Mingyao insisted fervently. All right then, you may accompany me back. When Chi-Chi relented, finally persuading her friend. As they reached the entrance, Shin Mingyao noticed a large crowd ahead. Wow, look at that car. Is the car the main attraction? Look at that handsome man, and the 4 adorable babies beside him. Who is this divine figure? Those 4 must be his children. How incredibly cool. Oh, the baby smiled at me. I think I might faint. The girls squealed in excitement, while the boys cast envious glances, murmuring, This man is extraordinary. Quadruplets? What astonishing genes. When Chi-Chi remained focused, eager to return and see the children. But Shin Mingyao, looking in the same direction, gasped, Chi-Chi, isn't that Suchin? Chapter 30. Luxury car and beautiful women. The envy of all exuding an air of nobility and elegance, Suchun leaned against the car door, cradling the most vivacious of the quadruplets. The older siblings sat in their infant seats beside him, their eyes wide with wonder as they observed the bustling crowd. Each wore a floral crown, enhancing their charm. The 2nd and 4th babies, with slightly longer hair, were particularly enchanting, while the 1st and 3rd, wearing caps, displayed more pronounced boyish features, appearing adorably naive against the backdrop of their floral adornments. The laughter erupted as the 4 little ones appeared irresistibly adorable. Even as someone who typically shies away from children, I found myself contemplating the prospect of motherhood. When Qianqian noticed Suchun, whose ever-present smile seemed impervious to the world around him, he playfully engaged with the quadruplets, occasionally crouching down to interact with the other 3 children. In his hands, the quadruplets radiated sheer joy. When Qianqian nearly forgot that the quadruplets were the most difficult to soothe, the once frail child had seemingly gained some weight in recent days. Qianqian, why are you still standing there? Hurry and rush over. This is such a romantic scene. Shin Mingyao exclaimed, her impatience surpassing when Qianqian's. If you don't go soon, I will. Let me tell you, a man like Suchun is a treasure. If you don't seize the opportunity, someone else will. Feeling a sense of urgency, when Qianqian clenched her teeth and moved towards him, Shin Mingyao, with a triumphant air, edged closer to the crowd. Several girls were animatedly discussing. What do you think this handsome guy is doing here? He must be waiting for his wife, right? Wife? Which teacher in our school has given birth to quadruplets? Came a puzzled response. Not a teacher, but perhaps one of our fellow students? Shin Mingyao declared, raising her voice with pride. Only she was privy to the relationship between Wen Qianqian and Suchin, and the thought brought her joy. as if she were the sole bearer of a sensational secret. Students? Really? Although marriage is permitted in university now, I haven't heard of anyone tying the knot, came another voice. You'll find out soon enough, Shen Mingyao replied, her excitement palpable. Amidst their astonished gazes, a slender girl emerged gracefully from the crowd. The man holding the child, his expression unchanging, suddenly transformed into one of surprise. Qianqian, you're out of class, he exclaimed, placing the child in the stroller and joyfully approaching her. In an instant, the onlookers were filled with envy. Wow, this man is genuinely excited. He must really love this woman. Those who had initially felt jealousy towards the girl were now overwhelmed with admiration. Oh my! How wonderful it would be to have such a boyfriend. Not a boyfriend, but a husband. Yes, yes. I would truly adore such a husband. Oh, I must return home and have children with my boyfriend. Shen Mingyao felt an immense sense of pride, relishing the astonishment she had experienced the previous night upon meeting Su Chun and the children. At that moment, when Qianqian hurried towards Su Chun, cautioning, take it slow. Be careful with the children. The four little ones eagerly stretched out their tiny hands, and upon seeing Wen Qianqian, their joy was unparalleled. With a sigh of resignation, she scooped up the one who reached out the farthest, the eldest of the quadruplets. As she did so, the crowd caught a glimpse of her profile, prompting another wave of gasps. A beauty. So stunning. Today, she radiated charm, with a handsome husband and adorable children accompanying her, leaving everyone to wonder how such beauty could exist. The surrounding men erupted in exclamations. What is the secret? What has this man done to be so fortunate? The beauty not only has a partner but also a child. We have no chance left. Su Chen, now in close proximity, overheard the excited exclamations of his classmates and chuckled softly. Chi-Chi, look at them. They are quite envious of us. When Chi-Chi recognized this sentiment as well. In the initial days of her return to school, she feared that her status as a mother would attract unwarranted scrutiny. She dreaded the possibility of her peers mocking her for being a single mother, worried that she could not provide her children with an idyllic childhood. Thus, she acted cautiously, concealing her circumstances from others, until she met Su Chun. Recent experiences had illuminated a profound realization for Wen Chi-Chi. She had been overthinking everything. Her children were adored, and her partner loved both her and her children dearly. Her life seemed to transform. If Shen Mingyao, her close friend, felt indifferent, perhaps even envious, the admiration from others was genuine. So what was she still afraid of? A sudden thought crossed her mind. Wouldn't her parents be overjoyed to learn about her baby? Yet, she quickly dismissed this notion. After some contemplation, she resolved to keep this secret from them for the time being. She did not want to overwhelm her parents. As for everything else, she would reveal it gradually in due time. She placed her eldest back into the infant seat and took the chair from Su Chen's hands, saying, "Let us go." Su Chen turned and led Wen Chi-Chi to the car. Upon reaching the vehicle, he personally opened the door for her. The moment she glimpsed the interior, she was taken aback. She had initially assumed that the car was a rental, however. How could a rented vehicle be equipped with a pre-installed infant safety seat? And where was the driver? Where had this car come from? In the past few days, Su Chun had overwhelmed Wen Chi-Chi with surprises, leaving her somewhat dazed. She could hardly believe that he could acquire such an extravagant vehicle, which appeared to be worth millions, for a mere 50,000. It's a rental, he replied, aware that he had perhaps been flaunting his wealth too ostentatiously. Risking suspicion from Wen Chi-Chi. A rental? She echoed, her skepticism palpable. Yes, the car rental company happened to have this vehicle available, and the infant seat was installed temporarily. They generously offered to set it up for us free of charge, Su Chen explained, intending to assuage her doubts. The particulars of the arrangement could be discussed later. Wen Chi-Chi remained unconvinced but chose not to press further. Despite the air of mystery surrounding Su Chun, it did not detract from his kindness towards her. The car sped away, leaving behind a group of stunned classmates. Among them, Shen Mingyao proudly observed them until the vehicle vanished from sight, at which point she realized a troubling dilemma. Oh no, what happened to our dinner invitation at their house? Surely, I have been forgotten. In her dismay, she decided to let it slide, attributing Su Chen's kindness towards Wen Chi-Chi as an excuse to postpone the meal. Distracted, Shenming Yao returned to her dormitory. Soon, the entire university buzzed with excitement. Did you hear? Today at the school gate, someone drove a luxury car to pick up their partner and child. It is excessively sweet. They are essentially slaughtering dogs before a dog. Is that so? Who are those handsome and beautiful individuals? Are you acquainted with them? Simultaneously, the dormitory group that Su-chan belongs to erupted with excitement. Quickly look. I have found a photo of that divine couple. Su-chan had just returned home and, together with Wen Chi-chi, had carried the little ones upstairs when he saw this message. He was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to respond, another roommate began to exclaim in the group chat, Li Wenhao, holy cow, isn't that woman the campus belle? Wang Lei, which campus belle? Lin Lu, could it be Wen Chi-chi? Li Wenhao, I believe it is indeed Wen Chi-chi. Just look at that silhouette. Her figure is exquisite, her legs long, and even her profile is enough to captivate anyone. Who else at our school possesses such allure besides Wen Chi-chi? Lin Lu. Damn, you might be right. I've just lost my chance at love. Su-chan also opened the photo. In it, only Wen Chi-chi's back could be seen as she walked away. Neither he nor the little ones were visible. Su-chan, where did you acquire this photo? Wang Lei, I pilfered it from the school forum. Su-chan, is there nothing else? Wang Lei, none. Those pesky fellows were too busy admiring and envying to remember to take more photos. This sole image was captured before she approached her man. Lin Lu, damn it, I don't even know who my rival is. How am I supposed to handle this? Su-chan, haha, are you certain that is your rival? Lin Lu, of course. Everyone who fancies Wen Chi-chi is my rival. That dog even fathered a child with her. It's outrageous. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Su-chan thought, well, considering how much my friends are assisting me, I shall not hold it against them. Li Wenhao, Su-chan, hurry and show me the little ones. Otherwise, I shall be utterly tormented. Lin Lu, indeed. Only the adorable little ones can soothe my wounded heart. Wang Lei little ones? Where are they? Su-chan, hurry up. The three were genuinely fond of Su-chan's for little ones. Had they known that the babies they admired daily were indeed Wen Chi-chi's children, they would have undoubtedly feasted upon Su-chan in delight. Su-chan rubbed his nose and replied, just a moment, I shall be there shortly. Oh, having stolen everyone's dream lover, one must sacrifice a little love in return. Little ones, daddy is coming. Li Wenhao and the others were sprawled on the dormitory bed, each lamenting the melancholy of late autumn. From the day when Chi-chi transferred to their school, they had all been enchanted by her beauty, vowing to pursue the goddess with fervor. Unfortunately, just a few days later, the news of Wen Chi-chi having a child circulated. Their spirits were shattered. Why had Su-chan not yet shared a video? Speaking of which, with Wen Chi-chi having a child, could it be that Su-chan had taken leave to care for the baby as well? It seemed too coincidental. Wang Lei felt a twinge of curiosity. Lin Lu tossed a pillow in frustration, exclaiming, what are you thinking? This is surely just a coincidence. How could Su-chan have a child with the campus belle? Furthermore, does Su-chan even deserve our campus belle? She is so remarkably beautiful. Wang Lei pondered for a moment before asking, Lin Lu, do you recall that Su-chan is actually the heartthrob of our department? Due to his exceptional academic performance and his disinterest in ostentation, he effortlessly blended in with the crowd. Moreover, as he spent every day mingling with them, they had long forgotten his status as the department's heartthrob. Lin Lu replied, that makes a lot of sense, but what is the matter? Regardless, it's impossible for it to be Su-chan. I refuse to believe it. All right, truth be told, I don't believe it either. Aside from his good looks and decent grades, he is practically a complete loser. It certainly cannot be him. As the group contemplated this, a notification chimed, indicating a new message in their chat. Su-chan had sent a video. The swift-fingered Li Wenhao promptly opened the video, entering a mode of virtual adoration. He laughed exuberantly, occasionally blowing kisses to the adorable child in the video. However, as he continued, he noticed something amiss. There appeared to be the silhouette of a woman's legs in the video. Upon magnifying the image, his eyes widened in shock. He hastily opened the chat with Su-chan and typed furiously, Su-chan, your wife, can't possibly be Wen Chi-chi, right? Chapter 32. Do you think I'm going to help you watch what? Su-chan opened the chat box and quickly typed yes, but before he could send it, A voice echoed from the room. Suchin, the baby has made a mess. Suchin set down his phone and dashed into the room. Li Wenhao, having sent his message, awaited Suchin's response. After a prolonged silence, he grew impatient. Where is he? Suchin, son. He sent 3 messages in quick succession, but still received no reply. Frustrated, he tossed his phone onto the bed. Meanwhile, Lin Lu and Wang Lei, still engrossed in the adorable child on the screen, looked at him in bewilderment. Son, have you lost your mind? Why would you throw your phone away when such a cute baby is on screen? After a moment of internal conflict, Li Wenhao could no longer contain his curiosity. Don't you think that pair of legs in the video looks somewhat familiar? Legs? Oh, are you referring to the beautiful woman on screen? Isn't that Suchin's wife? Wang Lei responded, hurling a pillow at Li Wenhao. Have you gone mad? Don't you know the rule about not coveting your friend's wife? Lin Lu joined in, tossing a water bottle in his direction. Quick on his feet. Li Wenhao dodged the pillow and caught the bottle. What on earth? Wang Lei, are you trying to murder me? That is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Wang Lei retorted. Don't you think those legs resemble when Chi-Chi? When Chi-Chi? Lin Lu and Wang Lei opened their phones to scrutinize the video again. It does bear some resemblance, they admitted. Do you also find it similar? But don't all beautiful women have legs like that? Can you really identify someone solely based on their legs? Li Wenhao exclaimed. Come on, you're being ridiculous. Have you lost your mind? Are you so infatuated with beautiful women that you're seeing things? Wang Lei and Lin Lu burst into laughter. The mockery left Li Wenhao momentarily confused. Could it be that I truly misjudged? No wonder Suchin hasn't replied to me. Seriously, son. Did you actually ask Suchin? Are you out of your mind? He has a wife now. Wouldn't that question upset her? If he hasn't responded. It's probably because they're arguing. Look at the mess you've made. Li Wenhao was met with a barrage of reprimands from his roommates, and he swiftly realized the gravity of his misjudgment. Although he had experienced romantic relationships before, the reasons for quarrels with girlfriends were often bizarre and inexplicable, particularly concerning trivial matters like this one. Had he inadvertently caused significant trouble for Suchin? Recognizing this, Li Wenhao hastily retrieved his phone and began typing fervently. Haha, brother. I'm just teasing you. When Chi-Chi is the belle of our school, we probably won't even get a chance to meet her, right? Treat your wife well. No need to reply. I'll leave you two some private time. After sending the message, Li Wenhao exhaled deeply, thinking, son, I can only assist you up to this point. If there's another quarrel, don't blame me. Lin Lu, such a dog. Wang Lei, truly a dog. Li Wenhao. At this moment, Suchin had just entered the room, when Chi-Chi had already fed the 4 little ones, and the other 3 babies had finished their milk. The eldest sat in the stroller, fists tightly clenched, with a comically furrowed brow, chuckling. Suchin approached and effortlessly lifted the eldest, discarding the diaper and gently cleaning him. Upon noticing that the little one's rear was not thoroughly cleaned, Suchin fetched a basin of warm water, deciding to give the child a proper wash. His movements were remarkably adept, as if he had performed this task countless times before, and he exhibited no revulsion towards the child's mess. After filling the basin, Suchin tenderly washed the little one's backside. The child laughed heartily, as if being tickled. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th babies observed in curiosity, and upon seeing the eldest laugh, they too began to wiggle and giggle. As Suchin continued his task, he playfully engaged with the 3 babies. When Chi-Chi found herself with rare moments of respite, she realized that ever since Suchin had come into their home, her previously chaotic routine had transformed into one of tranquility, as he managed everything with remarkable efficiency. Reflecting on the image of Suchin trying to impress others at the school gate earlier that day, she noted how he had once been a vibrant university student, but had now transitioned into a devoted father due to her and the babies. After attending to the eldest, he dressed him in pants and a new diaper before taking the soiled ones for washing. A pang of bittersweet emotion struck when Chi-Chi. Suchin, she said. Yes? Suchin continued his actions without interruption. Do you not mind at all? When Chi-Chi fidgeted with her hands. Mind what? Suchin glanced back at her, realizing she was referring to changing the baby's diapers. Chi-Chi, they are my children. I cherish them dearly. How could I ever be disdainful? Seeing when Chi-Chi still frowning, Su Chun had a sudden inspiration to tease her. If it were you, I would certainly help you as well. When Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback. What? Seeing Su Chin's mischievous grin, her face flushed instantly. You, after a moment of hesitation, when Chi-Chi managed to utter 2 words, rogue. She then turned and awkwardly made her way outside. Chi-Chi, I was talking about washing pants. About washing pants? When Chi-Chi paused, caught in a dilemma of whether to continue walking or to stay, she realized that Su Chun had completely taken control of her. When Chi-Chi felt a flutter of panic, what do you want me to help you wash? Su Chun smiled gently, suddenly leaning closer to when Chi-Chi. Her face flushed as if she were burning with fever, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. She lowered her head, unable to meet Su Chen's gaze. What? What are you going to do? After much effort, she managed to utter those few words, instinctively wanting to retreat. Yet, for some reason, she remained rooted in place. Su Chun gazed at Wen Chi-Chi's alluringly flushed face, smiling as he closed the distance between them. Chapter 33. The stumbling block on the path to win her back. Su Chun could hear the rapid beating of Wen Chi-Chi's heart. An odd sensation washed over him. Initially, he had intended to tease her, but now, he found himself reconsidering. He deliberately lowered his head further. Suddenly, Si Bao let out a loud wail. Su Chun. When Chi-Chi, Su Chun rubbed his nose and turned to walk outside. Si Bao, you are truly a stumbling block on your daddy's path to win back your mother, he remarked awkwardly as he walked away. I'm going to help the Bao wash his pants. When Chi-Chi nodded in response, after taking a couple of steps, he couldn't resist turning back to ask her, Chi-Chi, are you feeling nervous? When Chi-Chi, what? I'm not. Your face is all red. Su Chun. All right, I won't say anything more. I'll be off. When Chi-Chi looked up just in time to catch Su Chun casting her a charming glance, and she recalled the earlier moment. If Si Bao hadn't cried out, would he have leaned in to kiss her? Now her thoughts were in disarray, and she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Shaking her head in confusion, she chided herself. When Chi-Chi, have you lost your mind? What are you thinking? After picking up Si Bao and playing with the other children for a while, she began to calm down. Once Su Chun finished washing De Bao's pants, he remembered he hadn't replied to Li Wenhao. He found his phone and saw a barrage of perplexing messages from Li Wenhao, shaking his head in exasperation. These fellows seemed to think he was having a quarrel with his wife. Forget it. Once when Chi-Chi fully accepted him, he would take her to meet his roommates. After all, even if their sons were not the most handsome, they still needed to meet the parents. Dinner was once again prepared by Su Chun. After finishing the meal, he noticed when Chi-Chi was still busy soothing the children, who were nearly asleep. Taking advantage of his solitude in the kitchen, he picked up a cucumber from the table and entered the spatial realm. It was time to plant some other things, otherwise, with only potatoes. When would he be able to provide a home for the children? He placed the cucumber in the spiritual spring water, waiting for a response that took quite a while. Su Chun, is the cucumber ineffective? System, ding. May I ask the host, is there something you require? What is going on? Su Chun looked at the untouched cucumber in his hand, puzzled. The system remained silent for a moment before responding. Host, may I inquire if your biology teacher passed away early? Su Chun, cucumbers reproduce via seeds, and the seeds in the cucumber you hold are not yet mature. Su Chun, all right then, it seems I have been looked down upon by the system. I shall return tomorrow. Su Chun promptly exited the space. After dining with Wen Chi-Chi, as was customary, he retired to the living room while Wen Chi-Chi occupied her bedroom. Su Chun contemplated purchasing some cucumber seeds the following day, along with a few tomatoes. As dawn broke, a woman adorned in opulent attire appeared at the entrance of Furong Community. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a vintage qipao, her hair elegantly styled, exuding a refined presence reminiscent of a mature woman. Passers-by cast glances at her, for Furong Community was the most dilapidated in the area, predominantly inhabited by tenants. Even the landlords were mostly nouveau riche like Sister Wang, eager to flaunt their wealth. Rarely did one encounter a woman who radiated such an air of sophistication. Who could she be? What was her purpose here? It seemed she was waiting for someone. Who could she possibly be expecting in a place like this? Surely, someone of her stature would not choose to reside in Furong Community. The woman surveyed her surroundings but failed to locate the person she sought. She approached an elderly man selling vegetables at the entrance and politely inquired, "Sir, do you happen to know where the young man selling potatoes with a child is gone?" The old man flicked the ash from his cigarette, squinting with pleasure as he replied, "He hasn't come by these past few days. I'm not sure." Su Chen had not yet disclosed his arrangement with Qian Hu regarding the potatoes, and aside from a few elderly women who had seen Su Chen's vehicle days prior, others remained oblivious. The woman stiffened slightly. "I see. Thank you, sir. It appears I won't be able to purchase potatoes today either." With a sigh, she turned to leave. At that moment, a new model BMW pulled up to the roadside. A man with thinning hair, clad in a suit, emerged from the vehicle. If Su Chen were present, he would surely recognize this man as Zhang Weiqiang. Upon spotting the woman, Zhang Weiqiang hurried over, exclaiming, "Xiaoyu, what brings you here?" The woman was none other than Zhang Weiqiang's wife, Li Yu. Li Yu frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction. "I came to buy potatoes. Since you couldn't procure them for me, I had to come myself." As she conversed with Zhang Weiqiang, her demeanor softened. Zhang Weiqiang, with a furrowed brow and a look of concern, reassured her, "Xiaoyu, it's not that we couldn't buy them. That young man hasn't set up his stall these past 2 days. Rest assured, I will find a way to secure them for you. How many do you wish to buy? We shall purchase as many as you desire. If necessary, we can buy out his entire stock." Zhang Weiqiang's words immediately provoked a strong backlash from those around them. "That won't do. If you buy them all, what will we eat? We've been waiting for 2 days as well." Seeing the public outrage, Zhang Weiqiang quickly donned a smiling visage, attempting to placate them. "We want tea by them all. We want tea." Upon hearing this, Li Yu huffed and turned to leave. Zhang Weiqiang hastily followed. Xiaoyu, please don't be upset. Su Chen said we should go with the flow and avoid anger. That way, we can have lovely babies." Zhang Weiqiang and Li Yu had grown up together. Their relationship strong and unblemished over the years, until they decided to start a family. He did not wish to burden Li Yu with excessive stress. He had previously mentioned the idea of not having children, yet Li Yu remained resolute in her desire to bear one. "Su Chen, oh Su Chen. Who exactly is this Su Chen? Zhang Weiqiang, have you lost her mind?" Li Yu had been struggling with infertility, and her mood was increasingly tumultuous. Upon hearing Zhang Weiqiang's incessant chatter, she could not suppress her irritation. In his presence, Li Yu shed her aloof demeanor, appearing instead as an ordinary woman. "Hey, Xiaoyu, Su Chen truly said that. If not, I shall find an opportunity to introduce you to him, and we can inquire directly. Have you not always expressed your longing for a little one? Let us strive together." With each of Zhang Weiqiang's words, Li Yu's anger intensified. Over the past 6 months, she had noticed her emotions spiraling out of control, to the point where even mealtime felt devoid of enjoyment. When the nanny procured some potatoes, she approached it with a sense of experimentation, only to discover they were remarkably delicious. Li Yu had developed a fondness for them. However, for the past couple of days, the nanny had been unable to acquire any. Li Yu, consumed by restlessness and a lack of appetite, resolved to investigate personally. As it turned out, her effort was in vain, aggravating her temper. On the return journey, Li Yu remained silent, and despite Zhang Weiqiang's earnest attempts to lighten her mood, his efforts proved futile. In recent days, he had scoured various locations for different potatoes, yet none compared to those the nanny had brought home. Upon reaching their residential community, Li Yu stormed ahead while Zhang Weiqiang trailed behind. Suddenly, an overweight man approached them. Upon sighting Zhang Weiqiang, the man glanced at his head and inquired, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang Weiqiang?" Zhang Weiqiang furrowed his brow. He was eager to console his wife and could not afford any delays. "Indeed. Someone asked me to deliver some potatoes to you." "What potatoes?" "I do not want any potatoes right now." He only desired the ones sold by the vendor at the entrance of Furong community. Any other potatoes would only exacerbate Li Yu's fury. Zhao Dashing frowned. Noting the discrepancy between this man and Su Chen's description, he appeared quite irritable. Nevertheless, since Su Chen had instructed him, he felt compelled to fulfill the task. He set a sack of potatoes before Zhang Weiqiang, stating, "I've delivered them. Whether you take them is your concern." With that, Zhao Dashing turned to leave. "Hey, Zhang Weichong angrily attempted to call out to Zhao, but the sack he was leaning against toppled over, sending potatoes rolling across the ground. Li Yu, walking ahead, heard the commotion and was incensed. Zhang Weichong, what have you done now? Upon seeing the scattered potatoes, she was taken aback. She quickly rushed over in her high heels. Zhang Weichong, fearing another outburst from Li Yu, hastily reassured her, Xiaoyu, do not be angry. I will remove the potatoes at once. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yu suddenly crouched down in front of him. Amid Zhang Weichong's astonished gaze, Li Yu picked up a potato from the ground and exclaimed, This is incredible. What is it? Zhang Weichong inquired, momentarily bewildered. As Zhang Weichong's gaze fell upon the potatoes, he was astounded. Were these not the very same potatoes that the nanny had purchased that day? He promptly squatted down. And Li Yu chuckled, lightly scoffing. Aren't you going to pick them up? Why are you dawdling? Seeing Li Yu smile, Zhang Weichong felt a surge of happiness. All right. I shall collect them. As long as my wife isn't angry, that's all that matters. Once the potatoes were gathered, Li Yu curiously inquired, Darling, do you know the person selling these potatoes? Huh, I don't know him. Zhang Weichong instinctively replied. Then who sent them? Zhang Weichong murmured, turning to call out for Fatty. Unfortunately, Fatty had already wandered far away. I have no idea, Li Yu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Weichong. Being quite slender, she lifted the hefty sack of potatoes and made her way inside. With delectable food at hand, who had the time to be angry with Zhang Weichong? He followed her into the house, pondering who might have sent the potatoes. He did not recognize the rotund man from earlier. It seemed he had mentioned being instructed to deliver them. Who could it be? It wasn't he until they entered the house that Zhang Weichong suddenly slapped his forehead. I know who sent them. Who? Su Chun. Zhang Weichong beamed as he approached Li Yu. The other day, I rented land to Su Chun and intentionally charged him less. He mentioned he would bring me some potatoes in a couple of days. I had jokingly said we only consumed the potatoes from that young man in Furong community. Yet I never anticipated Su Chun would truly bring a whole sack. Li Yu was equally astonished. Is it really him? Absolutely. I shall call Su Chun right away and inquire. At this moment, Li Yu was also intrigued. To be able to conceive quadruplets and procure a sack of potatoes without selling anything. Was this person truly that extraordinary? Zhang Weichong searched for a while, then frowned. Oh? What's wrong? I forgot to save Su Chen's number. In a flurry, Zhang Weichong exclaimed, Let us go to the outskirts of the city. Perhaps he is there. Li Yu followed suit. Meanwhile, Su Chun had just returned after dropping off Wen Zhao Zhao at school with the little ones. He drove directly to the market to purchase tomato and cucumber seeds, slipping into his space for a test and discovering that both cucumbers and tomatoes could indeed thrive. Thus he drove to the fields. Zhao Dapeng was already busy working the land. Upon seeing Su Chen approach in a vehicle, he was taken aback. While assisting Su Chen in bringing the children down, he asked, Su Chen, is this your car? Yes. When did you buy a car? Yesterday. Yesterday? That was fast. How extraordinary. Well, I felt inconvenienced yesterday, so I went to buy one. That seems rather casual. Zhao Dapeng was once again astonished. Su Chun had undeniably transformed from his former self. By the way, Fatty, here, what instructions do you have, boss? Do not call me boss. Just refer to me as Su Chun. I merely wanted to ask if your mother needs any financial assistance. If so, please let me know. A wave of emotion washed over Zhao Dapeng. Despite Su Chen's newfound wealth, he exhibited no airs of superiority and remained as loyal as ever. Being alongside Su Chun was undoubtedly the wisest choice of his life. No worries. I am already preparing for discharge. Returning home to recuperate will suffice. My mother even mentioned that when things settle down, she would like you to bring your wife and children over for a meal. Certainly, Su Chun replied without hesitation. He then opened another greenhouse and began to dig for potatoes, with the children playing nearby. Suddenly, a BMW sped towards them. Moments later, Zhang Weichong emerged from the vehicle and opened the passenger door for Li Yu. Su Chun paused his work, observing him. Brother Zhang, what brings you here? The four children, intrigued, turned their heads towards their father, their little minds filled with wonder. Earlier that morning, Zhao Dexing had crafted flower crowns for each child, adorning their heads with them. Zhang Weichong, initially prepared to respond to Su Chun, was taken aback when he noticed the four children. Is this your little ones? He exclaimed in astonishment. Li Yu, having exited the car, also caught sight of the children. Ah, she gasped, momentarily forgetting to greet Su Chun as she rushed towards them. It had been ages since she felt such joy. She crouched down to their level, her face radiating admiration and affection. They are so adorable. The eldest child gazed at Li Yu with curiosity. The second child babbled excitedly, while the youngest tilted his head, seemingly pondering, who is this strange ant? The third child, closest to Li Yu, squinted his eyes with delight at the pretty lady. He reached out his chubby little hand, curiously touching Li Yu's face, and then burst into a fit of giggles. Li Yu was nearly moved to tears. Can I hold them? She asked, standing behind her. Zhang Weichong noticed the second child start to cry upon seeing him. Flustered, he exclaimed, Baby, please don't cry. Lacking experience with children, he felt utterly bewildered. Li Yu scolded Zhang Weichong. Look at you, go away. You scared the children. Zhang Weichong looked at Su Chun with a pitiful expression. Su Chun, equally perplexed, felt as if he had become invisible in front of the children. Brother Zhang, this must be your sister-in-law? It's fine, you all can hold them. The children seemed to take a liking to her. Li Yu was overjoyed. She completely forgot her demeanor as a cultured lady and carefully picked up the third child. So well-behaved. She exclaimed, Darling, we should hurry and have a baby. All right, let us do it quickly, Zhang Weichong replied, elated. See, I told you Su Chen is impressive. What he said must be true. Indeed, he is remarkable. Thank you, Su Chen, they said, leaving Su Chen momentarily stunned. What have I said? He pondered. By the way, Brother Zhang, what brings you here? Chapter 35. Astonishment. You grew all these potatoes? Zhang Weichong stood up, his expression serious. Su Chen, those potatoes were sent by you, correct? Su Chen nodded. Finding the source of the potatoes, Zhang Weichong joyfully told Li Yu, Xiao Yu, it really is Su Chen. Li Yu, cradling the third child in her arms, was beaming with joy. I didn't expect you to know such an impressive person. Once more, Su Chen glanced at Zhang Weichong and inquired, Do you know the vendor of the potatoes? Observing Su Chen's bewilderment, Zhang Weichong hastily explained. Your sister-in-law has had a poor appetite for quite some time, often unable to eat. She has lost weight over the past 6 months. And she has a particular fondness for those potatoes. We have been searching for the vendor for 2 days, but that young man has not returned to his stall. Upon hearing this, Su Chen began to grasp Zhang Weichong's intent. How about this, Brother Zhang? I will arrange for someone to deliver some to you every day. Zhang Weichong, a commendable individual, was taken aback. That won't do. Those potatoes cost 10 yuan per jin. How much would that be daily? He urgently refused. Li Yu was also surprised that Su Chen truly embodied the kindness Zhang Weichong had described. Su Chen, you can tell Weichong that if it is inconvenient, we can pay you, including the shipping costs. Zhang Weichong agreed. That would work too. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. This couple was indeed admirable. No need for that. Brother Zhang. In fact, I have already packed those potatoes. Shall I send them over now? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Dasheng emerged from the greenhouse. When he saw Zhang Weichong, he paused for a moment. Zhang Weichong, recognizing Zhao Dasheng, was about to greet him when he suddenly noticed the sack of potatoes in Zhao Dasheng's hands. Subsequently, Zhao Dasheng dragged out a large sack of potatoes. Brother, did you buy all those potatoes? Zhang Weichong exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder that fellow stopped selling. Zhao Dasheng boomed. What do you mean Su Chen bought them? These potatoes are all grown by my brother Chun. Seeing the astonished expression on Zhang Weichong's face, Zhao Dasheng added, The sack I'm giving you is also grown by Su Chen. What? Zhang Weichong's mouth fell open in shock. Su Chen, you grew these yourself? You are the young man selling the potatoes. Su Chen nodded. I planned to tell you last time, but I wanted to surprise you and bring some joy to your sister-in-law. Did this cause any inconvenience? Zhang Weichong burst into laughter, slapping Su Chen on the shoulder. Inconvenience? Not at all. Brother Su Chen, you are being too formal. We are all like brothers here. I never expected you to be so impressive. By the way, I heard you were still in university? Yes. Haha, Ningxu University has produced a talented student. Xiaoyu, your university is truly remarkable. Li Yu nodded, her heart brimming with joy. Su Chen looked bewildered. Sister-in-law, is also from Ningxu University? Zhang Weiqiang laughed heartily. You didn't know? My wife, Li Yu, is a teacher there. Understanding dawned on Su Chun. He recalled the rumors about a beautiful female teacher at Ningxu University who, despite being over 30, exuded elegance and an air of aloofness that captivated the male students. When Li Yu first approached him, he had felt no coldness, but now, looking at her, he recognized her distinct aura. In silence, she radiated an intellectual charm, truly resembling a teacher. Greetings, Teacher Li. Su Chen respectfully greeted them. Li Yu waved her hand dismissively, saying, What else with the formalities? If you don't mind, just call me sister. Su Chen felt a bit awkward. Li Yu continued, It seems we have a connection, and I truly adore your baby, purely out of affection. I also heard from Wei Chang that you taught him how to have children. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Zhang Weiqiang. I plan to give it a try. Zhang Weiqiang was particularly elated upon hearing this. He patted Su Chen's shoulder enthusiastically, saying, Brother Su Chen, from now on, you are my true brother. If anyone bullies you, just invoke my name. At this moment, Zhao Dashing finally realized, Are you Zhang Weiqiang, the esteemed Mr. Zhang from the AIU group? Zhang Weiqiang laughed heartily. Yes, that's me. Zhao Dashing silently swallowed hard. He grabbed Su Chen and whispered urgently, Su Chen, you must agree. Su Chen looked baffled. Zhao Dashing had to remind him again. Zhang Weiqiang of the AIU Consortium is a renowned tycoon in Ningzhou. Don't you know? He is a significant figure. Zhao Dasheng was now trembling with apprehension. Had he known that the potatoes Su Chen asked him to deliver belonged to the illustrious Mr. Zhang, he would have been far more courteous. Who could have imagined that the famed Mr. Zhang resided in a modest neighborhood? Su Chen was equally astonished, realizing that Li Dong had introduced him to a major entrepreneur. Zhang Weiqiang waved his hand. Brother Su Chen, don't be so formal. From now on, we are all family. If you don't acknowledge us, your sister will be upset. Given the demeanor of Zhang Weiqiang and Li Yu, Su Chen felt he had no choice but to agree. With a resigned smile, he said, All right, thank you, Brother Zhang. If you want potatoes, just let me know. Excellent. Family doesn't tea stand on ceremony. Brother Su Chen, if you ever need anything, do let us know. Zhang Weiqiang expressed his delight, pleased to have made a connection with Su Chen. Li Yu was equally joyful at this moment. Sanbao was wriggling in her arms, having a wonderful time. Just then, while holding her face, the little one suddenly planted a kiss on her. Li Yu felt the soft, tender little face against hers, and a strange sense of happiness surged through her. Oh, how sweet. Darling, I adore the babies so much. I must get them a gift. As Li Yu pondered, she began to deliberate. What should I give them? A big doll seems too advanced for them. Formula? But I don't know which brand they use. I've heard that one must be careful with baby formula. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yu suddenly remembered. Brother Su Chen, do you live in Furong community? She recalled the nanny mentioning that the young man selling potatoes lived there. Yes. Su Chen nodded. Should we consider finding a different place to live? Before Su Chen could respond, Li Yu continued, Darling, let us gift Brother Su Chen a house. Chapter 36. Accepting the house. Cash reward. Su Chen was taken aback. He had only just met Li Yu for the first time today, and Zhang Weiqiang for the second. How could they possibly be discussing giving away a house? As he was about to decline, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated a new task. This task is optional. Please make your choice. Task 1. Accept the house gifted by Li Yu and assure her that with diligent effort this month, she will surely conceive, with a reward of 200,000 yuan. Task 2. Refuse Li Yu and inform her that you will never conceive, with a reward of 10,000 yuan. Su Chen's lips twitched. Was this truly a choice? Or a trap devised to ensnare him? Please make your selection promptly. Su Chen's expression was a tapestry of emotions, leading Li Yu to believe he was intimidated. She gestured toward the potatoes, saying, Brother Su Chen, surely you wouldn't want your sister to go hungry every day? I depend on these potatoes to get by. If you refuse, I would feel remorseful. Such words left Su Chen with no room to decline. He sighed, inwardly addressing the system. I suppose I must choose one. Turning to Li Yu, he replied, All right, sister, I will ensure that any fresh vegetables I harvest will be sent your way. Consume plenty of fresh produce. And you and Brother Zhang should select an auspicious day to welcome a lovely baby. The sentiment felt overly sentimental, and Su Chen resolved to merely call her sister. With that, he added with a smile, I believe every day this month holds great promise. Li Jia, Zhanggu, you will surely conceive a child soon. Upon uttering those words, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Fortunately, Li Yu and Zhang Weichong were both eager for a child, with Zhang Weichong wholly believing in Su Chen's words. Their joy was palpable. Thank you, Brother Su Chen. May your auspicious words bring us joy and blessings for our 4 little ones. Su Chen gently grasped the small hand of the triplet in Li Yu's embrace, attempting to capture the child's attention. Since being cradled by Li Yu, the triplet had not once glanced in his direction, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected. It seemed the child had taken a liking to the beautiful sister. 3 treasures, is Auntie pretty? The child's eyes sparkled. And though it was unclear if he comprehended Su Chen's question, he smiled brightly, as if to say, Auntie is the most beautiful. Afterward, the triplet turned and affectionately embraced Li Yu's face, bestowing a kiss upon her. Li Yu was utterly enchanted, her heart blooming with joy, unable to contain her smile. Zhang Weichong was equally delighted, as the children had grown comfortable around him. Aside from the eldest, the second and fourth were now playing with him, filling the atmosphere with happiness. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward of 200,000 yuan granted. The funds have been deposited. Please check your account. The source of the funds is secure, so there is no need for concern. Su Chen felt his phone vibrate in his pocket, and without a doubt, it was a notification from the bank. Darling, where are we planning to buy a house for Brother Su Chen? Have you made a decision? Let us ensure it's in a good location. I understand, replied Zhang Weichong, who was thoroughly entertained by the children. He pulled out his phone, navigated to a screen, and handed it to Su Chen. You choose at your leisure. Su Chen took the phone and was met with an entire page of community names. Zhao Dashing handed over his as well. Upon glimpsing the first name, he gasped in astonishment. Shishan Maple Forest? Isn't that a villa district reserved for the affluent elite of Ningzhou? Surely, its value must be at least several tens of millions? Lianhua number 1? While not quite on par with Shishan Maple Forest, it still commands a price in the millions. Huxin Island. Zhao Dashing felt a wave of dizziness. This place must be worth over 100 million, right? Zhang Weiqiang waved his hand dismissively. Su Chen, I see you have your eye on Huxin Island. Well, I happen to have 2 units available there. You can choose one at your convenience. Su Chen waved his hand in refusal. No need, no need. This last one. Jinxiu Garden seems quite nice. Let us go with that, shall we? Zhao Dashing remarked. While Jinxiu Garden is indeed pleasant compared to the other locations on your phone, it seems rather inferior, doesn't it? 3 bedrooms and a living room would only cost about 1 to 2 million. Has Su Chen lost his senses? He felt compelled to caution Su Chen. Li Yu and Zhang Weiqiang were equally taken aback. Su Chen, are you certain? Living in Ningzhou, one should be aware that the other communities displayed on the phone are significantly more expensive than Jinxiu Garden. Zhang Weiqiang tossed the options to Su Chen without much thought. Even if Su Chen had truly selected Huxin Island, he would have wholeheartedly supported him. However, why Jinxiu Garden? Absolutely, Su Chen replied, confident in his reasoning. Li Yu, bewildered, pressed further. Su Chen, could you share with me your reasoning for this choice? She believed there must be a significant rationale behind Su Chen's selection. With a smile, Su Chen explained, it's for school. The mother of my children is also at Ningda, and Jinxiu Garden is conveniently located near the school. He had long desired to purchase a home in proximity to the institution, a mere 20-minute walk from Jinxiu Garden to the school. Your mother is at Ningda? Li Yu was taken aback, then chuckled. It seems Su Chen is quite devoted to his wife. Nowadays, students are permitted to marry, and while Li Yu was surprised, she refrained from further comment. Su Chen smiled again. She is not quite my wife yet. Oh, not yet. No, we haven't registered our marriage yet. But I'm working on it. It will happen soon. Seeing the determination radiating from Su Chen, Li Yu laughed. Haha, sister supports you. Keep pushing forward. With you by the mother of your child's side, I'm sure she won't look at other men. You will succeed. Su Chen nodded in agreement. The mother of his child must be his. Curiosity piqued about the identity of this remarkable woman cherished by Su Chun. She thought, perhaps one day she could introduce her to her sister. All right, I will be looking forward to it. As noon approached, Li Yu and Zhang Weiqiang, having thoroughly enjoyed their time with the little ones, reluctantly took their leave. Zhang Weiqiang did not inquire how Su Chun's greenhouse had produced potatoes so swiftly. In his mind, Su Chun must have brought seeds to plant. Anyone capable of cultivating such delicious potatoes surely possessed their own expertise. As a businessman, he understood the significance of skill and thus felt no need for further inquiry. In the afternoon, Su Chun planted cucumber and tomato seeds in another greenhouse. Before heading back, he asked Zhao Dashing to return the car he had rented from Li Dong and, in passing, delivered a bag of potatoes to Li Dong. Only then did he take the little ones to pick up Wen Qiqi. Just before leaving, he received a message from Wen Qiqi. Su Chun, if you come to pick me up tonight, please be discreet. Wen Qiqi had endured a chaotic day. Despite preparing herself before leaving in the morning, she was suddenly surrounded by a group of people upon entering the classroom, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her palms grew clammy with anxiety. What do you want? Chapter 37. You must be the children's mother. When Qiqi had seen the photos on the forum yesterday and was hoping no one would recognize her. Yet, contrary to her wishes, someone did recognize her, even from just a silhouette. One girl, who had happened to pass by the entrance of Ning University yesterday, curiously inquired, Wen Qiqi, are those 4 babies yours? Seeing Wen Qiqi being targeted, Shen Mingyao quickly stepped forward to shield her. Qiqi, don't be afraid. Wang Xinran, what are you shouting about? The others joined in, urging, Wen Qiqi, why aren't you speaking? Say something. Wen Qiqi took a deep breath. Su Chun was right. They were her babies, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. She might face some criticism, but that would not diminish the love she had for her children. Yes, they are mine. They are just 6 months old. Shen Mingyao felt anxious as well. She had always known about Wen Qiqi's children, but had never mentioned it. She worried about the negative impact this revelation might have on Wen Qiqi. Moments ago, she had been contemplating how to defuse the situation. Yet now Wen Qiqi had acknowledged it herself, leaving Shen Mingyao somewhat bewildered. Just then, a chorus of exclamations erupted around them. Wow, Wen Qiqi has admitted it. They are really your babies, quadruplets. How impressive. Only someone as beautiful as Wen Qiqi could have quadruplets. The loudest of them, Wang Xinran, excitedly rushed over to grab Wen Qiqi's hand. Qiqi, could you please share a photo of your babies with me? When she had seen the 4 babies yesterday, her excitement had consumed her, and she hadn't had the chance to take any pictures before leaving in a hurry. She had not seen Wen Qiqi and Shen Mingyao then. Later, at home, she regretted not capturing a photo of those adorable babies, longing to use it as her screensaver. Fortunately, she had seen a photo that evening, and the profile looked strikingly like Wen Qiqi, keeping her awake with excitement all night. She arrived early the next morning, eager to ask Wen Qiqi for a photo. Wen Qiqi was utterly perplexed. What was happening? Why were they more excited than she was? In requesting photos? Wang Xinran sheepishly scratched her head. I want to use it as a screensaver. Huh. Wen Qiqi couldn't help but burst into laughter, her earlier tension dissipating. The classmates joined in with exclamations. A photo? Where is it? I want to see too. I have heard that the babies who appeared yesterday are exceptionally adorable, as if they have stepped out of a painting. I have yet to see them myself, but my classmates are becoming increasingly excited. At this moment, Shen Mingyao transforms her nervousness into pride. Qiqi's babies are immensely popular, bringing her great joy. Moreover, she is the first to have encountered the babies. Not only did she see them, but she also held and kissed them. In the classroom, she stands alone in her uniqueness. Shen Mingyao approaches Wen Qiqi and suggests, shall we let them take a look? Look at how envious they are. Wen Qiqi nods, opens her phone, and sends a picture to Wang Xinran. Upon enlarging the image, Wang Xinran sees 4 adorable babies tilting their heads and smiling at the screen. Their appearance is so delightful that it could melt anyone's heart. Someone gasps in astonishment, exclaiming, it seems like there's no beauty filter. When Qiqi replies, indeed, I did not use any filters. Instantly, the classmates erupt in excitement. What? They are truly unfiltered? The babies are simply too beautiful. They perfectly inherit Wen Qiqi's genes. Let me see, let me see. Someone snatches the phone from Wang Xinran's hands. Soon, the phone is passed around, and those who have seen the picture wear expressions of disbelief. I can't believe it. They are truly quadruplets. How impressive. I wish I could have such adorable babies. The boys feel a tinge of sadness over Wenqiqi having babies, but upon seeing the infants, their anger dissipates. The babies are indeed a remedy for all ailments. Wenqiqi did not anticipate such a response, and the shadows in her heart have long been swept away. It seems that ever since encountering Su Chun, everything has changed. Shin Mingyao pulls Wenqiqi to her seat. Wang Xinran fulfills her desire by setting the picture of the 4 babies as her screensaver, bringing her immense joy every time she unlocks her phone. That day, Wenqiqi experiences unparalleled happiness. As school is about to end, classmates gather around, each curious and asking, "Chi-Chi, will your boyfriend come to pick you up today?" No misunderstandings. We simply wish to see which remarkable man you are with. I've heard he is quite handsome. When Chi-Chi lowers her head, her cheeks flushed. She initially wishes to deny it outright, but how could she explain that Su Chun is not yet her boyfriend? Shin Mingyao steps closer to Wenqiqi, playfully teasing, "Huh? Chi-Chi, you must keep a close watch on your boyfriend, or someone might steal him away. Will he really be taken?" Wenqiqi ponders carefully. Su Chun is indeed very handsome, and with such a wonderful character, he is kind to everyone. Surely other girls must like him too? With this thought, Wenqiqi feels a twinge of jealousy. Perhaps it would be best to keep Su Chun under wraps. Although she knows he would not be interested in other girls, she cannot guarantee that they would not be interested in him. Consequently, Wenqiqi cannot resist messaging Su Chun, advising him to remain discreet that evening. "I'm sorry. My boyfriend is at home taking care of the babies, so he may not be able to come today." As she utters the words "my boyfriend," her face flushes once more. Nevertheless, noticing the expectant gazes of the girls, Wenqiqi grits her teeth and speaks up. The moment her words fall, the girls erupt in excitement again. Taking care of the babies? A man at home taking care of babies? What an extraordinary gentleman. I am utterly enamored. I hope my future husband will also take on the responsibility of raising our children, allowing me to live my life as a goddess. Ha ha ha. Look at you, dreaming again. Wenqiqi chuckled helplessly. After school, Shin Mingyao accompanied Wenqiqi as they walked outside. Shin Mingyao felt a bit disheartened. "Is it true that Su Chun is not coming to pick you up today?" "Sure." Wenqiqi placed her hand on her lips and lowered her head, whispering, "He is coming." "Then why did you say he wasn't he?" Shin Mingyao's voice was rather loud but quickly softened as she realized her mistake. Seeing Wenqiqi's cheeks flush, Shin Mingyao suddenly understood. "Chi-Chi, are you worried that your man might be taken away?" Chapter 38. Li Wenhao was stunned, having struck a nerve. Wenqiqi's face turned even redder. "Haha, I told you. A good man like Su Chun would never miss the chance to pick you up. To be honest, if he weren't with you, I would definitely steal him away." Noticing that Wenqiqi hesitated to respond, Shin Mingyao continued, "But don't worry. As your sister, I would never steal your man." "Chi-Chi, have you and Su Chun registered your marriage yet?" Wenqiqi shook her head. "Not yet." "What is going on? You already have a child together. Why haven't you registered?" However, Wenqiqi wanted to explain but found herself at a loss for words. Shin Mingyao said, "Chi-Chi, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but look at your classmates' reactions. They haven't even seen Su Chun yet, and are already infatuated with him. Su Chun is so handsome. If he were to appear before them, they would undoubtedly be captivated. If you don't seize this opportunity, someone else will. But I. No buts. Think of a way to secure Su Chun." "Should I really secure Su Chun?" Wenqiqi bit her lip, contemplating the possibility. Just then, a sudden exclamation came from behind them. "Is that you, the school beauty?" Shin Mingyao turned around to see a tall man, about 6 feet, dressed in sports attire, with tousled hair and a basketball in hand, gazing at Wenqiqi with a curious expression. His stare seemed to penetrate right through her. Shin Mingyao immediately pulled Wenqiqi behind her and said sternly, "Who are you?" "Our school beauty has a boyfriend. You should leave." Li Wenhao, who had finally found a moment alone to speak with Wenqiqi, frowned slightly, determined not to engage with Shin Mingyao. "It really is you, Senior Chi-Chi. I have something I'd like to ask you privately, if that is all right." Wenqiqi assumed Li Wenhao was just another classmate trying to flirt, so she planned to ignore him. Shin Mingyao, feeling even more incensed at being disregarded, exclaimed, "This student, how can you be so inconsiderate? I've already told you our Chi-Chi has a boyfriend." Li Wenhao couldn't help but interrupt Shen Mingyao. "I'm simply asking a question. How could someone so unreasonable be around the school beauty?" As Shen Mingyao and her male classmate were on the brink of an argument, when Shichi, feeling helpless, could only grasp Shen Mingyao's arm and politely inquire, "What is it that you wish to ask, my classmate?" Li Wenhao found himself in a rather awkward position. When Shichi continued, "Let us discuss it here. It's perfectly fine. Yao Yao is my dear friend." After a moment of contemplation, Li Wenhao mustered the courage to ask, "Excuse me, senior, do you know Suchin?" This question had plagued Li Wenhao throughout the night. After messaging Suchin yesterday, he lay in bed, increasingly troubled by his thoughts. He retrieved screenshots from the forum and discovered, much to his astonishment, that the shoes worn by the campus belle were identical to those seen in the video of Suchun. Surely, he was not imagining things. While such coincidences could certainly occur, Li Wenhao felt that there were simply too many of them. He contemplated asking Suchin directly, but feared that it might cause discomfort for both Suchun and his girlfriend. Yet, remaining silent left him feeling restless. Thus, he decided to approach Wen Shichi as a compromise, and fortuitously, the opportunity arose today. When Shichi was slightly taken aback. This individual knew Suchin? She recalled that whenever Suchin engaged in voice chats with his roommates, this was the voice that resonated. Had Suchin not yet disclosed their relationship to his roommates? A wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over her. How should she respond? When Shichi found herself at an impasse. Observing this, Shen Mingyao bypassed Wen Shichi with irritation, exclaiming, "Why should I tell you? Who exactly are you?" Without waiting for Li Wenhao's response, Shen Mingyao tugged Wen Shichi along as they exited. "Shichi, let us go. There's no need to pay him any mind." Li Wenhao felt a sense of unease, as though he had been unjustly reprimanded without obtaining the answers he sought. No, he must follow them to uncover the truth. He tossed the basketball to a classmate and cautiously trailed behind. When Shichi was led by Shen Mingyao to the west gate of the school, a relatively secluded entrance seldom frequented by others. It was here that when Shichi had arranged to meet Suchin, Shen Mingyao had accompanied her out of a longing to see the children. Nearly driven to madness by her yearning, Suchin had been waiting with the children at the west gate for quite some time. The area was tranquil, and he pushed the children in their stroller, strolling near the entrance with a vehicle parked not far away. Before catching sight of Wen Shichi, the eldest and youngest boys began to excitedly shout. Suchin smiled gently. Could it be that their mother is arriving? The eldest and youngest boys were particularly fond of Wen Shichi, while the second and fourth were more attached to Suchin. Moments later, Suchin spotted Shen Mingyao and Wen Shichi approaching from a distance. Before any words could be exchanged between Suchin and Wen Shichi, Shen Mingyao hurriedly dashed forward. "The sisters have arrived," she exclaimed, rushing to the children. She scooped up the eldest boy and planted a kiss on him, followed by the second boy, and then the youngest too. After showering them with affection, Shen Mingyao sighed. "Oh dear, why couldn't Tia have 4 arms? I wish I could embrace you all at once." Suchin, Wen Shichi, only the little ones, unable to comprehend Shen Mingyao's words, found themselves enamored with the beautiful sister as Sanbao leaned forward, playfully pinching Shen Mingyao's cheeks. The other 3 children watched and giggled. For Bao's gaze was glued to Wen Shichi, arms outstretched, seeking a comforting embrace. With a gentle smile, Wen Shichi approached and lifted Bao into her arms. Inquiring, "For Bao, do you miss mommy?" For Bao returned the affection by planting a sweet kiss on Wen Shichi's face, conveying his deep yearning. The scene was undeniably heartwarming. Standing beside Wen Shichi, Suchin observed his future wife and children, feeling an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden shriek pierced through the air. "Suchin?" The voice resonated with shock, confusion, disbelief, and unease. "Is it really you?" Following the sound, Suchin turned to see Li Wenhao's expression morphing dramatically, a spectacle to behold. It seemed he could not evade this encounter today. Suchin could only nod in acknowledgement. Li Wenhao was utterly stunned, trembling as he pointed at Suchin, then at Wen Shichi, and finally at the 4 little ones. When the sight of the children registered in his mind, it felt as if his head had erupted. It was indeed them, the very little ones he had been obsessively cloud-sucking daily. They were also Su Chen's 4 children. Li Wenhao found himself at a loss for thought. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to articulate his bewilderment. Is she really your wife? Chapter 39. Li Wenhao. I must still be dreaming. Su Chen rubbed his forehead. In the year of knowing Li Wenhao, he had never seen him so utterly foolish. He hesitated to acknowledge the absurdity of his son. Glancing back at Wen Qiqi, who showed no signs of rejection, he nodded at Li Wenhao. Yes, son, what brings you here? Typically, Li Wenhao would never approach from the west gate, claiming it was devoid of life and offered no chance encounters with girls. He preferred busier places. Overcome with excitement, Li Wenhao forgot to refute Su Chen's remark. Oh my, I must be losing my mind. What am I seeing? He felt an urgent need to inform his group of sons about the incredible secret their father had stumbled upon. In a frenzy, Li Wenhao pulled out his phone, typing furiously before quickly deleting the message. No, if they find out just like that, what is the point? They must witness this excitement firsthand. Su Chen, you mustn't tell them. Let us wait until the day you bring Wen Xiaohua and the little ones before them. It will surely shock that bunch of rascals. Su Chen, Wen Qiqi. Qiqi, please don't mind, my son can be a bit foolish. Wen Qiqi, now even more speechless, observed Li Wenhao as he approached her, his grin so wide it seemed his muscles might cramp. Wen Xuedra, oh no, Wen Xiaohua, wait, that's not right. Daughter-in-law? Li Wenhao, how do you intend to dig your own grave? Su Chen nearly grabbed Li Wenhao to give him a good thrashing. Finally, Li Wenhao reined in his foolish demeanor and seriously introduced himself. Hello, sister-in-law. I am Li Wenhao. Wen Qiqi couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was evident that Su Chen and Li Wenhao shared a close bond. Otherwise, Li Wenhao would not be so comical. She smiled and nodded. Hello. I am Wen Qiqi. I know, you are the flower of our school. I never expected that this little rascal Su Chen would be so fortunate. Let me tell you, Su Chen has quite a few flaws. He sleeps in class and fights after school. He often neglects to wash his socks and clothes. Occasionally, he even talks in his sleep. When it comes to gaming, he is undoubtedly the worst in our dormitory. Moreover, he has Li Wenhao hidden beneath his bed. Su Chen sensed that if Li Wenhao continued, all his embarrassing secrets would be revealed. This rascal was truly testing the waters today. Li Wenhao chuckled, sister-in-law. Please do not be rash. Do not readily agree to Su Chen's whims. Let this little brat endure a bit of hardship. Wen Qiqi could not help but laugh. Su Chen's brother was quite amusing. In her arms, the little treasure also opened her big eyes, curiously gazing at Li Wenhao. It seemed she had taken a liking to him, reaching out from Wen Qiqi's embrace, signaling Li Wenhao to hold her. Li Wenhao had already noticed the little treasure. In fact, he was so excited he hardly knew how to contain himself. Finally seeing the little ones, they were simply adorable. However, with Su Chen and Wen Qiqi present, it was the first time for Su Chen's family, or rather, his brother, to meet Wen Qiqi. Shouldn't he leave a good impression? If he behaved too overly, would it not be inappropriate? Li Wenhao struggled to suppress his impulse to rush forward and embrace the little treasures. At that moment, seeing the little one reaching out for a hug, he could no longer resist. He cautiously took the little treasure's tiny hand, which felt soft and warm, as she playfully tickled his palm. It was delightful. Li Wenhao was nearly beside himself, internally screaming, "Ah, I am done for. What an adorable baby. I want a hug, kiss, and lift her high." Yet, on the surface, he could only contain his excitement and cautiously asked Wen Qiqi, "May I hold her?" As Wen Qiqi handed the little treasure to Li Wenhao, she replied, "Of course." Li Wenhao felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. The moment the little treasure was in his arms, she joyfully wriggled around, flashing him a wide smile. Li Wenhao's heart melted entirely. She was so tiny, so incredibly cute. He adored her immensely. If only she weren't so small, he felt he could leap with joy. The little treasure happily snuggled against Li Wenhao, her face brushing against his. And he felt the soft, tender touch. Ah, oh my goodness. I am utterly enchanted. Su Chen observed the rapid changes in Li Wenhao's expressions, barely able to contain his laughter. Heizi, Su Chen could hardly hold back. He feared that this brother, who helped him in class, might just burst from holding back his excitement. You need not restrain yourself so. Our little treasure is a person, not a fragile porcelain doll. Really? Li Wenhao exclaimed in astonishment. Then can I lift her high? Of course. Su Chen replied, and Li Wenhao was filled with joy as he carefully lifted the little treasure. As the child Sabeo grew taller, her puzzled expression transformed into one of sheer excitement. Soon, she erupted into laughter, her joyous giggles ringing out. Sabeo was filled with such happiness. Lifting her above his head, her laughter grew more exuberant. The other 3 children looked on with curiosity. Sabeo and Erbao, intrigued, extended their arms towards Li Wenhao, yearning for a hug. Sanbao, nestled in Shun Mingyao's embrace, wore a face of astonishment and confusion. Once Sabeo was gently set down, she couldn't restrain herself and nuzzled Li Wenhao's nose, much to his delight. This time, even when Chi-Chi was unable to lift Sabeo into her arms. Sabeo shook her head vigorously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed up at Li Wenhao, as if to say, "Uncle, I want more. I want to be lifted high. I love this." Simultaneously, Sabeo, Erbao, and the now-aware Sanbao reached out towards Li Wenhao, their hearts echoing. "Uncle, we want it too. Please, hug us. Lift us high." At that moment, Shin Mingyao held Sanbao, silently observing Li Wenhao, lost in her thoughts. Li Wenhao was utterly overjoyed. Su Chen remarked, "It seems the little ones adore me." Indeed, it was true. Ha, then I shall not hold back. This was what Li Wenhao had yearned to do ever since he learned Su Chen had children. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, how could he let it slip away? He lifted Sabeo once more. When Chi-Chi, seeing the children's joy, felt her own happiness swell, silently cherishing the moment. After 5 delightful rounds of lifting Sabeo, Li Wenhao reluctantly handed her over to Su Chen. "This must be Sabeo, right?" Su Chen nodded. "How did you know? Isn't it obvious? I watch the videos every day," he replied. "All right, now it's Sabeo's turn." Sabeo was a quiet little man, and indeed, it was him. Li Wenhao seized the moment and lifted Sabeo into his arms. How right he was. "Sabeo, uncle is here." Chapter 40. Are you in love? Li Wenhao disregarded Shin Mingyao, lifting Sabeo high into the air, causing the usually quiet boy to smile. Meanwhile, Erbao and Sanbao looked on, green with envy, nearly on the verge of tears. After 5 rounds of play with Sabeo, he moved on to Erbao. The little girl was simply adorable. Erbao was slightly plumper than Sabeo, her chubby cheeks beaming with joy. As she smiled, her eyes squinted into crescent moons, eagerly awaiting Li Wenhao's embrace. Without hesitation, Li Wenhao scooped her up, ensuring to be fair as he played with her for another 5 rounds. Next came Sanbao, still cradled in Shun Mingyao's arms. Upon seeing Shin Mingyao, Li Wenhao's brow furrowed slightly. She had been rather unfriendly towards him earlier, suspecting him of deliberately getting close to Chi-Chi. Now, realizing that was not the case, she had fallen silent. Was Sanbao merely a shield for her? Just then, Sanbao peeked out from Shun Mingyao's embrace, eager for Li Wenhao to hold her. "Please, give me Sanbao," Li Wenhao said. Shin Mingyao felt a twinge of awkwardness. She had gone to such lengths to protect Chi-Chi, only to encounter Su Chen's brother. She still hoped that Su Chen would introduce her to a potential partner. What was she to do? As Li Wenhao reached out, she hurriedly handed over Sanbao. Li Wenhao took Sanbao without even glancing at her. Shin Mingyao felt somewhat distracted, uncertain whether she should apologize. Su Chen, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What's wrong?" When Chi-Chi recounted the earlier incident, Su Chen chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. Haozi is not that kind of person. He won't mind." "Let us hope so," Shin Mingyao sighed. After playing with Sanbao for another 5 rounds, Li Wenhao still felt unsatisfied. He then took out his phone to record videos of himself with the babies, finally feeling content. Half an hour had passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Yet Li Wenhao showed no signs of leaving. Su Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. He glanced at Shin Mingyao, who appeared dazed, and approached Li Wenhao to squat down beside him, observing the babies. "Haozi," he said. "Speak." Li Wenhao was utterly disinterested in Su Chen's words. "It's getting dark." "I know," he replied, clearly aware of the encroaching night, but playing with the babies was simply too delightful to abandon. "We must head back," Su Chen insisted, noticing that Li Wenhao seemed a bit slow to comprehend. If they didn't return soon, the babies would soon be ready for bed. So early? Li Wenhao finally realized. Indeed, they are quite young. Acknowledging this, he reluctantly bade farewell to the children, waving as he departed. Shen Mingyao followed suit. Suchen guided Wen Qiqi and the babies back home. That evening, as usual, Suchen prepared dinner, pondering how to inform Wen Qiqi about the house situation. After some thought, he concluded that he couldn't find a suitable excuse. Never mind, he would simply take her to see it when the time was right. Perhaps she would be so pleased that she would forget to inquire about the source of the funds. Meanwhile, Li Wenhao was busy with his phone, glancing at it and chuckling intermittently, unable to resist the charm of the adorable babies. Passing by the dining hall, Lin Lu, who was serving food, nudged Wang Lei in front of him. "Lei, is that Hausi over there?" Wang Lei turned to take a look and exclaimed, "Hey, you're right." Lin Lu waved his hand, calling out, "Hausi, Hausi, Li Wenhao." Yet, Li Wenhao appeared oblivious, continuing to grin foolishly. Lin Lu remarked, "When did Hausi go deaf?" Wang Lei speculated, "Perhaps he just didn't hear us? But how could he not see us? We're not far from him." They exchanged glances, pondering. Could it be that Hausi is in love? No way. Come on, let us head back to the dorm. The two quickly grabbed their meals and dashed back to their room. As Li Wenhao crawled onto his bed, engrossed in watching videos, the door suddenly swung open. Before he could react, Lin Lu and Wang Lei seized his legs. "Son, get down here. Tell your fathers which girl has caught your eye." Li Wenhao was bewildered. What on earth is happening? Get lost. What girl? Then why are you grinning? Am I even smiling? Li Wenhao exclaimed, utterly speechless. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Wenhao noticed Lin Lu and Wang Lei carrying food, and they had even bought him a portion. He had an inkling of the situation at hand. No, no, no. Don't move. I will tell you momentarily. You're quite perceptive. Hurry up. The two released their grip. If they continued to pull him like that, Li Wenhao feared he might tumble off the bed. He exhaled in relief. Once he climbed back onto the bed, he saw the eager expressions of his roommates, which made him feel that his outing today had been worthwhile. Merely by speculating that he was in a relationship, they were already so astonished. If they were to learn that Su Chen had a child, with his wife being Wen Qiqi, they would surely go into a frenzy. Of course, to achieve the desired impact, it was essential for Su Chen to personally bring Wen Qiqi and the child before them. Such a revelation would indeed be more shocking. Therefore, he had to restrain himself and refrain from divulging the information. This way, he could also ask Su Chen for more time to bond with the little ones. "Grandson, do speak up. Why the hesitation? Which young lady is it?" Li Wenhao picked up his phone and swiftly encrypted the videos of himself and the little ones. Then, he cast a meaningful glance at the two. "I want to tell you. Damn it, I can't stand not knowing. Neither can I. Spill it." Thus, the two climbed onto Li Wenhao's bed and gave him a playful beating. During the meal, Su Chen appeared lost in thought. "Su Chen, what's wrong?" Wen Qiqi, noticing his distraction, couldn't help but inquire. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen replied, "Qiqi, what would you think if I said I have 200,000? Wen Qiqi's face turned tense. Su Chen chuckled, deciding to spare her such a shock for now. "Qiqi, let us go shopping this weekend." He observed that the little ones had plenty of clothes, yet it seemed that Wen Qiqi had only a few outfits. Su Chen felt a pang of sympathy. At her youthful age, she had sacrificed so much for the child. He wished to make it up to her. At a suitable moment, he would also inform her about the house situation. Sounds good. Seeing that Su Chen had ceased his nonsensical talk, Wen Qiqi readily agreed. After the meal, they prepared to bathe the little ones. As Wen Qiqi held the fourth treasure, she suddenly furrowed her brow. Then, with a delightful exclamation, she said, "Su Chen, don't you think the fourth treasure has gained weight?" Su Chen happily approached and lifted the fourth treasure. Really? The fourth treasure hadn't been this heavy before. And in recent days, he had indeed become chubbier. Wen Qiqi felt a surge of joy. For the past 6 months, she had tried every means to ensure the fourth treasure had extra nutrition. However, the fourth treasure had stubbornly refused to gain weight, often crying and growing increasingly frail. Wen Qiqi had always worried about his development, fearing he might not thrive. But now, the fourth treasure had plump arms and legs, and his little belly had rounded out. Even his face had taken on a bit of baby fat, though not as round as the other three. He had certainly gained a noticeable amount. Su-chin, you're amazing. These past few days, Su-chin had taken care of the little ones, and it was evident that it was all thanks to him. When Chi-Chi couldn't help but praise Su-chin. Su-chin chuckled. Then why not promptly call me husband? Chapter 41. When Chi-Chi once again felt embarrassed when Chi-Chi froze for a moment. Her face flushed crimson, her heart fluttering like a little rabbit trapped within her chest. In a fluster, she clutched onto Sibao, unsure whether to set him down or hold on tighter. Sibao, with half of his clothing removed, looked up at Chi-Chi with a bewildered expression. "Eh? Mommy, what is wrong?" Su-chin nearly burst into laughter. How could they both be so adorably charming? Calmly, he approached Chi-Chi and took the confused Sibao from her arms. "Allow me to handle this. You should rest for a moment, or else Sibao might suffer." Su-chin deliberately elongated his voice. Only then did Chi-Chi realize that she had unwittingly stripped Sibao of half his clothes. She offered an awkward smile. Sibao, oblivious to his mother's momentary lapse, looked at Chi-Chi and beamed cheerfully. This only deepened Chi-Chi's feelings of guilt. Chi-Chi, how could you be so careless? In the past, she would have preferred to carry all 4 babies on her person, fearing that she might falter in her responsibilities. Was it because Su-chin was present that she felt overly at ease? Once Su-chin's figure was out of sight, Chi-Chi exhaled deeply. She recalled Shin Ming Yao's reminder from school. Indeed, Su-chin was exceptionally capable. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to follow him to the bathroom. The bathroom housed a large bathtub. Su-chin was carefully placing Sibao into the tub, and upon hearing Sibao's delighted giggles, he too felt a surge of joy. He was oblivious to Chi-Chi's approach. At that moment, he spoke to Sibao as if in a monologue. "Sibao, you must eat well and nourish yourself, do you understand? Otherwise, your mommy will worry. Tell me, when will your mommy agree to be with your daddy?" When Chi-Chi halted, her expression tightening with anxiety. Hearing the sound, Su-chin turned to her. "What brings you here?" Blushing, when Chi-Chi approached him, "I came to see if you need any help." No. Sibao is very obedient. However, Su-chin paused thoughtfully before continuing. "When they grow a bit older, you might need to bathe Bao and Sibao. They are both little girls." With that, Su-chin splashed a handful of water onto Sibao's shoulder. Sibao excitedly bounced around in the tub, but Su-chin was strong enough to ensure he wouldn't fall. "Isn't that right, Sibao? Our little Sibao is sure to be a delightful little girl." When Chi-Chi felt a warmth in her heart at this scene. With Su-chin around, it seemed as though everything was taken care of, as he anticipated every need. An inexplicable emotion washed over her, and she found herself yearning to draw closer to him. After pondering for a moment, she initiated a conversation. "Was that your roommate today?" "Yes." "You didn't tell them we live together?" "Not yet. Once you accept me, I will inform them." Su-chin continued his playful antics with Sibao while responding to Chi-Chi's inquiries, leaving her momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Su-chin raised his head and looked at her earnestly, chuckling as he inquired, "Are you now willing to accept me?" Chi-Chi, flustered, lowered her head, her hands trembling slightly as she prepared to pour water for Sibao. Though she had initiated the conversation, Chi-Chi found herself at a loss for words. Would she be willing? If she were unwilling, why would she allow Su-chin to stay in her home? Yet, the mere mention of the question by Su-chin left her feeling exceedingly anxious. Shen Mingyao's words echoed in her mind, amplifying her unease. Observing Chi-Chi's nervous demeanor, Su-chin could not help but smile. His wife seemed to be anxious once more. There was hope. Sibao gazed vacantly between Mama and Baba, his little mind undoubtedly in a whirl. Perhaps sensing the silence was too profound, Sibao lifted his tiny foot and stomped down suddenly. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, drenching Chi-Chi from head to toe. Foam from Sibao's body landed on the tip of her nose, and as she looked up in bewilderment, she cast a conflicted glance at Sibao. "Haha." Su-chin couldn't contain his laughter. Chi-Chi frowned in annoyance. Seeing her reaction, Sibao also burst into giggles. "You too." Chi-Chi felt exasperated. When had Sibao begun siding with Su-chin? "Don't move," Su-chin suddenly called out to Chi-Chi. At that moment of her surprise, his hand gently touched the tip of her nose. "There's foam." Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson. Su-chin wiped the foam away. and she continued to stare at him in a daze. Suchin chuckled. Chi-Chi, you're blushing. Oh no, oh no, oh no. She was utterly captivated by his gaze. Suchin. In an attempt to mask her embarrassment, she sought to change the topic. But what could she say? Suddenly struck with inspiration, she asked, You don't like washing socks? Suchin responded. When Chi-Chi continued, And you don't study properly? Fighting, skipping classes? Suchin replied. When Chi-Chi added, And you snore? Just as she sensed another round of questioning looming, Suchin swiftly picked up Bao to intervene. Ahem. Well, Chi-Chi, don't listen to that rascally Wenhao. I wash my socks on time, and I don't snore at night. Look, I've been living here for so many days, and you should know that. Seeing the unmistakable disbelief in Wen Chi-Chi's eyes, Suchin felt helpless. He then leaned closer to her, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. However, there are indeed intriguing items beneath my bed. Would you care to take a look? Under the bed? Wen Chi-Chi frowned. What are you talking about? Just as she was about to inquire further, she suddenly recalled the various notions that Shen Mingyao had instilled in her, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Chen. My dear, what is it? When Chi-Chi stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Suchin was nearly in stitches. His wife was utterly adorable. Despite having given birth, she was still so easily flustered. If you wish to see, I can go right now. Get lost. Whether she was more angered or embarrassed. When Chi-Chi stood up and strode toward the door. You can wash by yourself. And make sure to wash the bow, air bow, and sand bow as well. Haha. Despite being assigned numerous chores, Suchin felt elated. After bathing the quadruplets, Suchin carried them into the room. When Chi-Chi had already prepared milk for the babies. The eldest, second, and third children had finished their bottles and were eagerly watching him. Suchin approached Wen Chi-Chi with a gentle smile. Chi-Chi, please hand me the fourth baby. Wen Chi-Chi obediently passed the child to him. I need to feed now. You take the third baby to the bath. Was she still upset? As Suchin lifted the third baby, he purposely turned back at the door and remarked, Actually, I've hidden a plethora of study materials beneath my bed. Chi-Chi, you wouldn't misinterpret that, would you? When Chi-Chi, Suchin continued, I've taken the college entrance examination 3 times, and I've developed a habit. It's truly not what you think. He emphasized this point deliberately. When Chi-Chi was thoroughly exasperated. Get out, get out, get out. Observing that when Chi-Chi was on the verge of losing her composure, Suchin finally took the third baby and whistled a tune as he headed off to give the child a bath. In the dead of night, after when Chi-Chi had fallen asleep, Suchin stealthily entered his space. A couple of days prior, he had planted cucumbers and tomatoes outside, and he had also sown some in his space. Now, they were thriving abundantly. The cucumbers were particularly plentiful, and the tomatoes were large and round. Suchin picked a few cucumbers and tomatoes and took a bite. The cucumber was crisp and slightly sweet, while the tomato had a delightful balance of acidity and sweetness, far surpassing what he usually consumed. Indeed, it was delightful. He should find a time to discuss with Qianhu about supplying cucumbers and tomatoes for sampling. The author remarks, Today is a day for genuinely showering affection, hee. Chapter 42, Shopping for the baby's clothes on the weekend. Suchin took the 4 babies along with Wen Chi-Chi to the mall. As soon as they entered the mall, a crowd noticed the quadruplets. Wow, are they quadruplets? So adorable. Look, their parents are quite handsome as well. People gazed enviously in their direction, with many eager individuals pulling out their phones to take pictures. A smile appeared on Wen Chi-Chi's face. Chi-Chi, shall we head to the maternity and baby store first? Wen Chi-Chi nodded. The baby store they visited was the same one where the plump lady had previously delivered their baby chairs. The store was bustling with customers. Many parents were selecting items for their little ones, yet most were indecisive. Do you think this baby chair is practical? And what about this outfit? Will my baby look good in it? These stuffed toys seem nice, but I wonder if they are durable. My baby loves to chew on them. At that moment, Suchin wheeled in the 4 babies. Instantly, a stir erupted. Look at them. Quick, look at them. 4 babies. Wow, the babies are so round and adorable. Their skin is so flawless. What have they been feeding them? The gazes of other parents were predominantly fixed on the babies. Were they also shopping? Surely. They were buying for the 4 little ones. Wow, let's see what they are purchasing. We should get the same. There's no doubt about it. Suchin felt quite helpless. Just as they were about to call for a server, a cheerful, plump lady hurried over, her face beaming with delight. "You really came," she exclaimed, crouching down in front of the little ones, pinching the chubby cheeks of the eldest, ruffling the head of the second, and playfully nudging the nose of the third. Finally, she even hugged the youngest before turning her attention to Wenqiqi and Suchun. "What would you like to order? I can make some recommendations." Leaning closer to Wenqiqi, she whispered, "I can give you a discount, the best one." Having been in the business for many years, she could easily discern that the hesitant mothers were considering making purchases alongside Suchun and his group. If she could win over these two, their shop would surely benefit. "Let us take a look first," Wenqiqi replied. A few days prior, Suchun had already bought a significant amount of formula and diapers, and they seemed to have no urgent needs at the moment. Pushing the little ones along, Suchun followed Wenqiqi, glancing around as they walked. They passed by various toys meant for the older children, which the 6-month-old babies were still too young to play with. Suchin couldn't help but sigh. "Oh, little ones, you need to grow up quickly so that daddy can take you out to play." Lost in thought, his attention was suddenly drawn by a flash of pink on a nearby shelf, a princess dress. The neckline was adorned with a petite bow, and the hem flared slightly, exuding an irresistible charm. Suchin's eyes widened in awe. The dress would look enchanting on the second and fourth babies. The plump lady noticed Suchin's captivated expression and hurried over with small steps, her face radiating enthusiasm. "Mr. Su, have you taken a liking to this dress? It's perfect for the second and fourth babies." She held the dress up to them, her eyes crinkling with joy. It seemed as if it had been tailor-made for them. The second and fourth babies, who had been curiously watching Suchin and Wenqiqi, were instantly captivated by the garment. They turned in unison, each grabbing a hold of the dress, unwilling to let go. "Wow, it seems the babies really love the dress. Oh, by the way, Mr. Su, Miss Wen, we also have a matching outfit for boys, a blue shirt, trousers, and a little bow tie," the plump lady continued, signaling a server to bring over the ensemble. Upon seeing it, Suchun felt his heart melt. It was the epitome of a little prince. Wenqiqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been quite some time since they had purchased clothes for their babies, and their current wardrobe was beginning to look worn. "These outfits are lovely." Wenqiqi instinctively picked up the price tag and gasped in astonishment. "Is this dress really 5,000 yuan?" "Yes, Miss Wen. All our clothes are made from the finest materials, ensuring they won't irritate the baby's skin," the plump lady replied. Wenqiqi lowered her head, feeling conflicted. "I'm sorry, but we want to be buying. Miss, do you think the price is a bit steep?" "No worries, I can offer you a discount. How does 30 off sound? A complete set for 3,500 or 4 sets for 13,500. Rest assured, the price you receive here is the most favorable." The plump lady persisted in her sales pitch. Wenqiqi bit her lip, torn between desire and practicality. Had it been before, she would have purchased without a second thought. However, at this moment, 10,000 yuan is sufficient for the little ones to enjoy several days of quality formula. She shook her head once more, sighing. Suchin understood that Wenqiqi was reluctant to spend the money, feeling a pang of guilt deep within her heart. Has she been living like this for the past 6 months? Suchin affectionately ruffled Wenqiqi's hair and asked, "Do you like it?" Wenqiqi sniffed, her words contradicting her heart. "I don't like it." Suchin looked up at the saleswoman. "For sets, please charge it to my card." "Wah, Suchin!" Wenqiqi exclaimed in surprise. "I said I don't like it." "I know," Suchun replied earnestly, "but your expression tells me otherwise. Just look at how much the little ones adore it." The 4 children were beaming at the clothes, with the second and fourth ones drooling in delight. "If you like it, let's buy it. I can afford it, my dear. You needn't save for me." The saleswoman, filled with joy, hurried to the register with the card machine. Wenqiqi felt a lump in her throat, nearly moved to tears. Suchin always had such a domineering way about him. Yet, she felt an undeniable excitement. Thus, this time, she chose not to refuse. The men around them, who initially intended to follow suit in shopping, were astounded. 5,000 for each set, buying 4 sets. This young man lacks restraint. I can only afford 1 set. This is excessive. Meanwhile, the women were starry-eyed. Wow, how enviable. I wish I had a husband like that. So bold. Is it too late to change husbands now? Oh dear, we already have children. What a dream shattered. I'm furious. Yet, they couldn't help but admire the couple's happiness. To this dog food, I raise my glass. The cheerful saleswoman dashed over with the card machine. Mr. Su, your total. Su-chin swiped the card, and with a beep, the transaction was successful. The saleswoman beamed. Mr. Su, we have staff here specifically to assist the little ones with trying on clothes. Shall we have them change into their outfits now? Indeed. All right. The crowd, initially about to disperse, paused in anticipation. Wow, the little ones are going to change into princess dresses. No, I must capture this moment. They will look so adorable. I can hardly wait. Chapter 43. Enchanted babies, stunning the crowd as soon as Su-chin agreed. The sales staff rushed forward, eager to help the children change into their outfits. Remarkably, the 4 little ones were unusually well-behaved today, allowing themselves to be carried without protest. When Chi-Chi, seeing how many people adored the children, chose not to voice any objections. Before long, the 4 little ones were dressed. As the sales staff brought them out, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The 2nd and 4th babies resembled charming little dolls, their large eyes sparkling as they smiled at Su-chin and when Chi-Chi. The pink bows swayed adorably, and the outfits were adorned with just the right amount of shimmering sequins to catch the eye without overwhelming it. These exquisite children appeared as if they had stepped straight out of a painting. Looking at the eldest and 3rd babies, both boys were clad in dapper little vests and crisp white trousers, their bow ties adding an extra touch of charm. It seemed they were aware of their new attire. Standing upright and composed, without a hint of fuss, the serious demeanor elicited a hearty round of laughter from the crowd. The splendid pairing of the little prince and princess captivated all who beheld them, rendering it impossible to look away. There was even a fleeting thought of swiftly whisking away the 4 cherubic children. Sister Pang, still the one who laughed the loudest, exclaimed, I told you. They look absolutely adorable in those outfits. The crowd erupted into fervent discussions. Is this truly the epitome of beauty? I'm envious. Why can't my baby look like that? Oh, how I wish to hold them. The infants, oblivious to the commotion, had eyes solely for Su-chin and Wen Chi-Chi. The eldest and the 3rd child were fixated on Wen Chi-Chi, while the 2nd and 4th gazed at Su-chin with joyous smiles. Su-chin felt a jolt in his heart. Although he had mentally prepared himself and endured countless adorable onslaughts from the babies, he couldn't help but think, how utterly charming. I am destined to be a devoted servant to these little ones. He would gladly comply with any request at this moment. When Chi-Chi, too, was somewhat bewildered. She had always regarded the babies as ordinary children, attributing their charm to her role as a mother, and had never paid much heed to their allure. However, today, she was truly enchanted by their cuteness. Hastening forward, she scooped up the eldest and 3rd children, while Su-chin embraced the 2nd and 4th. The family of 6 stood together, hugging, kissing, and lifting each other high. The handsome parents and lovely babies drew envious tears from onlookers in the store. No. I must buy that outfit for my baby. I'm going too. No matter the cost, they are simply too adorable. The phrase I'm envious had become a weary refrain. How could such a divine family exist in this world? The glass of the maternity shop was transparent. And at that moment, a beautiful woman who had just finished a live stream stood outside the store, holding her phone. Hello everyone. Today I am in Ningzhou City, currently live streaming from a large shopping mall. Before she could finish her sentence, the chat exploded. Host, look behind you. Behind me? Where? The host replied with a sweet smile. In that store. Look, aren't there 4 adorable babies? Are they the models for that shop? Where is it? I need to go shopping. Turning her head, the host squinted through the glass, her view slightly obscured. However, this did not diminish the baby's charm. They were being held by a young couple, their backs to the host while the 4 little ones faced her. Upon seeing them, she exclaimed, wow, they are unbelievably cute. The host couldn't help but let out an expletive, yet the fans paid no mind, their focus solely on the babies. Host, hurry inside and take a closer look. I want to virtually adore those little ones. All right, I'm on my way. The host swiftly gathered her live streaming equipment, realizing that thanks to these 2 little ones, her modest audience had suddenly swelled by tens of thousands. Truly, adorable children are unbeatable. The host marveled at the phenomenon. A few minutes later, as the host entered the mother and baby store, the infants had vanished. The host appeared bewildered, asking, "Where did those 4 babies go?" "Oh, them. They've left," came the professional response from Sister Pang. The host scratched her head. "Left? How come I didn't see? Our store has 2 entrances, miss. You came in through this door, while they exited through the other one." "Oh," the host replied anxiously. "All right, thank you. I'll go look for them." This was a potent tool for gaining followers. She was determined to persuade the parents to allow her to film a few more videos. In the live stream, someone had recorded the video. Though the quality was poor, it still garnered numerous shares online, unbeknownst to Su Chun and Wen Chi. After stepping outside, Wen Chi began to walk away. Su Chun casually grabbed her arm. "Where are you going?" "Home," Wen Chi replied, somewhat confused. Su Chun chuckled lightly. "Is that it? Going home already?" Wen Chi looked at Su Chun in puzzlement. "Is there something else to buy?" "Shopping, Chi. Don't you love shopping?" Su Chun had already prepared himself to accompany Wen Chi for a day of shopping, as it was one of girls' favorite pastimes. This question left Wen Chi momentarily stunned. She recalled a time before she became a mother when she would go shopping with her roommates, where she was always the fastest runner among them. No one in her circle could compete with her. She could stroll around in high heels all day without feeling fatigued. When had she lost her interest in shopping? Perhaps it had begun when she became pregnant. When Chi offered a bittersweet smile, "Yes, I do love it." "Then let us go shopping. We can take as long as you wish. The babies and I will accompany you, so there's no need to worry." When Chi felt a lump in her throat, she finally grasped the significance of Su Chin's invitation to shop today. "Did you come just to accompany me?" Su Chin lifted her chin and, as was his habit, gently ruffled her hair. He noticed that when Chi seemed accustomed to this gesture, he felt quite satisfied. A single tear lingered in Wen Chi's eye. How could Su Chin bear to see her cry? He pressed his lips together and smiled gently. "Are you touched? My dear wife, come here and let me hold you." With that, Su Chin opened his arms wide. Chapter 44. A hug. A hug. When Chi face flushed. "Su Chin, you." The onlookers who had been observing the babies chimed in, eager to join the fun. "A hug. A hug. Oh, come on. Don't be shy. We're happy to indulge in some sweet moments, so give a hug." They encircled the pair, creating a lively atmosphere. When Chi expression shifted rapidly, she recalled that she seemed to be in a quarrel with Su Chin earlier, and now she was expected to embrace him? No. Even without a quarrel, she shouldn't let Su Chin hug her. Su Chin noticed the myriad expressions on Wen Chi's face and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Did you hear that? If you don't hug, they won't let you go." This time, Su Chin was resolute. After teasing Wen Chi a few days prior to gauge her reactions, he realized that she was gradually beginning to accept him. Let us draw their relationship a little closer. The sound of Su Chin's voice tickled Wen Zixiao's ears, igniting a flutter in her heart. As the crowd around them swelled, Wen Zixiao felt increasingly embarrassed. With a hint of frustration, she shut her eyes and resolved, "Let it be." In a swift motion, she opened her arms and, amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, embraced Su Chin. Before he could encircle her with his arms, she retreated quickly, her cheeks flushed, no longer daring to meet his gaze. "I've hugged you. Let's go." Su Chin appeared somewhat bewildered. It seemed he had not yet embraced her. "Zixiao, you're being unreasonable. Are you leaving or not? If not, I will." With a stubborn push, Wen Zixiao urged him forward, avoiding the eyes of the crowd as she made her way into the throng. Reluctantly, Su Chin followed. Ha. The beauty is shy. This young man is quite impressive, mastering the situation perfectly. I'm so full from this dog food that I won't need lunch at all. Yet it's absolutely delightful. As Su Chin and Wen Zixiao departed amidst the applause, they arrived at a women's clothing store. Su Chin halted Wen Zixiao, who was walking ahead with her head down. "Zixiao, let us take a look in here." She paused, noticing the renowned boutique, its garments radiating a youthful charm with their light colors. Aware that each piece was at least 2,000, she gazed at Su Chin, perplexed. "What are we doing here?" "I'm buying you clothes," he replied without hesitation, ushering her inside. "I don't need any clothes, Su Chin. There's no need to buy anything," she protested anxiously, trailing behind. "No way, we're already here." What a peculiar use of that phrase. But no buts, today I call the shots. Suchin's tone was decidedly authoritative. Concerned about him spending money, when Zijao tugged at his clothing. Suchin, even if we must buy something, let us choose another store. Why? The colors here are too light. They don't suit me. She fabricated a casual excuse, though the truth was the prices were exorbitant. However, the light colors were a factor as well. It's inconvenient with the little ones. They often spill food on my clothes. For the past 6 months, when Zijao had exclusively worn dark clothing, having not purchased lighter attire in quite some time, Suchun turned to see when Zijao delicately gripping his clothing, evoking an overwhelming urge to embrace her once more. However, he feared that if he held her twice in one day, she might become overwhelmed. That would be counterproductive. Everything must unfold gradually. Zijao, you're being disobedient again. Huh? When Zijao looked at Suchin in confusion, I told you I have money. Just as his words trailed off, a voice rang out from the entrance. Suchin? Both turned to see Wang Qian. When Zijao recalled that Wang Qian was Suchun's elementary school classmate, the last time they met, her eyes had sparkled with admiration for him. As this thought crossed her mind, she instinctively leaned closer to Suchin. Upon observing Wen Qiqi's subtle gestures, Suchin felt an immense joy swell within him. Wang Qian, however, was oblivious to the affectionate exchange between the two. Her gaze was solely fixated on Suchin. After a few days apart, he appeared even more dashing. Wang Qian sauntered over, her waist swaying enticingly. It truly is you. What a fateful encounter. Unbeknownst to the 4 little ones, Suchin discreetly nudged them forward, silently urging, little ones, it's time to assist your father. The children, entirely unaware of their role as a shield, stared blankly at Wang Qian. The third child furrowed his brow slightly. He found this aunt rather unappealing. Noticing Suchin's silence, Wang Qian took a couple of steps closer. Suchin, why don't we exchange contact information? Despite knowing he had children, she had inquired discreetly, since Suchin had not yet registered his marriage. She believed there might still be a chance. Perhaps being with Suchin could lead to having quadruplets. The children appeared particularly adorable today. Just as Suchin was about to decline, when Qiqi unexpectedly stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of him and gently pushing the children ahead. Striving to maintain a calm demeanor, she smiled and said, Suchin, shall we go choose some clothes? Is my wife being proactive? This feeling is simply magnificent. Suchin nodded and politely addressed Wang Qian. I apologize, Wang, but I must accompany my wife in shopping for clothes. He had just referred to her as his wife, and she had not objected. Suchin decided to take another chance. Indeed, she remained silent. How delightful. A wave of triumph washed over him. Wang Qian stood awkwardly, contemplating her next move. At that moment, a sales assistant swiftly intercepted her with a knowing glance. What are you doing? I'm sorry, miss, but please do not impede our customer from shopping. Wang Qian retorted haughtily, Who says I want tea buy? I will. She followed closely behind Wen Qiqi and Suchin. Whatever clothing Wen Qiqi selected, she mirrored in her choices. If Wen Qiqi set something down, she too would do the same. Even the sales assistant was left exasperated. Due to the children, the store soon filled with onlookers, who amused themselves with the little ones while casting glances at Wang Qian and Wen Qiqi. Wen Qiqi lingered before a pink dress, contemplating it thoroughly before finally placing it down. Suchin, with a casual gesture, offered the dress to her. Why not give it a try? However, she hesitated. But I haven't worn a dress in over a year. It's all right. Just try it on, he encouraged, bolstered by his support. When Qiqi bit her lip and accepted the dress, making her way to the fitting room, in a fit of determination. Wang Qian grabbed an identical dress. I'll try it too. The sales assistant, concerned, interjected, Miss, you should opt for a larger size. This one, do you dare suggest I am overweight? Wang Qian rolled her eyes, determined to prove otherwise. She was resolute. If a mother of a child could wear it, so could she. The sales assistant, resigned, offered a forced smile. Very well, please do give it a try. 5 minutes later, when Qiqi emerged, as the dress required pulling over her head, her previously tied hair cascaded down. She tucked a strand behind her ear, too timid to meet Suchin's gaze. Her voice barely audible. Suchin, does it look good? The dress was a delicate spaghetti strap, reaching just to the bust while falling short of the knees. When Qian felt somewhat out of her element. Meanwhile, Su Qin's eyes were already transfixed. The author has a note. Sihua poses adorably, urging all uncles to remember to leave a 5-star review. Chapter 45. My wife is naturally the most beautiful. He had been living with Wen Qian for several days now. Every day, Su Qin saw her in jeans and a t-shirt. He found it hard to believe that Wen Qian disliked wearing skirts. After all, what girl does not revel in beauty? The only plausible explanation was that Wen Qian, for the sake of their children, had no choice but to forego such attire. Today, however, his thoughts were confirmed. In this shop, the garments she admired most were the dresses. The moment when Qian emerged, Su Chun was left in awe. Although she did not favor makeup, her lips bore a natural blush. Her hair, usually tied up, cascaded down now, adding a touch of allure. Particularly, the way she flicked her hair caused Su Chin's throat to tighten. Goodness, was he truly inviting trouble upon himself? Why did he insist on having her try on a dress? After a moment of inner turmoil, he finally reassured himself that as long as she liked it, that was all that mattered. The straps of the top perfectly accentuated Wen Qian's exquisite collarbone, while her waist was just right. Despite having given birth to 4 children, her waist appeared unchanged. Her calves were long and graceful, captivating his gaze entirely, though she wore no high heels. The combination of her white shoes with the dress exuded a youthful charm. Su Qin found himself momentarily speechless. When Qian, not receiving a response from Su Qin, assumed he was preoccupied and thus raised her voice to call out to him, Su Qin? Upon witnessing the fervent gaze he directed towards her, her cheeks flushed crimson. Su Qin chuckled softly, beautiful. My wife is undoubtedly the most stunning. When Qian bit her lip, inwardly reveling in the compliment. At that moment, onlookers who had just entered the store were taken aback by the scene. A fairy. Surely, she was the legendary fairy. She was even more beautiful than many celebrities. It seemed she wore no makeup. A pure, natural beauty. How enchanting. What kind of man could possibly be worthy of such a woman? After expressing their admiration, their gazes fell upon Su Qin, and they were once again astonished. Indeed, only a handsome man could be worthy of a beautiful woman. This couple was utterly captivating. And their children, a family of 6, also strikingly beautiful. The sales staff continued to compliment Wen Qian profusely. Someone suddenly exclaimed, wasn't there a beauty who took the same outfit into the fitting room? Why hasn't she come out yet? Is she too shy? Several minutes had passed. Surely she had had ample time to change. The sales staff, curious, approached the fitting room to inquire, Miss? The door of the fitting room opened slightly. Wang Qian, gritting her teeth, stepped out. Who said I couldn't wear it? But upon seeing Wen Qian, she was momentarily stunned. The surrounding crowd struggled to suppress their laughter. And even the sales staff was on the verge of bursting. Though Wang Qian was of similar height to Wen Qian and considered beautiful in her own right, her larger frame was evident. Upon donning the dress, she exuded an aura reminiscent of a rugged woman suddenly adorned in the attire of a delicate lady. The incongruity was palpable. The onlookers murmured, may I leave a comment? Yet, would such a remark wound the beauty's heart? Wang Qian herself became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. In a fit of anger, she whirled around and retreated into the fitting room, too intimidated to re-emerge. Su Chun and Wen Qizhao paid her no mind. However, Wen Qizhao could not resist glancing at the price tag. 3,000 yuan. Having already spent over 10,000 a day for the little ones, she resolved not to further deplete Su Chen's finances. Let me peruse other options, she suggested. Very well. Su Chen acquiesced. While Wen Qizhao sifted through the garments, she discreetly whispered a few words to the attendant. Before long, Wen Qizhao had made her selection. Ultimately, she chose a pair of trousers, which were on sale for 500 yuan. Without uttering a word, Su Chen settled the bill. After purchasing the clothes, the pair exited the mall amidst the envious stares of onlookers. Shall we dine out today? Su Chen proposed. Certainly, Wen Qizhao replied without hesitation. During their meal, as before, the little ones were attended to by the staff. Su Chen served Wen Qizhao some dishes. Halfway through their meal, Su Chen stood up, saying, Qizhao, I need to use the restroom. All right, Wen Qizhao responded, trusting him implicitly. However, upon exiting, Su Chen did not turn towards the restroom, but instead headed straight back to the previous shop. The attendant presented the already packaged garments to Su-chun. Here you go. Handsome, your clothes. Thank you. He nodded, then pointed to another white dress. Please wrap this one up as well. This particular dress was one that Wen Qizhao had also admired, but its high price had dissuaded her from trying it on. Yet, Su-chun was certain it would suit her perfectly. After completing the transaction, he exited the store with 2 bags in hand, just in time to encounter the group of onlookers who had watched Wen Qizhao change earlier. They gasped, "Hey, handsome, why are you alone? Where's your beautiful wife? She has gone to eat." Oh, they exchanged glances at the garments in Su-chun's hands, their envy palpable. 2 pieces? Aren't these the outfits your wife tried on earlier? Oh, I see. You sneaked away to buy her some clothes, didn't you? What a good man. By the way, would you mind having another girlfriend? Su-chun could only shake his head in exasperation, aware they were jesting, and waved them off as he departed. Moments later, at the entrance of the store, a breathless young woman appeared. Did you see for little ones just now? This streamer had circled the mall twice, only to miss them each time. She was nearly beside herself. I did see them. The streamer exclaimed with delight. Where are they? They've left. Again? Never mind. I'll keep searching. The group, perplexed by her sudden exclamation of again, kindly advised, they've likely exited the mall. They mentioned going to eat. You might not find them. Darn. By the time Su-chun reached the restaurant, he handed the bags of clothing to Wen Qizhao before taking a seat. When Chi-Chi was taken aback, Su-chun, didn't you go to the restroom? Yes, but I also took the liberty of purchasing some clothes for you. I told you I didn't want any. As she spoke, she accepted the gift, her heart already brimming with delight like honey. Yet, a hint of concern lingered. Su-chun, where did you get the money? Su-chun could only respond with a sigh. I earned it. Earning this much? You spent 20,000 in a single day. Indeed, business has been thriving these past few days. When Chi-Chi recalled the incident when Su-chun sold potatoes, she nodded, albeit skeptically. You should still be frugal. You have school to attend. Su-chun nodded earnestly. All right, my dear wife. I understand. When Chi-Chi lowered her head, a suspicious blush adorning her cheeks. However, she no longer objected to Su-chun calling her wife. Seizing the moment, Su-chun remarked, Chi-Chi, your birthday is approaching. I senti it? How do you know? How does it seem that you possess boundless knowledge? I guessed. Su-chun smiled mysteriously, and upon seeing Wen Chi-Chi's astonished expression, he continued. All right. It was Shun Mingyao who informed me. When Chi-Chi nodded, yes, it's soon. Okay, I'm aware. Su-chun had already devised a delightful surprise for Wen Chi-Chi. Chapter 46. Our Chi-Chi has actually worn a dress on Monday, when Chi-Chi awoke to find that Su-chun had prepared breakfast. A savory egg pancake with bacon, accompanied by a cup of warm milk. Having slept poorly, when Chi-Chi rose unusually early that day, adorned in her new attire, a pink dress. Half asleep, she let her hair down. Standing at the kitchen door, observing the industrious Su-chun, do you need any assistance? Upon catching sight of Wen Chi-Chi, Su-chun momentarily froze. Chi-Chi, what's the matter? You look stunning. When Chi-Chi instantly awakened, realizing that he was teasing her so early in the morning, she glanced down at herself, feeling a bit embarrassed. As Su-chun carried the breakfast outside, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances as he passed her. Ah, if I had known. I wouldn't have bought you those clothes. Are you regretting it? Indeed, I regret it deeply. How can I feel at ease knowing such a beautiful wife attends school? I wish I could accompany you there immediately. Then perhaps I should change? When Chi-Chi couldn't help but chuckle. It's all right, dear wife. As long as you're happy. In the future, you will wear clothes meant only for my eyes. At Su-chun's suggestive gaze, when Chi-Chi felt her face grow warm again. Ahem, let us eat first. After finishing their meal, Su-chun took the children to escort Wen Chi-Chi to school. As usual, they arrived at the west gate, where Wen Chi-Chi felt somewhat uneasy upon getting out of the car. It had been so long since she wore a dress. Despite her preparations, she still felt a bit conflicted. Taking a deep breath, she finally opened the car door under Su-chun's watchful gaze. The west gate was not crowded. It took a while before a few people strolled by. Soon, someone spotted Wen Chi-Chi. Heavens, a fairy sister. Wow, where did this beauty come from? One bold individual approached, phone in hand, asking, Junior, Could you share your WeChat? When Chi-Chi responded with a smile, but chose not to engage further. Upon reaching the classroom door, an innumerable crowd had already gathered. Classmates who had arrived earlier. Upon hearing the commotion, caught a glimpse of when Chi-Chi. Some girls, possessing an innate jealousy towards beauty, remarked without truly discerning her identity, "Classmate, you must have entered the wrong classroom." When Chi-Chi appeared somewhat bewildered, "I haven't tea," she replied. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out. When Chi-Chi? The girl who had spoken lifted her gaze, and her eyes widened in astonishment. You are Wen Chi-Chi?" Shin Mingyao approached from a corner, joyfully linking arms with Wen Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. You actually wore a dress. How stunning." The boys in the class were enraptured, their eyes filled with hearts. Isn't she simply breathtaking? Normally, when Chi-Chi dresses so plainly, yet here she is, the school beauty, now elevated to the status of a goddess. She embodies the ideal of a dream girl for men. The pink of her dress, inherently charming, framed her face beautifully as her hair cascaded down. The once aloof Wen Chi-Chi now evoked a sense of protectiveness in others. This is simply every man's dream girl. The boys erupted in excitement. Wow, she rivals a star. No, she is even more beautiful than any celebrity. I'm in love. Wen Chi-Chi, would you mind considering a new father for the children? If so, I'd like to apply. I'd like to apply too. Count me in. Each person grew increasingly animated. Meanwhile, the girls displayed expressions of conflict. They had believed that by rising early and applying meticulous makeup, they would at least retain some allure. Yet, upon seeing Wen Chi-Chi, they instantly felt their efforts had been in vain. Whenever Wen Chi-Chi stood there, others faded into insignificance. A sense of jealousy stirred within the girls, but they also admired beauty. After all, Wen Chi-Chi belonged to their class, making this inexplicable blend of jealousy and admiration quite peculiar. Wang Xinran nearly leaped up. So beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. I'm envious. Today is yet another day of feeling like a lemon. Beautiful inside and out, and with 4 adorable children. Goodness, she must be chosen by heaven itself. Who is that man? I must confront him. Shin Mingyao, standing beside Wen Chi-Chi, felt a surge of delight. The reactions of the crowd seemed overly dramatic. Before having children, Wen Chi-Chi had always been this stunning. She had merely changed for the sake of her children. Today, seeing her don a dress again took Shin Mingyao by surprise. Once seated, she could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered, "Chi-Chi, why are you wearing a dress? Didn't you say it was inconvenient with children?" "He takes care of them," Wen Chi-Chi replied, shyly lowering her head like a little girl. Shin Mingyao exclaimed in frustration, "Why did I ask that? I'm already full from this morning's dog food." Feeling torn, she finally asked quietly, "Since Su Chun treats you so well, Chi-Chi, when do you plan to bring him home?" Home. When Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback. She has not returned home for a year and a half. However, Shin Mingyao sighed. It is impossible to keep your parents in the dark forever. Rest assured, they are your parents, and regardless of the circumstances, they will forgive you. When Chi-Chi nodded her head, albeit with a hint of trepidation. Her father was so stern. He would surely be furious, wouldn't he? When the opportunity arises, perhaps? Yes. Find a moment to call your mother, or let her persuade your father. Throughout this lesson, when Chi-Chi felt somewhat restless, and the atmosphere in the classroom was similarly charged. Everyone's gaze was fixed on her. After class, many students gathered at the door, drawn by the allure of beauty. Numerous individuals sought her WeChat, but they were promptly shooed away by the boys from her class. In their words, if they could not have her, neither could anyone else. Fortunately, Wen Chi-Chi had no desire to engage with these boys. To outsiders, she had always been perceived as aloof and unapproachable, both before and after her leave of absence. Most boys who attempted to strike up a conversation with her received no response, earning her the nickname the Indifferent Campus Belle. It was precisely this air of indifference that added an aura of mystery around her, only intensifying the curiosity of the boys. Regrettably, no one could draw near to Wen Chi-Chi, save for the enigmatic man. At this moment, within the confines of boys' dormitory number 1, room 307, Li Wenhao and Lin Lu were engrossed in their game, while Wang Lei scrolled through a forum on his phone. Suddenly, his eyes lit up When Chi-Chi attended class today, and she wore a dress, Li Wenhao, with his headphones on, chuckled at Wang Lei's excitement. He had indeed seen Wen Chi-Chi and quietly observed his two friends' enthusiasm. As expected, Lin Lu swiftly removed his headphones, abandoning the game. Is that so? Let us go have a look. As Lin Lu and Wang Lei approached the door, they noticed Li Wenhao had yet to move. Lin Lu marched over and grasped Li Wenhao's collar, exclaiming, "Son, what are you doing? Let's go." Reluctantly, Li Wenhao followed. On their way, Lin Lu and Wang Lei engaged in lively discussion. "I've heard the campus belle is extraordinarily beautiful, akin to a celebrity. Who do you think has captured her heart?" "Who knows? If I find out who that guy is, I'll make him regret it," grumbled Wang Lei. Li Wenhao merely smiled in silence, eagerly anticipating their reactions when they learned of Wen Chi-Chi's relationship with Su Chen. It seemed the time had come to arrange an introduction for them. Upon arriving at Wen Chi-Chi's classroom, they found the entrance teeming with people, predominantly men. They held their phones, faces etched with disappointment and resentment. What to do? The campus belle is unapproachable. Just now, a handsome guy approached her for WeChat, only to be rejected. She is so aloof. The three boys finally caught sight of Wen Chi-Chi, who was exiting with her textbook alongside Shin Mingyao, engaged in conversation. Wen Chi-Chi suddenly broke into laughter. Lin Lu's eyes widened in awe. My heavens, she is as beautiful as a celestial being. Listen, it is the sound of a heart stirring. What should I do? I find myself captivated by the campus beauty once again. Wang Lei nodded in agreement. She is indeed stunning. Li Wenhao remarked, alas. These two foolish boys seem utterly unaware of the peril they invite by daring to gaze upon Su Chen. Lin Lu waved his hand to greet the campus beauty. Sister one, over here. Look here. At that moment, Shin Mingyao happened to glance over and caught sight of Li Wenhao, instantly feeling a twinge of conflict. When Chi-Chi noticed her expression and inquired, "What's wrong?" "It's your man's roommate," she replied. Following Shin Mingyao's gaze, when Chi-Chi saw Li Wenhao standing with two others, both earnestly waving at her. Li Wenhao, positioned behind Lin Lu and Wang Lei, noticed Wen Chi-Chi's glance and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Although he too acknowledged the allure of the campus beauty, ever since discovering her connection to Su Chen, he felt an inexplicable kinship towards her. Could it be that the campus beauty is looking my way? Oh my, is she truly gazing at me? Lin Lu felt faint with excitement, fervently waving his hands. Campus beauty, it's me, Lin Lu. Li Wenhao thought to himself, how does one deny knowing such a fool? When Chi-Chi nodded at them before continuing on her way, Shin Mingyao whispered, aren't those three Su Chen's roommates? Yes, it seems so. Their voices certainly sound familiar. They are quite handsome too. Is that so? Perhaps you should ask Su Chen to introduce you to them someday? Shin Mingyao pouted, choosing not to respond. In the corridor, numerous individuals greeted Wen Chi-Chi, to which she merely nodded, showing no intent to retrieve her phone. Lin Lu also took out his phone. Though his spirits were dampened, what should I do now? Li Wenhao asked, what's the matter? Lin Lu lamented, I was hoping that if the campus beauty considered changing boyfriends, I could pursue her immediately. Yet, she hasn't even provided a means of contact. Li Wenhao inquired, and what about the campus beauty's child? Lin Lu replied, of course, I would care for the child. The campus beauty's child would also be mine. I would cherish them as if they were my own. Li Wenhao chuckled. That child must be quite foolish. Su Chen, you ought to keep an eye out. Your precious one might be snatched away. Wang Lei couldn't help but laugh. You should at least get the campus beauty's WeChat first. As soon as he said this, Lin Lu's enthusiasm waned. So many others had failed to acquire it. How could he possibly succeed? Am I dreaming? Li Wenhao mused. You never know. It might just be attainable. Given Su Chen's standing, Wen Chi-Chi likely wouldn't make things difficult for us. Lin Lu suddenly looked up, his face alight with hope as he gazed at Li Wenhao. How do we go about it? Just ask her directly. Is there a need for subtleties? Lin Lu glanced between Wen Chi-Chi and Li Wenhao. Are you brave enough to do that? Why wouldn't I be? If Li Wenhao had lacked confidence before, he now felt assured that Wen Chi-Chi would treat them differently. After all, they were practically family. Then go ahead. Lin Lu handed his phone to Li Wenhao. What's in it for me? At that moment, if not to take advantage of this opportunity, when else would one do so? If you succeed, I'll treat you to meals for a week. He was unconvinced. So many people had failed. What made Li Wenhao think he could succeed? Was he simply boasting? Very well. Li Wenhao readily agreed. Saving money on meals for an entire week could amount to quite a sum. He took the phone from Lin Lu and strode ahead. Wang Lei could hardly bear to watch. Are you really going? Of course. What is so difficult about this? It's utterly simple. Li Wenhao, unfazed, went off to pursue Wen Qiqi. The eager classmates, witnessing this scene, were stunned. Oh my, another fool has fallen for it. Truly fearless. Just moments ago, even the campus heartthrob had failed to win her over. Was this boy out of his mind? Let us go. Let us see how the campus belle turns him down. Lin Lu and Wang Lei also joined in the spectacle. Some even took out their phones, intending to capture the moment of Li Wenhao's rejection. As Shen Mingyao walked, she heard voices behind her. She turned to Wen Qiqi and said, Qiqi, that Li Wenhao is chasing you. Huh. Wen Qiqi instinctively turned around. The crowd gasped. Wait. The campus belle turned around? Now this will be entertaining. She must be furious, right? This boy is surely the most unfortunate among the rejected. Before they could finish their thoughts, they saw Wen Qiqi suddenly smile. The crowd. Lin Lu? Wang Lei? Is Wen Qiqi really smiling at Li Wenhao? It certainly looks like it. Did Li Wenhao put on some kind of charm today? Obviously not. Then it must be an illusion? As they debated, Wen Qiqi came to a halt. Shen Mingyao whispered, Why did you stop? Let us wait a moment. Shen Mingyao had no choice but to wait with her. Lin Lu remarked, Lazy, is the campus belle waiting for someone? Wang Lei swallowed hard. It seems so. Lin Lu was left speechless. The others were equally excited, watching Wen Qiqi and Li Wenhao. Could it be? Am I blind? The campus belle seems genuinely to be waiting for this boy. Oh my gosh. They watched as Li Wenhao approached Wen Qiqi, handed her the phone, and whispered something while scratching the back of his head. Without hesitation, the campus belle accepted the phone. The author has something to say. The naive de Bao was astonished. Wow. The author is updating so early today. Such a lovely Andy. Let us praise her. Quick. Go give a 5-star rating. Ratings can be found on the next couple of pages or on the book details page. Author, hee. There will be more updates tonight. I am a diligent little bee. Chapter 48. Qiqi, your man is quite remarkable. Li Wenhao didn't anticipate that Wen Qiqi would actually wait for him. It seems his reputation still held some weight. Being the center of attention felt rather pleasant, even if it was due to Su Chen's influence. As he approached Wen Qiqi, he handed her the phone and, in a voice barely audible to others, said, Sister-in-law, could you do me a favor? The term sister-in-law made Wen Qiqi's heart flutter. What's the matter? Our roommate. Oh, that foolish lad at the back. Remains oblivious to the nature of your relationship with Su Chen. He is rather eager to ask for your WeChat. Haha. Would you mind granting him one, dear sister-in-law? Of course, I wouldn't mind. Since he is Su Chen's brother, it is no trouble at all. Li Wenhao chuckled. Then, I must trouble you, sister-in-law. As Wen Qiqi entered the WeChat ID, she replied, No need to be so polite with me. Hee. Li Wenhao couldn't help but laugh. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Did Wen Qiqi truly give him her WeChat? Surely, this must be a joke. Who else could claim to be Wen Qiqi? I feel utterly bewildered. Lin Lu and Wang Lei were equally astonished. Wang Lei, slightly quicker to react, waved his hand in front of Lin Lu. Son, don't be like this. Your father is frightened. Lin Lu swatted Wang Lei's hand away. Get out of the way. Lazy, tell me. How did Li Wenhao manage to receive the school belle's WeChat? Clearly, it was given willingly by the belle. Lin Lu struggled to catch his breath. The belle, willingly? Indeed. Did you not see Wen Qiqi waiting for Haozi? What has he consumed to elicit such behavior? That is irrelevant. You've now acquired the school belle's WeChat. Lin Lu. Yes, but why does it feel so peculiar? Lin Lu had the nagging sensation that he had overlooked something significant. But what could it be? As Lin Lu pondered, Li Wenhao returned. He waved his phone in front of Lin Lu. Son? What are you staring at? Everyone has left. Only then did Lin Lu react and reach out for the phone. Li Wenhao, remember to settle the week's meals. With that, Li Wenhao stylishly turned and departed. Lin Lu hastily followed. Haozi, what on earth is going on? Li Wenhao, what do you mean, what is going on? Lin Lu, what is the situation between you and Wen Qiqi? Li Wenhao, Just what you have witnessed. Lin Lu. Son, are you tired of living? Do you think I will believe that? How could Chi possibly give you her WeChat? Li Wenhao turned to Lin Lu. With a knowing expression, perhaps it is due to my handsome appearance? Lin Lu gritted his teeth. Lazy, don't you think it's time to implement some discipline? Wang Lei. Indeed, it's time to properly manage this unfilial son. Lin Lu. So what are we waiting for? Let us go. Upon sensing something amiss, Li Wenhao bolted. Lin Lu and Wang Lei pursued him relentlessly. Not far away, when Chi watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but laugh. Shen Mengyao remarked, Chi, are all the people from Su Chen's dormitory this foolish? Is it contagious? The day passed swiftly. The topic of when Chi wearing a dress ignited yet another fervor within the school. That evening, after classes, when Chi and Shen Mengyao stood at the school gate awaiting Su Chen. For Shen Mengyao, this had become the most anticipated part of her day, as it allowed her to see her dear ones. Upon arriving at the west gate, they spotted Li Wenhao. When Chi, somewhat bewildered, asked, What are you doing here? Brother-in-law? I was waiting for you. Shen Mengyao shot a hostile glance at Li Wenhao. Unfazed, Li Wenhao replied, Hee, I miss the little ones. Every day. Su Chen would come here to meet you, right? When Chi nodded, Li Wenhao immediately felt elated. That's wonderful. I can come to see the baby every day. How delightful. Soon, Su Chen arrived. Upon seeing Wen Chi, he noticed not only Shen Mengyu beside her, but also Li Wenhao. He felt a sense of helplessness. Even without thinking too hard, he could tell Li Wenhao's intentions. Li Wenhao completely ignored Su Chen's presence and rushed over with Shen Mengyao to claim the babies. Li Wenhao took the first and second babies, while Shen Mengyao took the third and fourth. Today, Su Chen had dressed the babies in new clothes. Upon seeing them, both were astonished, their eyes sparkling. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. This outfit is stunning. Chi, your taste has truly improved. When Chi smiled helplessly, this was chosen by Su Chen. Ah. Su Chen has good taste as well. Chi, your man is remarkable. Li Wenhao interjected. That doesn't concern you. Shen Mengyao retorted. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Li Wenhao fell silent and went to play with the babies. Su Chen had initially intended to take Wen Chi and leave immediately, but now he found himself waiting. Half an hour later, the two reluctantly released the babies. Before departing, Li Wenhao leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered, Son, I have a gift for you. No need to thank me. What? Li Wenhao grinned mischievously. You'll find out when you get home. On the way back, Su Chen pondered Li Wenhao's words, feeling that something was amiss. As if there were deeper implications. Noticing Wen Chi happily playing with the babies, Su Chen inquired, Chi, did Li Wenhao seem off today? Wen Chi thought for a moment, not really. He only asked for her WeChat, but it's understandable. After all, she is his sister-in-law now. Oh. Su Chen said no more. Today, he had prepared fish soup, intending to nourish Wen Chi well, just as they were enjoying their meal. Wen Chi's phone chimed with a message. Someone had sent a WeChat. While feeding the eldest baby rice cereal, she tilted her head and asked, Who sent the message? Su Chen instinctively grabbed the phone. Let me take a look. Wen Chi's phone had no password. Upon opening it, he saw a message from someone named The Road into Your Heart. Hello, Wen Shuijie. I am Lin Lu. Su Chen, what the heck? Lin Lu? How did this guy get Wen Chi's WeChat? Remembering Li Wenhao's words, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Damn. Perhaps sensing no immediate response. Lin Lu continued sending messages. I have always admired you, ever since the first time I saw you. Today, being able to add you on WeChat shows that we are quite fated. Chi Shuijie, I know you have children, but I truly don't mind at all. If you ever consider changing boyfriends, please remember to prioritize me. I promise to treat your children well. Su Chen. Is he trying to cuckold me? Or is he my roommate? Has this Lin Lu gone mad? Declaring his feelings using you? Truly a first in history. As Su Chen pondered how to respond, he noticed Lin Lu had sent another message. Senior, please say something. It's all right if you don't agree. I will strive hard. Chapter 49. The School Bell's Cruelty. Oh dear. Su Chen suppressed the urge to vomit in disgust and unceremoniously replied to Lin Lu through Wen Qianqian's WeChat with a few terse words. Keep it up, you fool. Get lost. Even after sending those messages, Su Chen still felt unsatisfied. Without waiting for Lin Lu's reply, he opened Lin Lu's profile and promptly blocked him. The world fell silent. Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He had considered deleting Lin Lu, but he realized that he could not afford to give Lin Lu any opportunity. Back in school, Su Chen was well aware of Lin Lu's penchant for beautiful women. This brat, living recklessly, had the audacity to flirt with Wen Qianqian. The best course of action was to ensure he could never contact her again, so he would learn a valuable lesson. When Qianqian leaned over and asked Su Chen, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just some news from the browser," Su Chen replied casually. "Oh, it's news?" When Qianqian mused. Yet, was that really the sound of a news alert? She couldn't quite shake the feeling that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Meanwhile, San Bao, who was being fed, stared blankly at Wen Qianqian with his mouth agape. "Mommy is distracted again, woo-woo. I'm so hungry." The silent San Bao could only let out a couple of cries and reach out with his chubby arms to grab Wen Qianqian's hand. Realizing her lapse, Wen Qianqian quickly brought the bowl of rice porridge to San Bao's lips. Soon enough, she forgot about the messages altogether. At that moment, in room 307 of the male dormitory at Ningzhou University, Lin Lu stared at the message on his phone, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly gentle Wen Qianqian would utter such coarse words. Lin Lu felt as though his heart had been wounded. Yet, upon reflection, how could his goddess possibly speak like that? Surely someone else must have gotten hold of her phone. Lin Lu resolved to investigate further. He hastily typed a few words. "Who are you?" And quickly it sent. Then, a red exclamation mark appeared before his eyes. Lin Lu's eyes widened once more. Could it be? Had the school bell blocked him? The WeChat account he had just obtained vanished? Lin Lu struggled to believe it. Senior? Beautiful lady? Wen Qianqian? Yet the outcome remained the same. The enormous exclamation mark made Lin Lu's head throb. He sat up abruptly, tossed his phone aside, and lamented, "It's over, it's over, it's over." Lying on the bed, Li Wenhao called out, "What are you shouting about? Are you lovesick? How's he?" Lin Lu looked at Li Wenhao with eager anticipation. Why is the school bell so fierce? The school bell? Li Wenhao frowned. Wen Qianqian? Yes. Haha, what did she do to you? Li Wenhao knew right away that the situation was far from simple. He swiftly rolled out of bed, and before Lin Lu could react, he snatched Lin Lu's phone. Upon glimpsing the messages on Lin Lu's screen, Li Wenhao erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, go for it, you fool. Ha ha ha, this is incredible. Lin Lu, you poor soul." Li Wenhao was utterly unable to contain his amusement. It was evident that the message was from Su Chen. A sense of relief washed over Li Wenhao. Ever since he learned about Su Chen's relationship with Wen Qiqi, he believed that Su Chen had struck an extraordinary stroke of luck. He felt compelled to tease him. Li Wenhao's heart was filled with joy. Wang Lei approached and, after a glance, looked utterly bewildered. Wen Qiqi is so aggressive? Is her demeanor merely a facade? Knowing the truth, Li Wenhao mused, who knows? Perhaps the school bell is just having a bit of fun with you. If she were to toy with me, why would she block me? Lin Lu felt a pang of hurt. The school bell truly seemed fierce. His dreams of adoring her had shattered. Wang Lei accompanied Lin Lu, sharing in his melancholy. Just then, Li Wenhao's phone chimed. He quickly picked it up to find a message from Su Chen. "Son, have you been getting restless lately? Wait until I return. I shall deal with you. I haven't had any babies to care for these past few days." Li Wenhao was left speechless. His spirits plummeted. The babies were his source of joy. How could he possibly endure without them? "Please, no, Brother Chen. I was wrong, Brother Chen. You are magnanimous. Don't hold this against me. Get lost. Goodbye." When Wen Qiqi emerged after feeding the babies, she found Su Chen in a fit of frustration, tossing his phone aside. "Su Chen, what's wrong?" Hearing her voice, Su Chen felt a bit of ease return to his mood. "Nothing. Let's eat." "All right." After finishing their meal, the babies fell asleep early. Su Chen said, "Qiqi, I need to step out for a moment. I'll be back shortly." "Go ahead." When Qiqi did not hesitate. For the past few days, Su Chen had been attending to the babies, leaving him no time for himself. Once outside, Su Chen went to the storage to retrieve 2 tomatoes and a cucumber to visit Qianhu. As soon as Qianhu learned of Su Chen's arrival, he hurriedly brewed tea, eager to welcome him. Brother Su, there is no need for such formality. I know where your office is, Suchin replied, mildly taken aback. That won't do, Brother Su. You are my esteemed guest, you know. In just these 2 weeks, we've made over 100,000. We hardly see such profits in a month. You are truly my lucky star. Whatever you need today, feel free to ask. Oh, by the way, Brother Su, if you need money, I can provide you with the dividends from our recent profits right now. Suchin waved his hand. Let us discuss it at the end of the month. The system had just granted him 200,000, enough to support the babies for quite a while. All right then. We shall wait until the end of the month. After leading Suchin into the office, Qianhu pulled back his own chair, inviting Suchin to sit. Isn't this rather inappropriate? Suchin queried. There's nothing inappropriate. Please, take a seat, Qianhu said, increasingly respectful towards Suchin. Suchin accepted without hesitation and got straight to the point. I came to see you for a reason. I apologize for the inconvenience. I've been quite busy during the day. Now that the baby is asleep, I finally have a moment. Brother Qian, I have newly developed cucumbers and tomatoes here. Would you care to take a look? With that, Suchin produced the tomatoes and cucumbers. All right, let me see. How about you try them first, Brother Qian? Upon seeing the cucumbers and tomatoes, Qianhu's eyes sparkled with delight. The tomatoes were large and round, their vibrant color indicating they were perfectly ripe, exuding a subtle fragrance. Each cucumber was remarkably uniform in appearance, neither too thick nor excessively thin, truly flawless. Qianhu had been in the vegetable market for over a decade and had never encountered cucumbers and tomatoes of such exquisite quality. Excellent, let me give it a try. Qianhu picked up a tomato and took a bite. Instantly, he was astonished. Chapter 50. Isn't that Teacher Liu? Seeing Qianhu's expression, Suchin inquired. How is it? Qianhu, too engrossed to respond, continued to devour the tomato, nodding his head in a muddled manner. Delicious, truly delicious. This is exceptionally good. After finally finishing the entire tomato, he wiped his mouth with a napkin, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Brother Suchin, how did you cultivate these tomatoes? I developed them myself. Suchin replied, reiterating that personal techniques were generally considered private matters, rarely questioned by others. Qianhu nodded enthusiastically. They are absolutely delightful. To be honest, I have lived for 40 years and have never tasted such exquisite tomatoes. They surpass even those fruit tomatoes. Suchin, having sampled tomatoes himself, was well aware of their flavor. What do you think? Can they be marketed? Certainly. Indeed, they can be placed in both the vegetable and fruit sections. Suchin nodded. You are the expert in this regard. I leave the decision to you. Have you tried the cucumbers as well? Qianhu felt a bit awkward. He had never lost his composure in front of others like this before. Yet, the sight of the cucumbers made his mouth water once more. It was hard to blame him. The shock from the tomatoes and potatoes had been profound, and he sensed that anything cultivated by Suchin would undoubtedly be delectable. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qianhu approached Suchin and took the cucumber from his hands, asking, Is this all right? Of course, feel free to eat as many as you wish. Without hesitation, Qianhu took a cucumber and began to munch on it. Although he had already eaten dinner and felt somewhat full, he could not resist the temptation. As the cucumber touched his palate, its natural crispness and sweetness made him feel as if he had just tasted the finest cucumber in the world. Chewing and nodding, he exclaimed, Delicious, delicious, delicious. Brother Suchin, this will undoubtedly be a bestseller. What do you think would be a suitable price? Suchin found himself somewhat bewildered. Well, you see, I don't quite comprehend, he admitted. Qianhu pondered for a moment and remarked, Let us sell them for 10 yuan per gene, just like potatoes. However, my dear brother, I have a small favor to ask. What is it? Suchin inquired. Qianhu chuckled and continued. Could you possibly bring your little ones along to sell tomatoes and potatoes for a day? To avoid any misunderstanding, he quickly clarified, I mean no offense. Your adorable children would serve as living advertisements. With your potatoes leading the way, I'm certain that cucumbers and tomatoes will sell splendidly. Suchin contemplated this and nodded in agreement. All right then. I have little else to attend to these days. He decided to have Zhao Dashing deliver the cucumbers and potatoes. Qianhu was delighted to see Suchin off, and after making a call to Zhao Dashing, Suchin retired for the night. In the following days, perhaps due to their daytime adventures with Suchin, the little ones slept exceptionally soundly. their nighttime antics significantly diminished. On the morning of the next day, after dropping Wen-Chi at school, Su-chun took the children directly to the vegetable market. Qian, who had found a much larger market for him, claiming it would draw more attention. 2 full carts of tomatoes and cucumbers were prepared. As Su-chun approached with the children, their endearing innocence immediately captured the crowd's interest. "Wow, quadruplets! How adorable!" exclaimed one passerby. "Aren't these the quadruplets belonging to that young man selling potatoes?" "I believe they are. I haven't heard of any others around here." This comment sparked a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. "Haven't they been out in a while? Are they selling something today?" Turning to the woman who spoke, Su-chun smiled and replied, "Indeed, today we are selling cucumbers and tomatoes." "Cucumbers and tomatoes? Let us go take a look." Another chimed in. The potatoes sold by this young man were exceptionally delicious. Perhaps the tomatoes and cucumbers will be just as delightful. Soon, a throng gathered around Su-chun. He sliced some cucumbers and tomatoes into bite-sized pieces, placing them on a platter, and called out to the crowd, "Come, everyone. Do sample these." People exchanged curious glances until a young woman in her 20s approached. "May I try some? I'm on a diet, and the cucumbers I've bought recently have been quite dreadful." Su-chun handed her a cucumber. "Sure, go ahead." Upon tasting it, she was instantly captivated, exclaiming, "This is delicious. I'll take 10 jin." Soon, the crowd clamored to sample the produce. The little ones stood by Su-chun's side, and each person who tasted couldn't resist reaching out to caress the children's cherubic faces. The children, surrounded by so much attention, were equally delighted. "I want some too. I'll take 10 jin of tomatoes." "My granddaughter adores scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I'll take 10 jin as well." Before long, both carts of tomatoes and cucumbers were sold out. The last group of customers left disappointed, gazing at Su-chun with longing eyes. "Young man, do you have any left?" "I didn't even get a chance to touch them before they were gone. That was too quick." With patience, Su-chun explained, "No worries, ma'am. Starting tomorrow, these will be available at the nearby markets. You can purchase them anytime." "Really? That is wonderful. I'll come back tomorrow. Arrive earlier to avoid missing out again." On this day, Su-chun sold goods worth 10,000 yuan. Qian, who did not take any of it. All of it was tucked into Su-chun's pocket. At noon, Qian, who treated Su-chun and the little ones to a meal before allowing Su-chun to leave. Ever since partnering with Su-chun, Qian, who had been beaming with joy, his happiness was palpable. In the evening, as was customary, Su-chun took the little ones to pick up Wen-Chi. Upon reaching the school gate, just as Su-chun was about to get out of the car, a familiar voice called out, "Brother Su-chun, what are you doing here?" Su-chun turned around and spotted a familiar BMW. The owner of the car was leaning out of the window to catch a glimpse of Su-chun. Seeing that Su-chun had stopped, he did the same. Su-chun pushed the little ones forward to greet him. "Brother Zhang, what brings you here?" "I came to pick up your sister. The traffic is terrible over there, so I took the route through the west gate. Didn't he expect to run into you?" "And you?" "I'm here to pick up the children's mother." "Oh," Zhang Weichong said, casually lifting one of the little ones. He couldn't tell which child it was, but he was clearly fond of them. "Haha, not bad at all. Young man, you're quite adept. By the way, have you checked out that house yet?" "Not yet, perhaps next week." "All right, you take a look at it yourself. I've already handed you the keys, so I won't interfere." Su-chun nodded. "Thank you, Brother Zhang." "Oh, don't mention it. Yesterday, you had Zhao Dashing send over tomatoes and cucumbers to your sister. She couldn't put them down. She was so happy and said she wanted to thank you." As Zhang Weichong was speaking, Li Yu emerged from the west gate. Upon seeing Su-chun, she wore an expression of surprise. Li Yu joyfully picked up one of the little ones and began to chat with Su-chun. Just then, Wen-Chi and Shun Meng Yao walked out of the school. From a distance, Wen-Chi paused slightly, while Shun Meng Yao was taken aback. "Isn't that teacher Li Yu? The author has a word to share. Little theater, Li Wen Hao. What? Another day without seeing the little ones. How unfortunate. Author, you brought this upon yourself." Chapter 51. So your wife is Wen-Chi today. Li Wen Hao did not come. Wen-Chi found it strange since he had clearly stated he would visit the little ones every day. Throughout her journey, she pondered whether Su-chun had said something to Li Wen Hao. Eventually, upon reaching the school gate, she saw Li Yu. As the youngest mentor at Ningzhou University, Li Yu was quite renowned. The legendary Li Yu was known for being aloof and proud, rarely smiling. Yet, at that moment, the Li Yu that greeted Wen Qiqi was not only smiling but appeared genuinely joyful. The little one in her arms was affectionately nuzzling Li Yu's face. Upon noticing Wen Qiqi's arrival, the little one finally turned to look at her, pointing at Li Yu with one hand, as if to say, "Mama, look, there's a beautiful auntie." Wen Qiqi was utterly bewildered. Shin Mengyao was both anxious and curious. What is going on? Why is Teacher Li holding the little one? And why is she standing next to Su Chun? Chi-Chi, what is happening? This left her hesitant to approach the little ones. When Chi-Chi shook her head, expressing uncertainty. At that moment, Li Yu also caught sight of Wen Qiqi. Zhang Weiqiang noticed her too, his pupils contracting in surprise. "Brother Suchen, is this your wife?" he inquired, his tone slightly off. Suchen responded, "What is wrong?" "Nothing, just thought she was quite beautiful," Zhang Weiqiang replied, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Li Yu, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Classmate Wen Qiqi?" "Suchen, your wife is classmate Wen Qiqi?" She could hardly believe her eyes. Li Yu, as a teacher, was aware of Wen Qiqi's reputation. Over a year ago, before her leave of absence, Wen Qiqi had already made a name for herself in the school, with many suitors vying for her affection. Yet, throughout her college years, from freshman to junior, she had never been in a relationship, having turned down all those who confessed their feelings. It seemed she had even declared that she would not date until after graduation. Now, having returned from her hiatus, she had 4 children, all fathered by Su Chen. Li Yu found herself bewildered. When Qiqi, biting her lip, approached Li Yu to greet her, "Hello, Teacher Li," Shin Mengyao, ever the obedient one, chimed in, "Hello, Teacher Li." Finally snapping back to reality, Li Yu responded, "Hello, you too." San Bao had already peeked out from Li Yu's embrace, reaching out for Wen Qiqi to hold him. Feeling slightly awkward, Wen Qiqi said, "Teacher, San Bao." Li Yu promptly handed the baby to Wen Qiqi, exclaiming, "Oh, San Bao must have missed you." Wen Qiqi nodded. As soon as San Bao was in her arms, he began nuzzling her face, filled with joy, a stark contrast to his demeanor in Li Yu's embrace. Li Yu couldn't help but express her envy. How wonderful. When Qiqi, still perplexed, asked, "Teacher Li? I mean, it's truly wonderful that you have for little ones." When Qiqi looked at Li Yu in disbelief, assuming that as a teacher, Li Yu would scold her for not studying hard, she managed to smile. "Thank you, Teacher Li." Li Yu nodded, cradling De Bao in her arms. "Su Chun, you must be so fortunate. When Qiqi is the most beautiful girl at Ningzhou University. How did you manage to win her over?" When Qiqi lowered her head in embarrassment, Su Chen chuckled, "This just shows I'm handsome, right, Li Jie?" "Indeed, Su Chen, you are the most handsome," Li Yu affirmed. "Oh, by the way, Qiqi, since you are Su Chen's wife, you needn't call me teacher anymore. Just call me Jie." When Qiqi glanced at Su Chen in confusion, and upon seeing him nod, she called out, "Li Jie, rest assured, Su Chen, I won't disclose your matters at school unless you choose to do so publicly. I was just about to invite Su Chen and his sister-in-law to dinner. Since everyone is here, shall we go, Qiqi?" Li Yu addressed Wen Qiqi directly, taking her hand in the process. Wen Qiqi was increasingly astonished. Whatever happened to the aloof teacher? Why was she so warm with Su Chen? Meanwhile, Shin Mingyao stood speechless, having just worried that Li Yu would reprimand them, only to see her transform into an older sister figure for Wen Qiqi. It was evident that Su Chen must have played a significant role in this transformation. What kind of charm did Su Chen possess? Shin Mingyao felt utterly bewildered. At this moment, she felt a touch of embarrassment, just as she was about to inform Wen Qiqi of her departure. Suddenly, Li Yu interjected, "This classmate. You must be Qiqi's close friend? Why not join us?" Shin Mingyao looked up in disbelief. "Me? Is that all right?" "Of course," Li Yu replied warmly. Shin Mingyao nodded. "Thank you, Teacher Li." How fortunate she felt to dine with the 2 goddesses of Li Yu and Wen Qiqi. Half an hour later, they arrived at Li Yu's residence. Zhang Weiqiang and Li Yu lived in a rather ordinary community named Chunfeng Weilon. Su Chun was somewhat bewildered. "Zhang Gu, Li Jie, what brings you here?" Given their status, he could not fathom why they resided in such a place. "Haha, your Li Jie enjoys the warmth of everyday life and finds living in a villa too tranquil. So we moved here," Zhang Weiqiang explained. Oh, I see, Su Chen muttered, surprised that the aloof teacher had a penchant for the mundane. Li Yu smiled and asked, Su Chen, did you not also choose a rather ordinary community for certain reasons? As soon as she spoke, when Chi-Chi inquired, which community? Clearly, she had no recollection of Su Chen's choice. Feeling a bit awkward, Su Chen realized he hadn't mentioned it to Wen Chi-Chi yet. Li Yu sensed her ignorance and quickly corrected herself. Oh, it's nothing. If you all enjoy it, feel free to come over any time. Wen Chi-Chi smiled but remained silent. Sensing that the group was concealing something from her, she looked at Su Chen, who kept smiling without responding. Upon entering the house, Zhang Weiqiang called out for the housekeeper in the kitchen. After a few calls, he was left puzzled. Xiaoyu, where's Zhang? And Zhang was their housekeeper, who usually prepared their meals. Not here. Nope, Zhang Weiqiang replied. Though he could cook, his skills were limited. With so many to feed, it was clear he couldn't manage. Li Yu had never learned to cook, as she had not set foot in the kitchen since marrying Zhang Weiqiang. Has she gone home? Li Yu checked her phone and found a message from Aunt Zhang. I have some matters at home. Sorry, madam. I'll take a day off today. Li Yu smiled awkwardly. Zhang Weiqiang immediately understood the situation and chuckled at Su Chen. So, Su Chen, would you mind if we went out to eat? The four little ones looked curiously at the adults, engrossed in their own play. Su Chen chuckled lightly. I can cook. Li Yu gasped in surprise. You can cook? Without further ado, he walked toward the kitchen. Zhang Weiqiang was incredulous. Su Chen, you don't have to force yourself. He found it hard to believe that a man could prepare a meal for 5, as none of the men he knew could. When Chi-Chi found herself wanting to laugh at the disbelief, remembering that she too had doubted Su Chen at first, she rose and said, Brother Zhang, sisterly, let Su Chen take charge. Chapter 52. Brother, would you mind coming to my house as a nanny? Shen Mingyao chimed in. Su Chen is quite capable. Trust him. Zhang Weiqiang, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, All right, then let him do it. The ingredients are all in the fridge. Just let me know if you need any assistance. Sure. Su Chen entered the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Inside, he found 2 potatoes, a portion of ribs, a slab of pork belly, a packet of chicken wings, a small bag of tomatoes, several cucumbers, as well as radishes, greens, and a variety of other ingredients. Su Chen contemplated the dishes he wished to prepare, mentally inscribing their names into his culinary skill book: spicy and sour shredded potatoes, rib soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat, Coca-Cola chicken wings, and finally, a refreshing cucumber salad. He already possessed the skills for the spicy and sour shredded potatoes and cucumber salad, while the other 3 dishes and the soup were newly imparted to him. Before long, delightful aromas wafted from the kitchen, astonishing Zhang Weiqiang and Li Yu. How fragrant! Indeed, Shen Mingyao had tasted Su Chen's cooking before and had been longing for it these past few days. However, for various reasons, she had not been able to indulge, and later felt too shy to accompany Su Chen home. Little did she expect that fate would grant her this opportunity today, allowing her to savor a feast while witnessing the usually aloof teacher Li Yu's astonishment, an experience that brought her immense joy. After a while, the dishes were ready. Su Chen brought each dish to the table. Upon seeing the delectable spread, Zhang Weiqiang's eyes widened in awe. Even Li Yu's typically impassive face was now filled with astonishment. 5 dishes and a soup? Su Chen, you are truly remarkable. Su Chen smiled and said, Sister, please serve the rice. Li Yu quickly got up to assist. Zhang Weiqiang moved swiftly, ensuring that each of the 5 had a generous bowl of rice. Shen Mingyao gazed at the dishes, her mouth watering, unable to contain her eagerness. Zhang Weiqiang swallowed hard, asking, Shall we begin? Su Chen nodded affirmatively. Li Yu was the first to pick up her chopsticks. After tasting the spicy and sour shredded potatoes, her eyes instantly sparkled with delight. These potatoes are simply exquisite. The flavor of Su Chen's dish surpassed that of Aunt Zhang's by leaps and bounds, prompting Li Yu to sing his praises. Zhang Weiqiang could hardly wait to try a bite. Soon, he was unable to restrain himself. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Shen Mingyao, opting to forego the potatoes, first sampled the Coca-Cola chicken wings. She had missed out on this dish during her last visit to Su Chen's home and was determined to try it today. Upon tasting, she found herself unable to stop, just as she had before. She had thought she could exercise restraint this time, but unfortunately, she realized she had underestimated her craving. As long as it was Su Chen's cooking, she was powerless to control herself. Shen Mingyao began to indulge heartily. Zhang Weiqiang, too, took a chicken wing and was left in shock, staring at it in disbelief. Li Yu, curious, inquired, "What's wrong?" Zhang Weiqiang, munching away, nodded vigorously, "Delicious, delicious, delicious." At this moment, Zhang Weiqiang found himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions, repeating only the phrase delicious. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on Li Yu. As he spoke, he deftly served her a chicken wing, mumbling, "Try it, try it." The potato shreds were a vegetarian dish, and while Li Yu found them delightful, she felt a twinge of apprehension towards the meat. Cautiously, she picked up the chicken wing and took a bite. Despite her usual aversion to sweet and greasy meats, she couldn't resist and finished the wing in one go. Immediately, Zhang Weiqiang served her another. Meanwhile, Shen Mingyao, who was eating, sensed that something was amiss. When Chi-Chi watched the others eat, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of happiness and pride at being able to enjoy such meals daily, she was in no hurry to eat. Su Chen served Wen Chi-Chi some dishes, inquiring, "What are you thinking?" His chopsticks brushed against hers, startling her. "And nothing. Let us eat quickly, shall we?" "Yes, all right." When Chi-Chi picked up the food Su Chen had touched and took a bite, recalling his previous indirect kiss. Was this considered one? At the thought, her face flushed instantly. Zhang Weiqiang and Li Yu occasionally urged the others to eat, but he never ceased serving Li Yu. This had seemingly become a routine. Upon seeing Su Chen serve Wen Chi-Chi, Zhang Weiqiang chuckled, "Brother Su Chen, well done. This is what a man ought to do." Su Chen could only smile wryly. Shen Mingyao finally realized the peculiar atmosphere. It felt less like dining and more like consuming dog food. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts about either couple. One was her teacher, and the other her closest friend. She was merely fortunate to enjoy such a feast thanks to her friend. In an instant, Shen Mingyao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What was this? Suddenly, the food lost its appeal. Why was she so unfortunate? When Chi-Chi noticed Shen Mingyao's discomfort and couldn't help but ask, "Mingyao, what's wrong?" Shen Mingyao, caught in a blend of awkwardness and courtesy, shook her head. "Nothing. Nothing at all. Just eat up." She dared not reveal her thoughts. Su Chen served Wen Chi-Chi more food, leaving Shen Mingyao nearly speechless, yet powerless to change the situation. After the meal, they all slumped in their chairs. Zhang Weiqiang cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother Su Chen, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. When will you teach me?" "Sure. Just call me when you have time," Su Chen replied. Zhang Weiqiang was taken aback by Su Chen's willingness to genuinely teach him, feeling a strange sense of gratitude. Li Yu laughed from the side. "Let it go, Weiqiang. Your skills can't match this." Indeed, it was comparable to a master chef. No, even surpassing that. Su Chen smiled, not refuting her. He was confident that the skills bestowed upon him by the culinary god were unmatched by others. Zhang Weiqiang felt a tinge of disheartenment. But he quickly conceived an idea. He looked at Su Chen with a cheerful demeanor, a broad smile adorning his face. Su Chen inquired, "Brother Zhang, what's the matter?" "Oh, nothing," he replied. "I was just wondering, Su Chen, would you like to come to my home as a caretaker? You know, to cook for us?" The other three burst into laughter. Wen Chi-Chi was the first to succumb to her amusement, as it was indeed her first time hearing of a man being a caretaker. Su Chen was quite exceptional. Li Yu joined in the laughter, saying, "Wei Chong, what are you doing?" Su Chen's brother still has to take care of the babies. "Ah, true, for little ones cannot be left unattended." Zhang Weichong sighed regretfully. "What a pity, such delicious food, and Xiao Yu seldom encounters her favorite dishes." Li Yu sighed as well. With no other choice, Su Chen spoke up. "How about this? Whenever you have time, you can come over to my place for a meal." Upon hearing this, Li Yu instantly brightened, disregarding everything else, and responded without hesitation, "All right." Zhang Weichong added, "Indeed, Su Chen, you are truly considerate. This is splendid. Not only will we savor delicious meals, but we will also get to see the 4 little ones. What a double delight." Indeed. Li Yu concurred as she went off to play with the babies. When Chi-Chi could see that Li Yu genuinely adored the little ones, so she refrained from objecting. Zhang Weichong went to wash the dishes. After tidying up, Su Chen departed with Wen Chi-Chi and Shen Mingyao. He first dropped Shen Mingyao back at school before returning home with Wen Qiqi and the babies. On the way, Wen Qiqi gazed at Su Chen's back, hesitating to speak. Noticing this in the rearview mirror, Su Chen asked, "Qiqi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" When Qiqi pondered for a moment before she couldn't resist asking, "How do you know Teacher Li?" Teacher Li was the mentor of the English department, seemingly unrelated to Su Chen. When Qiqi thought about it all the way and could not make sense of it. Moreover, Su Chen addressed Li Yu as sister. Their relationship appeared to be quite extraordinary. Such an intimate term would certainly not be bestowed upon just anyone by the aloof mentor, Li Yu. When Qiqi felt a pang of discomfort within her. Authoress note: Dear readers, thank you for the gifts you've given to the lovely author. She has seen them and appreciates them greatly. Chapter 53. The wife gets jealous. Intimate encounters. Su Chen turned to see Wen Qiqi biting her lip. Her gaze fixed unwaveringly on him, seemingly anxious for his response. Su Chen smiled gently and said, "Yes." Wen Qiqi's expression gradually dimmed. He had not provided an explanation. Why not? Although Teacher Li was already married, it was not inconceivable that someone might be smitten with such an outstanding individual. With a cold demeanor, Wen Qiqi remarked, "Fine. If you want to say anything." She turned away, sulking and staring ahead. "Wife, are you feeling jealous?" Su Chen deliberately lowered his voice, feigning indifference. Upon realizing that Su Chen had merely been teasing her, Wen Qiqi became even more irate. "Why would I be jealous? I am not jealous." Ha ha. Su Chen could no longer contain his laughter. He discovered that teasing Wen Qiqi was indeed a delightful endeavor. His wife's demeanor was utterly adorable. The four little ones, upon hearing Su Chen and Wen Qiqi's cheerful banter, joined in the merriment. Seated in their high chairs, their tiny hands couldn't resist clapping in excitement. "Ah, look at how happy Daddy and Mommy are. We are happy too. The babies are the best." Su Chen, hearing the children's laughter, felt an even greater joy. "Look, Qiqi, the babies know you are feeling jealous." When Qiqi turned her head, feigning anger as she shot a glare at the little ones. "You all behave." Yet, the babies couldn't comprehend Wen Qiqi's words. They only understood that their laughter had finally shifted Mommy's attention away from Daddy. "Ah, Mommy loves our laughter. So let's laugh even more." The eldest, second, third, and fourth babies chimed in with their joyous cries, "Wah wah, hee hee." When Qiqi was on the verge of losing her temper. What was happening? She had always favored her babies. How had they aligned with Su Chen? Had she missed something? Surely, Su Chen had whispered sweet nothings into their ears. Determined, Wen Qiqi resolved to spend more time with the babies after school, ensuring they understood that Mommy was the most important. Soon, they arrived home. Su Chen gently lifted the babies from their seats and placed them in their high chairs, then moved to push the stroller. However, before he could reach the babies, Wen Qiqi snatched the stroller away. "Honey, let me handle it," he suggested. "No, I will." Wen Qiqi retorted with a stern expression, declaring, "From now on, I will take care of the babies after school." The four little ones sensed that something was amiss with Mommy's mood. They looked up at her with puzzled expressions, bewildered. "Huh, what is wrong with Mommy? She seems unhappy." "All right, we'll be still. If Mommy is unhappy, then Daddy will be unhappy too. We must behave." Consequently, the four babies sat perfectly still in their high chairs, not daring to move. Without waiting for Su Chen's response, Wen Qiqi quickly pushed the stroller forward. It seemed she was letting her jealousy spill over onto the babies. How unfortunate for them. Yet, how charming was Wen Qiqi. Su Chen, helpless, followed her to the elevator. The entrance was rather cramped, making it challenging for the stroller to fit. Each time, he had to be exceedingly cautious. Wen Qiqi had yet to attempt it. Upon reaching the elevator, she found herself at a loss. How do I get this in? Will it hurt the babies? They are so small. What should I do? Wen Qiqi hesitated to proceed. Su Chen sighed, approached her, and gently patted her head. "Allow me to assist." Wen Qiqi did not release her grip. His hand coincidentally landed atop hers, startling her. She quickly withdrew her hand, but Su Chen held on tightly. Flustered and her heart racing, Wen Qiqi thought, "Are we holding hands now? We have never held hands before." She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Su Chen's eyes. "You, let go." "Not a chance," came his reply. Suchin smiled, positioning himself protectively in front of Wen-Chi-Chi. Wen-Chi-Chi was on the verge of panic, uncertain whether her anxiety stemmed from nervousness or frustration. Suchin stood disturbingly close, causing her discomfort. With a slight movement, she inadvertently brushed against his solid chest, rendering her unable to meet his gaze. The four little ones had been eagerly anticipating entering the elevator, but remained stationary. The children turned their heads in confusion towards their parents, only to discover that their mother's face had inexplicably flushed crimson. Their eyes widened as they observed the two adults. Unable to contain herself, Wen-Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Su-chun, the babies are watching." Su-chun chuckled again, finally releasing Wen-Chi-Chi. As he loosened his grip, she quickly retreated, but in her haste, her hand accidentally brushed against his face, her palm landing softly on his lips. To his surprise, he instinctively kissed the back of her hand. Though it was a fleeting contact, Wen-Chi-Chi felt an electrifying sensation that nearly drove her mad. "You shameless!" She scolded Su-chun before hastily darting into the elevator, vowing never to compete with him again. It was simply too frightening. Watching her flustered retreat, Su-chun recalled the softness of her hand, a sweet feeling blossoming in his heart. Her bashful demeanor was undeniably enchanting. Once inside the elevator, Wen-Chi-Chi dared not move, fearful of any further advances from Su-chun. He towered over her by half a head, allowing him to see only her flushed profile. Unable to resist, he teased, "Chi-Chi, would you say that was an intimate encounter? What are you talking about? You're just making a fool of us in front of the babies." Wen-Chi-Chi retorted, at a loss for words. Su-chun grinned, "So, if the babies aren't around, I can say whatever I like." "You, humph." Wen-Chi-Chi turned away, presenting him with her back. She was bewildered, after all. It was she who had felt jealous and questioned him, yet somehow, he had turned the tables. When had Su-chun become so charming? She felt as if her image had crumbled before him, leaving her anxious. In her flustered state, she heard Su-chun, unusually serious, say, "Teacher Lee is quite fond of the babies. He came to buy my potatoes, expressing his gratitude and consequently met the little ones. After all, this is all thanks to you. Who else could have given birth to such adorable children?" Su-chun feigned a tone of grievance. Wen-Chi-Chi's heart softened, and she hesitantly asked, "Then why doesn't Teacher Lee have one of his own?" Su-chun sighed. Who could possibly be as remarkable as your husband, achieving it all in one go?" Wen-Chi-Chi responded, "You really can't be serious for 2 moments. It's so frustrating." Noticing her blush return, Su-chun felt that he had achieved his aim. He added, "It's all right. They will soon have their own little ones." "How do you know?" Wen-Chi-Chi asked in surprise. "I just know. Your husband is quite impressive after all. It's what the system says. Who would dare doubt the system?" Wen-Chi-Chi resolved to no longer engage in lengthy discussions with Su-chun, recognizing her own inadequacy as a competitor. "Forget it. Let's head home," she declared. Later that evening, after Su-chun had settled the children and they had drifted off to sleep, he received a call from his mother, Fong Ruolin. "Mom, why are you calling so late?" Su-chun inquired, taking a deep breath as he saw her name on the screen. He ultimately answered the call. Fong Ruolin, as always, initiated the conversation with pleasantries. "My dear son, how have you been recently?" "I'm well, Mom." "Why the late call?" "Oh, it's been a month or so since we last spoke. I wanted to check in on you." Though her words suggested concern, Su-chun sensed something amiss about the timing of the call. "I'm doing fine. Is there any change in your life?" "Nothing much. It's the same as before." Su-chun had yet to devise a way to inform his parents about his children. He planned to return home with Wen-Chi-Chi and the little ones when the time was right. "Oh, is that so?" "Yes." Today, Fong Ruolin's demeanor struck him as peculiar. There was a prolonged pause between each of her questions, leaving Su-chun feeling bewildered. "That's good to hear. Is your money sufficient?" "Yes, it is." "Well, it's nothing serious. Your father and I just miss you and wanted to check in. We'll hang up now, but remember to come home for the holidays, all right?" "Sure, I'll come back." "All right, then I'll hang up." After the call ended, Su-chun remained perplexed. What was going on? His mother usually called during the day or right after school, not at this late hour. He let out a long sigh. When Chi-Chi peeked her head out from the room. "What's wrong?" After some contemplation, Su-chun decided it was best to confide in when Chi-Chi. "My mom called." "Oh," was her only response. "What's the matter? Are you eager to meet your future mother-in-law? Here we go again. When Chi-Chi abruptly shut the door, her heart racing as she stood behind it. Meeting Su-Chin's mother meant she would have to face his parents, feeling a wave of nervousness. When Chi-Chi hardly slept that night, the following morning, she was roused by the cries of the fourth baby, who was hungry. Hastily, she scooped him up, lifted her shirt, and began to nurse him. The little one gazed up at her, tears glistening in his eyes, eagerly drinking the milk. Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through her. "Ah!" she exclaimed. In the kitchen, Su-Chun, spoon in hand, rushed in, alarmed. "Chi-Chi, what's wrong?" He had known when Chi-Chi for quite some time and had never witnessed her in such a state. As Su-Chun entered, the fourth baby loosened his grip on Wen Chi-Chi and turned to look at Su-Chun. In that moment, when Chi-Chi panicked, she hastily dropped her shirt, her face flushing crimson. "Get out." Su-Chun felt a hint of panic himself. What was going on? Was this the second time? This time, it seemed when Chi-Chi was a bit slower in her reaction. Holding the spoon, Su-Chin found himself at a loss, unsure whether to stay or leave. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, when Chi-Chi grabbed a nearby pillow and hurled it at him. Struck by the cushion, Su-Chun had no choice but to retreat, the door slamming shut behind him. When Chi-Chi finally exhaled in relief, Sibao, noticing something fly out of his mother's hand, appeared somewhat bewildered. He then observed his mother's flushed face, finding it amusing. Grasping at Wen Chi-Chi's clothing, Sibao joyfully twisted about, overwhelmed by embarrassment. When Chi-Chi felt utterly at a loss regarding how to face Su-Chin. "Sibao, are you trying to drive your mother to despair?" she lamented, but Sibao, unable to comprehend her words, assumed she was merely teasing him, which only heightened his delight. When Chi-Chi sighed, pondering when her little ones would finally grow up. After feeding Sibao, she dared not leave the room. The last time Su-Chin had caught her, she had merely felt a twinge of embarrassment. This time, however, she was engulfed in shame, especially as she recalled being embraced by Su-Chun, who had even kissed the back of her hand. Her face flushed instantly, rendering her utterly unsettled. Su-Chun had prepared breakfast, yet when Chi-Chi remained inside, after calling her twice without a response, he felt a twinge of helplessness. "Oh, my dear wife seems shy once more," he mused, realizing he would have to resort to more persuasive measures. Standing at the door, he raised his voice. "Chi-Chi, come out for breakfast. If you don't come out soon, I may just have to come in." Before he could finish, the door swung open. When Chi-Chi, her expression dark, averted her gaze, and walked past Su-Chun with steady steps until she reached the dining table. There, she mechanically sat down, picked up a bowl, and began to eat in an almost robotic manner. Su-Chun wanted to laugh, but restrained himself, joining her at the table in silence. Breakfast consisted of fried dough sticks, a side dish, and rice porridge. The fried dough sticks were positioned closer to Su-Chin, who casually handed one to Chi-Chi, without even glancing at it. She reached for a stick from the plate herself. Su-Chan's hand hovered awkwardly in the air before he placed the dough stick in front of her. "Chi-Chi, has anyone ever told you that your demeanor makes one incredibly tempted to steal a kiss?" After enduring the teasing all morning, when Chi-Chi finally faltered, why did every word Su-Chin uttered have such an alluring effect? Why was she utterly incapable of resisting? This sensation was infuriating. "You truly are quite the smooth talker," she playfully retorted, lowering her head as she pretended to bite into the fried dough, nearly burying her face in the bowl. Glancing at the time, Su-Chin realized that class was approaching. If this continued, Wen Chi-Chi would surely miss her lesson. He set aside his playful demeanor and inquired, "What was that about earlier?" He referred to the sound she had made. Her cheeks flushed anew. "Sibao bit me," she admitted, then, concerned that Su-Chun might think her overly delicate, added, "It was just a little hard." Her voice trailed off, growing barely audible. Su-Chun, intrigued, probed further, "Has this happened before?" "No," when Chi-Chi shook her head. "It didn't hurt before." "Is that so?" Su-Chin pondered, suddenly struck by a possibility. Could it be that Sibao is teething? When Chi-Chi paused, taken aback. The recent gloom has dissipated, replaced by a delightful surprise. Indeed, it is possible. The emergence of teeth signifies that the little ones are gradually maturing. For them, every minor change is a cause for joy. Su-Chin eagerly rose to his feet, rushing into the room. He had missed the babies' births, their first month, their first rollovers, and half a year of their lives. Henceforth, he did not wish to overlook any of their precious moments. He intended to cherish every detail of their lives. Bursting into the room, Suchin scooped up the fourth baby. "Look, darling, follow Daddy," he urged, gesturing for the baby to open its mouth. The fourth baby gazed at Suchin in confusion. What was Daddy doing? Had he lost his mind? "No, wait, Daddy wanted me to open my mouth." Understanding Suchin's intention, the fourth baby happily obliged. Soon, two tiny teeth, just peeking through, were visible in the baby's mouth. Suchin, filled with delight, twirled the baby around, exclaiming, "Ah, you really have grown teeth. How wonderful." The fourth baby, only just over 6 months old, thought to himself, "Daddy is truly silly." When Chi-Chi, ever the rational one, tugged at Suchin's sleeve, saying, "Let us see the other babies." The eldest, second, and third babies watched in awe as Suchin spun the fourth baby around, their eyes wide with envy. When would Daddy hold me? How I longed to twirl with him. Suchin made his way to the eldest. The eldest's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Daddy is here to hold me. I want to spin too." Chapter 55. The parents beheld the four little ones. Suchin embraced the eldest, who had grown a bit lately, and appeared somewhat dazed. As Suchin lifted him, the baby giggled uncontrollably, shaking his little head. Suchin immediately noticed the tiny teeth in the eldest's mouth. With joy, he spun around with the eldest, proclaiming, "You are soon to be a little man." The still inarticulate eldest exclaimed, "Wah wah wah, I am a little man." Next came the second and third babies. After checking, Suchin discovered that all four were beginning to sprout teeth. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a new world, utterly elated. The entire morning was spent chatting with the babies. When Chi-Chi shared in the joy, yet she was taken aback by how Suchin was so exuberantly childlike over such a small change in the babies. He truly adored them, didn't he? When Chi-Chi hesitated to interrupt, as class time approached, she could no longer contain herself and called out to Suchin, "Suchin, it's time to go to school." "Okay, I'm on my way," he replied, all the while placing the babies into their infant chairs, grinning. "Chi-Chi, you are simply amazing. You've worked so hard these past 6 months." Suchin spoke from the heart, for the first time experiencing the joy of witnessing the baby's growth. It was also his first realization of the exhaustion that accompanies caring for children. Reflecting on the days when Chi-Chi managed alone, lacking any systematic support, he felt a pang of sympathy for her. However, they had lived together for half a month, and when Chi-Chi had never uttered a single word of complaint. Conversely, she is exceptionally kind to the children, even willing to dedicate everything she has. Suchin feels fortunate to have such a wife. The sudden gratitude leaves when Chi-Chi feeling inexplicably shy, prompting her to manage her facial expressions and say, "Let's go." After escorting Chi-Chi to school, Suchin took the children to their new home. He had promised to surprise Chi-Chi, so he intended to decorate it beautifully. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Li Wenhao and promptly rejected the call. This rascal only wanted to see the children. How naive. Li Wenhao did not anticipate Suchin's resolute dismissal. Although he had indeed initiated a video call to catch a glimpse of the children, he had pressing matters to attend to today. He called again, but Suchin still did not answer. Li Wenhao muttered, "This rascal is getting bold." Nevertheless, he switched to a voice call. Suchin hung up. After several back-and-forth attempts, Suchin finally answered in frustration, "Son, what is it?" "Goodness, grandson. How could you be so heartless as to ignore my calls? Doesn't your heart ache?" "Not at all." Li Wenhao decided to skip the banter and stated directly, "There is something important I need to discuss with you." "Go ahead," Suchin replied nonchalantly, convinced that Li Wenhao was simply trying to plead for a chance to see the children. Dream on. The children belong solely to him. For the past few days, Lin Lu and Wang Lei had also been unable to see the children, as Suchin had not sent them any videos. "Have you seen the videos circulating online?" Li Wenhao's sudden seriousness caught Suchin off guard. "What video?" "The quadruplets video." "Quadruplets?" "Yes, it's from a department store, although I can't tell which one. A pair of parents were shopping with their quadruplets, and it's gone viral online." "Oh, and then?" Suchin was puzzled by the significance of Li Wenhao's statement. "Are you really that oblivious? Besides your family, who else has quadruplets?" "My family." Su-chun glanced down to see the 4 children smiling up at him, clearly adoring their father. He shook his head. I haven't posted any videos online. Neither have we. It could be another set of quadruplets, perhaps. But it certainly looks like yours. Your children are trending and everyone is searching for quadruplets. They even resemble you in Wenchi-chi, so be cautious. Li Wenhao was genuinely concerned. He understood that for Su-chun and Wenchi-chi, the pressure of parenthood was considerable. If external pressures compounded their stress, what if something happened to the 4 little ones? They're his precious darlings. I'll send you the video shortly. You can take a look for yourself. With that, Li Wenhao ended the call. Before long, Li Wenhao indeed sent a video. Su-chun opened it and was astonished. It was precisely the scene from his last outing with the children at the maternity store, buying clothes. Although the distance rendered the view unclear, Su-chun still recognized them. The 4 little ones gazed outside with innocent expressions, appearing quite joyful. The combination of the little prince and princess had already stirred a considerable buzz online. Quadruplets. These 4 adorable babies, where could they be? I long to find the quadruplets and capture a photo with them. Oh dear. I want to embrace the quadruplets as well. However, as no one recognized them, Su-chun remained undisturbed. He furrowed his brow, his gaze profound. Had someone filmed the babies? He was surprised by their unexpected popularity. A smile crept upon his face as he remarked, "Look at you all, so endearingly foolish." He presented the video to the babies. As they watched, Su-chun suddenly jolted. A video? Being viewed? A phone call? His mother had called him just yesterday. Could it be that she had seen this video? At that moment, in a small town surrounding Ningzhou, a middle-aged couple repeatedly watched the video on their phone. Su Jiangwo found it hard to believe. Ruo Lan, I think you are overthinking this. How could Su-chun possibly have children? Especially such adorable ones. I mean, come on, Su-chun isn't that remarkable. I know what my son looks like. He doubted Su-chun had such capabilities. Fong Rulin rolled her eyes. Who says one can't speak well of their own child? Su Jiangwo burst into laughter. Ha! After all, he is your flesh and blood. Fong Rulin sighed. But they do bear a striking resemblance. Look, that profile is unmistakably Su-chun's. And this baby's eyes and brows resemble his as well. This one looks exactly like little Chun did when he was young. I am convinced these are his children. Fong Rulin grew increasingly certain. You are being paranoid again. While I too wish for Su-chun to settle down. He has even graduated yet. Why not call and inquire? Fong Rulin suggested to Su Jiangwo. He replied, why don't you ask him yourself? I called yesterday. And if I call too often, he might become suspicious. Quickly, you should call. With no other choice, Su Jiangwo reluctantly picked up the phone, found Su-chun's number, and dialed. The author has something to say. 100,000 words. Cheers and confetti. Truly a diligent author. Let us shower with 5-star reviews. Chapter 56. Su-chun. Are you hiding something from me? Holding his phone, Su-chun contemplated whether to divulge anything to his parents. But how should he phrase it? The babies remained silent, ignoring him, each looking quite pitiful. What is wrong with Daddy? Doesn't he love us anymore? He won't even look at us. Oh dear. They fretted about how to capture Daddy's attention. The eldest looked at the second, who glanced at the third, and the third turned to the fourth. The youngest pouted. Wah, wah, wah. Finally, Su-chun emerged from his reverie. Noticing the longing gazes of the eldest 3 and the youngest in tears, he helplessly approached the fourth. Little one, have you been naughty again? Su-chun cradled the 4th baby in his arms, while the other 3 little ones fixated their gaze on him without a moment's pause. Upon witnessing their father holding the youngest, they felt a tinge of discontent. Wah, Daddy is holding our sister. Why doesn't he hold us? They lamented, convinced that their lack of tears was the reason for their father's neglect. With that thought, the trio pouted their tiny lips and began to wail. Su-chun, overwhelmed, wondered aloud, what on earth is happening? Why is everyone crying? He had cared for the babies for quite some time, and they had always been well behaved, only shedding tears occasionally when they needed milk or a diaper change. In a flurry, Su-chun placed the 4th baby back into the stroller and gathered all 4 before him, preparing to console them. Miraculously, the older 3 stopped crying. The 4th baby, however, had a solitary tear glistening at the corner of her eye, gazing blankly at her siblings. Suchin thought to himself, how adorable these little ones are. Surely, their grandparents will cherish them. He brushed aside his worries, knowing that even if he faced scolding, it was nothing new to him. Crouching down, he pinched the baby's chubby cheeks and said, "It's time for Grandpa and Grandma to know of your existence. Are you excited?" The older three responded with curiosity. "Who are Grandpa and Grandma? Daddy seems quite happy. We want to be happy too." Suddenly, the previously tearful babies were bouncing with excitement. If they weren't confined to their stroller, Suchin suspected they would tumble all over the place. As he retrieved his phone, a wave of nervousness washed over him. Just then, his phone rang, startling him. The babies, hearing the sound, became even more animated. Upon checking the caller ID, Suchin turned and gestured for silence. The babies widened their eyes, perplexed by their father's actions. What is Daddy up to now? This is so much fun. We must cooperate. Taking a deep breath, Suchin answered the call. "Hello? Dad." The caller was none other than Su Jiangwo. "Xiao Chun," Su Jiangwo began, but he found himself at a loss for words. Fong Rulan, standing nearby, anxiously gestured and mouthed, "Ask him. Hurry." Su Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, grappling with how to approach the subject. Who would believe that his son had children? What kind of father would directly inquire about such matters? Would asking put undue pressure on Suchin? Unable to find a suitable approach, he finally settled on a casual remark. "Oh, it's nothing. Just checking in to see what you're up to." Haha. Suchin, having waited patiently, was met with this rather trivial statement. He could almost envision his mother directing his father from the sidelines, worried that a direct question might embarrass him. A swell of gratitude filled Suchin's heart. Despite their infrequent communication, his parents always cared for him. With a smile, he tightened his grip on the phone and replied, "Dad, you're all right? I actually have something I want to share with you. Is it about money? Father will call you shortly. Be mindful of your spending." "You little rascal, the money at home is reserved for you to marry." Su Jiangwo rambled on. Suchin felt a pang of sadness. "I just wanted to inform you of this. Dad, you need not prepare a dowry for me." Su Jiangwo was taken aback. He had toiled for most of his life, hoping only for Suchin's well-being. Surely, something must have gone awry. As he pondered this, he heard Suchin languidly say, "I already have a wife, and she has given you 4 grandchildren." After Suchin's declaration, he anxiously awaited his father's response. The line fell into a prolonged silence. "Suchin, Dad, have you become overly excited?" Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted from the other end. "You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you insane? Aren't you supposed to be studying? When did you get married and have 4 children?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Jiangwo grew increasingly uneasy, which only fueled his anger. "You little brat, have you dropped out? Has something happened to you? Where are you now? I will come to your rescue. Rulan, hurry and prepare the money. Take everything we have. Which scoundrel dares to kidnap my son? I will make him pay." Listening to Su Jiangwo's incessant tirade on the phone, Suchin, a grown man, felt his eyes suddenly mist over. Su Jiangwo's greatest wish in life was for their family to be safe and sound. Suchin understood that this news would be hard to accept and that he would face reprimand. However, he never anticipated that after scolding him, Su Jiangwo's first thought would be of his son's safety. Su Jiangwo was typically frugal, unwilling to indulge in luxuries. Now, he was ready to risk everything to save him. Suchin struggled to articulate his emotions. As he saw his little ones gazing at him innocently, he reflected that if it were his own children in trouble, he would likely react the same way. At 22, still a student, Suchin suddenly comprehended the heartache of his parents. From the other end, Fong Rulan's anxious voice broke through. "I will go right away." No. If that's not enough, I will borrow more. I'll even sell my jewelry." Suchin felt a lump in his throat. "Dad, Mom, please don't panic. I have not been deceived. I am perfectly fine and still studying." The flustered Su Jiangwo and Fong Rulan paused their frantic actions. Su Jiangwo, exasperated, exclaimed, "Then why are you saying such things?" Suchin replied, "I am not speaking in jest. I truly have children, 4 adorable little ones. If you don't believe me, listen." Suchin turned on the speakerphone. "Dear eldest, call Grandpa." The eldest, looking confused, didn't quite grasp what Suchin was saying. Su-chan then turned toward the second child, who was dozing off in her high chair, her head tilted. Su-chan called out, "Third one." The third child was busy gnawing on a newly purchased teether, producing a delightful crunching sound. Finally, Su-chan looked at the youngest, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity as she intently watched her father. What is the purpose of a father? It seems that his eyes are tinged with red. Is he not feeling happy? Su-chan gently patted Si Bao's little head and said, "Si Bao, come here, call for Grandpa and Grandma." Si Bao tilted her head, puzzled by what her father wanted her to say, yet she was at a loss for words. Unable to speak, Si Bao glanced at the phone and raised her tiny hand. Wah wah ah hee hee. As Si Bao moved, the other little ones responded. Except for the peacefully sleeping Air Bao, the three babies danced joyfully, cheering incessantly. Su-chan couldn't help but chuckle. "Dad, Mom, did you hear the baby's calls?" The author has something to say. I am here to update you on Chapter 57, The Way Parents Pamper Their Daughter-in-Law. Silence once again enveloped the other end of the line. Thinking that Su Jangwo was skeptical, Su-chan reiterated. "The babies are just over 6 months old and cannot yet speak, but I assure you, you will adore them. They are all very well behaved." Before Su-chan could finish, Su Jangwo's voice resounded again. "Your children?" "Yes, my children." "Quadruplets?" "Yes, quadruplets." Surely, this time Su Jangwo would feel reassured. As Su-chan pondered this, he overheard Su Jangwo become agitated once more. "Su-chan, speak up. Which girl have you wronged?" Su-chan replied, "Dad, I haven't harmed anyone." "Then how do you explain these children? You just started your sophomore year. How can you have a half-year-old child? Have you suddenly become a father?" Su-chan felt as though Su Jangwo's reasoning might just drive him to madness. Thus, he recounted the serendipitous encounter with Wen Chi after the college entrance examination, along with the recent meeting and the paternity test. Upon finishing, Su-chan earnestly emphasized, "Dad, would you like to see the paternity test? I can send it to you." Su Jangwo did not respond. Su-chan noted that today, his father seemed particularly prone to silence. He patiently waited. Moments later, a low chuckle emanated from the phone. The laughter grew louder, eventually erupting into hearty guffaws. "Ha ha ha, quadruplets. My son has given birth to quadruplets. How remarkable. Truly, they take after me. I now have 4 grandsons and granddaughters. Rulin, we have become grandparents. If Oldly finds out, he might just be consumed with envy. Ha ha. He has been bragging about being a grandfather for a year, parading his grandson in front of me daily. Next time, I must bring all 4 babies to make him green with envy." Fong Rulin shot Su Jangwo an annoyed glance. Su-chan helplessly remarked, "Dad, please tone it down." "Tone down. I have 4 grandchildren now. How can I be low-key?" Fong Rulin playfully swatted Su Jangwo, exclaiming, "Go away." After sending Su Jangwo off, Fong Rulin snatched the phone, her expression turning serious. "What about the children's mother? She went to school." School? "Yes, she attends our school as well. I am taking care of the babies while she heads to class." That's good. That's good. You must be more responsible now, you know?" Fong Rulin began her gentle admonishments. "Xiaochen, treat her well. You must not wrong the girl. Also, how much bride price did they mention?" Su-chan chuckled. "You need not worry about the bride price. I will take care of it." However, to his surprise, Fong Rulin interrupted him with palpable anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? She is your future wife, the one who will accompany you through life and care for you. Whatever amount she desires as bride price is not excessive. Our family will provide it. Do not think that just because she bears your child, you can act recklessly. Do you understand? Otherwise, do not return." Su-chan was taken aback. Had he truly been overshadowed by his future daughter-in-law? When had his position in the family diminished so greatly? Nevertheless, this was what he desired. When Chi-Chi had sacrificed so much for him, and he would certainly treat her well. A wave of happiness washed over him. His parents had not chastised him, indicating that his previous concerns were unwarranted. "Mom, rest assured, your son is a good man and will treat his wife well. He will also care for the little ones." Yes, I am taking care of them," she replied. "Never mind, I will purchase the tickets right away. Your father and I will help you with the 4 little ones. You certainly cannot manage alone." Su-chan sighed. "Mom, a man cannot be deemed incapable. Enough." Stop your chatter. All right, I'll buy them when we arrive. Jangwo, hurry up, Fong Ruolin said, preparing to hang up. Suchin was taken aback by their haste. Would this not frighten Chi-Chi? He quickly interjected, Mom, Dad, please listen to me. The children's mother has yet to fully accept me. I fear that your presence may place undue pressure on her. Please stay home and wait until she feels secure enough to be with me. And I will bring her back. Fong Ruolin and Su Jangwo exchanged glances. It made sense. After all, she was a girl. Who knew what stroke of luck this rascal had to have her bear his child? They must respect their daughter-in-law. Yes, that's true, but Su Jangwo expressed his dissatisfaction. I want to meet the little ones. I am their grandfather, and I have yet to lay eyes on them. Upon hearing this, Suchin suggested, how about this? I will send you a video every day. How does that sound? That could work, they agreed. Though both were eager to see the children. They could not disregard the feelings of the children's mother. They sighed in resignation. Dad, Suchin began, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Jangwo's furious shout. What do you mean by Dad? Hurry and send the video. Why waste time with so many words? With a snap, Su Jangwo hung up the phone. Su Chun was left bewildered. Had he been cast aside? Had they forgotten him the moment a grandchild arrived? Fortunately, since these were his own children, he still felt a surge of joy. He complied and dutifully recorded a video to send. At the Su household, Su Jangwo, who had just displayed anger, now sat upright in his chair, a silly grin plastered on his face as he fiddled with 2 walnuts. Fong Ruolin, seeing his demeanor, could hardly contain her frustration. What are you doing? Can you not settle down for even a moment? I'm just so excited. I'll soon see my grandchild. Ruolin, please pinch me. Stop it. Why be so anxious? Such a day will surely come. Although Fong Ruolin spoke so, her heart was inexpressibly anxious. She never anticipated that her son had become a father. In her memory, he was still a child. A mixture of worry and joy enveloped her. Nevertheless, she thought, I am truly elated. I shall soon hold my grandchildren. A grandson and a granddaughter. Ruolin, do you think this means I can retire and enjoy life? The mere thought of leisurely strolling while tending to the little ones filled her with delight. It was overwhelming happiness. Fong Ruolin decided to disregard Su Jangwo for the moment. The man who had just been furious and agitated had now transformed into a doting grandparent. She focused intently on her phone, her mind racing. Hurry and send it. Why the delay? Why is Su Chun taking so long? Fong Ruolin resolved to call again to urge him. Just as she picked up her phone, a notification chimed. It was a message from Su Chun. Fong Ruolin exclaimed with joy, it's here. Author's note. San Bao sat upright, speaking earnestly. Uncles, remember to leave a 5-star rating. If you do, San Bao will send you beautiful aunties. Chapter 58. The affection of grandparents. Su Jangwo immediately leaned in. Where is it? Let me see. Fong Ruolin's hands trembled, unable to open the video. Su Jangwo said, hand it over, I will do it. Typically timid around his wife, Su Jangwo had completely forgotten his usual demeanor. Fong Ruolin felt no anger, allowing him to access the video. The video began with Su Chun holding the phone. Addressing the camera, Mom, Dad, look. Behind me are 4 little ones. He then turned the camera to reveal 4 adorable babies. The eldest and the third wore hats, while the second and the fourth sported little pigtails. At that moment, upon seeing Su Chun filming them, the babies gazed at the camera with wide, innocent eyes. Their mouths slightly agape, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Su Jangwo was already grinning from ear to ear. Babies. Such delightful babies. These are my grandsons. Ruolin. Look how charming they are, as if they stepped right out of the television. As he spoke, he pointed them out to Fong Ruolin. He noticed her covering her mouth, nodding while wiping away tears. Yes, they are adorable. Why are you crying? Don't cry, don't cry. Su Jangwo felt a twinge of panic and handed her a tissue. Fong Ruolin, while dabbing her tears, replied, I'm not crying. I'm just so happy. Yes. Let us be joyful. Let us smile. Uft. Fong Ruolin laughed at Su Jangwo's words, using the tissue to wipe her tears. However, she caught sight of him discreetly wiping his own eyes. You chide me, but look at yourself. I have something in my eye. Quick, let us see more. What is Su Chun up to? In the video, Su Chun had fallen silent for a while. At last, he resumed speaking. Mom, Dad. I assume you've had your fill of emotion by now. Come, let me formally introduce you. Su-chun positioned the camera in front of the bewildered Dabao, introducing him as a sensible little gentleman named Su-zian. Turning to Dabao, he coaxed, "Call out to Grandpa and Grandma." Dabao gazed at Su-chun in confusion, then at the phone, reaching out to seize it. Su-chun playfully blocked Dabao's small hand, chuckling, "You little rascal." Next, Su-chun turned the camera towards Bao, who sported two tiny pigtails, styled that very morning by Wenqiqi. With wide eyes, she stared at the camera. Su-chun introduced her, saying, "This is Bao. Su Xiao Xiao." When she smiles, her eyes narrow into a delightful slit, simply adorable. After the introduction, he encouraged Bao, "Come on, smile for us." Blinking her eyes, she seemed to comprehend Su-chun's words and, with a squint, broke into a smile. Su-chun affectionately patted her little head, praising her, so well behaved. Then, he approached San Bao, who, like Dabao, wore a hat and beamed at Su-chun. Amused, Su-chun exclaimed, "This is San Bao, Suzy Kong. He, too, is a little gentleman and a boy who adores beautiful aunties." "Isn't that right, San Bao?" Upon hearing beautiful auntie, San Bao excitedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Where's the beautiful auntie?" Su-chun, with a hint of exasperation, gently touched San Bao's nose. "You, at such a young age, are already quite the character." Continuing, Su-chun approached Si Bao, who had been waiting for him for quite some time. With wide eyes, she seized Su-chun's phone as he drew near. Hey. Si Bao, what are you doing?" Su-chun held onto the phone lightly, cautious not to hurt her. After a struggle, he finally retrieved the phone and introduced, "This is Si Bao, Su Lulu. Don't let her small size fool you. She is the most mischievous troublemaker of them all." Upon hearing Su-chun speak, Si Bao believed he was playing with her and became even more delighted, clutching onto him and bouncing with laughter. After amusing Si Bao for a while, Su-chun positioned the camera further away, capturing him alongside the four little ones. "These are your 4 grandchildren, Mom and Dad. I'll bring them to see you another day. All right, little ones, smile for the camera." Su-chun had discovered the secret to making the 4 children laugh. Pulling a funny face. One by one, they erupted into giggles. The video continued for a bit longer before coming to an end. Fang Rulan and Su Jiangwo, however, felt it was tea enough. Tears welled up in their eyes, yet their voices were filled with laughter. "So adorable. Si Bao resembles his father. San Bao does too. The Bao and Bao must take after their mother." Jiangwo exclaimed, "Indeed, Rulan, before we knew it, we have aged. No, let us watch it again. My precious grandchildren are just too cute. I long to hold them." Fang Rulan mused, already envisioning the warmth of embracing her grandchildren. "Shall we go help Su-chun instead?" But what about the children's mother? When it comes to the topic of their child, Fang Rulan cannot help but sigh. How could Su-chun be so incompetent and foolish? Truly, he needs to hurry and bring his wife back. Soon, Su Jiangwo reassured her. "Our son is exceptionally capable and will surely achieve success." Indeed, Fang Rulan nodded, suddenly remembering something, and sprang to her feet. "What's the matter?" Su Jiangwo inquired. "I need to send money to Su-chun," Fang Rulan exclaimed anxiously while searching for her bank card. "How can 2,000 yuan a month be enough to support a baby? That's just for one. And there are 4 of them. Su-chun can go hungry, but we cannot let our precious grandchildren suffer." Su Jiangwo found no fault in her words. He promptly stood up to assist her in the search. "You're absolutely right. Let us send more. After all, those are our beloved grandchildren." Upon returning home with the babies, Su-chun inexplicably sneezed. "What is going on? Did someone speak ill of me?" Once home, he opened his phone and was taken aback to discover an additional 100,000 yuan in his bank account, transferred from the family account. Su-chun was momentarily stunned. In the WeChat group titled Family, which had long been silent, Fang Rulan tagged Su-chun. "You little rascal, this money is for the babies. Don't you dare spend it. If you do, I'll break your legs when you come back." Su Jiangwo added, "Agreed. If you dare to neglect the babies, I won't hold back." Su-chun. It truly seems he has forgotten his own son in favor of his grandchildren. How unfortunate he is. He glanced back at the babies, who were gazing at him in confusion, completely unaware that two more people in this world loved them dearly. After transferring the money to Su Chun, Su Jiangwo and Fong Rulin began to feel increasingly uneasy. They watched the video repeatedly throughout the day, unable to tire of it. Finally, Su Jiangwo could no longer contain himself. He slapped his thigh and made a decision. I must go see the babies. Fong Rulin hesitated. Don't be reckless. What if the daughter-in-law is gone by then? Humph, I can't go openly, but does that mean I can't sneak a visit? The author has something to say. I'm too bogged down, too bogged down, too bogged down. Boo-hoo. I'm sorry, brothers, I can only update one chapter tonight. I've written another one, but after writing and deleting, it just doesn't feel right. Boo-hoo. Wait for me to sort it out and rewrite it tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Love you all. Chapter 59. Washing clothes for my wife. Su Chun stared at the balance in his bank account, remaining silent for a while. After pondering, he sent a message in the family group. Mom and Dad, I don't need the money. I have enough. I'll transfer the money back. You two can spend it as you wish. No need to worry about me. Su Chun typed with a bittersweet heart, feeling a sense of pride that his parents would surely think their son had made something of himself, and they would surely be moved. However, not 2 minutes later, he saw Su Jiangwo scolding in the group. What nonsense are you saying? If you don't want it, just give it to your wife. Su Jiangwo, if you continue to chatter, I will kick you out. Su Jiangwo, if you dare to transfer the money back, you may as well not return. Su Chun instinctively typed 3 question marks. In the next moment, system notification, you have been kicked out of the group chat. Su Chun, fine. He was expelled from the chat by his own parents. It seems that the money cannot be transferred back. Su Chun silently set his phone aside, letting out a sigh. The little ones observed him, tilting their heads in curiosity. What is wrong with Daddy? Daddy seems unhappy again. This one do. We must make Daddy happy. But how can we cheer him up? The little ones pondered, shaking their tiny heads. Suddenly, Sambao had a bowel movement. Su Chun immediately reacted, rushing over to pick up Sambao. Little Sambao, are you shy? As he spoke, he changed Sanbao's diaper, his face adorned with a blissful smile. This smile caught the attention of the other little ones. Oh, it turns out that making a mess can make Daddy smile. The 3 little ones frowned in unison. One after another, they followed suit. Poo. Su Chun. Eldest, you too? Second, you as well? Ahem. Fourth, you, with only 2 hands. Su Chun found himself in quite the predicament. Please wait a moment. Daddy is busy. The little ones watched him flustered, each one more delighted than the last, completely oblivious to any wrongdoing. After a considerable struggle, Su Chun finally managed to tend to the 4 little ones. Their little pants were washed and changed. He slumped into a chair, utterly exhausted. Yet, he couldn't deny the joy he felt. Just then, the system chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. On successfully caring for 4 little ones at once, you have activated a special reward. Would you like to claim the reward? Su Chun was a bit bewildered. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 system upgrade. Upon activation, the system will automatically upgrade. Would you like to proceed? A dazed Su Chun. It can upgrade? Indeed. What will happen after the upgrade? The rewards will be more plentiful, and the skills will be more refined. All right, then let us upgrade. As soon as Su Chun finished speaking, ding. Congratulations, host. The system upgrade was successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of tea identification. With the tea identification skill, the host can assess the quality of tea leaves through sight and smell. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the privilege to acquire special seeds. With this privilege, the host can obtain special seeds through tasks, including but not limited to vegetables, fruits, medicinal herbs, etc. Tea identification skill? What use is that? Su Chun shook his head. He seldom drank tea. However, the special seed acquisition privilege intrigued him. Didn't I always buy seeds before? Ding. The seeds you purchased were all ordinary ingredients. While the food produced is good, it is not the best. Is that so? Su Chun was astonished. He believed the vegetables he grew were already excellent. Little did he know, there were even better options. Indeed, host. That is fantastic. When will I receive the seeds? It depends on the host's luck. Su Chun replied, all right then. It seems that after the system upgrade, he has become a bit more aloof. However, The potatoes and tomatoes he purchased from the market, nourished with spiritual spring water, are already quite delicious. If they are even better than those, that would be splendid. Joyfully, Su-chan twirled around with his little ones, saying, "Come, let's fetch your mother." By the time he brought Wen-Chi home, it was already 7 o'clock. After preparing dinner and feeding the little ones once more, he finally found a moment of leisure. Wen-Chi had already gone to take a bath. As Su-chan picked up the clothes Wen-Chi had left outside, he prepared to wash them. At that moment, a delicate pink piece of lingerie fell to the floor. Su-chan's pupils constricted. His wife was becoming increasingly unguarded around him. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up the lingerie, placing his hand upon it to gauge its size, and smiled faintly. This should require hand washing, right? Indeed, washing my wife's clothes is a man's honor. Su-chan swiftly tossed the other garments into the washing machine and took the lingerie along with a basin, gently beginning to wash it. The bathroom maintained a separation of wet and dry, and although he could not see the person behind the frosted glass door, he could discern a graceful silhouette illuminated upon it. Su-chan became momentarily entranced. Just then, when Chi-Chi, with her damp hair wrapped in a towel, opened the bathroom door, Su-chan found himself locked in a gaze with Wen-Chi. Her hand, which was drying her hair, paused. As her gaze fell upon the lingerie in Su-chan's hand, she gasped, "Ah, what is going on? How did my lingerie end up in your hands?" Recently, to avoid awkwardness, she had taken the basin herself to fetch water for washing. Today, she had forgotten. When Chi-Chi's mood instantly soured, her hand held tightly onto the collar of the towel, her face flushed from the recent bath. With no time to think, she hurried to Su-chan's side and seized the damp lingerie from him, exclaiming, "You, let me wash it myself." When Chi-Chi's speech became stuttered. Chapter 60. When Chi-Chi's final stubbornness, one of Su-chan's hands gripped one side of the lingerie. When Chi-Chi held the other side. Noticing her bashful demeanor, Su-chan felt a playful urge to tease her. "Chi-Chi, what is the matter?" I. When Chi-Chi's face reddened to an extreme, and she could hardly bear to meet Su-chan's gaze. Seeing that he wouldn't let go, she playfully protested, "Release it." "Haha. I want tea." Su-chan tightened his grip, adding, "From now on, let me wash them for you." "No, that is not acceptable." "Why not?" "You and I." When Chi-Chi found herself at a loss for words to express her current feelings, her heart raced uncontrollably. "If it's too much, you can help me wash mine too." Su-chan deliberately lowered his voice, whispering, "That is even less acceptable. Women's lingerie has its tops, but men's undergarments." The mere thought made her flustered. "You rogue, Su-chan." "Haha." Su-chan raised his hand, instinctively ruffling Wen-Chi-Chi's hair, "But I am only a rogue towards you." Upon releasing her grip, the force in her hands diminished. When Shan-Shan swiftly seized the garment, then turned with alacrity and entered the restroom. Before Su-chan could utter a word, she slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Outside, Su-chan chuckled, "Haha, my dear wife is simply adorable." Once inside the restroom, when Shan-Shan gazed at her undergarment, feeling increasingly embarrassed, how could she allow Su-chan to see it? And in pink, no less. Would he perceive her as childish? Surely, men prefer something more alluring, right? The turmoil. In a fit of frustration, she tossed it onto the restroom floor. A moment later, however, with determination, she retrieved it. After all, it was Su-chan who had washed it for her, the very first time he had done so. She felt a twinge of reluctance to discard it. Thus, she wrestled with her emotions in the restroom for an entire hour. It was not until she heard the children's commotion that she finally emerged. Avoiding eye contact, she did not glance at Su-chan, silently repeating to herself, "You do not see me. You do not see me." Shan-Shan. When Shan-Shan halted, and with a stern expression, inquired, "What is it?" She still dared not meet his gaze. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Su-chan chuckled softly. "Honestly, it looks quite lovely." Unable to contain herself any longer, when Shan-Shan dashed into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her with another loud thud. Outside, Su-chan erupted into laughter. Later that evening, after lulling the children to sleep, when Shan-Shan took out her phone and opened her contact list, upon locating her father's number, she hesitated, ultimately not daring to make the call. Sighing, she thought, "Perhaps another time." On the weekend, in a quaint town on the outskirts of Ningzhou, Su Jiangwo had prepared his belongings early, holding his phone while keeping an eye on the children as he waited for a ride. Fang Ruiyun expressed her desire to accompany him. However, they deemed their presence too conspicuous if they went together. After some deliberation, they resolved that Su Jiangwo would venture forth alone first. At that moment, a man of similar age to Su Jiangwo approached, cradling a child of less than a year in his arms, the little one's rosy cheeks indicating a peaceful slumber. Upon noticing Su Jiangwo, the man inquired, "Old Su, where are you off to?" "I'm going to see my son," Su Jiangwo replied with a cheerful smile. "Old Li," he continued, "taking the child for a stroll again?" Old Li nodded, "Indeed. Now that I'm retired, what else is there to do but stroll with the little one? By the way, Su Chun is already 22 and still in his second year of university, while my son graduated and married at 22. No wonder I became a grandfather so quickly. Old Su, why not skip visiting your son and join me for a stroll instead? I can lend you my long for a while." Old Li and Su Jiangwo had grown up together and were known for their friendly rivalry. Old Li had married a year before Su Jiangwo, and since then, Su Jiangwo felt perpetually one step behind, having a son a year later, sending him to school a year later, and Su Chun even spent 3 years in high school. While Old Li's son had graduated, Su Chun was still in his second year of university. Old Li's son has gotten married, and his daughter-in-law is expecting. Old Li has become a grandfather, and his grandson is nearing his first birthday. Each time, Old Li takes great pleasure in teasing Su Jiangwo, and today is no exception. Old Li delights in witnessing Su Jiangwo's exasperation, believing that this time, Su Jiangwo would surely be incensed. To his surprise, Su Jiangwo dismissively waved his hand, saying, "Old Li, your pride won't last long. What's the matter? Planning to bring Su Chun back for matchmaking and marriage? Let me remind you, Su Chun hasn't even graduated yet. Academics should take precedence." Su Jiangwo continued, "Who said anything about matchmaking? Let me tell you, I already have a daughter-in-law." There was an unmistakable hint of pride in Su Jiangwo's voice. Old Li could hardly believe it. "How is that possible?" he scoffed. "It's quite possible. Did you know that universities now permit marriage? Surprised, aren't you?" Upon seeing Old Li's expression shift, Su Jiangwo added provocatively, "My daughter-in-law has given me 4 lovely grandchildren." "That's right, 4. Not just 1, mind you. Your Long is indeed adorable, but I have 4 charming little grandchildren named Nin, Xiao Xiao, Kang Kong, and Lele. Isn't that astonishing? Quadruplets. You've never seen such a thing, have you?" Ha. Ever since Su Chun sent Su Jiangwo a video, he had memorized all the names of his grandchildren. After enduring Old Li's jibes for over 20 years, today was finally his chance for reprisal. Old Li's expression darkened. "4? Are you dreaming? Su Jiangwo, did you forget to take your medication this morning?" In all his years, Old Li had only encountered twins and had never heard of anyone giving birth to quadruplets, especially not Su Jiangwo. If this were true, it would only serve to mock himself. No, I refuse to believe it. Ha. As Su Jiangwo noticed Old Li's growing agitation, his satisfaction only deepened. "What medication? I'm perfectly fine. I'm off to see my quadruplet grandchildren. You can just envy me. Soon, I'll be parading my 4 little darlings right before you. You'll be green with envy." Ha. Su Jiangwo was elated, unable to contain his joy. Old Li, seething with frustration, retorted, "I simply don't believe it unless you bring them here to stand before me." Ha. Just then, the sound of a car horn echoed nearby. Su Jiangwo waved. "I must be going now." Old Li was beside himself with rage, especially since Long in his arms had begun to cry. He returned home, fuming. How infuriating! How infuriating! Upon entering, he found his son and daughter-in-law watching television. Storming up to them, he admonished, "What are you 2 doing? When are you going to have a second child? Hurry up, don't dawdle." His son and daughter-in-law replied, "Dad, what's wrong? Didn't you say that having Long was sufficient? Why do you want a second child now?" Old Li pointed out the window, exclaiming, "Su Jiangwo's family just had quadruplets." "Quadruplets? How can I not be furious?" His son replied in disbelief, "Quadruplets? That can't be true, can it?" Old Li's daughter-in-law, "Recently, I came across an adorable pair of quadruplets online. However, I have only seen that one video and nothing more. Could they possibly belong to the Su family? Old Li's son. How could that be? What are the odds? Dad, stop joking around. Raising children is already so challenging. Why would we consider having a second child? No way. After getting into the car, Su Jiangwo couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune, reminiscing about the delightful scene he had just witnessed. Lately, he found it increasingly difficult to contain his joy, radiating happiness wherever he went. His exuberance captivated those around him, prompting a curious bystander to inquire, "Sir, what brings you such joy?" Chapter 61. Su Jiangwo becomes a grandchild enthusiast upon hearing the question. Su Jiangwo eagerly opened up. "It's because my son and daughter-in-law have blessed me with quadruplet grandchildren." Quadruplets? The bystander was taken aback. Indeed, Su Jiangwo relished their astonishment. The other passengers in the car were asleep, but the exclamation quickly piqued their interest. As they turned to look in disbelief. "Really 4? "Yes, 4. Su Jiangwo affirmed, pulling out his phone to show them. On the screen was a screenshot of Su Chun's video, perfectly capturing his son and the 4 little ones. Su Jiangwo was possessive. He had no intention of sharing the video of the quadruplets. They were his, all his. Let others envy him. As soon as he displayed his phone, everyone leaned in. "Wow, there are indeed 4 babies. How utterly adorable. Look at these 2 little girls with their cute little pigtails. And this boy, he looks so charmingly navi. Oh, and this boy has quite a handsome smile. Haha, they're just too precious." Hearing their praises, Su Jiangwo beamed with delight. His grandchildren were, without a doubt, the most extraordinary in the realm of infants. "That handsome young man must be your son, right? He looks so youthful." Su Jiangwo nodded enthusiastically. "Yes. That rascal is my son. He is still in school." The elderly passengers were filled with admiration. "What? Still in school?" "Indeed, he is in university." "How impressive. I wish my son were as remarkable. He is already 30 and still single." "How enviable. Sir, could you share your wisdom on how your son found a wife and had quadruplets? I must return home and educate my unaccomplished son to follow suit." At this, Su Jiangwo's spirits soared even higher. "Ha ha ha, I have no idea." Someone interjected, "How could you not know? It's obviously because he is handsome." Laughter erupted among the group. Throughout the journey, Su Jiangwo remained in high spirits. Upon arriving in the city, he immediately called Li Dong. "Dongzi, come pick me up." Su Jiangwo was a distant cousin of Li Dong. Hearing his arrival, Li Dong was startled. "Uncle, what brings you here?" "I'll inform Su Chen right away." Wait. I came secretly. Please don't mention it." "Why?" Li Dong was puzzled. Upon recalling the matters concerning Su Chen and the little ones, Li Dong felt a surge of anxiety. He pondered whether he should promptly notify Su Chen to prepare himself. "Uncle, do you perhaps know something?" "Indeed. Xiao Chen mentioned he has welcomed 4 little grandsons and even sent a video." Li Dong exhaled in relief. "But wait, if you already know, why come here in secret?" "For the sake of Xiao Chen's wife." Su Jiangwo recounted the events. Li Dong, bemused, exclaimed, "So that is how it is. Very well, I shall fetch you." "Yes. You do know where Su Chen resides, right? Please take me to a hotel nearby." "Certainly." On Sunday morning, long before dawn, Su Jiangwo rose from his slumber. To be precise, he had not slept a wink all night, overwhelmed by excitement. Once awake, he made his way to the entrance of Furong Community, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the little ones. He had prepared provisions and water, determined to wait all day if necessary to catch a glimpse of the children. Before long, he spotted Su Chen, who was driving an impressively luxurious vehicle, though Su Chen seemed oblivious to his presence. How curious, where did Su Chen acquire such a car? Su Jiangwo mused, peeking into the vehicle only to find it empty. In a fit of annoyance, he muttered to himself, "This rascal. Off gallivanting without the kids on the weekend? Humph, I shall have my reckoning when he returns." Unbeknownst to him, Su Chen, who was about to be reprimanded, sneezed unexpectedly, rubbing his nose without noticing anyone around. "What is going on? Why do I feel as though someone is watching me?" he wondered. "Am I perhaps losing my mind?" Shaking off the unsettling thought, he focused on the day ahead, needing to discuss matters with Qian Hu. Initially, he intended to bring the little ones along. But due to the events of the previous night, when Qi Zhao insisted on staying behind to rest, reluctantly, Su Qin drove off alone. Meanwhile, when Zhao had finished her breakfast and was gathering her belongings to take the little ones downstairs, after wandering around the entrance, she realized she had nowhere to go. With Su Qin absent, stepping out felt somewhat inconvenient. It dawned on her just how reliant she had become on him. Resolutely, she decided to stroll with the children in the garden. At that moment, Su Jiangwo happened to witness this scene, and his eyes lit up. The little ones. 4 of them. They must belong to our family. He contemplated greeting them, but hesitated, fearing that his secret arrival might alarm his daughter-in-law. Speaking of which, she was truly remarkable, beautiful. No wonder she was the daughter-in-law of Su Jiangwo. The more he thought about it, the prouder he felt. Yet, the pressing question remained. How could he catch a glimpse of the little ones without raising suspicion? Just then, he noticed a vendor selling small balloons nearby. An idea struck him. My good fellow, I shall take 4. No, I will purchase them all. Payment. Su Jiangwo tossed 500 yuan at the vendor and walked away with nearly 20 balloons. The balloon seller, utterly bewildered, approached the community security guard, asking, "Who on earth was that?" The security guard shook his head, expressing uncertainty. "I don't know. I've been here since this morning. It seems like someone is waiting." Yet, he felt something amiss, sensing a shroud of secrecy. However, Su Jiangwo paid no heed to such musings. He hurried along, anxious not to miss a moment. Upon arriving at the park, he spotted Wen Qiqi engaged in cheerful conversation with the children from a distance. Finding a nearby spot, he discreetly observed the little ones. As he gazed upon them, a shiver coursed through Su Jiangwo's body. While viewing the children through his phone, they appeared adorable yet lacked the authenticity of reality. Now, the 4 little ones were right before him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he felt a dizzying excitement, internally exclaiming, these 4 children are simply too precious. My lovely grandchildren are truly beautiful." They were the most delightful children he had ever encountered in his life. He longed to rush forward, to embrace them tightly, shower them with kisses, and lift them high in the air. Yet, Su Jiangwo hesitated, opting instead to stifle his laughter, keeping his eyes glued to the children. The little ones, upon spotting balloons, erupted with joy, each raising their tiny hands in eager greeting to the colorful orbs. "Wow, look at all those beautiful balloons. We love them. We want the balloons." The children glanced at the balloons, then tilted their heads to look at Wen Qiqi, awaiting her to purchase some for them. Realizing the balloon vendor's presence, Wen Qiqi sensed an odd feeling as she noticed Su Jiangwo's unwavering gaze on the children. However, seeing the children's excitement, it was evident they desired the balloons. Reluctantly, she guided them towards Su Jiangwo. Chapter 62. The Excitement. "Those are my grandchildren." Su Jiangwo's pupils widened in astonishment, his entire being trembling. The grandchildren are coming over. What to do? Should I hide? But they are my beloved grandchildren. How could I possibly retreat? No. He must embrace them. Once this thought emerged, he suppressed his exhilaration, grinning widely as the children approached. The little ones were captivated by Su Jiangwo's balloons. Noticing his smile, the cheerful second child beamed back at him, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes. Boom. Su Jiangwo felt as if his heart had been struck. How utterly adorable. Truly, these are the children of the Su family. He was overwhelmed with joy. The other 3 children, inspired by Su Jiangwo's smile, joined in the laughter. In that instant, he felt a dizzying bliss. "Excuse me, sir, how much are your balloons?" Wen Qiqi inquired as she walked over. Su Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback, failing to respond. Wen Qiqi furrowed her brow. "Sir?" Realizing she was addressing him, he snapped back to reality. What is it? How much for each balloon?" When Qiqi repeated her question, Su Jiangwo gestured towards the children. "Are you buying them for them?" When Qiqi nodded affirmatively, Su Jiangwo chuckled. "No charge, it's all a gift." When Shanshan was taken aback. "What is this peculiar behavior?" Su Jiangwo continued with a grin. "My dear, please don't misunderstand. I find them adorable and wish to give these to them, but I have one request. May I hold them?" When Shanshan frowned slightly, there was something rather odd about this person. The little ones had already grasped the balloons in Su Jiangwo's hand. Reluctantly, she replied, "All right, but I still insist on paying." No, truly unnecessary." Su Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, carefully handing the balloons to the children. He passed the extra balloons to Wen Shanshan, then bent down to observe the four little ones, unable to suppress his laughter. He joyfully embraced the bewildered eldest child, internally whispering, "Oh, dear eldest, I am your grandpa." Wen Shanshan, clutching the balloons, looked at Su Jiangwo with a perplexed expression. Is this person not quite right? After hugging the eldest, Su Jiangwo moved on to embrace the second child, who was the first to smile at him. "Oh, dear second, my little cotton-padded jacket." Next, he approached the third child. However, when he attempted to hold the youngest, Wen Shanshan could no longer contain her anxiety. She hurriedly handed the balloons to Su Jiangwo while shielding the child with her body, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry, but we can't accept these balloons." This individual was simply too peculiar for her comfort. I didn't mean to." Su Jiangwo found his hands empty, unable to embrace the youngest. When Shanshan was already hastily ushering the children away, the youngest turned to look at Su Jiangwo, thinking, "This grandpa is quite strange. He hasn't held me yet, while my siblings have." Pouting, the youngest began to cry. When Shanshan assumed the child was frightened and urged them to move faster. "Don't cry, my dear. Mommy will take you away now." At that moment, Su Jiangwo felt a surge of urgency. How could such a lovely child be in tears? His heart ached at the sight. He resolved to follow and comfort the youngest. When Shanshan had originally intended to return home, but a chilling thought crossed her mind. Recalling news reports of individuals who would deliberately seek out the residences of children, taking advantage of their parents' absence. She shuddered and decided it was best to exit the community. As long as they were outside, it would indicate that they were not from the area, and perhaps that would deter anyone from following them. Having made her decision, when Shanshan led the children outside, the security guards at the entrance recognized the four little ones and greeted them cheerfully. However, when Shanshan was distracted, and the guards sensed something was amiss. What is going on? Just then, they spotted the man with the balloons rushing out in the same direction as when Shanshan. A wave of alarm surged through the guards. Could it be? Call the police. The thought struck, and one of the guards immediately picked up the phone. Once outside, when Shanshan wandered aimlessly, her mind racing. After walking a considerable distance, she sighed in relief upon noticing that the people behind her had vanished. Surrounding her, small groups of passers-by expressed their admiration. "What a beautiful baby! Quadruplets, how enviable!" Some elderly individuals murmured, "If only my son and daughter-in-law could have quadruplets too. So well-behaved." As they chatted, one among them, with a sudden shift in demeanor, questioned, "Strange, who is that old man? Something feels off." Upon hearing this, when Chi-Chi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. What should she do? Perhaps call Su-Chin? Unbeknownst to her, he was the first person who came to mind in times of trouble. A few older women noticed when Chi-Chi's distress and gathered around her, saying, "Do not fear, young lady. We will protect you." What could possibly happen in broad daylight? One among them, known for her fiery temperament, could no longer contain herself and, clutching her bag, stormed towards Su Jiangwo. He, preoccupied with concern for the quadruplets, remained oblivious to her approach. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, the woman hurled her bag at Su Jiangwo and began to berate him furiously. "What are you doing? Why are you following that young lady? Are you up to no good?" Taken aback by the unexpected blow, Su Jiangwo stammered, "What are you talking about? I'm not. I haven't done anything." However, the woman was not inclined to believe the words of someone who appeared so suspicious. "Have you ever heard a villain admit to being a villain?" They collectively shouted. "Exactly. This person is outrageous. We cannot let him go." When Chi-Chi felt a pang of sympathy but, thinking of the babies, chose to remain silent. Su Jiangwo, in a state of frantic explanation, found himself increasingly tangled in his words. For Su Chen's sake, he could not reveal his true identity. Was he truly destined to be beaten today? Resolving himself, he thought, let it be. If he could catch a glimpse of his grandchildren, it would be worth it. Just then, the police car arrived, prompting the women to halt their advance. Su Jiangwo believed he was saved, but before he could rejoice, he saw the officers approaching him. "Hello, we received a report that you are harassing someone. Please come with us." Chapter 63. A new skill is impressive. In the morning, Su Chen drove to the office building of Qianhu. The previous night, Qian, had called to request his presence for a discussion. As he was about to enter the building, he was suddenly drawn to a newly opened shop below. It was a tea store named 1,000 Teas, 100 Flavors. The storefront was large, yet it was sparsely populated inside. Recalling his newly acquired skill in tea identification, Su Chun decided to venture in. After all, he had no tea at home and could not discern any differences. Upon entering, a cheerful sales associate approached him and said, "Good day, sir. Are you looking to purchase tea? What type of tea do you need? I would be happy to recommend something for you." Today marks the grand opening of our esteemed tea establishment, Qian Cha Bai Hui, and we are pleased to offer discounts on tea purchases. Su Chen smiled and inquired, "Pray, do enlighten me about your tea selection." The attendant guided Su Chen to a counter, pointing towards a box and stating, "This is our freshly arrived Wui Mountain Dahong Pao, the finest tea available. I trust, sir, that you are a connoisseur of tea. Would you care to sample it?" Su Chen nodded. "Please, bring it forth for my inspection." Accepting the tea, he opened the box and took a small amount, bringing it to his nose. Instantly, words materialized in his mind. Wui Mountain Dahong Pao, with leaves of a harmonious red and green, exuding a vibrant hue, a fragrant and sweet taste, and a lingering aroma upon brewing. The judgment read, "Fake." Su Chen was taken aback. Wasn't the essence of the appraisal supposed to rely on smell and sight? However, since the system had rendered its verdict, it spared him further inquiry. He glanced at the system's explanatory notes, shook his head, and sighed as he returned the tea. "Your establishment lacks integrity." His voice was not deliberately lowered, yet it resonated for all to hear. A handful of patrons gathered around. The attendant's expression shifted. "Sir, what do you imply?" Su Chun, feigning a meticulous examination, remarked, "This tea is counterfeit, is it not?" Noticing the attendant's growing distress, he continued, "Well, it cannot be entirely false. It contains about 50% genuine leaves, intermingled with various other teas. Wui Mountain Dahong Pao of this quality should command a price of several hundred, yet you are selling it at a premium of 2,000 per box. That is rather unscrupulous." These insights stemmed from the system's analytical remarks. The attendant, flustered, retorted, "Impossible. This is sourced directly by our boss, purchased at a high price. It cannot possibly be fake. Our boss insists on selling only authentic tea, employing no deceitful tactics, and adhering strictly to the truth." Su Chen furrowed his brow. "So, are you suggesting your boss is unaware of its counterfeit nature?" Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. The attendant, agitated, defended, "I have served my boss for many years. His integrity is beyond reproach. He has vouched for this tea's authenticity with his own reputation." She was resolute in her belief. "You are being deliberately provocative. You, too, are a tea vendor, correct?" At that moment, a figure approached the entrance. "Xiaoju, what troubles you?" Simultaneously, another familiar voice chimed in, "Brother Su Chen? So you have arrived." Su Chen turned to see Qian Hu and a young man entering. The young man, scarcely in his 20s and slightly older than Su Chen, lost his earlier authority upon hearing Qian Hu call out, "So you are Brother Su Chen? Greetings, I am Tang Tianxin." Xiaoju, initially poised to voice her grievances, swallowed her words upon realizing he is Su Chen. Su Chen, perplexed, responded, "You are acquainted with me?" Xiaoju, blushing, bowed her head in apology. "Mr. Su, I apologize for not recognizing you. It seems this matter is related to Qian Hu." Su Chen looked at Qian Hu with a puzzled expression and inquired, "What exactly is going on?" Qian Hu approached Su Chen with a cheerful demeanor and explained, "Brother Su Chen, the situation is as follows. This is my eldest nephew, Tang Tianxin. He secretly left home to engage in business, hoping to earn a fortune and return to impress his father. However, to our dismay, Qian Hu sighed and continued, "It has been 2 days, and we have had no customers. We are quite distressed. Thus, we thought to seek your assistance." As he spoke, Qian Hu glanced expectantly behind Su Chen, eagerly anticipating a reunion with the little ones. Oh, how delightful it would be to see the babies again. Since the last time he encountered the little ones, Qian Hu had been utterly enchanted. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment this time. "Have the babies not come today?" he inquired. Su Chen shook his head. "Their mother has taken them." Qian Hu felt a wave of despondency wash over him. "Why did they not come?" Su Chen added, Are you hoping I could bring the babies to assist? Not entirely. Qianhu replied, I primarily wish to see those adorable little ones. A day apart feels like an eternity. He added joyfully, however, Tianxing and I genuinely wish to request your and the baby's help. They are so charming. And Tianxing is quite the little sales prodigy. Rest assured, it will not be in vain. Tianxing and I have discussed it, and we can offer 1,000 a day. What do you think? Suchen furrowed his brow in contemplation. Qianhu, assuming Suchen disagreed, nervously interjected, if that is insufficient, we can certainly increase it. It is not a matter of money, Su Chun replied, but rather concerning your tea. What about the tea? Qianhu asked, somewhat perplexed. At that moment, the salesperson cautiously remarked, Mr. Su just claimed that our tea is counterfeit. But how could our tea possibly be fake? Upon hearing this, not only was Qianhu taken aback, but Tang Tianxing was equally astonished. What? Fake? I specifically sourced it from reputable tea merchants. How could it be counterfeit? As Tang Tianxing spoke, a trace of guilt crossed his face. He did not blame Su Chun. Instead, he addressed the customers nearby, who appeared displeased and ready to erupt, saying, I sincerely apologize, everyone. I have only procured from trustworthy sources, but I did not anticipate such an occurrence. Please do not panic. Our staff will promptly arrange refunds for you. Xiaojun, hurry. He instructed, contact all the customers from the past few days and inform them of the refunds. I will re-examine the sources. We cannot sell counterfeit goods. Tang Tianxin's expression grew serious. Su Chen was also somewhat taken aback. He had expected a lengthy debate. Yet the decisiveness displayed by Tang Tianxing impressed him. What a commendable individual. Qianhu curiously leaned in. So, is it truly counterfeit? Before Su Chen could respond, Tang Tianxing interjected, you will know once you taste it. I have the genuine article here. Xiaojun, please fetch 2 cups of hot water. As the proprietor of a tea shop, Tang Tianxing was accustomed to carrying his own tea. However, he had thoroughly examined the tea intended for sale, and on the surface, it seemed flawless. Moreover, without a comparative taste, he would be unable to discern any discrepancies. Fortunately, today provides an opportunity for comparison. He retrieved a small pouch of tea leaves from his pocket. This is my father's genuine Dahong Pao. I discreetly brought some with me. If that one is counterfeit, the flavor should differ. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Tang Tianxing's assertion was indeed correct. This was the best method for identification. Soon, Xiaoju poured 6 cups of tea. She took a portion from the tea leaves for sale and placed it into 3 of the cups, then added the tea leaves handed over by Tang Tianxing into the remaining 3 cups. A few minutes later, a rich aroma of tea wafted from Su Chen's cups. Xiaoju was astonished. Is this real? It smells delightful. Before Su Chen could respond, Tang Tianxing interjected, it's fake. Xiaoju exclaimed, how could that be? Tang Tianxing replied, just take a whiff of this side. Chapter 64. I am actually the guardian of the little ones. Xiaoju skeptically approached, and as she arrived, a faint yet pleasant tea fragrance floated toward her. Remarkably, although this aroma was delightful, it lacked any intensity. It was subtle and provided an incredibly soothing sensation. Xiaoju was astonished. The difference is so vast. Indeed, they both took a sip. The counterfeit, while fragrant, felt as if it were missing something essential. In contrast, the genuine tea offered an entirely different experience. Its refreshing fragrance spread through every pore upon entering the mouth, providing an exhilarating sensation. Qianhu remarked while tasting, it truly is different. Su Chen, you are quite remarkable. How did you discern that this tea is fake? Tang Tianxing also turned to Su Chen, eager to understand how he had arrived at his conclusion. For someone of his expertise, it would have been impossible to tell. He had merely acted to uphold the shop's reputation. Without an immediate refund, the customers would surely cause a ruckus, indifferent to authenticity. After tasting, Tang Tianxing was convinced of Su Chen's judgment. Su Chen smiled. If I claim I can tell, would you believe me? Tang Tianxing looked astonished. He scrutinized Su Chen closely and realized he had not employed any tools. Qianhu and Tang Tianxing exchanged glances and spoke in unison. We believe you. Su Chen cast a slightly surprised look at Tang Tianxing. Qianhu's trust stemmed from their collaboration, but this was his first encounter with Tang Tianxing. Noticing Su Chen's curiosity, Tang Tianxing explained, Boss Qian has spoken highly of you. You are the supplier of those premium potatoes and tomatoes, all cultivated by your own hands. A person capable of such cultivation must possess unique skills. Moreover, you have 4 little ones whom you nurture so well. You must be a person worthy of trust. Su Qian felt a bit embarrassed. Boss Qian certainly knows how to flatter. Then, Tang Tiansheng politely continued, Brother Su Qian, I apologize for the trouble. I have one more favor to ask of you. Since you can identify authenticity directly, could you assist me in determining whether my supply is genuine? I procured it from 2 different reputable vendors. Su Qian nodded. He approached, picked up a canister of tea leaves, and inquired with a glance toward Tang Tiansheng. Tang Tiansheng stepped forward without hesitation, opening a can of tea valued at 2,000. Su Qian examined the tea, taking a whiff. System, Wui Rock Big Red Robe. Authentication result, genuine. Su Qian pretended to scrutinize it further before finally stating, this is indeed real. Tang Tiansheng let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Brother Su Qian, I am truly grateful for your presence. Had I engaged in such a deceitful transaction, my grandfather would have surely disowned me. Old Master Tang has an immense passion for tea. As the youngest son of the Tang family, Tang Tiansheng often faced criticism for being idle. Last month, he vowed to carve out his own path and left home to start his own venture, initially believing his endeavors would flourish. He found himself with a store but no customers. Money suggested he invite Su Qian, hoping for a breakthrough, but it turned into a colossal blunder. The Tang family holds integrity in the highest regard. At this moment, Tang Tiansheng looked at Su Qian with admiration. Brother Su Qian, I cannot thank you enough. I never anticipated someone of your age to possess such capabilities. Therefore, I shall increase your compensation to 2,000 a day. If you have time, please bring the little ones to support me. Su Qian couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. 2,000. The little ones surely have a considerable charm. Smiling, Su Qian waved his hand. No, even 1,000 would be excessive. After all, assisting others in the market typically yields only 200 to 300 a day. Just as he was about to decline, Tang Tiansheng interjected. Brother Su Qian, please do not be modest. How about this? When the little ones come, could you also help me verify the authenticity of the tea? 2,000 a day, it cannot be less. With Tang Tiansheng expressing himself so earnestly, Su Qian found it difficult to refuse. He agreed. All right, let us settle on that. But the little ones cannot stay all day. They can only come for half a day. Thus, it will be 2,000 for 2 days. Seeing Su Qian's insistence, Tang Tiansheng nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, thank you. Brother Su Qian, I am immensely grateful. After bidding farewell, Su Qian hurried home. On the way, he pondered how the little ones, at such a tender age, could already earn money. He should open an account for them. By the time they turn 18, it would surely amount to a considerable sum, serving as a cherished memento. Without delay, he decided to head to the bank. Just then, his phone rang. On the other end was the voice of a stranger. Is this Mr. Su Qian? Your wife and child are at the police station. Could you come by when convenient? Su Qian's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. The police station? What happened? They may have encountered human traffickers, but rest assured, they are safe. It's merely for a statement. All right, I will be there immediately. Su Qian sighed deeply, quickly making his way to the police station. At that moment, Su Jiangwo sat anxiously in a chair, surrounded by uniformed officers. With a distressed expression, he pleaded, You've truly misunderstood. I had no intentions of harming them. I merely wished to see the little ones. I never meant them any harm. When Chi-Chi sat quietly on the other side, not uttering a word, the little ones were joyfully playing not far from her, surrounded by a throng of police officers. Since their arrival, this group had drawn near, occasionally pinching the children's cheeks or ruffling their hair, thoroughly delighted. Wow, how adorable! Quadruplets! This is my first encounter. How remarkable! I absolutely adore them. Their tiny hands are so soft. I'm enchanted. The babies, in turn, responded with radiant smiles. However, only the 4th baby was fixated, staring intently at the retrieved balloons beside Su Jiangwo. Wow, those balloons are so beautiful. But the grandpa selling them seems unhappy. What should we do if he is sad? Let us make him happy. The little one raised a tiny fist, playfully babbling with Su Jiangwo. Seeing that the fourth baby's attention was on him melted Su Jiangwo's heart. He completely forgot he was in a police station and smiled at the child. "Good baby," he said, unable to resist moving closer. He longed to embrace her immediately. The officers firmly restrained him, questioning, "What are you doing?" He mumbled, "I just want to hold her." If Fong Rulan were present, she would surely be astonished. Normally, Su Jiangwo was a stern man with a fiery temper. Yet now, even amidst misunderstandings, he was cautious, fearful of startling the little ones. "I truly didn't mean any harm, even if he had. It was merely a desire to see the babies, his cherished grandchildren." He whispered to himself, "Actually, I am there." Chapter 65. The first encounter with the future father-in-law. The babies required no care from Wenqiqi, allowing her some leisure. At that moment, upon hearing Su Jiangwo speak, her curiosity piqued, and she glanced over. Throughout their journey, she had pondered Su Jiangwo's peculiar behavior, sensing something was amiss. Furthermore, she found his visage inexplicably familiar. As she looked his way, Su Jiangwo suddenly withheld the words he had intended to say. Su Chen had mentioned that Wenqiqi had yet to fully accept him. Their past was merely an accident, yet he yearned to provide Wenqiqi with a complete home. To acknowledge this recklessly would surely jeopardize his son's aspirations. Moreover, in light of today's circumstances, his daughter-in-law would likely form an unfavorable impression of him. What if she deemed him peculiar? What if she forbade him from being with the little ones in the future? The thought sent Su Jiangwo into a frenzy of denial within his mind. No, absolutely not. Such a scenario must not unfold. He clenched his teeth and sat down. Let them misunderstand him. It was merely a matter of being detained for a few days. Just then, the door of the police station swung open. Su Chen rushed in, exclaiming, "Chi-Chi." Upon hearing his voice, Su Jiangwo's entire body stiffened, and he sprang to his feet. Before Su Chen could catch sight of him, he swiftly dove beneath the sole desk in the room. How embarrassing this was. His son had arrived. What to do? The police officers, who were previously engaged in play with the children, were startled by Su Jiangwo's sudden appearance. "What are you doing? Sit still." Upon seeing the children, they widened their eyes at Su Jiangwo, then turned to comfort the little ones. "Don't be afraid, sweetie. Annie is here. Big brother is here too. He'll help you fend off the bad guys." One female officer remarked, "Is something amiss?" Yet, at that moment, hearing their words, the children erupted into joyful laughter. She could hardly afford to be overly concerned. Only Si Bao's gaze remained fixed on Su Jiangwo, his large, innocent eyes blinking. "Grandpa is so funny. Grandpa is so cute. What is Grandpa doing?" Su Jiangwo completely ignored them, continuing his attempts to hide beneath the desk. Realizing he could not fit, panic set in, leaving him at a loss for what to do. The officers were amused by his antics. "Hey, what on earth are you trying to accomplish?" Before they could finish, they noticed Su Jiangwo placing a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Then, he abruptly turned to face the wall, crouching down without a sound. The officers exchanged bewildered glances. Is this man out of his mind? However, they chose to disregard Su Jiangwo's antics for the moment, as Su Chen had arrived and he needed to explain. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, when Chi-Chi stood and walked towards him, her anxious heart finally easing. Noticing her worried expression, Su Chen asked with concern, "Are you all right?" When Chi-Chi shook her head, Su Chen, sensing her distress, gently took her hand. "It's good to hear that. Let's go check on the children." In the past, when Chi-Chi would have instinctively pulled away from Su Chen's grasp without hesitation. However, today, she found no desire to do so. Over the past year, she had grown accustomed to facing everything alone, bearing the weight of caring for the children on her slender shoulders. In previous situations like this, she would have cried in fear. Yet today, she held back her tears, comforted by the knowledge that Su Chen would always be by her side. The feeling of companionship was truly wonderful. Subtly, she clasped Su Chen's hand in return, though he was too preoccupied with worry to notice. Seeing the children joyfully playing with the officers, Su Chen finally felt at ease. "Children, Daddy is here." The officers were once again taken aback upon seeing Su Chen, particularly the female officer. "Wow, the children's father is so handsome. I feel envious. Their mother is so beautiful too. No wonder they have such adorable children. I'm so jealous." Su Chen paid them no heed. After calling out to the children, he noticed that only 3 of them were looking at him. The usually clingy Si Bao seemed to be oblivious to his presence. Suchin felt a twinge of confusion. Si Bao? What are you looking at? Si Bao continued to ignore him. Following the gaze of Si Bao, Su Chun beheld a figure with their head bowed, neck retracted, and back turned towards him. Was this individual engaged in self-reflection? Yet, why did they seem so familiar? Su Chun pondered briefly, then hesitantly inquired, "Is that the trafficker?" "Indeed," the officer affirmed with a nod. "But rest assured, the children are safe. The ladies at our police station are diligently caring for them." Su Chun remained silent, his attention fixated on the person facing the wall as he approached. When Chi felt a twinge of anxiety, "Su Chun, it's fine." Su Chun signaled to Wen Chi with his eyes before gazing back. The more he looked, the deeper his frown became. At that moment, Su Jianguo was nearly overwhelmed with anxiety. Generally, he presented himself as a stern father before Su Chun. But today's appearance could elicit an unimaginable reaction from Su Chun if recognized. Lowering his head further, Su Jianguo momentarily forgot that Su Chun was his son. Even from a mere silhouette, Su Chun could unmistakably identify him. Noticing Su Chun's tense demeanor, the officer assumed he was furious and attempted to offer some words of comfort. "Su Chun, my brother, that damn it." Su Chun interrupted, cursing loudly. The officer was taken aback. When Chi looked at Su Chun, perplexed, Su Chun waved his hand, explaining to the officer, "I'm not referring to you. Not you." He then pointed to the trembling figure of Su Jianguo behind him. "What are you doing here? Didn't we agree you wouldn't come?" Su Chun was utterly bewildered. The officer and Wen Chi were equally confused. "Do you know him?" the officer asked. "Of course," replied Su Chun. "Who is he?" the officer pressed. "He is my dad," Su Chun declared. The officer and Wen Chi exchanged incredulous glances. Su Chun, unfazed by their bewilderment, hurried to Su Jianguo's side and patted his back. "Dad, speak up. Why are you here?" Su Jianguo, his face contorted in distress, shivered and, taking advantage of Su Chun's momentary distraction, crouched down, clutching his head, and in a changed tone insisted, "I'm not your father. I don't know you. You need to leave." Su Chun. How could he suddenly be without a father? Was he truly discarded like this? How cruel. Behind him, the officer and Wen Chi were utterly dumbfounded. Wen Chi's heart raced with trepidation. If this truly was Su Chun's father, then the implications were overwhelming. She found herself at a loss for words to describe her feelings. The officer's expression shifted dramatically. Su Chun, indifferent to their reactions, crouched down to meet Su Jianguo's eye level. Sighing deeply, he firmly turned Su Jianguo's body towards him. "Dad, what is going on? How did you end up in the police station? This isn't like you." Chapter 66. I don't have a son like you at that moment. Su Jianguo wished only to disappear into the ground. Covering his face with great intensity, he declared, "I don't have a son like you." Su Chun. Is he still denying it? The officers couldn't help but chuckle. "Is he truly your father?" Su Chun nodded. "Indeed, he is my father. How could he possibly disturb your little one?" Upon hearing this, Su Chun was slightly taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, a realization struck him. "Father, you must have come here secretly, hoping to visit the baby while I was away." Su Jianguo remained silent, his anger palpable. His intention was to hasten Su Chun's departure so that Wen Zizhao would not remember him. The next time they met, he could change his attire and alter his appearance to evade recognition. Yet, Su Chun was determined to unveil the truth. Noticing his father's expression, Su Chun understood he had guessed correctly. A smile spread across his face. "If you truly wished to come, you could have simply told me." "I could have." Before Su Chun could finish his sentence, Su Jianguo abruptly stood up, filled with indignation, and glared at Su Chun. "What do you know? You little rascal." "If it weren't for you," Su Jianguo opened his mouth, but the words were lodged in his throat. With his daughter-in-law present, certain sentiments remained unspoken. It was indeed a challenging situation for him. However, Su Chun, as a new father, comprehended his father's apprehension. Su Jianguo was worried that he would be unable to win Wen Zizhao's affection, fearing he would only complicate matters. Yet, yearning for the babies drove him to sneak a visit. A wave of emotion washed over Su Chun, causing his nose to sting. Life had been overwhelmingly moving for him lately. He sighed, approaching Su Jiangwo. "Father, thank you." By this point, the police had also grasped the situation. "So, you truly are father and son?" Suchin nodded. "Indeed." The officer chuckled. "Are you two in conflict?" Suchin replied, "No, absolutely not. This isn't conflict. It's purely love." However, as a grown man, he found it difficult to express such sentimental words openly. Yet, his response was perceived differently by the officer. The policeman regarded Suchin oddly. "Didn't your father just say he has no son like you? If there is no conflict, why would he say such a thing?" Suchin opened his mouth, pondering how to explain without revealing his father's heartfelt intentions. Upon hearing the officer's words, Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up. Indeed, by placing the blame on his son, he could avoid being scorned by his daughter-in-law. Perhaps she would even pity him and allow him to hold the babies more often. In this moment, Su Jiangwo felt that the babies held a far greater significance than Suchin. He sighed, reflecting, "Look, even the police are saying this. How did you become such a son?" Suchin stared at his father in bewilderment. Su Jiangwo then addressed the officer. "Officer, I apologize. This is my fault. I was provoked by this rascal, or I wouldn't have acted so foolishly. I simply miss my little ones too much." Suchin thought, "Isn't something amiss here?" The officer, upon hearing Su Jiangwo's words, noticed the change in Suchin's expression. He patted Su Jiangwo on the shoulder and shot a disapproving glance at Suchin. "It's not easy for anyone. Suchin, how could you treat your father this way? Just look at how hard your dad works. Your father has raised you with great difficulty. Even if something arises, can't you show him some leniency?" Suchin hesitated, pondering when his father had transformed into a theatrical figure. He wished to clarify the situation. Yet upon witnessing the disdainful gazes of the police and his father's expression of unwavering belief, he sighed inwardly. In such a predicament, any explanation would likely be futile. They would simply deem him unfilial. Observing when Chi-Chi's gaze directed at him, he sensed an additional layer of complexity. Suchin felt a sense of urgency. He could not linger in this environment any longer. Otherwise, he would soon find himself branded as a disobedient son, a label from which he might never recover. He reluctantly stated, "I understand, officer. I will take my father home now." Inwardly, Su Jiangwo chuckled, feeling astutely clever. He had begun to anticipate the joys of their future life together. With his hands clasped behind his back, he did not even glance at Suchin as he swiftly approached the adorable Sibao. At last, he held the soft and charming infant in his arms. The moment Sibao was cradled by Su Jiangwo, she erupted into gleeful babbling. "Ah, Grandpa has finally held her." Upon seeing the baby's smile, Su Jiangwo felt warmth flooding his heart. How could his granddaughter be so endearing? Oh, she was undeniably hundreds of times cuter than that child from old Li's family. Humph. He would ensure old Li witnessed what true angelic beauty looked like upon their return. At this moment, Suchin approached to push the baby stroller. However, before he could act, Su Jiangwo had already seized the opportunity. One arm cradled Sibao while the other pushed the stroller. "Let me handle it." The officers chimed in. "Allow the uncle to assist. Look at how eager he is to see the babies." The affection the uncle displayed for the infants was evident. The babies were indeed fortunate to have such a grandfather. Meanwhile, Suchin's expression grew increasingly complex. He bore unspoken frustrations and reached out to Chi-Chi. "Let's go." Having grasped the essence of the situation, Chi-Chi evaded his touch and turned to exit. Suchin shook his head, exhaling a sigh of resignation. In this family dynamic, he dared not offend anyone. His standing had plummeted significantly. It was indeed a disheartening reality. Silently, he lamented his plight. Trailing behind the two, Suchin exited the police station. Behind him, the officers imparted earnest advice: "Treat your father well. And your wife and babies too. Do bring the little ones to visit us often. We would love to see them." Suchin thought to himself, who has the time to frequently visit the police station? He waved his hand dismissively. No more visits, no more visits. Once in the car, the babies occupied the back seat. Su Jiangwo was the first to leap forward, unhesitatingly settling beside them. He could not bear to be apart from the little ones for even a moment. When Chi-Chi sat in the front passenger seat, and Suchin noticed her expression was rather grim, as if she were caught in a conflict of emotions that she could not articulate. Curiously, he inquired, "What's wrong?" When Chi-Chi fidgeted with her fingers, her voice rapid, "It's nothing." She was nearing her breaking point. Upon realizing that Su Jiangwo was Su Chen's father, her expression remained composed. Yet her heart was tumultuous with waves of astonishment. Even now, she struggled to grasp the implications. Su Jiangwo was indeed Su Chen's father, which meant he would become her future father-in-law. Goodness! On their first encounter, due to her connection with the children, her future father-in-law had been apprehended. What on earth was she to do? Chapter 67. Su Chen's family status. When Chi-Chi was entirely oblivious to the fact that she had already begun to regard Su Jiangwo as her future father-in-law. Her brow furrowed in distress, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. How would she interact with Su Jiangwo moving forward? Would he perceive her as troublesome and come to disdain her? It was all Su Chen's fault. Were it not for him, this predicament would never have arisen. With a cold glance directed at Su Chun, who was driving, she felt compelled to express her discontent. Suddenly, Su Chen sensed her icy gaze and jumped in surprise. "Is everything all right?" "No." When Chi-Chi's voice held a chill of its own. Meanwhile, Su Jiangwo, engrossed in play with the children, interjected with irritation. "You foolish boy, are you daft? Just because Chi-Chi says it's fine doesn't he mean it is. Look at how frightened she is. As a man, shouldn't you comfort your wife? You've lost all the charm I once admired." With a resigned glance through the rearview mirror at Su Jiangwo, Su Chen thought it was rather ironic that he was the one scaring when Chi-Chi. Why was all the blame falling upon him? However, he dared not retort. His father had taken to this dramatic performance once again. After finishing his reprimand, Su Jiangwo turned back to Wen Chi-Chi with a beaming smile. "Don't fret. Chi-Chi, once we return, I will handle him. If this scoundrel dares to bully you again, remember to tell your mother and me. Your aunt has said we will not let him off easily." The little one in her arms cooed softly. Su Jiangwo added, "And if he dares to mistreat the children, that is also unacceptable." Su Chen quietly regarded Wen Chi-Chi, then glanced at the children, reflecting on how his status within the family had diminished. Noticing Wen Chi-Chi's silence, Su Jiangwo assumed she was still upset. Thus, he deliberately scolded Su Chen again. "What were you doing this morning? Leaving Chi-Chi to care for the children alone? There are 4 of them. Where is your sense of responsibility? If the children become restless, how can she manage on her own?" Seeking to placate his daughter-in-law, he deemed it wise to let his son take the blame. Su Jiangwo, unperturbed by Su Chen's plight, became increasingly animated in his criticism. Su Chun felt exasperated. His father was clearly enjoying this at his expense. To avoid further humiliation, he conceded, "I understand, Dad. Such a situation will not occur again. And in the future? No, never again, I assure you." With a disdainful huff, Su Jiangwo resumed addressing Wen Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi. See, Su Chen acknowledges his faults. Please do not hold it against him. While he may have his flaws, he is fundamentally a good person." The playful banter between the two men brought a smile to Wen Chi-Chi's face, although she still felt a tinge of anxiety in the presence of Su Jiangwo. "No, Uncle, it was my own insistence to take care of the babies today. Su Chen has been quite exhausted lately. I wanted him to have a break." As when Chi-Chi spoke, her voice gradually diminished. Hearing her words, Su Jiangwo exhaled a long sigh of relief. His daughter-in-law's tone indicated that she indeed cared for Su Chen. That rascal, not too shabby. When Chi-Chi, feeling conflicted, pondered how to apologize to Su Jiangwo. Gathering her courage, she asked, "I didn't expect such a misunderstanding to arise. Uncle Su, do you not blame me? It is all my fault, had I recognized you." Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, is that what you meant? How could I possibly hold that against you? You acted quite rightly. With 4 such adorable babies, one must be exceedingly cautious. If it were me, it wouldn't have been as simple as just sending them to the police station. Who knows what other unpleasantness might have ensued. Chi-Chi, you did nothing wrong. There is no need for an apology." At this point, Su Chen added, "If anyone should apologize, it's that rascal Su Chun." "Su Chen, how is it my fault? This is unjust." When Chi-Chi interjected, "No, there's no need. Su Chun is not at fault either." Noticing Su Jiangwo's continued emphasis on Su Chun, when Chi-Chi felt a twinge of sympathy for him, she shyly remarked, "In truth, Suchin has been very kind to me, and he is wonderful with the babies. Lately, while I attend classes, it is Suchin who looks after them. He is a person of great responsibility, uncle. I am uncertain about the quarrel you two had that led to this misunderstanding, but perhaps my presence has contributed to it. So I hope you can forgive Su-chun. Having spoken all this in one breath, she suddenly realized that Su-chun was gazing at her intently. Su Jangwo burst into hearty laughter. My daughter-in-law is starting to feel for my son. Fantastic. Absolutely splendid. What a divine assist. Forgiveness is easy. I am his father. After all, whatever he does, I can forgive. However, my dear daughter-in-law, do not be too lenient with Su-chun. This rascal needs to be kept in check. From now on, I shall leave Su-chun in your capable hands. Feel free to discipline him as you see fit. When Chi-Chi nodded bashfully, remaining silent, yet her heart brimmed with excitement. It seemed that Su Jangwo was beginning to accept her. How wonderful! The grand misunderstanding of the day had been resolved. Moreover, the dynamic between Su Jangwo and Suchin appeared quite delightful. She had often heard tales of the various conflicts between daughters-in-law and their parents-in-law. Yet, when Chi-Chi sensed that such discord would not be her experience, Suchin glanced between the two and noticed that although his familial status had diminished somewhat, the relationship between them seemed to have taken on a peculiar charm. It appeared as though his father had accepted Chi-Chi, and she had accepted him as well. After much anxiety, Suchin finally felt a sense of relief. Had he known the outcome would be this favorable, he would not have impeded Su Jangwo from visiting them temporarily. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Furong Community, when Chi-Chi alighted from the vehicle first, with two men present, she was relieved of the duty of carrying the baby and stood by, merely observing. The security guard, upon spotting when Chi-Chi, approached her with evident delight. You're back? Everything all right? When Chi-Chi shook her head, all is well. The guard leaned in, noticing Su-chun cradling the babies, along with another man, but paid it no mind. The guard's daily joy stemmed from the simple pleasure of seeing the little ones. In that moment, he wished to announce to the world his involvement with the babies. It's good that nothing's wrong, he continued. You wouldn't believe, I saw that man trailing you, and it felt off. Clearly, he had malicious intentions. Observing when Chi-Chi's peculiar expression, he inquired, Miss Wen, are you feeling unwell? When Chi-Chi offered an awkward smile, no. It's just, you see, I spotted him following you out of the community. I couldn't bear the thought of any danger approaching the babies. So I promptly called the police. Haha. Am I clever? The guard anticipated praise, hoping to endear himself to the parents of the babies for future opportunities to engage with them. Just then, a cold scoff interrupted his thoughts. Clever? That's quite the understatement. Chapter 68. The security guard, engaged in conversation, felt a sudden chill sweep over him. Turning around, he was met with Su Jangwo's stern expression as he approached. Upon reaching the guard, Su Jangwo forced a smile. The guard, with a face akin to seeing a ghost, stammered, You. What's the matter? Su Jangwo replied. Aren't you the child trafficker? No. You're the trafficker. Your entire family is. The guard retorted. Take a good look. I am there. Su Jangwo interrupted, pointing at the smiling babies. I am their grandfather. Upon uttering these words, an inexplicable pride surged within Su Jangwo. The morning had been suffocating, filled with the need to conceal his identity, suppressing the joy he could not share. But now, the situation was transformed. He had recognized his connection with the babies. This was indeed the most exhilarating moment for Su Jangwo, especially relishing the guard's astonished expression. Grandfather? The guard gasped. Indeed. Su Jangwo replied nonchalantly, gazing at the young guard. Envious, are we? Jealous, perhaps? I am, after all, the grandfather of these little ones. You were just trying to cozy up to them, weren't you? Dream on. The guard exclaimed, No, it can't be. Su Jangwo turned to For Treasure, who swiftly spun around, beaming as he opened his arms. Yay. Grandfather, come here. Grandfather, hug me. Su Jangwo effortlessly lifted For Treasure into his embrace, who gleefully bounced. The other babies instantly displayed expressions of envy, all stretching their arms, yearning for a hug from their grandfather. Su Jangwo then turned to the young guard. Did you see that? My granddaughter. And these three here. My eldest grandson, granddaughter. and youngest grandson. Envious, aren't you? I can hold them freely. You cannot. I can lift them high. You cannot. I see them every day. You cannot. The security guard's expression grew increasingly grim. How could this person behave in such a manner? He felt a profound envy. Ever since when Chi-Chi had moved into this community, he had the opportunity to see her carrying the little ones in and out each day. However, the children, being shy, would not allow him to hold them. After several unsuccessful attempts, he inadvertently frightened them to tears. It was only after Su Chen's arrival that the children seemed a tad more at ease. Though this merely meant they refrained from crying, they still would not permit him to hold them. The guard's greatest wish was to become familiar with the children, to earn their trust so that they would no longer harbor any apprehension towards him. If that were to happen, he would undoubtedly be the happiest security guard in the world. He had initially believed today would present an exceptional opportunity. Yet, to his dismay, his attempts at flattery had backfired spectacularly. He felt like the most unfortunate security guard on the planet. Cautiously, he glanced at Su Jiangwo and then at Wen Chi-Chi. Is this truly the children's grandfather? Wen Chi-Chi nodded. It was no wonder the guard found it hard to believe. Had she been told such an absurd notion in the morning, she too would have been incredulous. Observing the guard's expression shift through a spectrum of emotions, Wen Chi-Chi felt an inexplicable sense of relief, realizing that perhaps her own disappointments were not as severe as she had imagined. After all, Su Jiangwo had treated her with utmost kindness. She felt a twinge of sympathy for the young guard and found herself looking forward to a future filled with joy as a family. Silenced, Su Chen had ceased to speak. After a prolonged internal struggle, the guard looked again at Su Jiangwo's face, which had transformed entirely. He approached Su Jiangwo with a sheepish grin, saying, my apologies. I had no idea. It's all right. Even if you knew, you wouldn't be able to hold my grandson. Su Jiangwo replied, leaving the guard without a retort. He could only watch helplessly as Su Jiangwo strode away, proudly escorting the children. After Su Jiangwo's arrival, Su Chen, who had never even touched the baby chair, exchanged a sympathetic glance with the security guard. They were both in a similar predicament, though the guard seemed to have it slightly worse. This thought brought Su Chen a sense of balance. Upon returning home, Su Jiangwo ushered the little ones into their modest one-bedroom apartment, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. For children, along with his son and daughter-in-law, were compelled to squeeze into such a small space. According to Li Dong, it was a rented abode. Surely, his daughter-in-law and grandchildren must have endured considerable hardships. The mere thought filled Su Jiangwo with a cold ire directed at Su Chen. This was all Su Chen's fault. If it weren't for him, the grandchildren would not have to suffer in such a manner. Feeling the weight of his father's discontent, Su Chen asked, Dad, what is it now? Have I done something wrong? He was apprehensive, having not dared to utter a word. Seizing the moment while Wen Chi-Chi was in the restroom, Su Jiangwo quietly grasped Su Chen's arm and said, Son, don't you think you should have your own house? Su Chen was somewhat perplexed by his father's sudden inquiry, but nodded in agreement. Yes, he had expected Su Jiangwo to chastise him for lacking ambition, but to his surprise, as soon as he spoke, the conversation took an unexpected turn. As Su Jiangwo spoke, wait a moment. Let me discuss with your mother about withdrawing all the money from our household to buy you one immediately. Su Chen felt a pang of emotion in his nose. Despite having scolded his father repeatedly, it was Su Jiangwo who always stood at the forefront in times of his difficulty. Dad, he suddenly yearned to utter something sentimental. But before he could, he heard Su Jiangwo bark, Stop with the nonsense. I'm not providing for you. This is for my little grandchildren and daughter-in-law. It's inconceivable for me to let my grandchildren and daughter-in-law sleep on the streets while you suffer outdoors. Call me tomorrow and be ready to choose a place. Oh, and write it in your daughter-in-law's name. You are unworthy. Su Chen replied, All right. His heartfelt sentiment was stifled. Yet, he understood that Su Jiangwo knew him well. Once he had set his sights on someone, he would not let go. When Chi-Chi was his, Su Jiangwo continued to mutter in frustration. Raising a son is no easy task. I truly pity myself. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone to call Fong Ruolin. This matter could not be delayed for even a moment. Observing this, Su Chen seized the phone from Su Jiangwo's hands. Su Jiangwo exploded, What are you doing? Su Chen replied with a mysterious smile, No need to buy it anymore. Su Jiangwo retorted, "You little rascal, do you think just because someone bore you a child, you can neglect them? Are you trying to pull a fast one? Do you believe I won't break your legs?" Su Chen merely smiled gently, leaning closer to Su Jiangwo. He whispered in his ear, "Dad, I have a house now. The author has a note. Today, I couldn't resist and ended up adding another chapter. I wonder if everyone enjoys this kind of storyline. Still, I wrote about this father who, despite his fiery temper and tendency to prank his son, has a heart of gold. Whenever his son is in trouble, he is always the first to rush in." Chapter 69. A son will always be his pride. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Jiangwo's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Chen quickly gestured for silence, subtly indicating when Chi-Chi's presence, "Keep your voice down." Noticing Su Jiangwo was about to erupt again, Su Chen hastily clarified, "I intend to surprise Chi-Chi. I haven't told her yet." Only then did Su Jiangwo exhale in relief, fearing his foolish son planned to keep the house all to himself. He would have promptly given him a beating and kicked him out to teach him the harsh realities of life. After a moment's reflection, Su Jiangwo furrowed his brow again. "Where did you get the money to buy a house?" Su Chen replied, "Someone gifted it to me." "Who? Do you think people are fools enough to give you a house with no choice?" Su Chen recounted how Zhang Weiqiang and Li Yulai had come to visit him and brought good fortune, omitting any mention of the system and only saying he was cultivating potatoes. You can farm? Dad, please don't look at me as if I'm an imbecile. I'm not a child anymore. I can do anything." Su Jiangwo was filled with skepticism, cautioning, "Don't engage in any unlawful activities. Otherwise, I will be the first to expose you." Su Chen could only smile helplessly and nodded. "All right, understood." It was only then that Su Jiangwo felt a sense of relief. He settled back onto the sofa, cradling the baby in his arms, playfully entertaining the little one, though his mind was somewhat distracted. His son had finally made a name for himself. Perhaps he could trust him now. Su Jiangwo glanced at Su Chen, feeling an inexplicable swell of pride. Noticing the satisfaction on his father's face, Su Chen couldn't help but inquire, "Dad, do you think I'm particularly impressive?" "Humph." Su Jiangwo scoffed. "You? Impressive? Prove it by bringing my daughter-in-law home right now." At that moment, Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed impossible for him at this stage. However, he remained resolute. "Rest assured, Chi-Chi will definitely marry me. I'll be waiting then. When the time comes, I will certainly prepare a lavish red envelope for Chi-Chi. Oh, my little grandchildren, you are all so adorable. Grandpa loves you dearly." As he spoke, Su Jiangwo gathered the babies to his side, showering them with kisses. It was pure bliss, seeing his father in such high spirits. Su Chen was about to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal when Su Jiangwo interjected, "Wait a moment. Where did you get that car?" Su Jiangwo had nearly forgotten about it. The car was obviously quite valuable. Just as Su Chen was about to respond, Su Jiangwo continued, "You wouldn't dare say you bought it, would you? Do you believe I wouldn't take you back to the police station right now?" Su Chen sighed, "Forget it. I've said too much. You wouldn't be able to accept it all at once. Let's take it slowly. Well, I rented it. With so many babies, it's inconvenient to go out, and Chi-Chi still has classes, so for the time being, I rented a car. Don't worry. As soon as I have the means, I will buy one." Only then did Su Jiangwo nod, still somewhat skeptical. "All right. If you need money, just let me know. Your mother and I will figure something out." "Okay," Su Chen acknowledged, understanding that if he disagreed, Su Jiangwo would undoubtedly feel hurt. Therefore, he nodded in agreement. At that moment, when Chi-Chi emerged from the bathroom, upon seeing Su Chen and Su Jiangwo, she offered an awkward smile. She still felt somewhat out of place and intended to retreat to her room, allowing the father and son some private time with the baby. However, before she could step inside, Su Jiangwo called out, "Chi-Chi, come here. Sit with us. Look, the babies are all watching you." Family. When Chi-Chi paused for a moment, the eldest baby was nestled in Su Jiangwo's arms, while the other three were seated in their stroller, all beaming up at her. The third baby even reached out, yearning to be held. "Mama is so beautiful. Mama smells so nice. I want a hug." When Chi-Chi felt an irresistible urge to approach. Yet, since it had been a while since Su Chen and Su Jiangwo had seen each other, she believed she should give them some time together. Noticing her hesitation, Su Jiangwo shot a cold glance at Su Chun. Immediately, Su Chun understood. Chi-Chi, come sit with us. Otherwise, our three little ones will start crying. Upon hearing the babies, when Chi-Chi no longer hesitated, the little ones gathered around Su Jiangwo, with the only available spot next to Su Chun. In the presence of elders, when Chi-Chi initially hesitated to sit too close to Su Chun, feeling rather awkward. However, with no other options available, she eventually took a seat beside him. Su Jiangwo observed the two with a beaming smile, clearly delighted. "Ah, this is wonderful. You are indeed fortunate, my boy," he remarked. Su Chun chuckled in response. "Dad, aren't you just as lucky? Mom is quite beautiful as well." He recalled that Fong Ruolin had been the belle of the village in her youth. Upon mentioning Fong Ruolin, Su Jiangwo's face instantly radiated pride. "Of course, your mother is the most beautiful woman in the world," he declared, adding with a hint of seriousness, "at least in my eyes. You better treat your wife well." Or else his ominous chuckle sent a chill down Su Chun's spine. "Chi-Chi, look, Dad is being tough on me again." Su Chun turned to Chi-Chi, feigning a pitiful demeanor. He wants someone to defend him too. Suddenly being called out made Chi-Chi a bit nervous, especially after hearing the word dad. She contemplated a rebuttal, but with Su Jiangwo present, she thought better of it. Blushing, she managed a nervous smile. Uncle Su, Su Chun is very kind to me." She had already expressed this sentiment in the car, and today, repeating it felt less shy than the first time. Over the past few days, she had deeply appreciated the joy Su Chun brought into her life. Thus, she reiterated, "He truly is wonderful." Feeling flattered by the compliment, Su Chun couldn't help but be captivated by Chi-Chi's rosy cheeks. His wife praised him. Today, she finally acknowledged him positively. If it weren't for Su Jiangwo's presence, Su Chun might have been unable to resist the urge to steal a kiss from Chi-Chi. Watching their interaction, Su Jiangwo burst into hearty laughter. "You two, such a sweet couple," he exclaimed. All right, the little ones are hungry. Let us prepare some formula. Where's the milk powder?" With that, Su Jiangwo placed the eldest grandchild in the stroller, setting aside his stern demeanor to become remarkably gentle. "Behave, little ones. Grandpa will prepare your milk now." "You must be good," he said, turning to Chi-Chi, who was about to stand. "Chi-Chi, you stay seated. Su Chun and I will handle this." He then turned to Su Chun with a frosty tone. "You, get over here. These are your responsibilities. How could you let Chi-Chi do it? Hurry up." When Chi-Chi wanted to explain, but Su Chun stopped her. It was his moment to shine. Today, he would show his father a newfound side of himself. Chapter 70. The first surprise brought by his son Su Jiangwo strode into the house with an air of authority. As he walked, he proclaimed, "Listen here, you rascal. When you were a child, I prepared your formula, changed your diapers, washed your clothes, and fed you. This cherished tradition must not be forgotten. Today, I shall pass these lessons on to you, so you can take good care of your little ones. Should I ever see them unhappy, I will break your legs." To Su Chun, who felt as though he was perpetually on the verge of having his legs broken, he replied, "Yes, Dad, I understand." The mere thought of soon impressing his father filled Su Chun with an inexplicable joy. Su Jiangwo continued to ramble on. In his mind, Su Chun was merely a good-for-nothing kid who knew nothing. Since he began kindergarten, he had hardly been at home. Concerned about Su Chun's academic performance, Su Jiangwo enrolled him in numerous tutoring classes. As time progressed and Su Chun entered high school, he became even busier. After 3 grueling years in the final year of high school, Su Jiangwo felt his heart ache for his son. Finally, Su Chun was accepted into university. But to his surprise, within just a year, he had 4 babies. He had grown into an adult. Su Jiangwo reflected on this realization. Now that he was an adult, he ought to take on the responsibilities of one. Upon seeing a baby bottle, Su Jiangwo picked one up. "Let me tell you, for babies under 7 months, the formula should be." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chun swiftly grabbed the other 3 bottles and took out the formula canister. Pouring the powder into the bottles with precision, Su Jiangwo felt a pang of anxiety. "What are you doing, you rascal?" Before he could complete his thought, Su Chun had already filled one of the bottles with the perfect amount of formula. Next, he proceeded to the second and third bottles. Observing Su Jiangwo in a daze, Su Chen took the bottle from his father's hands. After preparing the formula, he began to pour water, which had been prepared in advance. Once he finished pouring the water, he noticed Su Jiangwo was still lost in thought. With a hint of exasperation, he handed 2 of the slightly less filled bottles to Su Jiangwo. "Dad, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to feed the babies? Come on. The 2 bottles you have are for the 2nd and 4th babies. They are girls and eat less." Finally, Su Jiangwo snapped out of his shock. Staring incredulously at Su Chen, he stuttered, "Why you?" Su Chen was aware of his father's astonishment, but replied nonchalantly, "What's wrong? How do you know all this?" Su Jiangwo was taken aback that Su Chen had so swiftly prepared the formula. He had assumed Su Chen was utterly inept. "It's quite simple," Su Chen responded. "I've been preparing it for quite a while." Su Jiangwo remained in disbelief. Even as Su Chen exited the room, Su Jiangwo silently trailed behind him. Su Chen handed the bottles to the 1st and 3rd babies, while the 2nd and 4th babies looked eagerly at Su Jiangwo, still in a state of disbelief. He couldn't fathom how his seemingly incompetent son could so adeptly prepare baby formula. His movements were so practiced, clearly indicative of extensive experience. Was this truly the same mischievous little boy from home? "Dad, Dad." Noticing Su Jiangwo's in action, Su Chen had to remind him, "The 2nd and 4th babies are hungry. If you don't feed them soon, they will cry and it will be hard to soothe them." Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo hastily handed the bottles to the 2nd and 4th babies. The 2nd baby smiled sweetly, while the 4th baby smacked her lips. "Today, Grandpa made the milk. You must drink it all. It will make Grandpa very happy." With their bottles in hand, the babies began to drink eagerly, while Su Jiangwo sat beside them in a daze. At this moment, Su Chen felt an extraordinary sense of comfort. "Dad," he exclaimed with a smile, "isn't my son impressive? Aren't you moved?" Chuckling, he continued, "Ever since I met the little ones." Unable to restrain himself, Su Chen began to boast. After being ridiculed by Su Jiangwo for so long, he felt the need to reclaim his dignity in front of his wife. Otherwise, it would be terribly embarrassing. However, before Su Chen could finish his sentence, he heard Su Jiangwo scoff, "Impressive, my foot. It's clear that it's all thanks to Chi-Chi. She's the remarkable one. You should be thanking her instead of showing off." Su Chen retorted, "Why must you be so stubborn, Dad? Yet, I must admit, you are right. He owes his accomplishments today largely to Wen Chi-Chi." Su Chen genuinely turned to express his gratitude to Wen Chi-Chi, but she interjected, addressing Su Jiangwo, "Uncle Su. He learned all of this by himself. I didn't teach him. He's quite clever and picks things up quickly. The little ones all adore him." Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. "Oh, my wife is praising me again." Hearing this, Su Jiangwo murmured, "Learned it by himself? Well, that doesn't give him license to be proud. Isn't that what you should be doing? Are you expecting others to raise your children for you?" Su Chen sighed, "All right. It's genuinely difficult to receive a compliment from you, Dad. Fine, I won't expect it anymore." After all, he recognized that these responsibilities were indeed his to bear. With this thought, he felt a great sense of relief. Watching the little ones finish their milk, Su Chen went to clean the bottles, with Wen Chi-Chi following behind to assist. Meanwhile, Su Jiangwo, sitting idly on the sofa, discreetly turned his head and wiped his eyes when the 2 were not paying attention. His eyes were slightly moist, yet he concealed this gesture from them. After a while, unable to resist, Su Jiangwo took out his phone and sent a message to Fong Ruolin. "Ruolin, our son has made something of himself. Dad, what are you doing?" Just then, Su Chen poked his head out from the bathroom. Su Jiangwo quickly tucked his phone away, raising his voice slightly. "What do you think I'm doing?" "Of course. I'm sending your mother photos of the little ones. You little rascal, with no ambition, your mother is still waiting at home." Upon hearing this, Su Chen hurriedly replied, "All right. I'll work hard and bring my mom over soon." Su Jiangwo snorted but remained silent. A moment later, he sent another message to Fong Ruolin. "Our son said he would bring you over to see the little ones soon. By the way, they are absolutely adorable." After sending this, Su Jiangwo filmed a video of the little ones and shared it with Fong Ruolin. Once Su Chen and Wen Chi-Chi finished their tasks, Su Jiangwo beckoned, "Chi-Chi, come here for a moment." Wen Chi-Chi glanced at Su Chen. "You too, rascal." Su Chen walked over and sat down. As Su Jiangwo rummaged through his pockets, he said, Your mother said that if I had the chance to meet Chi-Chi, I must hand this to her. When Chi-Chi looked a bit surprised, what is this? Chapter 71. Su-chun, Dad, is the cucumber delicious? In Su Jangwo's hands was a modest dark red box. The box was small, yet it exuded an extraordinary air of nobility. As he handed it to Chi-Chi, he said, "Open it and take a look." Upon seeing the box, Su-chun was momentarily taken aback. Then a mysterious smile spread across his face. "Chi-Chi, hurry and open it." When Chi-Chi took the box, hesitated for a moment, and slowly opened it. Inside was a jade bracelet, warm to the touch, its crystalline white adorned with a hint of pale ink, delicate and translucent, penetrating to the heart. When Chi-Chi paused, recognizing that this bracelet was undoubtedly of considerable value, she looked at Su-chun and Su Jangwo in astonishment. She had yet to meet her future mother-in-law, and this was merely her first encounter with her future father-in-law. How could they bestow upon her such a precious gift? This was passed down from Su-chin's grandmother. She has cherished it, saying it is meant for her future daughter-in-law, Su Jangwo explained with a smile. When Chi-Chi bit her lip, glancing at Su-chun, "But we haven't even started dating, let alone discussed marriage. How can I accept this?" Just as she was about to decline, Su-chun interjected, "Accept it. Sooner or later, it will be yours. In this lifetime, you will only appear on my household registration." His domineering tone flushed when Chi-Chi's cheeks. Su Jangwo laughed heartily. "Haha. All right, Chi-Chi, you need not feel embarrassed. If this lad treats you poorly, I will toss him out of the house, and you can be my daughter." This sudden jest broke the tension, and when Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh, Su-chun, feeling his familial standing plummet, protested, "Dad, isn't this a bit much? Who's the real son here? What is wrong with that? If you can't even take care of a wife, what use are you to me?" Su-chun muttered, "Forget it, I won't argue with Dad." After saying this, Su Jangwo shot Su-chun a glare. "What are you doing? Hurry and help Chi-Chi put it on. Is this something you need to be taught?" Su Jangwo's disdain for Su-chun was palpable. Hearing this, Su-chun quickly responded, "Right, Chi-Chi, let me help you with that." When Chi-Chi wanted to refuse, but it was too late. Su-chun had already taken the box and seized her hand. With his large hand enveloping hers, her heart began to race. She nervously looked at Su-chun. He carefully lifted the jade bracelet and gently placed it on her wrist. The cool sensation traveled from her fingertips to her wrist, combined with Su-chun's touch, causing when Chi-Chi's face to burn. "All right." Finally hearing Su-chun speak, when Chi-Chi instinctively withdrew her hand. If this continued, she felt she might suffocate. After when Chi-Chi donned the bracelet, Su Jangwo cheerfully remarked, "Very nice. It fits perfectly. It seems this bracelet was tailor-made for you. Chi-Chi, you and Xiao-chun truly make a wonderful pair. When will you return with Xiao-chun to let his mother see?" This was an invitation for her to meet her future mother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Su-chun had no choice but to glance at Su Jangwo. Quite clever indeed. When Chi-Chi stammered in response, "I will visit whenever I have time." With a light-hearted chuckle, I said, "All right, I will wait for you at home with Xiao-chun's mother." Su Jangwo, with a look of affectionate indulgence, turned to the little ones, saying, "And my dear grandchildren, make sure to visit your grandmother soon." Although the children did not comprehend Su Jangwo's words, they beamed with delight upon his gaze, instantly lifting his spirits. As evening approached and dinner time drew near, Su Jangwo glanced into the kitchen before stepping inside. "What shall we have for dinner? Su-chun, please go downstairs to buy some groceries. I shall prepare the meal." He was determined to showcase his culinary prowess, aiming to impress his daughter-in-law and prove himself capable of caring for his grandchildren in the future. In his heart, Su Jangwo plotted his little scheme. "There are vegetables in the fridge," Su-chun remarked as he followed into the kitchen. Su Jangwo shot him a disapproving look. "Do you not know that fresh produce is essential? How lazy can you be to stockpile so much in the fridge? You must pay attention to nutrition. As my grandchildren and daughter-in-law deserve the best." Su-chun thought, "Oh no, my father is growing increasingly critical of me. If I don't show my worth soon, I might not even be allowed through the front door. This simply wouldn't he do." He hurried to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator door. "Dad, how about I take over the cooking?" He pulled out a potato and a tomato. "You? Cook." Su Jiangwo was about to launch into another reprimand when his gaze fell upon the potato and tomato in Su Chen's hands, leaving him momentarily stunned. The words of admonishment lingered on his lips, but were swallowed back. "Did you just buy these?" "No, they've been in the fridge for a day," Su Chen replied. He had taken them from his garden that morning and placed them in the refrigerator. Su Jiangwo stared, unable to believe his ears. "Where did you procure these?" "I cultivated them myself," Su Chen proudly declared. Su Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded his son. "You grew these?" "Indeed." Su Chen offered the tomato to Su Jiangwo. "This one as well." "Oh, and there are cucumbers in the fridge, Dad. Would you like to try one? They're quite delicious. Actually, we often eat them like fruit, and they sell remarkably well. Let me wash one for you." He turned to fetch a cucumber. Su Jiangwo, momentarily taken aback, found himself accepting the freshly washed cucumber from Su Chen. In disbelief, he took a bite. Instantly, his eyes widened. The flavor, crisp with a hint of sweetness, was far superior to the usual cucumbers he had tasted. "What do you think, Dad?" Su Chen asked eagerly, brimming with anticipation. Despite feeling criticized, he still hoped for his father's admiration. Su Jiangwo was too engrossed in the cucumber to respond, nodding vigorously as he continued to munch on it. Bite after bite. By the time he finished the entire cucumber, he was still yearning for more. He glanced at Su Chen and then at the fridge, contemplating whether to ask for another but feeling hesitant. Instead, he could only glare at Su Chen. "Why haven't you stepped aside yet, you little rascal?" Seeing the expression on his father's face, Su Chen finally felt a sense of satisfaction. He chuckled softly, playfully blocking the refrigerator door. "Dad, was it good?" The demeanor was such that it seemed he would not relent until he received a word of praise. "Su Jiangwo, Su Chen, Dad, if you want to eat, just tell me, and I will get it for you." Su Jiangwo, Su Chen, "Dad, there's also this tomato. It's quite delicious. Don't you want to give it a try?" Su Jiangwo, "This son of mine. If I don't discipline him for a day, he behaves as if he will tear down the house. But what if it truly is delectable? Should I speak up?" Su Jiangwo wrestled with his thoughts for quite some time before arriving at a significant decision. "The author has something to say. Su Jiangwo, my son, are you truly a rascal?" Chapter 72. Su Jiangwo, has my son been swapped at birth? Su Jiangwo cast a frosty glance at Su Chen. Before Su Chen could react, he swiftly snatched the tomato resting on the cutting board. After rinsing it under the tap, he took a bite. "Humph, think he can coax me into praising him? Not a chance." Su Chen, "Dad, you're not following the usual rules here. What nonsense is this? You wanted to cook, so hurry up and get to it." He would never admit that he genuinely desired to eat. Since his son was keen on cooking, he would let him proceed. He was curious to see what his son could conjure up. Su Chen, feeling helpless, could only nod. "All right, just wait, Dad." Su Jiangwo hardly glanced at him, munching on the tomato while casually grabbing a cucumber from the fridge, eating as he stepped out. Upon seeing Wen Chi-Chi sitting in the living room, he gestured to her. "Chi-Chi, would you like some? I can get you some too." Wen Chi-Chi shook her head. She had eaten plenty these past few days. Although it was truly delicious, she still needed her meals. Noticing Wen Chi-Chi's refusal, Su Jiangwo continued munching as he approached the children. The eldest was tilting his head, staring at him blankly, lost in thought. The second child beamed at him, eyes squinting into crescent moons. The third child was engrossed in her own play. The fourth child joyfully waved her arms, gazing at Su Jiangwo with a bright smile. The little ones were so well behaved. Upon seeing them, all the displeasure he had just experienced with Su Chen dissipated. "That rascal. Yet, my little grandchildren still adore me." He crouched down to play with the children. The fourth child reached out to grab Su Jiangwo's arm, stretching her tiny hand towards the cucumber he held, displaying a determination that suggested she would not give up until she succeeded. Her little warrior-like demeanor made Su Jiangwo laugh heartily. He handed the cucumber to the fourth child, who eagerly took it and attempted to bring it to her mouth. Su Jiangwo quickly interjected, "No, no, no, little treasure, you can't eat that yet. Wait until you grow up a bit more. Be good and listen, or Grandpa will get upset." The fourth child looked at Su Jiangwo with a puzzled expression. "What is Grandpa saying? Upset? Is Grandpa going to be upset? But Grandpa's little beard is so cute," as if discovering a new world. The fourth child dropped the cucumber and reached for Su Jiangwo's beard. Just as Su Jiangwo was enjoying her abandoning the cucumber, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chin. "Oh, for babies. Release me quickly, dear." Although he uttered these words, Su Jiangwo still moved his body forward, allowing the little one to grasp him. The child's tender hands were inconsequential to his own discomfort, but he could not bear the thought of harming the little one. Their commotion soon caught the attention of the other 3 babies. Dabao ceased his daze. Erbao's laughter grew even more exuberant, and Sanbao finally directed his gaze toward them. In an instant, the trio joined the fray. Su Jiangwo's left hand was captured by Dabao, while his right was seized by Sanbao. Erbao, unable to reach, was on the verge of tears. Quick to respond, Su Jiangwo leaned his head toward Erbao, who eagerly seized a handful of his hair. Observing this scene, when Chi-Chi anxiously called out, "Babies!" Su Jiangwo hastily waved his hands. No, it's fine. I'm not hurt. As long as the babies are happy. He. Grandpa adores all of you." When Chi-Chi was suddenly touched, if he did not genuinely cherish the children, Su Jiangwo would never behave in such a manner. With Su Chun, he often scolded him, yet before the babies, he transformed into an entirely different person. Releasing her worries about the potential repercussions of the recent fiasco with Su Jiangwo, when Chi-Chi felt a sense of relief, she smiled and said, "Uncle, you cannot indulge them so much. Nonsense. My little grandchildren, I am more than willing to spoil you." When Chi-Chi fell silent, this heartwarming scene was simply delightful. If only her own father could be like this. When Chi-Chi lowered her head, feeling somewhat conflicted, dinner was soon ready. As Su Chun emerged from the kitchen, he witnessed Su Jiangwo joyfully playing with the babies. "Dad, dinner is ready," he said helplessly. Su Jiangwo, cradling Bao and Si Bao in his arms, replied, "Serve it up for me. Sigh, when will my family status ever rise?" At that moment, when Chi-Chi approached, "I'll join you." "All right," Su Chun nodded. Observing when Chi-Chi moved with agility into the kitchen, his father was outside, merrily engaging with the children. Su Chun suddenly felt a wave of emotion. Who would have imagined that at the age of 22, he would have such a large family? This feeling was indeed blissful. Once the meals were served, Su Jiangwo grumbled as he made his way to the table. Having consumed plenty of cucumbers and tomatoes, he was already half full. Given how his son had recently treated him, he felt justified in being a bit rude. During dinner, he planned to tease his son a bit more. That way, his son might remember the lesson. As Su Jiangwo pondered this, he approached the dining table and once again widened his eyes at the sight of the dishes laid out before him: potato and chicken pieces, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised fish, and cucumber and century egg soup. The meat had just been taken from the freezer, freshly prepared. A complete meal of 3 dishes and a soup, accompanied by 3 generous bowls of rice. The potato and chicken pieces were adorned with a few sprigs of cilantro. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes were vibrantly colored, and the braised fish was intact. Most importantly, the aroma wafting from these dishes was overwhelmingly delightful. Su Jiangwo's mouth was practically watering. "Did you make this?" "Yes, Dad." "Is it delicious?" After observing the reactions from the last gathering at Zhang Weichang's house, Su Chun was confident that the culinary skills bestowed upon him by the divine cookbook would yield delectable dishes. He was curious to see just how long Su Jiangwo could maintain his stubborn demeanor. "One should not speak while eating. Let us dine." Su Jiangwo grunted, taking a seat and picking up his chopsticks. With a sense of resignation, Su Chun followed suit. "Chi-Chi, let us eat," he said, extending his chopsticks towards Wen Chi-Chi. Unable to resist, Wen Chi-Chi added, "Uncle, Su Chen's cooking is quite delicious." Su Jiangwo huffed again. "I know what he is capable of. It's merely edible at best." With that, he picked up a piece of braised fish. The moment it touched his palate, Su Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this divine flavor? He recalled that during his previous visits to Ningzhou City, he had dined at several upscale restaurants and had received consistent praise for his own culinary creations from Feng Rulin and the surrounding neighbors. Yet at this moment, he felt as though those were mere child's play. Su Chen's braised fish surpassed his own cooking by 100-fold. No, 1,000-fold. The burst of flavor ignited his taste buds. "This is exceptionally delicious." Su Jiangwo longed to express his astonishment, but upon seeing Su Chen's hopeful gaze, he swallowed his words. "No, This brat will become conceited. Su Chen had been waiting for a response for quite some time, and although Su Jiangwo paused, he remained silent, seemingly savoring the meal. Unable to contain himself, Su Chen finally asked, "Dad, is it good?" Chapter 73. A father is forever a father. Su Jiangwo ignored Su Chen, steadfast as a mountain, and served himself another piece of chicken. As it entered his mouth, he was once again astounded. Typically, potato chicken dishes carry a hint of gamey flavor, but Su Chen's chicken was devoid of any such taste. Instead, the meat was succulent, showcasing the chicken's texture to perfection. The potatoes were a revelation. Their rich aroma combined with rice created an exquisite pairing. Su Jiangwo quickly took a mouthful of rice. Indeed, delicious, 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 he thought to himself, contentment blooming within. Observing Su Jiangwo's silence, Su Chen asked again, "Dad?" Yet, Su Jiangwo remained mute, fearing that speaking would shatter the moment. He then sampled a spoonful of tomato and egg, placing it atop the rice. The combination was simply extraordinary. What a delightful surprise. Su Jiangwo had never tasted such a delightful meal. He wished he could devour 3 large bowls immediately. Su Chen continued to watch his father intently. "Dad, is it so difficult to compliment your son?" When Chi also refrained from eating, eager to witness Su Jiangwo's reaction. However, Su Jiangwo's expression revealed nothing. After finishing his meal, he glanced at Su Chen and Wen Chi, asking, "Why aren't you two eating?" Su Chen felt a profound sense of disappointment. Feeling that all his efforts had been in vain, Su Chen pondered, "Did I make a mistake today? Was the dish I prepared unpalatable?" Reluctant to accept this notion, he took a bite of the fish, savoring its delicate texture that melted in his mouth, and the fresh aroma remained intact. "This is quite delicious," he mused, furrowing his brow in confusion before sampling a piece of potato. This is delightful as well." Next, he tried the tomato and egg dish. Surely, this must be the most delectable of all. What was happening? Was his father's palate impaired? Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Chen inquired, "Dad, are you all right?" Su Jiangwo shot a glance at Su Chen but remained silent. In truth, he was overwhelmed with excitement internally. "This is exquisite. Absolutely exquisite," he thought, wishing his son would refrain from chatter that disrupted his meal. Observing his father's lack of movement, Su Chen served some vegetables to Wen Chi before quietly resuming his meal. Su Jiangwo's pace was unhurried, yet his chopsticks never faltered. In no time, he finished a bowl of rice but craved more. However, he hesitated, fearing that Su Chen might discern his desire to indulge further. What if he became too proud? The struggle between restraint and temptation was palpable. At that moment, when Chi stood up, "Uncle, may I serve you some more?" Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up. His daughter-in-law was truly considerate. He subtly nodded and handed her his bowl. "Thank you, dear daughter-in-law." It would be ungracious to refuse the rice she served him. When Chi smiled and filled his bowl, Su Jiangwo continued to eat in silence. Su Chen was bewildered. Something felt amiss. Everyone else exhibited such strong reactions, yet Wen Chi seemed unfazed. Why was his father so stoic? Was it not to his liking? That couldn't be right. He had prepared the dish according to his father's tastes. As Su Chen scrutinized Su Jiangwo, he noticed something peculiar. Although his father ate slowly, each bite was savored, clearly relishing the meal. Previously, Su Jiangwo would only consume 1 bowl of rice, but after when Chi served him, he had not declined. Now, that bowl was nearly empty. Is he pretending? Su Chen thought, stifling a smile and choosing not to expose Su Jiangwo's charade. Soon, Su Jiangwo was finishing his second bowl. At that moment, he felt a conflict within. What if he wished for more after finishing? Leaving some uneaten would be too conspicuous. He was on the brink of exhaustion from suppressing his cravings. However, should Su Chen notice, it would ruin his pretense. Caught in this dilemma, Su Jiangwo forced himself to eat slowly. When only one last morsel of rice remained, he hesitated, unsure if he dared to consume it. Just then, he noticed Su Chen rising. "Ah, I suddenly need to use the restroom. Please continue your meal." When Chi glanced at Su Chen but remained silent, Su Jiangwo felt a surge of joy. Here's my chance. Yet, he couldn't help but mutter, "Using the restroom during meals. What a peculiar habit you have." Su Chen smiled faintly and turned to head toward the restroom. In truth, He was reluctant to go, but he could not bear to witness his father enduring such hardship. Alas, such is the burden of being a son. Seizing the moment while Su Chen was away, Su Jiangwo promptly filled his bowl with another serving of rice. Splendid! He could indulge once more. After washing his hands in the restroom, Su Chen emerged to find his father's bowl brimming again, though he refrained from commenting. It was when Chi-Chi who quickly interjected, "I've served another bowl for you, uncle. Please take your time." Su Jiangwo's heart swelled with joy. His daughter-in-law was simply wonderful. Unlike some sons who wouldn't even offer him a cucumber. How excessive! Nodding in appreciation, Su Jiangwo earnestly began to eat. Su Chen smiled silently, his thoughts unspoken. Before Su Jiangwo could finish his third bowl, Su Chen collected his utensils and stood up, announcing, "I'm full. I'll go tidy up." Thus, Su Jiangwo successfully indulged in a fourth bowl. Ultimately, he leaned back in his chair, feeling as though his stomach might burst, yet still yearning for more. It was simply delectable. When Chi-Chi gathered the dishes and made her way to the kitchen to assist Su Chen, Su Jiangwo found himself increasingly pleased with his daughter-in-law. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to rise. Spotting Su Chen busily attending to chores, he couldn't help but smile. "That rascal, you are your father's son. He still thinks he can compete with you. He is far too young for such endeavors. Best to leave Su Chen be and go play with the little grandchildren instead." In the kitchen, when Chi-Chi handed Su Chen a bowl while inquiring, "Su Chen, why don't you serve your father directly?" She could discern that Su Chen's trips to the restroom and his later foray into the kitchen were deliberate attempts to encourage Su Jiangwo to eat a bit more. Su Chen chuckled, "My dad is proud. It's too difficult to make him acknowledge my prowess in front of me. But he is my father, and I can only act this way. If I were to serve him, he might refuse to eat out of pride." Su Chen spoke casually. Yet when Chi-Chi absorbed every word, feeling a twinge of emotion. Such a father-son relationship was truly wonderful. A sense of envy mixed with sorrow washed over her. Noticing her silence, Su Chen casually asked, "Chi-Chi, where's your dad? When will I have the chance to meet him?" Chapter 74. How do you sleep at night? When Chi-Chi was taken aback by Su Chen's sudden inquiry, she paused for a moment. Her expression conflicted as she lowered her gaze. "My dad, it has been over a year since we last communicated. I don't even know how he is doing. Perhaps one day." Her mood dipped slightly. Su Chen nodded, "All right." After placing the last bowl away, he added, "Chi-Chi, if there are any conflicts, take the initiative to resolve them. Things may not be as dire as you perceive." With that, he stepped outside. At times, one must allow others their personal space. He could sense that there were indeed some issues between Chi-Chi and her father, but since she was unwilling to share, he refrained from pressing further. Su Chen firmly believed that one day, when Chi-Chi would be willing to share her thoughts with him. Upon stepping outside, he observed Su Jiangwo playing with the children. Just as he was about to speak, Su Jiangwo inquired, "Su Chen, how will you two sleep tonight? Perhaps you can take the bedroom while I occupy the living room?" He gestured towards the sofa. Su Chen paused momentarily, and when Chi-Chi, who had just reached the kitchen doorway, halted in her tracks as well. Her heart raced. The space was indeed too small, and Su Jiangwo's suggestion was not without merit. However, the prospect of sharing a room with Su Chen made Chi-Chi feel anxious. If Su Chen were to stay in the same room, what if he attempted something with her? She felt at a loss. At that moment, she heard Su Chen say, "Dad, how about we both stay in the living room? You can take the sofa, and I'll sleep on the floor." He did not wish to retreat to the bedroom, as doing so would impose great pressure on Chi-Chi. The situation had not yet reached that point, and coercion would only lead to harm. Moreover, he still had not fully grasped what had transpired a year and a half ago. Su Chen sought to afford Chi-Chi the respect she deserved. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Jiangwo regarded him with an approving glance. His son was indeed commendable, demonstrating thoughtful consideration. It seemed he would have to endure some discomfort as a father. With a silent sigh, Su Jiangwo replied, "All right, you can sleep on the floor. Do you expect your old man to accompany you? Dream on. I've booked a hotel outside. It's far more comfortable than this sofa. Farewell." After embracing the four children one last time, he reluctantly departed. Oh, he could hardly bear to part with the little ones, but for the sake of his son, he had to persevere. This son of his was quite disappointing, he muttered as he left. Once when Chi-Chi saw Su Jiangwo had left, she felt a twinge of urgency. Su-chun, perhaps you should let your father sleep in the room? It's not right to send him out so soon after he has arrived. Su-chun reassured her. It's fine. Donggo booked a safe place for him. Yet, watching his father's retreating figure stirred a pang of sadness within him. The next time his father visited, he vowed to provide him with a warm home. That evening, after when Chi-Chi had fed the children, she grappled with her thoughts before stepping into the living room. Su-chun had just lain down and was engrossed in his phone. Upon noticing her approach, he sat up. What is the matter? Are the babies causing a fuss? No, not at all, when Chi-Chi responded, her tone revealing her inner turmoil. Recognizing her unease, Su-chun smiled and asked, So what is it? Are you inviting your husband to come back to the bedroom? When Chi-Chi shot him an exasperated glance. Stop joking around. All right, dear wife. Understood, Su-chun replied, making room for her beside him. When Chi-Chi approached and handed him a bank card. Surprised, Su-chun asked, What is this for? When Chi-Chi explained, There are 20,000 yuan on this card, which I earned recently while designing during my time caring for the babies. Originally, it was reserved for purchasing milk powder for the little ones. However, it is no longer necessary. Would you like it? As when Shanshan spoke, her head lowered. I realize it is a bit insufficient. I have been looking for other jobs recently, hoping to earn more and provide you with additional support. You should also save some money. Let us strive together to purchase a house. Upon finishing her words, she sniffled. Next time Uncle Su visits, we must insist he stays at home and not in a hotel. After much contemplation, when Shanshan devised this plan, fearing that Su-chun might refuse, she added, This is also a gift for the children's grandfather. You must accept it. Su-chun gazed at Wen Shanshan, and a warm current surged within him. At that moment, he could no longer restrain himself and pulled Wen Shanshan into his embrace. Su-chun, you. Wen Shanshan was taken aback by this action, struggling to rise. Su-chun's voice was husky. Stay still, or I cannot guarantee what I might do. When Shanshan dared not move any longer, held in Su-chun's arms, her heart raced uncontrollably. Tensing up, she stammered, I mean no harm. I know, Su-chun replied softly. You harbor no ill intentions. You simply fear for my exhaustion. Worry that my father might be displeased and concerned that the children may not have a good life. Shanshan, how can you be so kind? As he spoke, he rested his head on Wen Shanshan's shoulder. This warmth was something he wished never to relinquish. Had it been in the past, he might have lost control, but now, he could not bear to hurt her. He yearned to wait for her, to embrace her wholeheartedly. From now on, they could never be apart again. After a while in his embrace, when Shanshan's cheeks flushed, she felt as though she might lose her mind. Fortunately, Su-chun eventually released her. When Shanshan caught sight of Su-chun wearing a gentle smile, though faint, it radiated an irresistible charm. She felt lightheaded. Hastily, when Shanshan thrust her bank card into Su-chun's hands, Take it quickly. Otherwise, I shall be angry. Very well, I shall take it. Su-chun did not refuse. He accepted the card and advised Wen Shanshan, Go inside and get some sleep. Rest early. When Shanshan nodded, and only then did Su-chun retrieve the bank card. He then opened his phone, accessed WeChat, and located the transfer function. With over 300,000 remaining, Su-chun transferred 300,000 to Wen Shanshan's card without hesitation. He then placed the card in her backpack before contentedly drifting off to sleep. One must cherish one's own wife. He was somewhat eager to see Wen Shanshan's reaction upon discovering the money. On the following Monday, Su Jiangwo arrived home early. Su-chun, accompanied by the little ones, was preparing to take Wen Shanshan to school. However, before they could set off, Su Jiangwo interjected, There is no need to take the children. I will look after them at home. Su-chun was taken aback. Father, are you certain? What is the matter? Don't you trust your own father? Su Jiangwo retorted indignantly. If you can manage, why can't I? Su-chun, very well then, I shall return shortly. Dad, do call if you need anything. Now, hurry along. With that, Su-chun departed. Su Jiangwo gazed fondly at the babies nestled in their stroller, a tender smile gracing his face. Little ones, Grandpa has arrived. The author interjects. All right, I've successfully written myself into hunger. Time to head downstairs for a meal. Everyone, Can you guess if Grandpa can manage the babies? Chapter 75. A flurry of chaos. Su's dad faces disappointment in the car. When Chi-Chi expressed her concerns, Su-chun, are you truly all right? Although Su Jangwo had cared for Su-chun in the past, at that time, he had only one child to tend to. Now, there were four. Don't fret. I'll return right after I drop you off. When Chi-Chi nodded, albeit skeptically. Once they departed, Su Jangwo entered the house with a buoyant heart. The four little ones gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity. Upon seeing Su Jangwo, the eldest tilted his head, furrowing his brow slightly. The second child, with arms outstretched, giggled joyfully. The third was preoccupied, gnawing on a teething toy, while the youngest bounced with glee. The more Su Jangwo observed, the happier he became. His little grandchildren were simply adorable and so well-behaved. The scene was a perfect tableau of harmony. How could Su-chun doubt his capabilities? That was utterly preposterous. He was determined to bond with the little ones. With this thought in mind, Su Jangwo settled down, embracing the eldest, kissing the second, playfully teasing the third, and finally lifting the youngest into his arms. Little one, your daddy says you're the most mischievous. Is that true? Grandpa chuckled. Your daddy is clearly mistaken. How could our precious little ones be naughty? It must be that your daddy lacks the skill to care for you properly. Humph, I shall ignore him for now. Come, let us play together. The youngest burst into laughter at Su Jangwo's antics, her giggles infectious as the other three joined in. Today it's Grandpa's day. Grandpa is so adorable. We want Grandpa to hold us. The atmosphere was instantly filled with joy. Su Jangwo was elated. After a few moments, he noticed the eldest, who had been lost in thought, beginning to cry. He quickly set the youngest down. What's wrong, dear? Are you hungry? Grandpa will prepare your milk right away. The eldest nodded, tears glistening in his eyes. He was indeed hungry. Su Jangwo rose to prepare the milk. It was quickly ready, and he handed the bottle to the eldest. Good boy, drink your milk now. The eldest eagerly lifted the bottle, gulping it down. Su Jangwo watched, filled with joy. However, the other three were not pleased. The second child, seeing the eldest drinking milk while he was not, pouted and began to cry. The third child discarded his toy, glancing between the eldest and the second, then at Su Jangwo, before bursting into tears. As for the youngest, nestled in Su Jangwo's embrace, she sniffed the air. Something was amiss. She seemed to catch a whiff of milk. How delightful. She longed to drink, having never tasted it before. But alas, Grandpa had not prepared any for her. What to do? She was so hungry. The youngest blinked her eyes rapidly, hoping for a solution. Upon discovering that Su Jangwo had no intention of attending to her, the elder siblings began to weep. Si Bao felt an inexplicable void in her heart, as though her own tears were necessary to complete the scene. Thus, with a quivering lip, she succumbed to her emotions and began to cry as well. Su Jangwo, who was tending to Da Bao, noticed Air Bao's distress and hurried over to soothe her. Yet, before he could calm Air Bao, San Bao joined in the lamentations. He swiftly endeavored to comfort San Bao, but before he could succeed, Si Bao erupted into tears once more. Su Jangwo was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Si Bao, why are you crying too? Are you hungry as well? Wait, Grandpa will fetch your milk immediately. Approaching the infant seat, Su Jangwo intended to place Si Bao inside. However, the moment he touched the chair, her cries intensified. She squirmed and clung to him desperately, refusing to let go. Si Bao, please don't cry. Grandpa will return shortly. He anxiously patted her back, but she paid him no heed, her wails growing louder. With Si Bao occupying his attention, Air Bao and San Bao were left without their milk, their adorable eyes blinking innocently, while tears streamed down their cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. As Su Jangwo attempted to soothe Si Bao, he also needed to care for Air Bao, and then San Bao. Da Bao's milk was quickly consumed. And upon seeing Su Jangwo holding Si Bao without retrieving the bottle, Da Bao grew increasingly anxious, his tummy rumbling. After a couple of growls, a peculiar odor filled the room. Da Bao, is that you? Oh dear, Si Bao, let go for a moment. Grandpa will be right back. Yet, Si Bao clung on stubbornly, forcing Su Jangwo to set her down on the bed. Abandoned in her grandfather's embrace, Si Bao cried even more fervently, lamenting, Woo, Grandpa doesn't he want me anymore? I am so sad. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jiangwo rushed to prepare milk for the three little ones, muttering to himself, "How much do I need to add? Oh dear, little ones, please don't cry. Grandpa will return shortly. Water, yes, water." In his flustered state, he knocked over the water bottle, spilling the hot water. Su Jiangwo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He could have scolded himself. He had to start boiling water anew. With the milk not yet prepared and the baby still in distress, he first dashed in to change Dabao's diaper. After removing Dabao's little trousers, he swiftly tidied the area. Meanwhile, Air Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao, feeling neglected, cried even harder. "Whoa, Grandpa only cares for Dabao. He doesn't see us. We are so pitiful." Su Jiangwo, now in a state of panic, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Little ones, please be patient. Grandpa will be done shortly. Just a moment longer." However, the babies were oblivious to his words, each crying louder than the last. After much effort, he finally managed to tend to Dabao, and the water was finally ready. As he went to fetch the cooled water, suddenly, San Bao also needed a change. Su Jiangwo exclaimed in exasperation, "What madness is this? How can my adorable grandchildren be so unruly?" He was utterly overwhelmed, unsure of what to do. Su Jiangwo, frazzled and distressed, hurriedly prepared the formula, only to find himself occupied with the triplets. The room was soon filled with the sweet scent of milk and the unmistakable odor of baby messes. Just as he contemplated changing the triplets' diaper, the fourth child's face flushed red. Unaccustomed to the formula, he spilled the contents of the bottle all over the freshly changed clothes. Su Jiangwo felt he was about to lose his sanity. Unable to bear it any longer, he pulled out his phone. An hour had passed. Where was that little rascal? Meanwhile, Su Chen was leisurely making his way home. Knowing his father adored children, he aimed to grant him some precious moments alone with them. He was nearing home when suddenly his phone rang. Upon seeing his father's call, he furrowed his brow. "Dad, what's wrong? Why aren't you back yet? Do you still want the babies?" Su Jiangwo's irritated voice thundered through the receiver. Sensing something was amiss, Su Chen's heart raced. "I'll be right there." He hung up and rushed home with utmost haste. Upon entering, he was taken aback. Chapter 76. The spoiled quartet of little ones. The room was in utter disarray, a scene of chaotic turmoil. Su Jiangwo stood there, clutching the little pants of the eldest and the triplet, while they looked on in confusion, still not dressed in their new clothes. The second child's hair was a mess, the little braids long gone. The fourth child lay sprawled on the bed, wailing, her tiny hands flailing. Dressed in the eldest's attire, the sight was tragically comical. Su Chun was momentarily speechless. What was that little rascal doing? "Help out!" Su Jiangwo barked, his voice filled with exasperation. "Quickly check on the fourth. I can't find her clothes. The eldest's outfit isn't washed yet, and the triplet needs a change. Not to mention the second child's hair." Su Jiangwo was nearly at a loss for words. Unable to contain himself, Su Chen chuckled. Su Jiangwo shot him a stern look. "What's so funny? Didn't you say you'd help take care of them? Be quiet." Su Jiangwo didn't want to admit that he had created this chaotic mess. "Hurry up." Despite exchanging a few quips, Su Chun's hands were never idle. He approached the fourth child and gently lifted her into his arms. The little one, who had been crying heartily, immediately quieted down upon being held. With the fourth child in his embrace, Su Chun went over to the eldest, second, and triplet. The three babies gazed at him in confusion. Su Chun affectionately patted the eldest's head, ruffled the second child's hair, and finally addressed the triplet. "Look, Mama is over there. Isn't she beautiful?" He pointed to a photo of when Chi-Chi resting on the bedside. The little triplet, still bewildered, turned to gaze in the direction Su Chun indicated and, indeed, caught sight of Mama. San Bao joyfully twirled around. "Wow, Mama is so beautiful. Mama is the most beautiful person in the world." At that moment, Suching had already found the clothes for Si Bao. With nimble hands, he swiftly dressed Si Bao, then helped San Bao and Dabao into their pants. Lastly, he quickly prepared some formula for the babies. Soon, the little ones were happily eating. Su Jiangwo stood at the door, lost in thought. Suching approached him and unhesitatingly took the pants from his hands, saying, "Dad, let me handle this." Su Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't comprehend how Suching managed to perform the same tasks so much more efficiently. Furthermore, the babies seemed genuinely delighted. Was it possible that he had faltered in some way? Su Jiangwo felt a twinge of discontent. He stepped inside, and the babies greeted him with their adorable smiles, as if they hadn't just put him through a trial by fire. Discontentedly, he remarked, "You four little rascals, so biased." The babies, oblivious to his words, continued to beam with joy. Su Jiangwo sighed silently. With Suching's return, the household had returned to normalcy, allowing him to finally catch his breath. He sat beside the babies, watching Suching busily attend to tasks in the bathroom. An inexplicable mix of pride and sorrow welled up within him. His son was truly becoming capable of handling things on his own. After washing the little pants, Suching skillfully hung them up to dry. Upon entering the living room, he noticed Su Jiangwo watching him. He smiled and asked, "Dad, what's up?" "Nothing," Su Jiangwo quickly replied. However, recalling that he had never praised his son throughout the years, he added coldly, "Humph, you're doing well with the household chores. Keep it up. Don't let my little grandchildren suffer." Suching sighed at the remark. Clearly, it was meant as a compliment, yet Su Jiangwo delivered it so awkwardly. Nevertheless, he felt grateful. "I understand, Dad. Don't worry." Su Jiangwo nodded, then recalled something and inquired, "What about your studies while you're taking care of the babies?" This had always been a concern for him. In front of Wenqiqi, he had refrained from asking, fearing she might overthink it. Now, with only the three of them left, Su Jiangwo voiced his worries. Suching had anticipated that this question would eventually arise, so he replied, "I've taken leave from my advisor. There's no need to worry about school. I won't delay my exams or any other school activities. I'll graduate on time. Not only that, but I also intend to earn scholarships every year." Just don't drop the ball. Su Jiangwo huffed again and fell silent. After lunch, Suching received a phone call from Qianhu. "Suching, do you have some free time this afternoon? The tea shop has reopened, and I was hoping you could bring the babies to help out." "Sure, I'll go." After hanging up, Suching informed Su Jiangwo of the situation. Su Jiangwo was astonished. Are they really going to help out at such a young age? Is that feasible? Su Chen chuckled, saying, "You'll understand when we arrive shortly. Your little grandchildren are quite remarkable." Su Jiangwo, somewhat skeptical, followed Su Chun to Qianchabai. Upon disembarking, Qianhu and Tang Tianxing eagerly approached. "Ah, Su Chen, you're quite speedy." "Oh my, the little ones have arrived," Qianhu exclaimed, his eyes narrowing into joyful crescents. "They are utterly adorable. Come here, let uncle hold you." Tang Tianxing, equally astonished, stood agape. He had often heard tales of Su Chen's four delightful children, noting that whenever they appeared at the market, business would flourish. Yet, he had only heard about them, never witnessed their charm firsthand. While he had seen many other children, he had never encountered one so captivating at such a tender age. Thus, though he trusted Qianhu, he remained somewhat doubtful, until now. Upon seeing Su Chen's four cherubic bundles, he was instantly awestruck. Qianhu remarked that Su Chen's children seemed as if they had stepped out of a painting. No, not merely resembling. They are even more enchanting. Tang Tianxing could hardly contain his excitement as he dashed toward the children. Su Chen assumed Tang Tianxing was coming to greet him, extending his hand to say, "Tang," but before he could finish, Tang Tianxing swiftly passed by him, leaving only his retreating silhouette. Su Chen pondered, recalling that during his last visit, Tang Tianxing had seemed quite attentive. Why, then, did the arrival of the children make him vanish from view? Tang Tianxing was oblivious to such musings. He and Qianhu arrived beside the four little ones, eager to embrace them, yet hesitant to do so, fearful of harming the precious infants. Su Jiangwo, having never witnessed such a scene, was somewhat bewildered. However, upon observing the two men standing beside the children, their faces alight with adoration, he felt a surge of urgency. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of my babies." Su Chen approached helplessly. "Dad, it's all right. They simply adore the children and pose no threat to them." He gestured toward Qianhu. "This is Mr. Qianhu, the contractor of this vegetable market. And this is Mr. Tang Tianxing, the proprietor of the tea shop." Su Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. "They are both business owners?" he inquired, stunned. "Indeed." Su Chun continued, pointing to Su Jiangwo, "And this is my father." Tang Tianxing and Qian, who showed no intention of relinquishing the babies. However, their expressions were filled with remorse as they spoke. Brother Su, I apologize sincerely. The little ones are just too adorable, and I lost control for a moment. I feel the same way. I too wish to have such delightful children, Tianxing lamented, feeling his resolve waning. Qian, who chuckled heartily, Tianxing, are you daydreaming? A wave of melancholy washed over Tianxing. He understood that not everyone was endowed with such splendid genes. Yet he could not help but feel envious. Is it too much to wish for? Perhaps you should find a girlfriend first, he suggested. Is it truly acceptable to intrude upon someone's heart like that? He mused, feeling increasingly despondent, seeing that the babies were content in their arms. Not crying, but rather joyful, Su Jiangwo refrained from further comments. Instead, a sense of inexplicable pride welled up within him. His little grandchildren were indeed remarkable. So many people adored them. Observing that the two were still bickering, Su Chun felt a twinge of sympathy and interjected, are we still opening this afternoon? I brought the babies here to work. Indeed, we almost forgot the important matters at hand. Uncle Qian, it's your fault. Seeing the babies has rendered us immobile. Who are you referring to? Aren't you the same? Tianxing retorted weakly. Without hesitation, the two each took 2 babies and headed into the store, leaving Su Chun and Su Jiangwo feeling somewhat like superfluous tools. They had no choice but to carry the empty baby seats inside. Inside the store, several staff members, including Xiao Ju, had been waiting for quite some time. They had initially planned to open in the morning, but due to Su Chin's earlier announcement that he couldn't make it, Tianxing rescheduled for the afternoon. Who opens in the afternoon? It was hardly an auspicious choice, and the staff felt a bit displeased. After some discussion, they resolved to give Su Chin a thorough ribbing once he arrived with the babies. However, when Tianxing and Qian, who entered, cradling 4 infants, their eyes widened in disbelief, leaving them no time to react. Curiously, Tianxing inquired, what is wrong with you all? They pushed Xiaoju forward, urging her to speak. Flustered and anxious, Xiaoju struggled to recall her prepared lines, only to forget them entirely. With no time to concoct new ones, she pointed at the babies in Tianxing's arms, exclaiming, these are Mr. Su's children? Indeed, Tianxing replied, glancing at the babies in his embrace, finding them ever more enchanting. He truly wished he could keep them forever. Xiaoju was astonished. Are they not the most adorable creatures? Tianxing laughed. So you find them adorable too? Ha ha. Xiaoju was once again taken aback. Was the boss genuinely laughing? He, who typically carried himself with the poise of a nobleman, seemed so uncharacteristically jovial. Had she misjudged him? The other staff members were equally bewildered, casting aside their prior intentions. Their focus now solely on the babies, reluctant to divert their gaze. It was someone timidly who asked, may we hold them? Upon entering, Su Chin heard, of course. Little Ju, closest to the babies, swiftly dashed to Tang Tianxing's side. He held the 3rd and 4th treasures in his arms. Upon seeing little Ju, the 3rd treasure's small face lit up with delight. Wow, a beautiful auntie. So lovely. Please, hug me. The 3rd treasure opened his little arms and burrowed into little Ju's embrace. Although Tang Tianxing was reluctant to part with the 3rd treasure, there was little he could do since the child was eager to go. Little Ju successfully embraced the 3rd treasure, her heart brimming with joy. Oh my! So soft and fragrant. What should I do? I adore this. Who was it that spoke ill of the babies just now? They truly deserve a reprimand. The 3rd treasure sensed little Ju's elation, grasping her face and presenting his own little visage for a gentle rub. Little Ju was on the verge of ecstatic madness. So soft, so soft. It seemed the baby liked her. She felt utterly blessed. The other sales staff hurried over, eagerly snatching the babies from Tang Tianxing and Qian Hu. Those who couldn't get a hold of a baby clung to them, eyes filled with anticipation. No matter what, they were determined to hold the babies today. Tang Tianxing and Qian Hu, originally joyfully cradling the babies, now found themselves speechless. Alas, as the bosses, they could not stoop to the level of their employees. Sigh. Being a boss is rather unfortunate. They wished to be salespeople instead. Upon witnessing their predicament, Su Jiangwo felt a surge of comfort. Serves you right for snatching the babies. Ha ha. Tang Tianxing stood helplessly to the side, his gaze never leaving the babies. No, I must hold them more often. But how can I see the babies more frequently? After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. Of course, collaborating more with Su-chun would be splendid. Thus, Tang Tianxing approached Su-chun and inquired, "Brother Su-chun, could you take a look at this batch of tea leaves for any issues?" Su Jiangwo was taken aback by this remark. Su-chun possesses such a skill? The author has a message. What shall I speak of today? Chapter 78, Pride. My son is truly remarkable. Although Su Jiangwo did not frequently indulge in tea, he understood that the ability to discern tea leaves was not a skill possessed by just anyone. Tang Tianxing exclaimed, "Uncle Su, you didn't know?" Su Jiangwo looked at Su-chun in confusion, awaiting an explanation. Tang Tianxing continued, "Brother Su-chun is truly remarkable. He can determine the authenticity of tea leaves with just a glance, outshining many tea connoisseurs." Qian Hu chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Su, your son is extraordinary. Could you share the secret to raising such a talented child? I wish to inspire my own son as well." Such flattering words filled Su Jiangwo with immense joy. Unable to contain himself, he burst into hearty laughter. "Oh no, no, you flatter me. My son isn't that impressive, ha ha ha." In truth, Su Jiangwo was internally bursting with excitement and a subtle, inexplicable sense of pride. My son is truly remarkable. I have indeed basked in his glory. Tang Tianxing. Qian Hu. Uncle, you might as well tattoo the words "my son is incredibly talented" on your forehead. Su-chun, overhearing their conversation, felt utterly helpless. He knew that if he didn't provide an explanation, Su Jiangwo would undoubtedly bombard him with questions upon his return. Thus, he casually remarked while walking, "I learned it over this past year at school." After all, he seldom returned home during university, so he concocted a flimsy excuse. Su Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Good, good, good. Now hurry and show Boss Tang. What if he has been waiting too long? Reluctantly, Su-chun complied. His father never seemed to offer him praise. Tang Tianxing looked at the two with an envious expression. Qian Hu, curious, asked, "What's wrong with you?" Tang Tianxing sighed. "If only my relationship with my family were as good as yours." Qian Hu, unwilling to dampen his spirits, followed Su-chun to the area where the new tea leaves were displayed. Soon, Su-chun examined the newly arrived tea leaves and confirmed that everything was in order. Tang Tianxing let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, Su-chun, I truly appreciate your help." "It's nothing, just a small effort," Su-chun replied. "Now we can officially open for business." "Indeed." Su-chun nodded. As the door swung open, he didn't idle but instead offered assistance. Qian Hu stood beside Su Jiangwo, reflecting, "With a son like this and such adorable grandchildren, life is truly blissful. Su Gu, I envy you." Su Jiangwo's heart swelled with pride at the compliment. He patted Qian Hu's shoulder. Just when Qian Hu anticipated a few comforting words from him, he was taken aback by Su Jiangwo's sudden remark. "Don't think too much. Not everyone is so fortunate." Qian Hu. Is this supposed to be comforting? It sounded more like a dig. Yet, Su Jiangwo's words held a certain truth, leaving him speechless. "Su Gu, you are back to work." Having struck a blow to another's spirits, Su Jiangwo felt even more elated. He rushed to the children, adjusting their seats in front of Tang Tianxing. "Boss Tang, what shall we do?" Tang Tianxing, at that moment, regarded Su Jiangwo with great reverence. "Nothing needs to be done, just play in the store." Is it that simple? No need for a stall, or to stand guard outside, or hand out flyers. Su Jiangwo recalled how promotional events were conducted on television. Tang Tianxing chuckled, "No need. As long as the children are here, everything else is unnecessary." Su Jiangwo cast a bewildered glance at the children, who were happily swaying their little heads and looking around. However, was such a casual approach to promotion truly effective? Su Jiangwo harbored deep skepticism regarding their strategy. He wished to offer some suggestions, but upon noticing no one was paying him any mind, he resigned himself to observing from the sidelines, ready to assist if needed. Su-chun had mentioned that helping here was compensated, with half a day's pay being 1,000. This was a tea shop, not a children's clothing store. If the profits weren't satisfactory later on, he would have to tell Su-chun to forego his payment. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing. Lost in thought, Su Jiangwo suddenly noticed a crowd gathering on the street, pointing and whispering among themselves, seemingly discussing something. As they drew closer, Su Jiangwo finally overheard their conversation. "Oh, what adorable babies. Quadruplets. So cute and well-behaved. Look at that one, just staring blankly like a little puppet. And this one, when he smiles. His eyes squint, such a sweet smile. Ah, this one, he keeps looking at you. Does he think you're pretty? And what about the one on the far right? What is she gazing at? Is she making a silly face? Oh, how utterly charming. I'm dying. I'm dying. My heart has been pierced. What should I do?" Su Jiangwo was astounded, his mouth agape. Were these people truly this enthusiastic? However, recalling his own reaction upon first seeing the babies, he felt a sense of understanding. He too had been similarly enchanted at the outset. Not to mention, even now he was not immune. He still felt an irresistible urge to hold them. A sense of pride surged within him once more. Then, someone shouted, "Aren't those the babies of the young man selling potatoes at the market?" "Indeed. Those potatoes are delicious. I bought a ton to keep at home." "Wow, how lucky you are. I couldn't get any. It's so unfortunate." He later sold cucumbers and tomatoes, each more delectable than the last. "I've been using them as my staple food lately. It's been fantastic for my diet." Upon seeing Suchun, they were astonished. "Is it really him? Young man, what are you selling today? I'd like to buy some. I want to buy too." "Hurry up, young man. Show us the goods." People craned their necks, eager for another glimpse of the babies. Su Jiangwo thought, "Isn't this a bit excessive? They're ready to buy without even knowing what he is selling?" He quietly glanced at Su Chun and then at the babies. He knew the babies were adorable. But was Su Chun truly that handsome? Su Jiangwo began to question whether his son had been swapped at birth. When had he become so charismatic? Standing at 6 feet tall, with a perfect build, not slouching, and often smiling. Was this what they called handsome? Su Jiangwo pondered for a long time, but couldn't he quite grasp what made Su Chun so sought after. If he had to speculate, perhaps it was because he resembled him? With that thought, Su Jiangwo felt considerably more at ease. After all, looking like him must be a mark of handsomeness. Amused by this notion, he couldn't help but chuckle. Beside him, Qian, who looked bewildered. "Su Gu, what are you doing?" Chapter 79. "I just think my son is a bit handsome." Su Jiangwo gazed in Su Chun's direction and said nonchalantly, "Oh, it's nothing. I just think my son is a bit handsome." Qian, who was taken aback, "You just realized this? If your son weren't a father already, he would surely have countless girls pursuing him." "Oh, wait. Even now that he has children, there are still many girls after him. It's just that he is devoted solely to the mother of his children. I wonder just how stunning she must be to captivate Su Chun so completely. How wonderful it would be if I could have a son like that." Qian, who had yet to meet with Chi-Chi. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo burst into hearty laughter. It seems that his son continues to surprise him with ever-increasing frequency. "Do not worry. You do not have this opportunity," remarked Qian Hu, perplexed as to why he would engage in such a discussion with Su Jiangwo. It was akin to courting one's own frustration without any reasonable grounds for rebuttal. Thus, Qian Hu decided to assist Tang Tianqing instead. When Su Chun heard the inquiries from the crowd, he confidently declared, "Today, we are selling tea." However, his latter statement went unheard, as the first part ignited excitement among the people. "So it's tea? I would like to buy some. My family member loves tea. I shall purchase a bit more." With that, the crowd began to surge into the shop. Unable to contain himself, Su Chun added, "Ahem, everyone. Please quiet down and listen to me." The crowd fell silent, allowing Su Chun to reiterate, "This tea is being sold by my brother, Tang Tianqing. And I have personally inspected it. It is all genuine. Therefore, the decision to purchase is yours to make." At that moment, Tang Tianqing interjected, "Rest assured. If the tea proves to be counterfeit, I will compensate tenfold. Furthermore, this afternoon, all tea purchases will receive a 10% discount. I am grateful to my brother Su Chun for his support." The crowd then realized, "Ah, it is being sold by a brother. That is acceptable. This young man's sibling must be just as honest. I will buy too," they exclaimed, rushing into the store. The staff, who were previously occupied with the children, had to rise and attend to the tea sales. The 4 little ones, seated in their high chairs, gleefully waved their arms at the continuous stream of customers. Standing nearby, Su Jiangwo reflected with a sense of fulfillment. Not only was his son earning money, but even the little ones were contributing. In his life, he felt utterly content. Inside the shop, joy abounded, while outside, a throng of people continued to gather, resulting in exceptional business, which in turn benefited the neighboring shops. They all came to express their gratitude to Su Chun, though in truth, many were merely seizing the opportunity to catch a glimpse of the adorable babies. At 4 o'clock, Su Chen's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Chi-Chi, he promptly answered. Chi-Chi? What's the matter? I don't have class during the second period this afternoon. I was about to head home. Are you and the babies at home? Upon hearing this, Su Chen replied without hesitation. Wait a moment. I will come to pick you up. No need. You must be busy, right? Just tell me the address. I'll come over myself. It's still early. I can take the babies out for a stroll. That works too. Su Chen then provided the address to Chi-Chi. Tang Tiansheng, overhearing Su Chen's phone call, curiously inquired, what is going on? If you have something to attend to, you can go ahead. Su Chen shook his head. It's nothing serious. My wife is finishing school and will be coming over. School? Tang Tiansheng exclaimed in astonishment. Still in school? Yes, she is in her 4th year. Still just in her 4th year? Indeed. Su Chen, noticing Tang Tiansheng's shock, chuckled. Nowadays, it is quite common for college students to marry and have children. Tang Tiansheng could no longer suppress his expression and rolled his eyes in disbelief. He felt utterly bewildered. Why had he even asked such a question? Was he not merely inviting unnecessary torment upon himself? Having graduated from university for 2 years without finding a girlfriend is indeed a lamentable situation. Tang Tiansheng resolved to humbly seek advice. Brother Su Chen, how did you win over your girlfriend? Me? I didn't pursue her, Su Chen replied. It seems their connection blossomed from a chance encounter, which hardly qualifies as pursuit. Tang Tiansheng's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. All right, Brother Su Chen, please refrain from speaking. Su Chen? What's wrong? Hearing their exchange, Qian Hu burst into laughter. Brother Su Chen, you have effectively deflated my nephew's spirits. Su Chen rubbed his nose, not intending to offend. Qian Hu patted Tang Tiansheng on the shoulder and chuckled. Tiansheng, it's not that Uncle Qian aims to discourage you. I forgot to mention. Su Chen is still a student, merely a sophomore. Tang Tiansheng, and I heard his wife is the campus belle, Qian Hu added. Tang Tiansheng, furthermore, Brother Su Chen is a scholarship recipient. Tang Tiansheng, comparing oneself to others is truly disheartening. He felt disinclined to speak further. Su Chen wished to clarify. But under the current circumstances, it seemed that explanations would only complicate matters, so he chose to remain silent. Su Jiangwo was utterly delighted. His son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren were all being praised. He felt like a true winner in life. Tang Tiansheng was torn, profoundly conflicted. He decided to rise and assist inside the house. Su Chen expressed concern. Is Boss Tang all right? Qian Hu shook his head. He'll be fine. If you don't give him a little push. He wants to even think about finding a partner. His parents are nearly frantic. Ha ha ha. Qian Hu laughed heartily. Su Chen could do nothing but chuckle along. Half an hour later, those busy inside the house were suddenly stirred by a commotion at the door. Tang Tiansheng inquired, what is happening? A voice shouted from the entrance. Beauty, a lovely lady is approaching. Wow, she is stunning. Qian Hu immediately patted Tang Tiansheng on the shoulder. Hurry, Tiansheng. This is your chance. Don't you want a girlfriend? That lady walking over seems quite exceptional. Go give it a shot. Who knows? You might even welcome a little darling in the future. Chapter 80. Boss Tang, this is my wife. When Chi-Chi alighted from the car and strolled towards the tea shop Su Chen had mentioned, hearing that the little ones would also be working, she felt a twinge of concern. The children were still so young. Was it truly safe for them to be exposed in public? As she neared the tea shop entrance, she spotted the 4 little ones. They were sitting in a row at the door, joyfully chatting with the surrounding individuals, appearing exceedingly happy. Those people stood a short distance away, with Su Jiangwo vigilantly keeping watch beside them to ensure they weren't too close, fearing for the children's safety. In the past, when Chi-Chi rarely witnessed such radiant smiles on the little ones' faces, she felt a sense of relief. It seemed Su Chen's decision was indeed wise. Yet, where was Su Chen? When Chi-Chi furrowed her brow, unable to spot him, Su Jiangwo, fearing an incident might occur with the little ones in his absence, exchanged a glance with Chi-Chi before continuing to supervise them. At that moment, a man in a suit emerged from the tea shop. Upon catching sight of Wenqiqi, the young man blushed deeply. Beautiful. Indeed, she was striking. Clad in a white dress, Wenqiqi resembled a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. Her slightly furrowed brows evoked a sense of sorrow that was utterly heart-wrenching. Tang Tianxing's gaze was transfixed. The surrounding onlookers were equally captivated. Wow, a fairy. She is stunning. She rivals a star, doesn't she? In fact, she may even surpass one. How fortunate I am to witness both an adorable child and a beautiful woman, truly. These are the two creatures I cherish most in this world. What should I do? I yearned to ask the beauty for her contact information. Several among the group were eager to take action, yet none dared to approach. Tang Tianxing attempted to step forward, but hesitated. Observing this, Qianhu unhesitatingly pushed Tang Tianxing forward. Why are you shy? At this rate, you'll never catch up to Su Chen. Su Jiangwo, standing nearby, was perplexed. What is going on here? Qianhu replied, Brother Su, see that beauty over there? I've sent Tianxing to ask for her WeChat. Su Jiangwo glanced over and recognized Wenqiqi. He couldn't help but chuckle. Qianhu, bewildered, asked, Brother Su, what are you laughing at? It's not going to happen. Qianhu protested, Brother Su, you can't say that. While Tianxing may not compare to your son Su Chen, he is still quite handsome. I believe he has a chance. Can't you wish him well? Su Jiangwo shook his head. It's not that I don't wish him well. Even if I did, my son would never consent. However, Su Jiangwo refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought and inquired instead, where is Su Chen? He is inside helping out. Tell him to come out quickly. Wait. Let me see how my nephew fares in winning over the beauty first. Su Jiangwo shook his head in resignation. Tang Tianxing had already approached Wenqiqi. Upon seeing her, he became even more bashful. Wenqiqi finally noticed the presence of this individual and looked at him with confusion, seemingly unsure of his intentions. With his head bowed, Tang Tianxing wrestled with his nerves for a moment before asking, Excuse me, beautiful, could you possibly share your WeChat with me? Wenqiqi appeared even more perplexed. And you are? Wow, the beauty spoke to me. Tang Tianxing was elated. He quickly adjusted his attire and introduced himself. I am the owner of this tea shop. My name is Tang Tianxing. It is a pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand, attempting to shake hands with Wenqiqi. Upon hearing that he was the owner of the tea shop, Wenqiqi broke into a smile. At the entrance, Qianhu, witnessing this scene, nudged Su Jiangwo. Brother Su, look. That beauty smiled at my nephew. I told you there was potential. Humph. Su Jiangwo scoffed, shaking his head. He did not share that sentiment. Just then, having completed his tasks, Su Chen noticed that the shop was devoid of customers. A crowd had gathered at the entrance. Curiously, he made his way over. Spotting Qianhu blocking the path, he inquired, What is going on? Qianhu pointed at Tang Tianxing and Wenqiqi, saying, Watch my nephew pursue a girl. Su Chen cast a glance towards Tang Tianxing's direction, instantly rendered speechless. What on earth is happening? Qianhu inquired. Su Chen replied, Is Boss Tang pursuing that girl? Qianhu confirmed, Indeed. With a sigh, Su Chen shook his head and began to step outside. Qianhu wore a perplexed expression. Why did the atmosphere feel so off? The reactions of Su Jiangwo and Su Chen were decidedly abnormal. While everyone anticipated gossip, the two of them maintained an air of aloofness. After pondering for a moment, Qianhu suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Tianxing, come back. At that moment, Tang Tianxing was in the midst of a crucial confession, having endured numerous setbacks that day. Determined to seize this opportunity, he thought to himself that surely this girl could not be less beautiful than Su Chen's wife. With newfound courage, he asked, Miss, may I? Wenqiqi smiled, and that smile left Tang Tianxing momentarily dazed. She was simply enchanting. He even began to consider names for their future children. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, he heard the lady in front say, Boss Tang, is Su Chen here? Tang Tianxing abruptly lifted his head, astonished at the sight of the woman. Su Chen. Yes, I'm here to find Su Chen. Tang Tianxing, suddenly struck by realization, looked incredulous. Just then, Su Chen's voice resonated from behind. Chi, you've arrived. Tang Tianxing turned in shock. Disbelief etched across his face as he glanced between Su Chun and Wenqiqi. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment surged through his mind. He pointed at Wenqiqi, then at Su Chun, stammering, "You too. You." Su Chun remained composed, stating calmly, "Boss Tang, this is my wife. The author has something to say. Come on, let's witness some dog abuse." Chapter 81. A Family of Seven. Envying onlookers, Tang Tianxing stood frozen, wishing he could immediately find a hole to hide in. "Ahem, my apologies, Brother Su Chun. I was unaware," he stammered, nearly cracking a smile. He longed to turn around and confront Qian, who for instigating such an embarrassing situation. Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. "No harm done. Ignorance is bliss." Wenqiqi, looking bewildered, asked, "What is going on?" Su Chun chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Wenqiqi's hair without offering an explanation. His wife was adorably oblivious. Did she not realize that Tang Tianxing was intentionally trying to flirt? The moment was laden with intimacy, prompting gasps from the gathered crowd. "Wow, that gesture. How sweet. Isn't he the father of quadruplets? Is this woman the mother of quadruplets? Clearly, she was. Aren't they just flaunting their love? You only just realized?" To those who have been left out, how outrageous. Yet, the man was undeniably handsome, and the woman stunningly beautiful. "I'm feeling so envious," sob. Su Chun and Wenqiqi had moved closer to Qian Hu, who was now nearly beside himself. He had not anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. Tang Tianxing stormed into the shop, visibly upset. Upon seeing Su Chun approaching, Qian Hu promptly lowered his head in apology. "Su Chun, I shall take my leave now." Although Qian Hu's words remained unfinished, he grasped Su Chun's intent. He did not wish to place Su Chun in an awkward position, so he deftly changed the subject. Tears of gratitude nearly brimmed in his eyes as he silently resolved to cherish the friendship he had forged with Su Chun, no matter the circumstances. Su Chun and Wenqiqi approached Su Jiangwo, where the gathered children finally noticed Wenqiqi. The youngest, Sanbao, was the first to light up at the sight of her. He was being playfully cradled by a beautiful young lady, thoroughly enjoying himself. The young lady assumed Sanbao was quite taken with her. But as soon as he spotted Wenqiqi, he reached out his arms, beaming and bouncing with excitement. The young lady initially intended to hold on a little longer, but upon witnessing Sanbao's reaction to Wenqiqi, she promptly handed him over. It was evident to all that the little one favored the enchanting figure of Wenqiqi, who was, in truth, 100 times more stunning. Once in Wenqiqi's embrace, Sanbao began to affectionately grasp her face, showering her with kisses. "Yay, mommy is back. Sanbao's favorite mommy. Mommy is so beautiful." The other three children, witnessing this, eagerly extended their arms, hoping to be held by Wenqiqi. However, she could only manage to cradle one at a time. Su Chun, with a sigh of resignation, took one child in each arm, lifting Erbao and Sabaobao effortlessly. Luckily, both children relished being held by him, quieting down in his embrace. The adorably naive Dabaobao settled comfortably in Su Jiangwo's arms. Dabaobao, with a laid-back demeanor, was content as long as he could see his parents. In that moment, the scene radiated harmony. 3 generations of 7 family members, the grandfather cradling the grandson, the beautiful mother holding her youngest son, and the dashing father embracing the 2 little ones. The tableau was nothing short of heartwarming. It was astonishing how this family of 7 could all be so strikingly attractive. How were the rest of us supposed to compete? Who could argue otherwise? They were indeed a sight for sore eyes. One might wonder if it was too late to wait 20 years for their son to grow up. Get lost. The person who uttered that remark was met with a chorus of eye rolls. After lingering at the entrance for a while, they all ventured into the shop. Xiao Ju and the other salespeople were equally taken aback upon seeing Wenqiqi. In that fleeting instant, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. "Oh my, a fairy! So, she must be Mr. Su Chen's wife? Absolutely stunning." It was evident that a handsome man deserved a beautiful woman by his side to produce adorable children. Their chances seemed to vanish. Even if we miss the chance to bear children, we still have the opportunity to hold them. Just think about it, Mr. Su Chun and the little ones will frequently visit our shop. We, as salespeople, are in the prime position to cuddle the children, aren't we? It appears so. Wow. For the first time, I feel such joy in being a salesperson. I love my job. Su Chun shook his head in resignation. When Chi-Chi, holding Sambao, blushed yet beamed with pride. All of this was bestowed upon her by Su Chen. Even Su Jiangwo felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Had he known that raising children could bring such delight, he would have encouraged Su Chen to marry long ago. Yet, that would mean he would never have encountered Wen Zijiao. Su Jiangwo found himself in a quandary. The afternoon slipped by swiftly, and the tea in the shop was completely sold out. Tang Tiansheng was exceedingly pleased. He had initially anticipated that the tea would last at least 10 days. With a beaming smile, he looked at Su Chun and said, "Now I can return home with a good report. Brother Su Chun, I am immensely grateful to you." As he spoke, he awkwardly turned to Wen Zijiao and apologized. Sister-in-law, I sincerely apologize for earlier." Wen Zijiao was momentarily taken aback by being addressed as sister-in-law, especially considering that Tang Tianqing appeared older than both her and Su Chen. Su Chen was equally perplexed. "Boss Tang, what are you doing?" "Oh, it's nothing. Age is merely a number. I feel you both deserve my respect, so I shall call you brother and sister-in-law," Tang Tiansheng replied nonchalantly. Su Chen sighed in resignation. Subsequently, Tang Tiansheng handed a large red envelope to Su Chen. "Here, this is your reward for today." Su Chen was taken aback. "Didn't we agree on a monthly payment? Furthermore, this amount seems excessive." The stack of money appeared to be around 20,000 yuan. Tang Tiansheng waved his hand dismissively. "It's not much. The profit you brought me today is extraordinary. This is nothing in comparison. Besides, I look forward to seeing the little ones more often. So you mustn't let me down. Take it." When Su Chen hesitated to accept, Tang Tiansheng offered the money to Wen Zijiao instead. "How about you take it, sister-in-law?" After glancing at Su Chen and receiving a nod, she accepted the money. "Thank you. No need for thanks. I am truly grateful to you both." Tang Tiansheng could already envision the shock on the old man's face upon seeing this performance. The tea shop was nearly empty. After bidding farewell to Tang Tiansheng, Su Chen left with Wen Zijiao. The patrons reluctantly departed. Upon returning home, Su Jiangwo remained in a state of exhilaration. "The little ones are simply remarkable. They truly are my beloved grandchildren." He could hardly contain his excitement and hastily shared the news. Upon arriving home, he pulled out his phone and posted on social media, accompanied by a picture of the 4 children's silhouettes. The caption read, "My little grandchildren are irresistibly adorable. Grandfather loves you all." The post's visibility was limited to a specific group, labeled Brothers as Family, which included 4 individuals: Su Jiangwo, Lao Li, Wu Jinzhong, and Li Li. These were friends from Su Jiangwo's younger days in the military. Lao Li, whose real name was Li Zhanzhong, was not related to Li Li. They merely shared a surname. Li Li was indeed the father of Li Dong and had a distant cousin relationship with Su Jiangwo. With the arrival of his grandchildren, Su Jiangwo was determined to boast a little and observe their reactions. However, he had no intention of sharing the children's faces publicly. He was not keen on letting others see the adorable little ones. Su Jiangwo could hardly wait. It was bound to be an extraordinary revelation. Chapter 82. Su Jiangwo. Who are you trying to deceive? In the suburban town, in a WeChat group named Brothers, One Family, a frenzy erupted. 3 individuals were fervently tagging Su Jiangwo. Wu Jinzhong inquired, "What have you posted on your moments, old Su?" Li Li added, "What do you mean by little grandchildren?" He then questioned, "When did your son get married?" Wu Jinzhong chimed in, "Isn't Xiao Chen still in college? And you posted 4 quadruplets? Who are you trying to fool?" Li Li echoed, "Who are you trying to fool?" Meanwhile, the elderly Li remained silent, although he was seething with rage. He had been contentedly tending to the children at home, contemplating dinner, when he suddenly noticed Su Jiangwo's post. It dawned on him that Su Jiangwo had gone to the city, supposedly to meet his 4 little grandchildren. After 2 days of deep contemplation, Li concluded that the possibility of Su Jiangwo having grandchildren was nil. After all, even though university students can marry and have children now, such occurrences remain exceedingly rare. Su Chun had always been a diligent student. After underwhelming exam results, he continued to study and would certainly not forsake his education for marriage. Thus, It was clear that Su Jiangwo could not possibly be meeting his grandchildren. What was he doing in the city? Li casually opened moments. Upon seeing the photo of 4 children from behind, he was momentarily stunned. He scrutinized the image closely, and it indeed appeared to depict 2 boys and 2 girls. Li furrowed his brow in disbelief, standing up to reposition his phone in better light to examine it again. Could it truly be quadruplets? This was implausible. What was old Su trying to show off? Was this intentional? At that moment, he noticed the ongoing chatter in the group. Enraged, he retorted, "This is clearly fake. If old Su really had 4 grandchildren, I would perform a handstand for 5 minutes." Lily quipped, "Old Li, you're exaggerating. With your physique, can you even manage a 5-minute handstand?" Wu Jinzhong speculated, "I reckon old Li thinks it's impossible for old Su to have 4 grandchildren. What do you think, Li Gu?" Li, being the eldest among them, was referred to as Li Gu to distinguish him from old Li. He replied, "I too find it highly improbable." Wu Jinzhong concurred, "I agree. Old Su, what on earth is going on?" Meanwhile, Su Jiangwo was nearly laughing himself to tears as he observed their conversation. Su Qin was busy cooking, while Wen Qiqi was tidying up. Alone, Su Jiangwo played with his phone while keeping an eye on the babies. He chuckled, and the little ones looked at him with puzzled expressions. Then, one by one, they began to laugh. Su Jiangwo, beaming at the children, exclaimed, "Ha, do you know? Your great-grandfather doesn't he believe in your existence. This is hilarious. I must make them regret it this time. Ha ha." His laughter echoed throughout the room, catching even the busy Su Chun's attention. Peeking out from the kitchen, Su Qin curiously asked, "Dad, what is going on?" "Nothing concerning you. Just focus on your cooking." Su Qin reluctantly returned to his culinary tasks, feeling somewhat exasperated. In the past, it was always father who prepared meals at home. Ever since he discovered his culinary skills, he has been eager to push Su Qin into the kitchen every day for the past couple of days. This disparity, this shift in familial hierarchy. Su Qin shook his head and sighed. Truly unfortunate. Su Jiangwo was too preoccupied to pay attention to Su Qin. He picked up his phone and, noticing the disbelief among a few individuals, sent a message. "Su Jiangwo, old Li, is what you said true? Su Jiangwo, if I have 4 little grandsons, will you do a handstand for 5 minutes?" Old Li was just about to set his phone down when he saw Su Jiangwo's message. He chuckled coldly, muttering to himself, "This Su Jiangwo is convincing, but he shouldn't blame me for being unkind." Old Li promptly picked up his phone again and began typing. "Old Li, what? You don't believe me? What if I truly don't have any?" Su Jiangwo chuckled softly. This was a classic provocation. Quadruplets were indeed a rarity, yet he, Su Jiangwo, had encountered them. He took out his phone and began typing rapidly. "Su Jiangwo, what about you two? Do you not believe me?" Wu Jinzhong, Li. Wu Jinzhong, I don't believe it. Li, not a chance. Su Jiangwo, are you both going to perform a handstand as well? After sending those words, he couldn't help but snicker. They were nearly 50, and their bodies were far from what they once were. Although they were once invincible in their youth, now, a handstand could cost them dearly. What a splendid opportunity it would be to catch them off guard. Wu Jinzhong, perform, you say? Li, Su, are you serious? Su Jiangwo, absolutely serious. As long as you believe me, you won't have to do a handstand. However, Li remained skeptical. After pondering for a while, he devised a compromise. Li, I shall remain neutral. See, that aligns perfectly with my name. Old Li could no longer contain himself. Old Li, Su, stop focusing on us. What if you don't have them? Old Li, what then? Surely there won't be any repercussions? Su Jiangwo laughed heartily and sent a message. Su Jiangwo, then I will do a handstand for 20 minutes. Old Li, Wu Jinzhong, Su, are you really risking it? This can't be serious, right? Li, ha. Thankfully I'm clever. Wu Jinzhong, Old Li, are you setting me up? Old Li grew anxious. 20 minutes of a handstand. Given Su Jiangwo's current condition, the stakes were far higher than merely risking his life. Had he truly acquired 4 little grandsons? Old Li pondered deeply, yet he steeled himself to respond. Old Li, absolutely impossible, I do not believe it. Old Li, Brother Wu, if he genuinely has them, I shall do your handstand for you. Humph. He will not convince me that Su Jiangwo could actually have 4 little grandsons. Wu Jinzhong, fine. Su Jiangwo was now in fits of laughter. Su Jiangwo, ha ha ha, old Li. This time you are done for. Su Jiangwo, but you mustn't seek assistance. Su Jiangwo, just wait. I am off to play with my little grandsons now, goodbye. He quickly exited WeChat. The meal was still not prepared, and the little ones joyfully surrounded him. Su Jiangwo felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. This time, he is undoubtedly the ultimate victor. At this moment, Lily meticulously reviewed the messages in the group chat once more. The more he read, the more he felt something was amiss. Su Jiangwo, known for his irritable temperament and brusque manner, was inexplicably cheerful today. His tone suggested an unusual buoyancy. Something was not right. After a moment's contemplation, he stood up and dialed his son Li Dong. Upon connection, Li Dong's voice came through. Hello? Dad. Li replied, Dongzi. Are you aware that Uncle Su has gone to Ningzhou? Li Dong responded, Yes, I know. Li continued, And are you aware that Su Chun has quadruplets? Upon hearing this, Li Dong was taken aback. Dad, how did you find out? Li explained, Uncle Su posted it on his social media. It seems to be true. His voice carried a hint of astonishment mixed with an inexplicable joy. Li Dong furrowed his brow and thought, It is true. They are already 6 months old. Already? Li exclaimed in shock. Yes, but Dad, I didn't see Uncle Su's post. Li Dong, who also had Su Jiangwo on WeChat, rarely posted anything beyond health-related content. Just like his father. Li was equally astonished. You didn't see it? No. After a brief silence, Li burst into laughter. Old Su. This is only visible to a select few of us. How amusing. Li Dong, perplexed, inquired, Dad, what is going on? Nothing much. Just that your Uncle Li is about to face some misfortune, Li said, suddenly eager for the impending day. He was grateful for his neutrality today. Just as Li was about to say more, Li Dong interjected, All right, enough of this. Dongzi, make sure to hurry, if it comes down to it. Just return home for a blind date. Otherwise, your father will be ridiculed again. Li Dong offered an awkward chuckle, responding dismissively, All right, Dad, I understand. Good. I'll be waiting to see the spectacle, Li concluded before hanging up. Afterward, he verified the social media again, discovering no posts from Su Jiangwo. Come to think of it, he had yet to meet Su Chin's wife and children. He had missed every opportunity due to his busy schedule. Were the babies truly that adorable? Li Dong was also somewhat intrigued. After dinner, Su Jiangwo lingered, playing with the babies until they grew tired, at which point he reluctantly rose. Su Chin noticed something was off with his father and asked, Dad, what is the matter? Su Jiangwo's gaze remained fixated on the little ones as he sighed deeply. I've been away for 3 days, and your mother is quite worried. I must return tomorrow. Yet he hesitated, unable to part from his grandchildren. What should he do? He longed to bring them home. Su Chun discerned his father's thoughts and offered a resigned comfort. It's all right. During the National Day holiday, I will discuss with Chi about possibly taking the babies back. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo's eyes instantly brightened. You're the one saying this. He had been pondering how to convince Su Chun to return home for the holiday. And now he didn't even need to seek an excuse. All right, Su Chin nodded in agreement. Keep going, my son. Even if you don't return, make sure to bring Chi and the little ones back to me. Otherwise, you shall never come back. The 11th is just around the corner. At that time, we can hold Old Li to his promise. And I can also show off the children. It will be an immensely joyous occasion. Su Chin thought to himself, why do I feel like a mere courier for the children? Seeing Su Jiangwo's eager anticipation, Su Chun felt compelled to meet his father's expectations. He nodded, I will do my best, Dad. What time is your train tomorrow? Oh, at 10 o'clock, Su Jiangwo replied before departing. That evening, as when Chi finished her evening routine and returned to her room, she found Su Chin seated on the sofa, gazing at her. Dressed in her pajamas with damp hair, when Chi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, What are you looking at? Su Chin rose and approached her, swiftly snatching the towel from her hands before she could react. This sudden action startled her. Then, taking advantage of the moment, he placed the towel atop her head and began to dry her hair. With Su Chun standing a head taller, the angle was just right. When Chi was momentarily taken aback, Su Chin's voice soon drifted down from above. Chi, let me help you dry your hair. I can manage, she replied, her voice dwindling. Somehow, it seemed she could not bring herself to refuse him. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. Feigning ignorance, Suchin pulled her to sit on a stool. What did you just say? And nothing. When Chi shook her head. Once an avid reader of romance novels, she had always yearned for a boyfriend who would pamper her like the heroines in those tales. Little did she expect that her dream would manifest now. Suchin's touch was gentle. As she sat there, the warm breeze from the hairdryer caressed her head. The freshly washed strands still held a faint, delightful fragrance. Refreshing and pleasant. Suchin suddenly found himself quite fond of this life, being cared for, loved, and accompanied, alongside a delightful group of little ones. His existence felt as if it had been enhanced, indeed, as he was a man with a system. As the hairdryer neared completion, Suchin inadvertently directed the airflow past her ear, causing a few strands to drift onto Chi-Chi's face, nearly flying into her eyes. She instinctively closed her eyes. Observing this, Suchin chuckled softly. He bent down, gently brushing the hair from her face, revealing her delicately flushed features. Daring not to gaze lower, Suchin's attention was captured by her eyes, which opened to meet his. Her cheeks burned under the intensity of his gaze, leaving her momentarily speechless. Suddenly, she felt him draw closer. Before she could fully process it, a soft kiss landed on her cheek. When Chi froze, Suchin resumed his task with the hairdryer, casually stepping back as he continued drying her hair, accompanied by a fleeting whisper of affection. My dear, you are truly beautiful. When Chi had no time to dry her hair, she abruptly stood up, her heart racing uncontrollably. Avoiding Suchin's gaze, she dashed into the room and shut the door behind her. Suchin, holding a hairdryer, was somewhat taken aback. Was she shy again? However, his wife had not refused him. How delightful. After tidying up the living room, Suchin reclined back on the sofa, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. Meanwhile, when Chi struggled to find restful sleep, the following morning, when Chi arose from her bed to find Suchin busily preparing food while wearing an apron, he glanced up at her and inquired, Chi, do you have the household registration book on you? When Chi-Chi's eyes widened in surprise, her hands tightly clasped. What's wrong? The author has something to say. The thrill of teasing a couple is momentary, but the delight in continuously doing so is everlasting. Chapter 84. The proud Su father. As Suchin brought out the dishes, he couldn't help but chuckle at when Chi-Chi's anxious demeanor. Clearing his throat, he playfully remarked, let's go get our marriage certificate. When Chi lowered her head even further, recalling the kiss from the previous night, a moment when she could almost hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Observing her reaction, Suchin burst into laughter. Just teasing you. I want to get a bank card for the baby. They are earning money now, so we should save it for them. When Chi sighed in relief. Oh, if I don't have it, you can use yours. No household registration? Well, that's unfortunate, Suchin replied, placing the porridge on the table and sighing silently. He had hoped to cleverly obtain the household registration book while his wife was flustered, as it would serve a significant purpose. Nevertheless, he anticipated it not being at hand. Let's eat first. Sitting down, Suchin served when Chi her favorite dishes. She didn't find anything peculiar about needing the household registration book for a bank card. Her mind was wholly preoccupied with the notion of getting a marriage certificate. This was the second time Suchin had brought it up, yet her household registration book was at home. After finishing their meal, Suchin took Chi to school as usual. Upon returning from school, he immediately drove to the hotel where Su Jiangwo was staying. The hotel was conveniently located next to Furong Community. Su Jiangwo had mentioned his bus was at 10 o'clock, making this the perfect time to see him off. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, the receptionist's eyes lit up at the sight of the 4 babies. Wow, how adorable. Are these quadruplets? Are you the young man selling potatoes? Suchin nodded, surprised by his growing notoriety. The receptionist's face turned crimson. You're so handsome. No wonder the babies are so cute. A hint of jealousy crept in as she regarded the baby's mother. Suchin waved his hand, attributing the cuteness to his wife's excellent genes. The receptionist's jealousy morphed into admiration. A man who speaks fondly of his wife is a rarity indeed, providing a sense of security for any woman. Handsome, nurturing, and devoted to his wife. Where could one find such a man? feeling a twinge of envy. Suchin noticed the receptionist lost in thought and decided to ask, "Excuse me, how do I get to room 601? 601. A flicker of surprise crossed the receptionist's face. "You want to go to 601? "Yes, the person staying there is my father. I'm here to see him. However, he left early this morning, didn't he?" "Huh?" Suchin looked at the receptionist in surprise. After a moment's thought, the receptionist replied, "Oh, right. He mentioned to me when he left that if his son came looking for him, I should tell him that he found you too slow and took a taxi to the station, asking you to take good care of the little ones." Upon hearing this, Suchin couldn't help but chuckle. That old man is quite proud, isn't he? "Thank you, dear." With that, Suchin departed with the little ones. The receptionist was left perplexed. Why did everyone seem so odd? Only the children were utterly delightful. Suchin carried each child to the car. After securing them, he clapped his hands. "All right, little ones, let us head to the station to find Grandpa. I wonder if that old man can manage to find a taxi without letting me take him? He simply fears burdening your father with his time." He mused on the unchanged nature of his father's sharp tongue but tender heart over the years. The children, with their wide eyes, gazed at Suchin. Although they did not comprehend his words, they understood the mention of Grandpa. Instantly, their spirits soared. "Grandpa, we are about to see Grandpa. How delightful." At that moment, the station was bustling with people queuing for tickets. Su Jiangwo stood at the ticket counter, looking up to gauge how long he would have to wait. The crowd seemed endless. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, it's been a while since I've been to Ningzhou. The population has certainly grown." Beside him stood a middle-aged man of similar age, with a buzz cut and a short stature. Hearing Su Jiangwo's remark, the buzz-cut man echoed, "Indeed. It's been ages since my last visit. Fortunately, my son purchased my ticket and is currently retrieving it." He then inquired, "What about you, old chap?" Su Jiangwo hesitated momentarily at the question, then smiled. "My son is at home taking care of my little grandson." Little grandson? The buzz-cut man had never encountered such a term before. After pondering for a moment, he realized, "You mean your grandson, right?" Su Jiangwo did not respond. In truth, he referred to his grandchildren as such because he had 2 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. After all, a granddaughter can indeed be just as precious. Their joy was beyond their understanding. Noticing Su Jiangwo's secretive demeanor, the buzz-cut man sighed sympathetically. "Ah, my friend, at our age, we should relish the joys of our grandchildren while we can. I have a grandson too, but my son still came to see me off, bringing the little one along." He continued, "You ought to remind your son of your importance as a father, otherwise he may forget." Su Jiangwo silently regarded the buzz-cut man. 1 grandson is certainly manageable, but he had 4. Bringing all 4 to the station would undoubtedly cause Suchin concern. Otherwise, he would not have slipped away early today. Shaking his head, Su Jiangwo replied, "I'm fine. My son is quite busy. I can manage on my own." The buzz-cut man looked somewhat incredulous. "Do you perhaps have something you cannot disclose, my friend?" The flat-headed brother believes that it is the son of the elder brother who has treated him poorly. The people around them overheard their conversation and became agitated. In this day and age, how can there be such sons? The elder brother, at such an advanced age, has not come to see him off. Truly, "Ah, Su Jiangwo, who is not yet 50, you are still so young, and your entire family is of similar age. However, they mean well." Su Jiangwo found it difficult to say anything. At that moment, the flat-headed brother's son approached, cradling a baby who was already 1.5 years old, sweetly calling out for his grandfather. The utterance of grandfather caused Su Jiangwo to pause, as he silently envisioned the day when his little grandchildren would call him grandfather. How blissful it would be to have 4 of them gathered around his knees. Su Jiangwo eagerly anticipated such a life, yet to the flat-headed brother, his expression seemed to convey envy. The flat-headed brother sighed again. Curiously, his son asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" The flat-headed brother recounted the events. He quietly marveled. "Ah, uncle, where are you headed? Shall I buy you a ticket? Just wait a moment." Su Jiangwo quickly waved his hand. No, it's all right, uncle. I'm already at the station." They felt speechless towards Su Jiangwo's son, but could not bear to see Su Jiangwo alone waiting in that long line. At that moment, a series of gasps erupted at the ticket counter. Su Jiangwo looked up to see Su Chun. Chapter 85. My son has arrived. Are you envious? The flat-headed brother's son was still perplexed by the unfolding situation. Tentatively, he asked, Uncle, how about you give me your ID first? No. Su Jiangwo waved his hand and smiled. The flat-headed brother's son frowned slightly. The commotion at the entrance grew louder. Wow, for babies. How adorable, so incredibly cute. I'm overwhelmed. Is such beauty truly existent? The one pushing the stroller must be the father, right? He looks so handsome. He appears to be in his early 20s. This is truly a life winner. Su Chun did not expect such a grand reaction upon arriving at the station. There were too many people. The 4 babies, seeing so many for the first time, happily gazed around, occasionally making faces at the crowd. In short, while Su Chun felt blissful, he also felt somewhat pressured. Fortunately, people seemed hesitant to crowd around, likely concerned that the babies might be frightened or hurt, so they maintained a respectful distance. As he stepped into the ticket hall, Su Chun immediately spotted Su Jiangwo, who stood there beaming with joy. The flat-headed brother also saw Su Chun and the 4 babies, his expression one of bewilderment. 4 quadruplets? And each one so strikingly beautiful? The flat-headed brother's own grandchildren are lovely, but compared to Su Chun and the 4 babies, they pale in comparison. Suddenly, the flat-headed brother began to envy this individual. Whose children are these? They are truly remarkable. The son of the flat-headed elder was utterly bewildered. He had never encountered quadruplets before. Initially, during his wife's pregnancy checkup, the doctor had mistakenly diagnosed her with twins, which had filled him with immense joy. He eagerly prepared a plethora of clothing, each item in duplicate. Alas, it was later confirmed that she was expecting a single child. The disappointment he felt at that moment lingered, leaving him with a sense of loss, as if his child was one short. More than a year had passed, yet he still felt a pang of regret. Now, upon seeing Su Chun's 4 little ones, his eyes brimmed with envy. Dad, look, they are indeed quadruplets. How adorable. The baby in his arms also gazed at the quartet, raising a tiny finger to point at them. Grandpa, Daddy, look at the dolls. The innocent utterance of the child elicited peals of laughter from those around. Whose children are these? I am so envious. Is he searching for someone? Su Jiangwo raised his head with a sense of pride. People soon noticed Su Chun pushing the babies towards them, causing a stir of excitement. They are coming over. Can it be that he is looking for someone among us? Oh my, the babies are smiling at us. They are so cute. In truth, the quadruplets had spotted Su Jiangwo. Having interacted over the past few days, they had grown familiar with him. At this moment, the eldest was gazing blankly at Su Jiangwo. The second was squinting with a smile, while the third searched around for charming young ladies. Oh dear, how to choose. I want Grandpa. But look at that pretty Ann over there. The third was in a quandary, unsure of how to proceed. The fourth stretched out his little arms, waving them invitingly for Su Jiangwo to hold him. Su Jiangwo's heart melted, as did the hearts of those nearby. Wow, so adorable, so adorable. I just want to kiss, hug, and squeeze them. Oh dear, if I rush over, will I be scolded? People contemplated the likelihood of approaching to embrace the babies. Su Chun, with a hint of exasperation, gestured to the babies, Don't be noisy. We are going to find Grandpa. The 4 little ones seemed to understand and fell silent. Su Chun approached Su Jiangwo, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, exclaimed, Dad, how could you sneak away? We had agreed that I would accompany you. The flat-headed elder was taken aback. The son of the flat-headed elder was equally perplexed. The crowd surrounding Su Jiangwo was equally astonished. Dad, this unfortunate elder brother is his father? Oh wait. Suddenly, the elder brother does not seem pitiable at all. Perhaps they are the ones who should feel sorry? The implication here is that he had intended to accompany them, but the elder brother ran off by himself. People looked at Su Jiangwo with mixed expressions. The flat-headed elder, equally bewildered, remarked, Brother, what is this? Su Jiangwo scooped up the most boisterous of the quadruplets, laughing joyously. I told you. It's not that my son wouldn't accompany me. It's that I wouldn't let them. However, I must thank you all. My little grandchildren have arrived. Haha. Si Bao was affectionately rubbing his face against Su Jiangwo's, filling the latter with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Ping Tu Gu, taken aback, thought to himself, Is this what little grandson means? I suddenly feel rather uninformed. No, that's not quite right. Perhaps a bit pitiful instead. I was just feeling sympathy for them, but it turns out I'm the one who is the most unfortunate. Ping Tu Gu felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Meanwhile, his son, cradling a small baby, had already begun to play joyfully with Si Bao. While gently pinching Si Bao's adorable cheeks, he mumbled indistinctly, "Doll, lovely doll, cute baby, it's a lovely doll." Ping Tu Ge's face flushed with embarrassment. "My apologies, sir." "Well, my son, he means no harm." Su Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. Just moments ago, this young lad was eager to buy a ticket for himself. He is a fine young man. Your baby is quite charming as well. Ping Tu Ge's son, acutely aware of the stark contrast between his child's appearance and that of the four enchanting babies, felt a twinge of inferiority. Nevertheless, he was still elated by the compliment. "Thank you, uncle. Little brother, you're quite impressive." Su Chun, caught off guard by the praise, felt slightly helpless. Taking a baby out into the world certainly made a difference. The surrounding onlookers finally began to grasp the situation. "You are here to see your father off, aren't you? That is wonderful. To manage for children and still see your father off. No wonder the eldest brother is so happy. If my son were that capable, I could walk home with ease." Laughter erupted as someone jested. Who just spoke ill of the eldest brother's son? The subject of the teasing chuckled heartily, unfazed. Who said that? Certainly not me. More laughter followed. The other three babies in their high chairs were gathered around Su Jiangwo, gazing enviously at Si Bao nestled in his arms. "What? Why doesn't he grandpa hold us?" He only holds Si Bao. The eldest, the second, and the third were all visibly displeased. What could they do? Naturally, they cried. Immediately, the onlookers panicked. What is happening? Why are all the babies crying? Oh dear. What should we do? Those who had previously managed their own children found themselves equally at a loss in the face of the four crying babies. Chapter 86. The most adorable jealous babies. Su Jiangwo was most concerned. He hurriedly crouched down, cradling Si Bao while soothingly saying, "Eldest, what is the matter? Oh dear. Second and third, my little darlings, please don't cry." Su Chun, somewhat bewildered, exclaimed, "What are you doing here? I told you not to come. I asked you to stay home with the baby. Look at how sad my little grandsons are." Accused without cause, Su Chun sighed. "Well, I suppose those of lower family status must endure." He crouched down to take a look at the eldest, second, and third, then at Si Bao. Finally, it dawned on him. "Dad, why are you calling me? Shouldn't you be comforting the little ones?" Su Chun calmly suggested. "Why not put Si Bao down and hold them instead?" Su Jiangwo gazed at Su Chun, then at the three babies who were crying inconsolably. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly found Su Chun's words to be profoundly insightful. He crouched down, placed the four treasures back into the stroller, and then lifted the eldest. The eldest ceased crying. After holding the eldest for a while, he returned him to the stroller and embraced the second. The second baby planted a kiss on Su Jiangwo's cheek. Next came the third, who nuzzled against Su Jiangwo's face. All four babies had quieted down, each radiating joy. "Yay! Grandpa is holding us. Grandpa is not biased. We are so happy." Su Jiangwo looked at the four babies in bewilderment. What is happening here? The onlookers, filled with envy, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Brother, can't you see? They are feeling jealous," they exclaimed. "How adorable! Who knew babies could experience jealousy? If I had such well-behaved babies at home, I would wake up laughing in my dreams." Finally, Su Jiangwo grasped the concept of jealousy. "They are so young, yet they understand jealousy?" Su Chun chuckled and said, "Dad, they remember you. They know you are their grandfather. Naturally, they will feel jealous." Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo could no longer contain his excitement and erupted into joyous laughter. "My babies can feel jealousy. My little grandchildren remember their grandpa. Did you hear that? My little grandchildren know I am their grandpa." The crowd responded, "We heard you. We heard you. Brother, could you lower your voice a bit? You are literally wearing happiness on your face." After a while, it was Ping Tu Gu who recalled something and asked Su Chun, "Has your dad bought the tickets yet? If this continues, it will be dark by the time he heads back." He wouldn't admit that he felt a twinge of jealousy. hoping Su Jiangwo would swiftly part ways with the little ones. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo was suddenly struck with realization. Right. I need to go home. I'll buy the tickets. He turned to Su Chun. You take good care of my little grandchildren. If anything happens to them, I won't let you off easily. Su Chun could only smile helplessly. He felt like a mere tool for delivering the children. Alas, he was indeed their biological father. And there was little he could do but comply. No need to buy them. Dad, Su Chun replied. I knew you wouldn't buy tickets online, so I got them for you on my way here. Just wait a moment, I'll go fetch them. Su Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. He had thought his son would forget such things. Not wanting to trouble his son, he had refrained from mentioning it yesterday. To his surprise, his son had remembered. Truly, he was his son. Joy filled Su Jiangwo's heart. However, he maintained a cool demeanor on the surface. Then why aren't you going quickly? I want to say a proper goodbye to my little grandchildren. I'm going. Su Chun said as he handed the baby seat to Su Jiangwo and went off to retrieve the tickets. Once he left, Su Jiangwo could no longer suppress his laughter. Smiling with satisfaction, the crowd once again shed tears of envy. Brother, you are too happy. I can't stand it. I need to bask in your glow. Brother, may I hold the baby? Su Jiangwo felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Sure, come here, just be careful, he said. The individual was elated and promptly squatted down to embrace the eldest child. As soon as someone held the baby, others gathered around. Eager to touch the second child's little tuft of hair, pinch the third child's chubby cheeks, and ruffle the fourth child's hair. Finally, they felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After retrieving the tickets, Su Chun handed them to Su Jiangwo. Dad, I've got the tickets back. There are still 20 minutes left. It's time for you to head to the station. Completely engrossed in playing with the little ones, Su Jiangwo pretended not to hear. The thought of leaving meant he wouldn't see the babies for several days, and that made him unhappy. Su Chun had to call out again. Dad? I know, why are you shouting? I'm not deaf, Su Jiangwo grumbled as he accepted the tickets, feeling slightly disheartened. He had thought that bidding farewell to the babies while they were asleep yesterday would make today easier, but Su Chun insisted on bringing them to the station, making it much harder for him to part ways. He finally kissed the babies and said his goodbyes, turning back to the entrance with reluctance. Su Chun could no longer bear to watch. Dad, why don't you just stay? What nonsense. The babies are important, but your mother is equally significant. The little ones have you to keep them company, but your mother is home alone. You should focus on working hard to buy a house and support your family, so that we can all enjoy life together in the future. Now go. After scolding Su Chun, Su Jiangwo hurried away. Su Chun stood there, murmuring, It won't be long, Dad. The onlookers around them, for reasons unknown, suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over them. This feeling was so sweet, so blissful, yet also so bittersweet. If only my relationship with my father could be like that. I feel the same way. This family truly embodies the essence of success in life. How enviable. After leaving the station, Su Chun sent a few photos of the babies to Su Jiangwo before departing. He didn't return home, but drove to the law firm instead. Today, he had an important matter to attend to. When he exited the firm an hour later, the long quiet system suddenly chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a special reward. What? System ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a black card membership to the Imperial Dragon Pavilion. Would you like to accept it? Imperial Dragon Pavilion? Su Chun pondered the name, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Wasn't he that the most prestigious restaurant in Ningzhou? The author has something to say. I will absolutely not admit that every time I write about Su Dad, I feel a twinge in my nose. Sniff. Chapter 87. Su Chun's irresistible charm. Su Chun remembered the name Imperial Dragon Pavilion. In Ning City, it symbolized status and privilege, a place where only the affluent and influential could dine. Why would the system grant him a black card for such an establishment? System, indeed, at Imperial Dragon Pavilion. With this black card, you can make any request without spending a dime. They will fulfill your desires. This black card is the only one of its kind in the world. Is it really that good? Su Chun was taken aback. Such a benefit is truly remarkable, isn't it? May I inquire if the host has claimed it? Of course, I shall claim it. Su Chun responded without hesitation. Coincidentally, he was troubled about where to take Wen Chi-Chi for her birthday. Upon this realization, Su Chun suddenly had an epiphany. System, you are presenting me with this card. Are you not suggesting that I take when Chi-Chi to celebrate her birthday? Host, this system is designed as a super nanny system, aimed at serving the little ones and their significant others, such as their mothers, to enhance their happiness. Indeed, the system is quite extraordinary. How thoughtful. Thank you. Suchin received the black card and promptly drove to Dilongjai. Having passed by Dilongjai numerous times during his years in Ningzhou, he had never stepped inside until today. It was time to broaden his horizons. At that same moment, within Dilongjai, manager Lan Ming, clad in professional attire and high heels, hurried to the hall with great urgency. Announced to everyone that we are expecting our most esteemed guest today. Everyone must prepare swiftly. For Dilongjai shall not entertain any other guests today. The staff inquired, "What is the matter, Manager Lan? Why the sudden formality? Who is this remarkable individual?" Lan Ming, with her striking figure accentuated by her attire, was well known in Dilongjai as a formidable woman, feared by many. However, today, she appeared somewhat different. Taking a deep breath, she acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Even she found it hard to believe. With a gentle smile at the staff's inquiries, she replied, "The holder of the black card." "What? Who?" "The sole black card holder of Dilongjai. Is that truly the case? I always thought it was merely a legend." "This person truly exists." Hearing their chatter, Lan Ming could not help but urge, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up." The staff dispersed in a flurry. After all, it was the black card holder. It was said that possessing a black card equated to having the same privileges as the owner. They must heed their commands. Yet, since the establishment of Dilongjai, this individual had never made an appearance. The staff gathered to speculate. "What kind of person do you think it will be? Surely, it must be a greasy middle-aged man. Don't successful individuals often fit that mold? Portly and prosperous. Sigh, I was hoping it could be a charming young man. That would be a diamond bachelor. You must be dreaming. Get back to work. If we continue this idle chatter, Manager Lan will scold us." At the entrance of Dilongjai, Xiao Lan, assigned to intercept incoming guests, awaited the arrival of the distinguished individual. She felt quite nervous, as this was her first encounter with someone of such stature. If she did not perform well, would she be reprimanded? Although she was merely a server at Dilongjai, the staff there were compensated handsomely. Xiaolan pondered how she could leave a favorable impression on the esteemed guest. Just then, she noticed 4 little children approaching. Her eyes lit up. Wow, are these little angels? One of the hat-wearing baby boys is joyfully waving at her, raising his hand. How adorable is that? What should I do? I really want to go over and give him a hug. However, she still has her duties to attend to. Little Lan's heart aches. Yet, why are they walking towards her? Little Lan suddenly feels elated. When she sees Su Chun, she is taken aback. This young man is incredibly handsome. Is he the brother of these 4 adorable infants? Su Chun, still youthful and somewhat innocent, does not strike little Lan as a father figure. As he approaches, he notices little Lan smiling dreamily. He appears somewhat puzzled. "Excuse me, Mississippi." Upon hearing his voice, little Lan's heart fills with pink bubbles. His voice is so pleasant. He is indeed the embodiment of her dream man. Oh, how she longs to flirt with him. Yet, she must remain professional. Little Lan suppresses her shyness and formally replies, "I'm sorry, sir, but we are not open today." Su Chun furrows his brow in surprise. "Not open? How unfortunate. Well, I shall return tomorrow." "Thank you, Mississippi." With that, Su Chun gently pushes the babies to leave. The triplets gaze at little Lan, their tiny eyes brimming with curiosity. The big sister is so beautiful. Why is Daddy leaving? Su Chun is oblivious to the triplets' innocent thoughts. If the restaurant is closed, they must go elsewhere. Little Lan feels a pang of disappointment as she sees Su Chun preparing to depart. Gritting her teeth, she resolves to obtain his contact information. "Hey, young man, although we are not open today, we will be in the future. How about you leave me your WeChat, and I will let you know when we're back in business?" She cannot bear to let such a handsome young man slip away. Moreover, possessing this young man's contact would mean she would be the sister-in-law to these 4 delightful babies, which is a joyous thought. Su Chin turns around, noticing little Lan's flushed cheeks, and deliberately steps back. "No need. I must take my babies home." Little Lan's eyes widen in disbelief. "Why your babies?" "Yes, They are all mine. Aren't they adorable? Suchin decides to use the babies as a shield against romantic advances. Little Lan nods, still bewildered. So cute. They are indeed precious. But how could this young man already have children? What a pity. However, how does he manage to care for them on his own? Where is their mother? She is still in school. The server casually asks, only to be taken aback by her own inquiry. Still in school? Really? Yes, a university student. Little Lan's mouth drops open in astonishment. She feels overwhelmed by the revelations of the day. So that is how it is. Little Lan must tuck away her feelings. Well, we can still add each other on WeChat. Once we are open for business, I will let you know. Although her wish remains unfulfilled, it is still a joy to see the babies again. Little Lan reassures herself. After all, the babies are simply adorable. Suchin contemplated for a moment before retrieving his phone. Very well, then, when your leader returns, kindly inform her that a bearer of the black card has come to seek her assistance. No sooner had Suchin spoken than he noticed Xiao Lan gazing at him in astonishment. What did you say you possessed? Chapter 88. The celestial baby and the handsome man. Suchin assumed Xiao Lan had not heard him clearly, so he reiterated. The black card from your esteemed Dilong Zhai. The black card? Xiao Lan gazed at Suchin incredulously. Are you truly the enigmatic individual who holds the black card? Wasn't it supposed to be someone middle-aged? Wasn't it supposed to be someone greasy? Wasn't it supposed to be someone portly? These descriptors seemed utterly incompatible with the young gentleman before her. Xiao Lan could scarcely believe that the fabled black card holder was so youthful and strikingly handsome. Not to mention approachable. Suchin nodded. It should indeed be me, as the system indicated there is only one such card. Xiao Lan beamed with delight. Sir, please follow me. Suchin was somewhat bewildered. Aren't you not hosting any guests today? Precisely our reason for not hosting, Xiao Lan explained, is to await your arrival. Our general manager, Miss Lan, has been anticipating your presence for some time. As she spoke, she ushered Suchin into the establishment. Inside Dilong Zhai, the servers had already prepared everything and were eagerly awaiting the arrival of the mysterious guest. They were all abuzz with excitement. One remarked, Do you think we should be exceedingly respectful? If we fail to impress, we might face reprimand, right? Oh, how anxious I am. Why has such a distinguished figure suddenly appeared? Just then, they spotted Xiao Lan leading someone inside. Here he comes. One exclaimed. Quiet down, everyone. Xiao Lan entered, and the crowd hurried to take their respective positions. They occasionally stole glances toward Xiao Lan. Before long, they beheld a young man accompanied by 4 adorable children. The man exuded youthfulness, adorned with a gentle smile, embodying humility and courtesy. The children, innocent and curious, gazed around the unfamiliar surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. The servers erupted in a flurry of excitement. Who is this man? He is so handsome, and those children are simply delightful. Could he possibly be the bearer of the black card? Are you dreaming? How could the black card holder be a young gentleman? Has Xiao Lan once again brought in a handsome stranger? Oh dear, Xiao Lan is courting trouble. Several of them exchanged worried glances at Xiao Lan. Unbeknownst to the concerns of her peers, Xiao Lan walked ahead, filled with pride. Surely her friends could never guess that this charming young man was the esteemed holder of the black card. She was eager to witness their reactions upon discovering the truth. Feigning calmness, she approached them and inquired, Where is Miss Lan? One of them, visibly anxious, replied, Xiao Lan, what are you doing? Don't you know today Xiao Lan interrupted. Miss Lan must be upstairs. I shall go find her. Turning back to Suchin, she added, Sir, please wait a moment. Suchin nodded in acknowledgement. The elevator was in use, prompting Xiao Lan to opt for the stairs, believing it would expedite her journey. Suchin remained stationary, awaiting her arrival. A group of attendants began to murmur among themselves. What is up with Xiao Lan? Isn't she refraining from hosting guests today? I have no idea. Could it be that she finds the babies adorable and is seeking Mr. Lan's approval? In their eyes, Suchin appeared too youthful. Thus, even though Xiao Lan had mentioned she was going to consult with Lan Ming, they still did not consider Suchin as the person they were waiting for. However, their attention was soon captivated by the babies, each of whom blinked their wide eyes and scanned the surroundings. Particularly, one little boy began to giggle upon seeing them. His charm irresistible, making one yearn to pinch his cheeks. Despite their extensive training, The attendants could not contain themselves any longer. One stepped forward to inquire, "Little brother, may we hold the babies?" Suchin nodded, "Of course." Instantly, several of them approached joyfully to embrace the little ones. Two of them comforted Suchun, saying, "Are you here to reserve a spot today? We want to be operating, so consulting Mr. Lon would be futile. Perhaps you could leave your contact information to visit again?" Just as Suchun was about to respond, the elevator doors suddenly opened. 5 minutes earlier, on the second floor of D Longjai, Lon Ming was diligently occupied. One individual approached to report, "Mr. Lon, a man has arrived with 4 babies." "For babies?" Lon Ming furrowed her brow. As a formidable woman, she was unmarried and not particularly fond of children or focused solely on her career. She had always perceived men and children as obstacles in her path. The individual continued, "Indeed, they are quite adorable. And what of it? We agreed not to host guests." Lon Ming snapped, "What is Xiaolon thinking? I shall see for myself." With that, she turned and descended the stairs. Taking the elevator, she did not encounter Xiaolon. Upon exiting, Lon Ming maintained her aloof demeanor. Spotting a cluster of attendants, she intended to reprimand them. How outrageous! What were they doing during working hours? Just as she was about to speak, her gaze fell upon the babies among the attendants. In that moment, her breath hitched. She could hardly believe her eyes. Are these truly babies? They resemble dolls. Lon Ming was not unfamiliar with children. She had encountered more than her fair share of unruly ones, which had fueled her aversion. Yet today, the babies were simply irresistible, leaving her at a loss for words. The urge to scold evaporated. The attendants, realizing Lon Ming's presence, nervously concealed the babies behind them. Fully aware of her temperament and fearing her wrath might inadvertently affect the little ones, Suchun, having sensed the commotion, turned to look at Lon Ming. Once again, her breath caught in her throat. This man was extraordinarily handsome. But who was he? What was he doing at D Longjai at this hour? Lon Ming clasped her hands together, concealing the fluttering of her heart as she approached Suchun and the little ones. "Good day, sir," she began, but suddenly felt the gaze of a baby upon her. Following the direction of that gaze, she spotted a tiny boy, fixated on her with his wide, bright eyes and long lashes. He blinked, then blinked again, before breaking into a radiant smile. "Hee, pretty sister, so lovely, I like. His laughter sent Lon Ming's heart racing. She had never anticipated that one day she would develop an affection for a child. Just as she attempted to compose herself, the smiling baby opened his arms and babbled cheerfully at her. Lon Ming's breath caught in her throat. "Oh my, so adorable, so adorable. I want to hold him. What to do?" Chapter 89. He is the black card holder. Lon Ming was on the verge of losing her composure. Suchin noticed that after Lon Ming's initial greeting, she fell silent, her attention fixed on the baby. He couldn't help but chuckle, gently tapping the little one's head. "Sanbao, stop being so mischievous. This fellow only wants to be held when he sees a pretty sister. It's quite embarrassing." Sanbao looked at Suchin, then back at Lon Ming, puzzled. "Huh? Why won't Daddy let the pretty sister hold me? But she is so beautiful," with a determined glint in his eyes. Sanbao made a decision. "Forget Daddy. I will definitely ask for a hug." With that, he raised his arms even higher. The waitstaff noticed Lon Ming's silence and sensed an opportunity. After all, the babies were irresistibly charming. It was entirely possible that Lon Ming would fall for them. They decided to lend a hand to Suchun. "Ms. Lon, this baby seems to adore you. Quickly embrace him. He is so cute." Lon Ming was nearly overwhelmed. She clenched her hands tightly, fighting the urge to scoop up the little one, and earnestly said, "Sir, I'm afraid we cannot entertain guests at D Longjai today." Suchin felt a twinge of helplessness. How could he explain that he was indeed the black card holder without causing embarrassment to these young ladies? At that moment, a voice echoed from the staircase. "Ms. Lon, I see you have descended." The speaker was Xiaolon, who had just come down from the second floor but hadn't spotted Lon Ming. She had to head back downstairs and was thrilled to find Lon Ming standing before Suchun. "Have you met this gentleman? What shall we do next?" Lon Ming was utterly bewildered. "Xiaolon, what are you talking about?" The other staff members echoed her confusion. "Aren't we here to host the black card gentleman?" "Indeed," Lon Ming confirmed. This gentleman is he, Xiao Lan insisted. Lan Ming. Everyone. The black card holder is so young? And he has 4 babies with him? Shouldn't he, the black card holder, be a portly middle-aged man? This defies logic. Is there truly such a young and successful individual? Su Chen smiled helplessly. I apologize. I was just about to speak, but couldn't find the opportunity. Lan Ming looked at Su Chen in disbelief. His humility astonished her once again. After all, he was the holder of the prestigious black card from Dilongjai. He could command the establishment to do anything he desired. Typically, when entertaining such distinguished guests, they tread cautiously, fearful of making a misstep. Yet, this gentleman displayed such remarkable politeness. The waitstaff were starry-eyed, having long forgotten their previous discussions about black card holders. At this moment, they simply wished to forge a closer connection with Su Chen. Lan Ming was the first to regain her composure. Suppressing her inner excitement, she cautiously inquired, Sir, may we see your black card? The waitstaff were taken aback. Had President Lan lost her mind? When had she become so amiable? However, Lan Ming paid no heed to their reactions. She was utterly unable to contain herself. Su Chen casually retrieved the black card from his pocket and handed it to Lan Ming. Is this it? Lan Ming was once again taken aback. This was the only black card from Dilongjai. How could it be so nonchalantly stowed in a pocket? This young man was indeed extraordinary. Lan Ming reverently accepted the card, glanced at it, and immediately nodded. Yes, this is it. You must be Mr. Su Chen. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I am Lan Ming, the manager of Dilongjai. When Lan Ming received the news this morning, she only knew that the black card holder was named Su Chen. She never imagined that he would be such a youthful individual. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. No worries at all. Manager Lan, I have a matter to discuss with you today. Lan Ming was taken aback by Su Chen's continued politeness, her admiration for him growing yet again. Su Chen continued. The day after tomorrow, I would like to reserve Dilongjai for the entire day. Would that be possible? Lan Ming nodded, of course, with a black card. You may request anything from Dilongjai. However, may I inquire as to the purpose of your reservation? Do you require us to make any preparations in advance? What cuisine should our chefs prepare? Lan Ming inquired courteously. Su Chen pondered for a moment and replied, I will inform you about the arrangement shortly. But no need for the chefs. I have my own. By the way, Manager Lan, there is another matter I need your assistance with. I wish to surprise my wife for her birthday, so I would appreciate your discretion regarding the reservation. I will bring the children along later. At this revelation, the waitstaff were once again astonished. He was using the black card to celebrate his wife's birthday. What an extravagant occasion. Suddenly, they felt a pang of envy. This Mr. Su's wife was indeed fortunate. Lan Ming was also surprised to learn that Su Chen's intention was such. She nodded, very well. But do you need us to prepare the ingredients for your personal chef? Su Chen shook his head. No need. I will handle everything myself. Thank you, Manager Lan. Lan Ming was skeptical. Just what kind of chef could possibly surpass the renowned chefs of Dilongjai? The Imperial Dragon Pavilion is home to the most esteemed chefs. It seems she needs to broaden her horizons. After Su Chen concluded his thoughts, he engaged in further discussions with Lan Ming regarding the arrangements before taking his leave. The little ones were joyfully playing with the attendants, and Su Chen had a challenging time settling them into their high chairs. Once he departed, the staff of the Imperial Dragon Pavilion gazed after him, each one filled with anticipation for the woman whose birthday was approaching. Author's note, Baby 3. I simply become infatuated when I see the young lady. I am a clingy little one. Chapter 90. May I inquire if this distinguished individual would mind having an additional girlfriend? Upon returning home, it was already 4 in the afternoon. After feeding the little ones and changing their diapers, he retrieved his phone and made a call. At the same moment, at Ningzhou University, it was the time for classes to conclude. When Chi and Shinming Yao were heading to the restroom, when suddenly, Shinming Yao's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, momentarily bewildered. Why is it him? What could it be? Noticing Shinming Yao's unusual demeanor, when Chi asked with concern. Shinming Yu quickly tucked her phone away. It's nothing, Chi. You go ahead. My mother is calling, and I'll be right there. All right. When Chi nodded, Shinming Yao stepped around the corner and pressed the answer button. Su, handsome, what is the matter? Calling me at this hour instead of Chi doesn't seem quite right, does it? The caller was indeed Su Chun. Before he could respond, Shin Ming Yao continued. Let me tell you, while I admit you are quite handsome and charming, I will not steal Chi-Chi's man. If you don't provide a good reason today, I will immediately inform Chi-Chi to take the little ones away from you. Holding the phone, Su Chun felt a bead of sweat form. What on earth is this girl thinking? All right, Shin Ming Yao, I have something serious to discuss. Upon hearing Su Chin's earnest tone, Shin Ming Yu ceased her banter. Speak. What is the serious matter? I need a favor. A favor? But I'm Chi-Chi's close friend. I should be helping her, not you. Your favor is to allow me to come to your home for dinner next week and play with the little ones. Su Chin interrupted her directly. Upon hearing this, Shin Ming Yao's expression transformed into one of delight. Really? Really? Just tell me what the favor is. I will do anything. As long as she could hold the little ones and savor Su Chin's culinary creations, the essence of friendship was of little consequence. It's not that serious. Su Chin replied helplessly. The day after tomorrow after class, can you bring Chi-Chi to the Imperial Dragon Pavilion? The Imperial Dragon Pavilion? Shin Ming Yao exclaimed in shock. Have you lost your mind? Or did I mishear you? I'm not crazy, and you heard me correctly. It is indeed the Imperial Dragon Pavilion. Is it the same Imperial Dragon Pavilion I'm thinking of? Yes, there is only one in the entire Ningzhou. Realizing the implications, Shin Ming Yao exclaimed, Wow, Su Chun, you are impressive. Shin Ming Yao, ISNT the day after tomorrow Chi-Chi's birthday? Wait a moment, let me check my notes. Su Chun remained silent. After a brief moment, Shin Ming Yao exclaimed, It really is. Su Chin, are you planning to surprise when Chi-Chi? How impressive. I can hardly contain my excitement. After all, it is Dilong Zhai. Su Chin, you are truly remarkable. With a resigned sigh, Su Chin rubbed his forehead, contemplating whether seeking Shin Ming Yao's assistance was indeed the right decision. Mission, please maintain your composure. If Chi-Chi finds out, the surprise will be ruined. Shin Ming Yao soon realized her own exuberance. Clearing her throat, she endeavored to steady her emotions. All right, I understand. Don't worry. I will try my best to remain calm. I will do my utmost. Su Chin replied, It's not just try, but must. I'm counting on you. Suddenly, Shin Ming Yao felt an immense pressure. Okay, rest assured, I will make it happen. After hanging up, she remained in a state of excitement. When Chi-Chi emerged, she found Shin Ming Yu grinning to herself. Curiously, she inquired, What is going on? Shin Ming Yu quickly masked her smile. It's nothing. Just feeling very happy. Let us head back to class. When Chi-Chi asked, But aren't you going to the restroom? Only then did Shin Ming Yao remember she had been so caught up in her excitement that she had neglected that necessity. With class time approaching, she decided to forego it. Oh well, never mind. When Chi-Chi looked at Shin Ming Yao with suspicion, sensing something was amiss, time passed swiftly, and soon 2 days had elapsed. During this period, a rumor circulated throughout Ning City. Dilong Zhai had been booked by a mysterious individual. Everyone in Ningzhou was aware of Dilong Zhai's esteemed position in the local culinary scene, where a single meal could cost tens of thousands. Reservations were typically required well in advance. Who could possibly have reserved the entire establishment? The online community was abuzz with curiosity. Who was this remarkable person? We sent someone to investigate, but Dilong Zhai's staff are exceptionally tight-lipped. We couldn't uncover anything. It was said that the individual who made the reservation was unwilling to disclose any information. This is astonishing. They can even command Dilong Zhai. The owner is a significant figure in the capital. Indeed. But why would this mysterious person book the venue? This question was answered, revealing it was for his wife's birthday. Upon hearing this, netizens were astounded. What? A birthday celebration? Is this a display of affection? Surely it is. Today is yet another day for the Lemon Squad. May I ask if this distinguished gentleman would mind adding another girlfriend to his collection? Count me in. I'm willing to be his third concubine. I'll be the fourth, the fifth, the 10-086th. When Chi-Chi stumbled upon this news, it was already the evening of the 29th. The 30th marked her own birthday. A pang of jealousy struck her as she realized she shared her special day with this woman online. Yet, she felt a twinge of envy. However, Su Chin had asked her recently if her birthday was approaching. Tomorrow. Surely, she would have a surprise waiting for her as well. Suddenly, when Chi-Chi found herself looking forward to her own birthday. Chapter 91. Su-chun, have you forgotten something? On the morning of September 30th, at 6 o'clock, when Chi-Chi heard Su-chun bustling in the living room, lying in bed, her heart brimmed with emotion. Had he risen so early to prepare a gift for her? Su-chun truly excelled in every endeavor. She turned over to gaze at the little ones, who were sleeping soundly. The triplets and the fourth child seemed to be dreaming, occasionally smacking their lips, a sight so adorably delightful that it filled her with immense joy. Surely, Su-chun would come to call her once breakfast was ready? Suddenly, when Chi-Chi felt an urge to indulge in a day of laziness, she decided to allow herself this whim, resolving to remain in bed until Su-chun summoned her. 6:30 arrived, yet there was no sign of him. 7 o'clock passed, still no sound. At 7:10, she could no longer resist the urge and climbed out of bed. As she opened the door, she was initially filled with anticipation. However, upon stepping into the living room, her heart sank. Everything was in perfect order. Aside from a touch of cleanliness, there was nothing amiss. Su-chun was busy in the kitchen, seemingly frying youtiao. Peeking in, she saw him skillfully placing the youtiao into the oil and turning to greet her. Chi-Chi, you're up. When Chi-Chi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, she had expected his first words to be, Chi-Chi, happy birthday. She managed to smile and replied, Since when did you start frying youtiao yourself? I find the one sold outside unpalatable, so I thought I'd give it a try. Coincidentally, I woke up early today, he explained, lifting the perfectly fried youtiao from the pan. Chi-Chi, just a moment, I'll be done shortly. In the kitchen, aside from the youtiao and porridge simmering on the stove, there was little else. Suppressing her disappointment, when Chi-Chi nodded and headed to the bathroom. After freshening up, Su-chun called her for breakfast. She mechanically sat down and began to eat. The youtiao was delicious, yet something still felt amiss within her heart. Soon, the little ones awakened, and Su-chun tended to them. Sitting in the living room, when Chi-Chi listened to the sounds of their laughter and Su-chun's comforting words, trying to console herself. The fact that Su-chun took such good care of their children was, in itself, the greatest gift. When Su-chun emerged, when Chi-Chi had already finished her meal, he was preparing formula for the children and said, Chi-Chi, shall I take you to school now? Otherwise, you might be late. Don't worry about me. I'll eat when I return, it's the same. When Chi-Chi nodded, Su-chun always considered her needs. Perhaps she was simply demanding too much. As they descended to the car, she pondered the possibility that the gift awaited her inside. Alas, upon opening the car door, everything appeared as it usually did, without any change. Upon arriving at the school, as she prepared to exit the vehicle, she could no longer contain herself. Su-chun, you, adjusting the seat. Su-chun turned to her with a puzzled expression. Huh? What is it? Did you perhaps forget something? With a bemused look, he replied, What? Did I forget something? The children's formula? I purchased a substantial quantity of diapers, so there is no need for concern, Su-chun chattered on. When Chi-Chi ultimately smiled faintly and replied, That's good. After saying this, she turned away, feeling dejected, and entered the gates of Ning University. At that moment, Su-chun received a phone call. It was from Shen Mingyao. Lowering her voice, yet unable to conceal her excitement and astonishment, she exclaimed, Su-chun, what on earth is going on? Today, the Imperial Dragon Pavilion has been booked entirely. Why did you ask me to bring Chi-Chi there? Shen Mingyao certainly did not believe that Su-chun could afford to reserve the Imperial Dragon Pavilion. Upon seeing the news that morning, she nearly lost her mind. Wasn't Su-chun setting her up for failure? Hearing this, Su-chun chuckled. No worries, you'll understand once you go. What if I end up embarrassing myself? Shen Mingyao retorted angrily. I'll tell you this, if we can't get in, I'll convince Chi-Chi to break up with you. Su-chun replied. You can come to my house for a month of meals. All right, Brother Chun, rest assured, I will find a way to bring Chi-Chi along. You can even tie me up if necessary. A month's worth of meals means a month of fun with the little ones. How could I possibly care about embarrassment? When Chi-Chi arrived at the classroom, the lesson had yet to commence. Shen Mingyao sat listlessly on a chair. Upon seeing Chi-Chi, her eyes immediately lit up. Chi-Chi. Over here. When Chi-Chi walked over and sat down expressionlessly, Shen Mingyao gazed at her curiously. Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? When Chi-Chi shook her head, no. Oh. Chi-Chi, isn't today your birthday? Come on, what do you and Su-Chin plan to do? Shin Mingyao asked deliberately. When Chi-Chi remained silent, Shin Mingyao pressed on. Could it be? No celebration? Nothing planned? This is unacceptable. How could Su-Chin forget his wife's birthday? With that, Shin Mingyao took out her phone, intending to call Su-Chun and scold him. When Chi-Chi stopped her, it's fine, Su-Chun is quite busy. And so what if he is? Being busy is no excuse for neglecting his wife's birthday, Shin Mingyao remarked, all the while feeling secretly satisfied. Su-Chin, oh Su-Chin, don't blame me. This is the only way to get Chi-Chi to come with me. When Chi-Chi felt even more despondent from Shin Mingyao's comments, she fell silent. Shin Mingyao leaned closer, placing a comforting hand on Wen Chi-Chi's shoulder. It's all right. If he won't celebrate with you, I will. Tonight, I'll take you out for a delicious meal. Wen Chi-Chi smiled faintly, but I still need to return home to see the little ones. Isn't Su-Chin there? Isn't he quite capable? Let him look after them. Shin Mingyao huffed. Throughout that day, Wen Chi-Chi felt somewhat lost. It was not until the afternoon that school let out, and Su-Chun still had not called. After school, Shin Mingyao scolded Su-Chun as she followed Wen Chi-Chi to the west gate. He better be there. I must demand an explanation as to why he forgot Chi-Chi's birthday. How outrageous. Otherwise, I swear I'll make him pay. As Shin Mingyao spoke, she observed Wen Chi-Chi's expression and, upon noticing her deep disappointment, felt an even greater sense of delight. Chi-Chi, please don't blame me. This is all your man's idea. Upon reaching the west gate, when Chi-Chi realized that Su-Chun had not arrived, nor had the children, there were no messages on WeChat, not even a simple text. Shin Mingyao began to fume. He really didn't come? This Su-Chun is infuriating. Just because he is handsome, he thinks he can do as he pleases? Isn't that outrageous? When Chi-Chi shook her head, Mingyao, stop it. Let me call and find out. In the past, even when Su-Chun was busy, he would never fail to pick her up. After several rings, the call was finally answered. On the other end, Su-Chin's voice was calm. Chi-Chi, what is the matter? Chapter 92. I am my own chef at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Su-Chin called Tang Tiansheng to request leave, then took the children to Dilongjai. Lan Ming had been waiting for Su-Chun for quite some time. As soon as he arrived, the eagerly awaiting staff whisked the children away. Lan Ming, seeing Su-Chun, hesitantly inquired, Mr. Su, are you truly not in need of a chef? Su-Chin shook his head. Lan Ming, not ready to give up, pressed on. After all, it's a birthday banquet. Is it really acceptable to forego a chef and not even order a cake? Besides, you are a black card holder. She dared not be remiss. Noticing that Su-Chun had not brought a chef, she cautiously introduced someone nearby. Mr. Su, this is our head chef, Peng Liang. I specifically called him to assist today. If you need anything, feel free to call upon him. Su-Chin looked up to see a rather plump man, even heavier than Zhao Desheng, who stood respectfully in his chef's attire. Mr. Su, please feel free to request any dish you desire. I have extensive knowledge of various cuisines and will ensure your satisfaction. My specialty is desserts and cakes, which are perfect for a birthday celebration. Su-Chin smiled. No, thank you. I plan to cook myself. Just prepare the kitchen for me. He had already brought the ingredients and was ready to begin. Peng Liang and Lan Ming exchanged astonished glances. You're cooking yourself? They echoed, shocked. It was indeed their first encounter with someone who wished to cook in Dilongjai. However, Peng Liang still felt a twinge of concern. After all, this was a black card holder. Any mishap could lead to dire consequences from the restaurant's owner. No worries. Could you help me move the ingredients to the kitchen? He reluctantly agreed. He never anticipated that as the head chef of Dilongjai, he would be reduced to a mere porter. Lan Ming also expressed her apprehension. Mr. Su, are you truly going to cook yourself? Yes, Su-Chin replied. Noticing their worry, he added, how about you wait nearby? I'll call for you if I need anything. This eased their minds somewhat. Meanwhile, the staff in the banquet hall watched the scene in bewilderment. Some displayed expressions of envy. Wow, the young man is personally making a cake for his wife. It seems he is even cooking. How enviable. But will he be able to do it? There aren't many young men who can cook, are there? They were filled with doubt. One of them chuckled. What's the big deal? If I had such a handsome and devoted husband, even if the food wasn't delectable, I would still devour it all. Me too, me too. What truly matters is the affection, the affection. That young lady must be incredibly fortunate. Suddenly, I found myself curious about just how beautiful she is. Peng Liang and Lan Meng went together to assist Su Chun in transporting the ingredients. As they carried large and small bags of potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, radishes, onions, flour, and more into the kitchen, Peng Liang was still in a state of bewilderment. Is this really going to work? Typically, a birthday feast consists of extravagant dishes. While these ingredients can be utilized, they seem rather casual. Peng Liang was quite concerned. Su Chin casually handed him a green radish, saying, "Give it a try." All the ingredients brought today were hastily purchased by Su Chun from the market yesterday and then grown in his space. Although he had yet to acquire the special seeds mentioned by the system, based on his experience with potatoes and cucumbers, he was confident these would not disappoint. Peng Liang was a bit taken aback, but accepted the radish nonetheless. Is this how we eat it? Earlier, while moving the items, he had noticed that these ingredients appeared significantly fresher than usual. However, based on Peng Liang's experience, he believed these items were still insufficient. Su Chen nodded affirmatively, yes. Just like that. Doubtingly, Peng Liang washed the radish. Encouraged by Su Chen's gaze, he reluctantly took a bite. After all, he couldn't defy the words of a black card holder. In that instant, he was utterly stunned. The texture, as a top chef, Peng Liang's sense of taste and smell was more acute than most, allowing him to better control cooking techniques and timing. He had eaten green radishes before, but never one so exquisite. The previous ones often had a hint of spiciness, yet this radish was subtly sweet with a delicate fragrance, compelling him to take another bite. He began to chew rapidly. Just then, Lan Ming entered and happened to witness this scene. She looked bewildered. "Peng Liang, what are you doing?" Peng Liang pointed at the radish and then at himself, unable to find the words to respond. Lan Ming raised an eyebrow. "Are you hungry?" "Surely. We have other food in the kitchen. I'll go find something for you." As she spoke, she headed towards the refrigerator. Peng Liang seized her arm, breaking the radish in half and offering her a piece. "Try this." Lan Ming glanced at Peng Liang, then at Su Chun, sensing something odd about the two. Nevertheless, she took a bite. Immediately, she too was astonished. "This radish is incredibly delicious." Peng Liang exclaimed, "Isn't it?" "I think so too." "Did Su Chun bring all these ingredients?" Lan Ming asked, nodding as she chewed. Unable to resist any longer, she finished the entire radish in one go, gazing at Su Chun in shock. Su Chun was already busy cracking eggs, preparing to make a cake. This morning, he had written down the dishes he intended to prepare in his skill book. And now he possessed all the necessary skills. Eggs and meat, which he specifically purchased and subsequently washed with spiritual spring water. Although the effect was not as pronounced as that of vegetables, it was still vastly superior to what was available on the market. Lan Ming initially intended to inquire about the source of Su Chen's radishes. However, upon witnessing Su Chen's technique, she was left astounded. Donning an apron, Su Chun exuded less sharpness and more gentleness. He approached cake making with utmost seriousness, yet his movements were remarkably skilled. As the manager of Dilong Zhai, Lan Ming had witnessed the culinary prowess of the chef team led by Peng Liang. She had always believed that they, as top chefs, embodied artistry in their creations. Yet today, she beheld Su Chen's artistry. His movements were swift, exceedingly so, yet each action was impeccably executed. The simplicity of his cooking was transformed into a visual delight, captivating the onlooker. Peng Liang had also finished his radish, yearning for another bite. Facing away from Su Chun, he remained oblivious to his actions. Just as he prepared to request another piece, he noticed Lan Meng lost in thought. Curiously, he asked, "Lan Zong." His words were abruptly halted by Lan Meng, who was intently focused on Su Chun, gesturing towards him. Peng Liang turned to look at Su Chun and was instantly taken aback. The author remarks, "Su Chun, you failed to comprehend my earnest intentions." Chapter 93. Master, may I become your disciple? As a top chef, Peng Liang had witnessed countless scenes and mentored numerous apprentices. He had always believed that his technique was unparalleled within the culinary realm of Ningzhou. Even if he could not claim the top spot, he was certain he ranked within the top 5. Yet now, witnessing Su Chun, a sense of defeat washed over him. What was Su Chun doing? Why did each movement appear so flawlessly executed? The separation of egg yolks and whites was done without the slightest hesitation. The kneading of dough was executed with perfect pressure. Even in the final stages of sculpting, every incision made by Su Chun was precise, devoid of excess. It was as if he had imprinted his vision in his mind, requiring no conscious thought. Peng Liang understood that sculpting and cooking was the most challenging aspect. A single error could ruin everything. Thus, even after over a decade in the field, he remained meticulous, fearing any mistakes. Yet Su Chun seemed to handle it all with such ease. He watched Su Chun in awe, wanting to ask questions, yet fearful of interrupting his flow. Peng Liang continued to observe Su Chun for a full hour. Finally, Su Chun paused his actions. The cake was complete. He exhaled a sigh of relief. This had been a substantial undertaking. For that hour, he had poured his heart and soul into the task, anxious that any misstep could necessitate redoing his work. Thankfully, the skills from the Culinary God Skill book were unparalleled. However, he sensed an intense gaze upon him. Confused, Su Chun looked up to find Lan Meng and Peng Liang still in shock. He waved his hand, asking, "What is wrong with you two?" Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Peng Liang finally regained his composure. In the next instant, he rushed directly to Su Chun's side, trembling as he pointed at the cake. "Did you make all of this?" The perceptive Lan Meng reacted even before Peng Liang. "Has this child lost his mind?" Peng Liang, who had just been observing, nodded nervously. "Oh, yes, I saw Mr. Su created. My apologies, I am just too excited. I have never witnessed such intricate, flawless work completed with such speed. Moreover, your knife skills and techniques are astonishing. Mr. Su, forgive my boldness, but may I ask who your master is?" Such prowess and technique could only be honed under a master's guidance. Without a decade of practice, it seems implausible to achieve this level. As far as I know, there are perhaps only a handful of such masters remaining in the entire Huagua. Peng Liang yearned to find that master immediately and seek him as a mentor to enhance his own skills. Feeling flattered by the praise, Su Chun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Could he admit that he had only learned this that very afternoon? Surely, neither Peng Liang nor Lan Meng would believe him. With a resigned smile, he concocted an excuse. "I'm sorry, Liang Gu, but my master prefers to remain anonymous." "Ah, indeed, masters often keep a low profile." Peng Liang chuckled, somewhat shyly asking, "Mr. Su, would you be willing to teach me?" He too was a pastry chef, but after meeting Su Chun, he felt that his own creations were utterly unworthy. Lan Meng, unable to bear it any longer, thought to herself that this was his unique skill. How could such talent be so freely shared? Wasn't that putting Su Chun in a difficult position? "Peng Liang, you are being unreasonable," she began, but before she could finish, Su Chun interjected, "Of course, I can teach you." Lan Meng was taken aback. "What? Did I hear that correctly? Is he really so straightforward? Doesn't he hesitate at all? This is a livelihood skill." By now, Peng Liang was practically jumping with joy. "That's wonderful. Mr. Su, may I become your apprentice? Please teach me." Lan Meng was incredulous. Is this really the same Chef Ping who boasts so much? Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for formal apprenticeship. Peng Liang, thinking Su Chun was unwilling to accept him, felt a pang of sadness. "Chef Su, do you think I am too foolish?" Lan Meng was exasperated. "Peng Liang, have some dignity. What about your principles?" Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle at Peng Liang's antics. "No, it's not that. I lack a chef certification and am not bound by any formalities. If you wish to learn, I can teach you without all the unnecessary complications." Afterward, unable to resist, Su Chun added, "Peng de chef, Lan Zong. Please just call me Su Chun. It feels rather awkward otherwise." Upon hearing this, Lan Meng beamed. This black card holder truly lacked any pretension, and she appreciated it. It was a pity someone else had already made the first move. She sighed silently in her heart, then smiled brightly, saying, "Then you needn't call me Lan Zong. Just call me Jia." "All right, Lan Jia, Peng de Gu." Peng Liang was ecstatic. Fantastic, Su Chun, you are amazing. Your sister-in-law will undoubtedly adore this cake. If I were in her shoes, I would be moved to tears." Suchin glanced at the cake and chuckled. Let us hope so. At this moment, Peng Liang had no doubts about Su Chen's capabilities. He approached Su Chen like an eager apprentice and said, Brother Su Chen, what do you plan to do next? I'm here to assist you. Feel free to delegate. I am more familiar with this kitchen than anyone else and can certainly be of help. Su Chen, appreciating Peng Liang's enthusiasm, could hardly refuse and nodded in agreement. All right. Lan Ming did not leave either. Instead, she watched in awe as Su Chen prepared the dishes. His knife skills, techniques, and overall ability were nothing short of astonishing. Yet, despite his remarkable talents, he exhibited no trace of arrogance. Peng Liang continually peppered him with questions, and Su Chen remained unperturbed, generously explaining everything. Such a person is truly commendable, Lan Ming thought, feeling a pang of envy. At 30 years old, Lan Ming had yet to find a partner. With her aloof and proud demeanor, she had always believed she could thrive without a man. However, today, for some reason, she found herself yearning for companionship. If it were someone like Su Chen, she would have no reservations at all. By 6 in the afternoon, all the dishes were ready. Su Chen also prepared some complimentary food for the little ones. Initially intending to feed them himself, he soon found the waitstaff clamoring to take over. Let me do it. I adore this adorable little one. Oh, I am fond of this little princess. And this cheeky rascal. Don't forget this tough girl, haha. Mr. Su, you just relax. We've got this covered. The 4 children gazed at Su Chen, blinking their eyes in unison as if to say, Look at us. Aren't we impressive? We have so many fans. Daddy is silly. He has nothing. Su Chen sat helplessly nearby, watching the children enjoy themselves with the staff. Lan Ming stood beside him, her expression filled with envy. Brother Su Chen, she called. Su Chen turned back. Lan Ming inquired, What kind of woman has captured your heart so completely? This question had occupied Lan Ming's thoughts all afternoon, yet she remained puzzled. What sort of woman could a young, handsome man like Su Chen, who was adept at childcare and cooking with the finesse of a top chef, possibly be drawn to? Su Chen lowered his head and smiled gently. She is a very kind woman. Lan Ming, perplexed, replied, There are countless kind women out there. Haven't you considered others? Perhaps someone like me? As she spoke, she cast a playful and flirtatious glance at Su Chen. Lan Ming was undeniably beautiful. She was well aware of how men described her. Yet, she had chosen not to pursue a relationship. If she desired, she could easily attract many suitors. Noticing Su Chen's furrowed brow, she added, I wouldn't mind at all if you have for little ones. If possible, I would cherish the opportunity to have them by my side every day. Haha. Su Chen could not suppress his laughter. Sister Lan, do not jest. With someone like you, I imagine suitors must be queuing up at the Dilong Jai. Am I right? Lan Ming discerned that Su Chen was indeed rejecting her. A pang of sorrow struck her heart. She had intended to say something more. But at that moment, Su Chen's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Wen Chi calling, he smiled and answered the call, feigning calmness as he inquired, Chi. What is the matter? On the other end, Wen Chi's voice trembled with anxiety. Su Chen, are you and the little ones busy? After a moment's thought, Su Chen replied, Yes, we are still at the tea shop. Noticing Lan Ming was about to speak, he gestured for silence. Wen Chi longed to express that her class had ended, but the words felt overly sentimental, so she simply said, It's fine. You all continue your work. I shall return home alone. All right, Su Chen responded. I'll get back to it. You should head home early. With a sense of disappointment, when Chi hung up, Lan Ming, curious, asked, Why not tell her the truth? Su Chen chuckled lightly. I wish to give her a surprise. This only deepened Lan Ming's feeling of melancholy. How fortunate it was to have such a man. At the west gate of Ning University, after ending the call, Shen Mingyao's scolding voice rang out beside Wen Chi. Not coming? What is wrong with Su Chen? Does he think once he has pacified the little ones, you are no longer of use to him? Chi, what do you still need such a man for? Don't go back. I'll take you out for your birthday. When Chi shook her head, but the little ones. Oh, what are you worried about? Isn't Su Chen around? Shen Mingyao pulled Wen Chi outside. She believed that if Su Chen were present, he would undoubtedly scold her. Yet, there was no choice. In Wen Chi's eyes, it was either Su Chen or the children. The little ones could not be reprimanded, leaving only Su Chun to bear the brunt of her ire. When Chi remained uneasy, before she could finish her sentence, a furious exclamation erupted nearby. Damn it! The speaker was Li Wenhao. He had been waiting in a corner at the west gate for quite some time, eager to see the little ones. It had been days since Su Chun had shared any videos of them, and Li Wenhao could only survive on the previous clips, which proved to be a strenuous ordeal. Today, he could no longer endure it and decided to apologize to Su Chun, even if it meant facing a beating, just to ensure Su Chun would send videos daily. However, he found not Su Chun, but instead overheard the conversation between Wen Chi and Shin Mengyao. The more he listened, the angrier he became. What was this nonsense? Su Chun had forgotten his wife's birthday? Was he even a man? Thus, he stormed out, "Sister-in-law, what is happening? Has Su Chun forgotten your birthday?" When Chi remained silent, Li Wenhao continued to vent. Damn, is this what a man does? I'm calling this fool right now to give him a piece of my mind. Sister-in-law, wait. This was the first time Shin Mengyao felt Li Wenhao's assertiveness. But she thought, this cannot happen. This was Su Chun's ploy. If he were to confront him, how would the surprise be delivered? What a foolish ally. Shin Mengyao swiftly intervened, stopping Li Wenhao in his tracks. What is the point of fighting? What good will it do? Only recalling it when reminded holds no significance. A scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Li Wenhao found merit in her words. Indeed, Su Chun was nothing but a scoundrel. As he berated him, an idea struck him. In such circumstances, if he could endear himself to Wen Chi, it would be far more convenient for him to receive photos from her in the future. He was truly clever. Brother, I am sorry. It is not that I do not wish to assist you. Rather, it is your own lack of integrity. With this thought, Li Wenhao quickly moved closer to Wen Chi. No worries, sister-in-law. If he does not treat you well, I shall. Come, let us go and enjoy a delightful meal. I am quite hungry myself. I will call to order a cake. One day as a sister-in-law, a lifetime as a sister-in-law. How can we be vague about my sister-in-law's birthday? Shin Mengyao shot Li Wenhao a puzzled glance. Why did his remarks sound so awkward? However, it was of little consequence. As long as it ensured Chi would accompany her, everything was negotiable. Shin Mengyao continued, Yes, and I know a wonderfully delicious place. Come, Chi, let me take you there. After all, whether they were going to eat dog food or face embarrassment, it was far less enjoyable alone. It was perfect to involve Li Wenhao, alleviating any awkwardness. Li Wenhao, grinning foolishly, chimed in, Let us go, sister-in-law. Don't hold back. I'll cover the bill. Off we go. Without waiting for Wen Chi to respond, Shin Mengyao promptly called for a car. Li Wenhao opened the door, ushering Wen Chi inside. Throughout the journey, Li Wenhao incessantly spoke ill of Su Chun. That scoundrel deserves it. Sister-in-law, do not be upset. I will rally the brothers to teach him a lesson. If he dares to mistreat you, then you should let him go. I can introduce you to a handsome fellow. There's one readily available, and rest assured, he doesn't mind at all that you have children. In fact, he is quite willing to help care for them. Listening to Li Wenhao, Shin Mengyao cast him a sympathetic glance. This man was truly foolish. Before Li Wenhao could continue his tirade, the taxi driver could no longer contain himself. Are you all going to Dilongjai to catch someone in the act? Dilongjai? At the mention of this name, both Li Wenhao and Wen Chi paused momentarily. The driver continued, Yes, your destination is Dilongjai. I assent it. It has been booked for a private event today. Unfortunately, it is heavily guarded, and outsiders cannot enter. I wonder which big shot is celebrating there. You seem quite agitated. Berating some scoundrel. Are you not going there to catch someone in the act? Li Wenhao glanced at Shin Mengyao, bewildered. The car was summoned by her, and she had provided the address. What business did they have at Dilongjai? Everyone knew there was a grand birthday celebration taking place today. Wouldn't this just add to Wen Chi's distress? At this moment, Shin Mengyao was equally perplexed. She hadn't anticipated the driver's quick tongue. She had been intending to directly pull Wen Chi inside. Now, how would this turn out? Shin Mengyao pondered for a considerable time before summoning the courage to devise an excuse. Chapter 95. Su Chun, you are about to be greened. Shin Mengyao feigned ignorance and inquired, Is someone celebrating a birthday at the Dilongjai? I had no idea. I was planning to take Chi there for a surprise. Li Wenhao replied, "You intend to celebrate a birthday at Dilongjai? A meal there costs at least several thousand, you know. They're just students." Shen Mingyao retorted, "What is wrong with that? Is it forbidden?" Your expression suggests you are quite poor, which displeased Li Wenhao immensely. Determined, Li Wenhao thought, for the sake of the little ones, "Let us order some affordable dishes at Dilongjai. Yes, we can go. If they can celebrate, so can we. It's just being treated, after all. Who knows? We might even stumble upon a lucky opportunity. Experiencing a birthday at Dilongjai at least once in a lifetime is quite commendable." Li Wenhao's heart ached at the thought. Shen Mingyao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, even if we can't enter, enjoying a meal nearby would still be delightful." "That works too," Li Wenhao replied with a forced smile. When Chi-Chi observed their antics and couldn't help but laugh. These two were indeed amusing. However, her own mood was somewhat unsettled. She felt an inexplicable sense that something would occur today. Outside Dilongjai, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Even the surrounding small shops benefited from the commotion. People were subtly drawn to witness the extraordinary woman and the formidable figure behind her. As Shen Mingyao and her companion's taxi came to a halt, they were greeted by a striking scene. Li Wenhao couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is rather extravagant." "Isn't it?" When Chi-Chi expressed her hesitation, "Mingyao, should we ask the driver to take us somewhere else?" Shen Mingyao was resolute. Su Chen had promised her a month of free meals and the chance to play with the little ones. Such a splendid opportunity was unmatched by anything else. With a calm demeanor, Shen Mingyao declared, "Now that we're here, shouldn't we take a look at the excitement?" "Chi-Chi, you know how much I adore lively gatherings." Reluctantly, when Chi-Chi followed her out of the car. Upon their exit, the onlookers were immediately taken aback. "Wow, a beauty! How stunning! Is she the one? No, it can't be. Look, she arrived by taxi. How could the woman of such a powerful figure take a cab? Surely, she must have a chauffeur. True, what a pity for such a lovely face." When Chi-Chi remained unperturbed by their remarks, while Li Wenhao grew increasingly annoyed. These people are insufferable. Shen Mingyao felt a twinge of anxiety. What if a significant figure truly resided within? What if they inadvertently offended someone of great importance? Closing her eyes momentarily, she thought of the adorable little ones. Resolutely, she steeled herself and began walking towards Dilongjai, repeatedly whispering in her heart, "Su Chun, please make your appearance. Hurry." Li Wenhao, observing Shen Mingyao's actions, was bewildered. "Mingyao, have you lost your mind? What are you doing over there? Are you trying to embarrass yourself? Come back quickly. So many people are watching." As she approached, the thought of being forcefully expelled sent chills down Shen Mingyao's spine. Why was Su Chen absent? Wasn't it agreed that her mere presence would suffice? Surely, this person was not jesting. Was it a prank? Such behavior seemed excessive. Wen Zhao, equally perplexed, called out, "Mingyao." The crowd around them erupted in clamorous chatter. Where is she headed? Is she really going to the Imperial Dragon Pavilion? This is akin to courting disaster. Just wait, she will surely be thrown out soon. The Imperial Dragon Pavilion is not a place for just anyone. Shen Mingyao's anxiety intensified. Li Wenhao gazed at the scene in bewilderment. "Sister-in-law, this." Wen Zhao hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Shen Mingyao's arm. "Mingyao, stop this nonsense. Let us find another place." Shen Mingyao was on the verge of panic. What on earth was happening? Should she call Su Chen? Just as uncertainty gripped her, the doors of the Imperial Dragon Pavilion swung open. When Zhao's urgency surged, "We must leave now." The crowd grew excited. "Look, the staff from the Imperial Dragon Pavilion are coming to expel her. What a stunning girl, what a pity. Otherwise, I'd go comfort her. This is a prime opportunity." The men were eager, while the women averted their gazes. Shen Mingyao contemplated retreating. Li Wenhao quickly positioned himself in front of Wen Zhao. As a man, he could not bear to watch two women be mistreated. If reprimands were to be dealt, he would take them. "Sister-in-law, you two step back." Soon, to their astonishment, a young attendant emerged from the entrance of the Imperial Dragon Pavilion. With a warm smile, she approached them step by step. Li Wenhao, perplexed, wondered if such high-end establishments had to employ attractive personnel for expulsion duties. As the attendant drew closer, he feigned calmness. We were just leaving. Sorry for the disturbance." The attendant, Xiaolan, appeared confused. What was happening? Were they leaving already? What about Mr. Su? Just moments before, Su-chin had pulled her aside to specifically point out Wen Zhao. Upon seeing Wen Zhao, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiaolan's eyes. She quickly accepted her task to escort Wen Zhao upstairs. Observing Li Wenhao's protective stance over Wen Zhao left Xiaolan somewhat bewildered. However, she maintained the utmost professionalism expected of an Imperial Dragon Pavilion attendant. "Excuse me, are you Miss Wen Zhao?" she inquired with a smile. The crowd was once again taken aback. Those at a distance could not hear Xiaolan's words and could only discuss curiously, "What's happening? Aren't they being expelled? Why such gentleness? Perhaps this is the essence of the Imperial Dragon Pavilion?" Li Wenhao was left agape in astonishment. Shen Mingyao wore a bewildered expression. What was unfolding? How did the attendant from the Imperial Dragon Pavilion recognize Wen Zhao? Had Su-chin truly reserved a table at the Imperial Dragon Pavilion? Could the individual who booked the venue genuinely be Su-chin? Wen Zhao was equally astonished. "How do you know me?" Xiaolan realized she had found the right person. "Miss Wen, please follow me," she said. When Chi-Chi appeared bewildered. "Where to?" "Someone has been waiting for you for quite some time, Miss Wen," Xiaolan replied respectfully. Before when Chi-Chi could comprehend the situation, she felt Shen Mingyao tugging her forward. "Chi-Chi, let us go inside." Li Wenhao was on the verge of losing his mind. He stood rooted in place for quite a while before grasping an important fact. The individuals inside were waiting for Wen Chi-Chi. However, wasn't it supposed to be Su-chin celebrating Wen Chi-Chi's birthday? Where was that rascal Su-chin? As if struck by a revelation, Li Wenhao pulled out his phone and sent Su-chin a WeChat message. "Grandson, don't blame your father for not giving you a heads up. Hurry to Dilong Zhai. You're about to be cuckolded." Fearing that Su-chin might not believe him, he added, "This time it's for real." As a brother, Li Wenhao permitted himself to berate Su-chin, but if it were anyone else, that would be absolutely unacceptable. "The author has a message, Su-chin. You are the one who is being cuckolded."